On April 1st, star calendar 39988, in front of the marriage bureau on planet AJ-8084, 4 men and 1 woman were engaged in a dispute. Strictly speaking, one of the men was pulling and tugging at the woman, trying to drag her into the marriage bureau, while the other 3 men watched with cold indifference. During the struggle, the woman unfortunately tripped, hit her head against a pillar, and fell to the ground motionless. The 4 men looked at each other in dismay, falling into a sudden silence. 5 minutes later, Han Qing crouched down, nudged the woman on the ground, and said with a trembling voice, She seems to be dead. How is that possible? Duan Yushan impatiently kicked the woman on the ground and cursed, Stop pretending. Get up and let's go inside to get this divorce over with. Get up quickly. Firmly believing the woman was faking it, Duan Yushan kicked her forcefully again. This time the woman finally reacted. Watching her slowly wake up, Duan Yushan smiled smugly. I told you she was faking it. The others ignored him, silently staring at the woman on the ground. Hiss! Changwen clutched her head, wailing in pain. What is going on? Having been dead for hundreds of years, how can a soul still feel pain? Indeed, the demon race is ruthless, not even sparing a dead person. It's too unbearable. Is my soul about to shatter and scatter? That's fine too. Ha ha. Finally free. The 4 men watching looked at her speechlessly, as if looking at a fool. Duan Yushan spoke angrily, Stop acting. I only kicked you twice, right? Playing dead and now playing dumb, have you no shame? The woman lying on the ground ignored him, still immersed in her own world, trembling slightly. Her face was pale, veins bulging, looking as if she were in immense pain. But no one here would feel sorry for her. Changwen, don't think you can avoid this by playing the victim. We are definitely getting this divorce today, do you hear me? The woman still did not respond. Infuriated, Duan Yushan raised his foot to kick her again, but Han Qing beside him quickly held him back, saying uneasily, Stop hitting her, she really seems to be unwell. No way, you actually believe her. Duan Yushan looked disdainful. She's just faking it, trying to play dirty. Annoyed by the commotion, Kacheng Zhou said coldly, Whether she's faking it or not won't we know if we find someone to take a look. Then I'll go inside to find someone, you guys watch her. After speaking, Han Qing turned and entered the marriage bureau. A short while later, he hurried out with the medical personnel. Oh my goodness. The medical personnel asked anxiously, What happened here? How did the young lady end up like this? Did you guys bully her? Saying that without waiting for anyone to explain, he directly called for security. In just a few seconds, a group of burly men surrounded them completely. What are you doing? Duan Yushan said with a foul face, shouting, Who bullied her? She's clearly the one deceiving people. Han Qing also hurriedly explained, It's true, she deceived us first. We just wanted a divorce, we didn't expect it would. Enough. Security Captain Lenny interrupted him. We don't need your explanations. When this lady wakes up, she will naturally give us the answers. Now please remain quiet. Helpless Han Qing could only silently shut his mouth, quietly waiting for the medical personnel to treat Changwen. At this moment, a bad premonition arose in the hearts of all 4 men, feeling that this divorce might not happen. After the medical personnel administered various nutrient vials and medicines, Changwen's symptoms were finally alleviated. She slowly opened her eyes, looking around curiously. This doesn't look like the underworld, does it? Moreover, the person supporting her feels warm, the temperature of a living human. Could it be? The Grandmaster's forbidden technique finally succeeded. She had been reborn. Where is this? Her hoarse voice popped out word by word, giving a sense of incongruity. It was as if she hadn't spoken for a very, very long time. Changwen's 4 partners frowned simultaneously, feeling that her voice was strange, completely different from the voice she used before. Seeing this, the medical personnel quickly fed Changwen some water, making her feel a bit better. Lenny crouched down and spoke gently, Miss, this is the marriage bureau. You seemed very unwell just now, are you feeling better? Yes, much better. Changwen thought for a moment and said sincerely, Thank you all. Everyone around was stunned, as if they had been frozen in place. How could there be such a cute and good-tempered female? Having just been bullied, she wasn't even angry. She even said thank you. After a long while, Lenny replied with a blushing face, You're welcome. Duan Yushan snorted coldly. Now she's pretending quite convincingly. The other 3 men shared the same thought. After all, they had all seen Changwen's true colors. Calling her a moody and venomous woman would not be an exaggeration. Han Qing coughed, lightly reminding the security captain, She's awake, can we explain now? Lenny glared at him displeasedly, then turned to Changwen and asked softly, Miss, do you remember what happened earlier? Did they bully you? If so, boldly speak up and I will immediately send them to prison. Changwen was completely baffled and said awkwardly, I'm sorry, my mind is a bit messy right now, can you give me some time? Alright, take your time, there's no rush. Han Qing wanted to say something else, but Lenny blocked him with a gesture, refusing communication. Thus the group quietly waited for Changwen to sort out her memories. 10 minutes later, Chung-Wen finally understood what had happened and her face turned red at the same time. She hadn't expected that the original owner of this body actually had 5 partners. My god, this was too thrilling. Fortunately, they hadn't consummated the marriages, otherwise she would definitely have to curse her grandmaster for being unreliable. Yesterday, after they got their certificates and returned the fact that the original owner falsified her data was exposed. Feeling deceived, the men insisted on dragging the original owner here today to get a divorce no matter what. Of course the original owner refused. Unexpectedly during the struggle, she hit her head on a pillar, and the physically weak original owner simply passed away. Ahem. Chung-Wen coughed awkwardly and spoke, here is what happened. I was momentarily obsessed and wanted a few high-quality partners, so I used someone else's blood sample to falsify the data and matched with them based on high combat power. Now that the matter is exposed, they wanted a divorce, which led to a dispute. During the struggle I hit my head, and as for the rest, you already know. The scene fell into silence. Chung-Wen's 4 partners were somewhat surprised that they hadn't expected Chung-Wen to tell the truth. After hearing the cause and effect, Lenny blinked, feeling somewhat at a loss. What to do? It sounds like it's this lady's fault, but she is so sincere I don't want to punish her. However, the one who pushed her is also a jerk and must be punished. Thinking this, Lenny raised his eyes and glared fiercely at the 4 of them. Can you talk things out properly? Why resort to violence? You have no manly grace at all. The 4 men were speechless, silently turning their faces away, not wanting to argue. Because the person in front of them wouldn't listen to explanations at all, as speaking would just be a waste of breath. Chung-Wen touched her nose, feeling a bit complicated. Although she knew this was a world with more men than women and females received preferential treatment, wasn't this attitude a bit too discriminatory? Actually, I am also at fault. If they want a divorce, let's just get it, it's fine. Are you sure? I'm sure. Divorce all of them. Yes. Of course, she had to divorce, otherwise when the heavenly Tao reacted it would strike her dead with lightning. The men looked over in astonishment, somewhat unable to believe that Chung-Wen would be so accommodating. Especially Su Wenwei, who had been silent all along. He took a deep look at Chung-Wen, trying to see a hint of abnormality on her face. Lenny scratched his head in distress and said softly, your situation is a bit special. May I go ask my superiors for instructions first? All right, go ahead. Lenny turned and left, returning inside the marriage bureau. Leia and I still needs a little time to report to the leadership. The medical staff asked gently, Ma'am, are you hungry? How about going inside to eat something? Okay. Chung-Wen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After all, she hadn't tasted food in centuries and missed it dearly. With the help of the medical staff, Chung-Wen finally entered the restroom of the marriage bureau and obtained some food. But the food here seemed different. Chung-Wen held a bag of red nutrient solution, hesitating, but finally she took a cautious sip. A strange taste immediately filled her mouth and she braced herself before swallowing. How is it? Good, right? This is a rare strawberry flavor, I specially found it for you. Although the taste was not good, it was clear that they had put in real effort. Chung-Wen nodded and smiled lightly. It's good, thank you. Everyone cheered, feeling the satisfaction of feeding a daughter. Duan Yushan couldn't stand it and snorted, hypocritical. The lively atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Everyone glared at Duan Yushan with displeasure. Chung-Wen said calmly, what? Are you paying so much attention to me because you've fallen for me? Looks like we can call off the divorce. Bullshit. Why would I like you? Who do you think you are? Duan Yushan was furious and wanted to confront Chung-Wen, but was stopped by the security team. Step back. Step back. Han Qing sighed, feeling exhausted. He pulled Duan Yushan and advised, just stop talking. If you upset her again, she'll cause trouble. Do you still want the divorce or not? Duan Yushan was unconvinced, but shut his mouth. After all, they could argue after the divorce. Could Chengzhou silently cursed idiot, though it was unclear whether he meant Chung-Wen or Duan Yushan. Without the annoying noise, Chung-Wen was in a good mood. She continued drinking the nutrient solution, and after getting used to it, found the taste quite special. Su Wenwei crossed his arms and stared at Chung-Wen with amusement. What's wrong? Something off? Han Qing asked puzzledly. Su Wenwei shook his head no. Leia and I, who had gone to report, finally returned carrying a small device. Chung-Wen guessed his intention and asked, are you going to retest my combat index? Yes. Leia and I remained respectful and explained in a low voice. The leader said since the previous data was false, we should correct it and then match you according to your real combat index. Chung-Wen scratched her head and smiled wryly. Sorry, but I actually have no combat index because I am a natural human. What? Leia and I was dumbfounded. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. No one believed her words. Natural humans and new humans are different, whether in physical fitness, compatibility, or lifespan. The difference is like heaven and earth. Currently there are almost no natural humans on this planet because it's hard to survive. Chung-Wen sighed, skillfully placed her hand on the device and began the test. The result was still as the original owner had tested before. The index was 0. See. My combat index is 0. I'm not a new human. This must be broken. Leia and I, unwilling to give up, placed his own hand on it. The device correctly displayed combat index 3051 sea level warrior. It's not broken. Leia and I was stunned, staring blankly at Chengwen. Chengwen shrugged and said calmly, "Do you believe me now?" "No way." Duan Yushan lost his composure and immediately squeezed over, placing his own hand on it. With a beep, the device displayed combat index 5001 A-level warrior. Now the people in the restroom finally believed it. They all stared at Chengwen as if she were some rare animal. Actually, it was not surprising. On the main star, even newborn babies had a combat index close to 30, yet she, an adult, had 0. How fragile must she be? A simple push might kill her. Thinking this, everyone turned to look at Duan Yushan, condemning him with their eyes. "I didn't know," Duan Yushan explained weakly. Chengwen secretly performed a hand seal to inquire of the spirit, wanting to know if the original owner wanted revenge, but strangely, she did not find the original owner's soul. She didn't know what went wrong. Chengwen sighed, putting aside the matter of revenge for the time being. "All right," Chengwen didn't want to delay any longer, urging, "Isn't it said that we match according to the corresponding index? I have no index, so there should be no need to match. Let's just go through the divorce procedures." "Oh, okay." Leia and I finally snapped out of it, looking at Chengwen with pity, then led everyone to the divorce counter in the hall. The divorce process was simple as long as the woman agreed. No application or procedure was needed, and it could be done on the spot. Duan Yushan, Han Qing, and Ke Chengzhou all divorced smoothly. When it was Su Wenwei's turn, he hesitated to step forward. "What's wrong? Don't you want a divorce?" Chengwen asked puzzledly. Su Wenhui hesitated for 5 seconds, but finally stepped forward, showed his identity information, and terminated the marriage. The staff member politely asked, "Mom, you now have only one husband left. Would you like to promote him to the main husband?" Chengwen was stunned and turned to ask, "There's still one more." Su Wenhui, rarely speaking up, explained, "Tao Lin is on a mission and hasn't returned yet." "Oh, I see." Chengwen nodded and said to the staff, "I want to divorce the remaining one too. We'll come back when he returns." The staff member thought for a moment and kindly reminded, "But you are an adult. If you remain unmarried, you will face a hefty fine." "How much is the fine?" 10,000 star coins. The staff paused and added, "And your current account only has 1,089 star coins." Chengwen's legs went weak and she almost fell. Good heavens, such a precise amount. And this was the original owner's savings over many years. Su Wenhui chuckled inexplicably, finding Chengwen cute in this state. If not for her low combat index, she might have been a good wife master. What a pity. Hee. Well, I'll go back and discuss it with him. We'll decide later. Chengwen said, covering her face in embarrassment. All right. The staff member gave another suggestion. "I think you can promote him to the main husband first to show your regard for him." "Okay. Change it for me, thank you." "All right." Hearing the conversation between Chengwen and the staff, Su Wenhui suddenly darkened his face because the position of main husband was originally his. He turned his head away, irritably stopping his thoughts. While waiting for the staff to update the files, Chengwen tried to recall the appearance of the remaining husband, but there was no memory in the original owner's mind. Because she had never seen him in person. He hadn't even shown up for the marriage registration yesterday. Chengwen turned to look at the 4 ex-husbands waiting nearby, each handsome and charming with their own unique allure. Even if they weren't her type, she had to admit they were truly outstanding. All right, everyone's information has been updated. You can check it in your light brain. As soon as the staff finished speaking, the 4 men simultaneously raised their arms and opened their light brains to check. After confirming, they left without looking back. Chengwen blinked in confusion, then realized she didn't have a light brain. Because she was too poor to afford one. "By the way, Captain Lei and I, will I be punished for falsifying my information?" Lainey's expression was complicated. The higher-up said, "You're too weak and probably wouldn't survive the punishment. Since the victims didn't pursue it, it's been dropped." "Oh, okay." Chengwen nodded and asked, "Do you know where I live?" Lei and I scratched his hair, feeling conflicted. Finally, with Rennie's help, Chengwen found Tao Lin's home. She pressed the door, waited patiently. Although there were movements inside, no one came to open the door. Feeling puzzled, Chengwen peered through the window. Before she knew it, she locked eyes with a pair glowing red, which startled her. She patted her chest and looked again. Turns out it was a robot. The robot was still holding a dirty rag, clearly in the middle of doing chores. "Hello, is your master at home?" The robot scanned Chengwen up and down, its tone wary. "Who are you?" Aside from its emotionless voice, it sounded quite human. No wonder it was called an intelligent robot. Chengwen chuckled, studying the robot with keen interest. "And who are you?" The robot paused as if processing. "I am the household butler robot Lionel." "Who are you?" "Oh, I'm Chengwen. I'm your master's wife." After saying it, Chang Wen's face flushed involuntarily. Having lived for over 10 years and drifted for centuries, she had never even held a boy's hand. Now suddenly having a husband made her feel rather shy. Lionel paused even longer this time, his eyes flickering between red and green. Chang Wen felt he might actually start smoking. Are you okay? Thank you, mistress. Lionel is fine. Lionel finally reacted, gesturing toward the entrance. Please proceed to the main door, mistress. Lionel will open it for you. Chang Wen raised an eyebrow and obediently walked to the front door. When it opened, Lionel's eyes had turned green. He bowed respectfully. Welcome home, mistress. All right. Chang Wen stepped inside, observing the house as she asked, How did you just believe me when I said I was your master's wife? Weren't you afraid I was lying? No. Lionel replied matter-of-factly. I just hacked into the marriage registry system to verify. You are indeed the wife of our master. Chang Wen stopped in her tracks, turning to give Lionel an appreciative glance. Impressive. You've got a sharp mind. Lionel responded earnestly, I am a robot, mistress. I do not have a brain. The remark struck Chang Wen as hilarious, and she burst into uncontrollable laughter. Lionel showed no offense, as his programming did not include anger toward his mistress. Once Chang Wen finished laughing, he explained, The male master is not currently at home. As a robot, I cannot allow strangers inside, which is why I ignored the doorbell earlier. Please forgive me, mistress. Oh, it's fine. Chang Wen waved it off. By the way, when does he usually come back? I do not know, mistress. All right then. Chang Wen slumped onto the sofa, her voice listless. Could you tidy up a room for me? I'd like to rest. Lionel tilted his head in confusion. Wouldn't you sleep with the male master? Chang Wen nearly choked on her saliva. Cough. Never mind. We need to cultivate our relationship first. Separate rooms for now. Understood. Lionel obediently went about tidying up. Chang Wen drifted into a drowsy sleep, and by the time she awoke, it was already evening. She stretched and called out loudly, Lionel, where are you? I am here charging, mistress. Following the sound, Chang Wen spotted Lionel in the corner, plugged into his charging station. As Lionel prepared to leave the charging station to resume work, Chang Wen stopped him. It's fine. You can keep charging until full before coming out. Understood, mistress. Lionel obediently returned to his station. Chang Wen dragged a stool over and sat beside him, asking idly, How long does your master usually stay out when he leaves home? Uncertain, mistress. He returns once his mission is complete. Chang Wen sighed and asked another question, Then is there a way to contact him? Lionel nodded and then shook his head. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Would mistress like to contact the male master? Chang Wen nodded. Just to say hello. Since I've moved in, it seems impolite not to. Understood. I will dial the master's optical neural link for you. Chang Wen sat up straight, waiting patiently. Lionel's eyes flashed green, ready to project the call, but there was no response from Tao Lin's end. I apologize, mistress. The call could not be connected. It's all right. He's probably busy. We'll try tomorrow then. Understood. Lionel noticed his battery was fully charged and quickly exited the station to fetch nutrient solution from the freezer for Chang Wen. Not knowing what flavors she preferred, he brought out one packet of each. Chang Wen wrinkled her nose in distaste. Isn't there any other food? There is nothing else in the house, only nutrient solution. Having no choice, Chang Wen closed her eyes and randomly selected a packet. Perhaps because it had just been taken from the freezer, the cool texture was actually acceptable. Not wanting Chang Wen to be bored, Lionel projected the most popular adventure show currently airing. After watching for a while, Chang Wen found it uninteresting. After all, personally battling monsters was far more thrilling than this. Lionel, is there any program that can teach me everything about this planet? Yes, mistress. Thus Lionel played a children's educational program for her. Chang Wen watched until past 10 o'clock. Remembering that human bodies were fragile, Lionel urged her to sleep. But she was thoroughly absorbed and refused to stop. Mistress, humans are weak. One must not stay up late. Nonsense. During my cultivation days I could go months without rest. My master even went decades without sleep. Mistress, no robot could run continuously for decades without stopping. Chang Wen laughed so hard she nearly cried. She had never felt such helplessness directed at a robot before. Fine, I'll go sleep. Putting on her shoes, she headed upstairs. But barely 5 minutes after lying down, there was a knock at the door. Confused, Chang Wen opened the door and asked, Lionel, what is it? Hospital just contacted Lionel. The male master has suffered severe injuries and is critically ill. A family member is required to be present. What? Chang Wen's expression shifted urgently. She rushed back to her room to change. Let's go. Take me to the hospital quickly. But at the main door, Lionel froze. I am a household robot, mistress. I cannot step outside the door. Cut the nonsense. I don't know the way, take me there now. Seeing Lionel's still unmoving, Chang Wen raised her voice. I am the master. I order you to take me to the hospital. The green light in Lionel's eyes flickered once before he replied respectfully, yes, mistress. Lionel will obey. Guided by Lionel's navigation system, Chung-Wen finally arrived safely at the hospital. Looking for the ward, she saw a crowd rushing in and out in a panic. The attending physician shouted loudly, "Has any family member of Lieutenant Tao Lin arrived?" Chung-Wen quietly raised her hand. "Here. I'm his wife." The nurse let out a sigh of relief and quickly ushered her inside. The physician explained, "Lieutenant Tao Lin has sustained critical injuries. His internal organs are shattered. The only remaining option is to administer the beastification agent and see if it can trigger evolutionary self-repair." Beastification. Chung-Wen frowned in confusion. "Does that mean turning into a beast man?" The doctor patiently elaborated, "Yes. This research already has numerous successful cases. I believe it is worth attempting." "Then go ahead and try." After receiving consent, the doctor promptly escorted Chung-Wen out and began the injection. She had only waited 10 minutes outside when the doctor emerged. His expression apologetic, he said, "I'm sorry it was unsuccessful. Lieutenant Tao Lin's body strongly rejects the beastification agent. He may not have much time left." Chung-Wen nodded, slightly her tone calm. "I understand. May I go in and see him?" "Of course." Chung-Wen requested a moment alone and asked everyone to leave. The man on the hospital bed looked pale, yet it did not diminish his innate nobility. His thin lips were pressed into a straight line as though enduring great pain. Chung-Wen casually brushed aside the hair from his forehead and studied him carefully. The high bridge of his nose, deep-set eyes, and brows, his well-defined fingers. After a long moment, she nodded with satisfaction. "He's quite pleasing to the eye." Biting her finger until it bled, Chung-Wen dabbed Tao Lin's wound and mixed their blood together to draw a mystical array on the white bed sheets. Once the complicated formation covered the blanket, Chung-Wen took Tao Lin's hand and placed both their hands at the center of the array, chanting the binding incantation. A flash of white light erupted and the crimson array on the blanket vanished without a trace. "The contract is complete." After completing everything, Chung-Wen feigned panic, opened the door and called out, "Doctor, he seems to have moved. Come in and take a look." Upon hearing this, the doctor hurried in. He stared at the slowly rising vital signs on the monitor, bewildered. "What? What is this? Could it be a success? That's impossible." He lifted the blanket and began examining Tao Lin's internal organs with the instrument, only to find that the damaged parts were slowly healing and regenerating bit by bit. "My God, it actually worked. Haha, I did it." Chung-Wen frowned, sensing that this doctor seemed rather unreliable. "Great. My first experiment succeeded. This will definitely earn me the title of senior physician." In his excitement, the doctor let slip his true intentions. Realizing his mistake, he glanced guiltily at Chung-Wen. She was speechless. Indeed, he was unreliable. She smiled slyly and asked, "Doctor, do you mean you were experimenting on him just now?" The unscrupulous doctor's face stiffened for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and said sternly, "How could that be? I'm a professional doctor. How could I joke with a patient's life? Really?" Chung-Wen stepped forward and glanced at the nameplate on his chest, "Owen, Intermediate Physician." Owen suppressed the urge to step back and smiled, "Yes, I'm Owen. If you have any doubts about my abilities, you can file a complaint with the complaints department." "No need. I trust you are professional." Chung-Wen smiled kindly and patted his shoulder, reminding him, "You have a hair." "Oh, thanks." Owen laughed awkwardly, casually sidestepping to create distance. "Madam, would you mind stepping out? I need to assist the patient with the final transformation." "Sure." Chung-Wen walked out without looking back, pocketing the hair she had obtained. Maybe it would come in handy later. Not seeing Liar outside, she went to the nurse's station and asked, "Excuse me, have you seen my robot?" "Madam, due to hospital regulations, external robots are not allowed inside. It has been directed to wait outside." "Outside." Chung-Wen walked to the window and looked down, seeing a dense crowd of robots outside. Liar stood out among the robots, as it was the only domestic robot among the combat models. Perhaps because of its uniqueness, the security guard kept tapping its head with a baton and muttering something. Chung-Wen's face turned cold. Did it damage anything in the hospital? Or did it cause any trouble? No. The nurse was taken aback by her strong reaction and continued, "Madam, it's our hospital policy." "Policy? It's my family robot, a family member. What's wrong with a family member coming in?" "Well," the nurse couldn't argue and didn't dare anger her, fearing a complaint. She stammered, "I'll check with the supervisor." "Go ahead." Chung-Wen said this, but walked to the window and shouted, "Liar, come up." Following the command, Liar strode back into the hospital, ignoring anyone. It even knocked down the guard who had been taunting it. The guard cursed and chased after it, but when he saw the woman who called Liar, he immediately fell silent. "Sorry, madam." Chung-Wen ignored him and led Liar back to wait outside Tao Lin's room. The nurse and guard exchanged glances, dared not intervene, and stood guard at a distance waiting for their supervisor. 10 minutes later the floor manager arrived. He walked straight to Chungwon and said politely, "Madam, hello. I'm Idong, the third floor manager." Chungwon. Ms. Chang, due to previous incidents of rogue robots attacking humans, hospital policy prohibits robots from entering for safety reasons. Oh, then. May I escort your robot outside? No. Idong's face turned cold. Ms. Chang, I hope you'll cooperate. And if I refuse? Idong finally understood that this woman was intentionally causing trouble, putting on airs because of her gender. Madam, if you don't cooperate, I'll have to take action. If you get hurt, it's unavoidable and the law won't be on your side. Chungwon gave him a faint glance. So much nonsense. You. Fine, you asked for it. Enraged Idong could no longer hold back. He mobilized his combat power index and pressed it against Chungwon, intending to force her to submit through mental attack. But Chungwon remained unaffected, even boredly picking her ear. Idong was shocked that even half his power had no effect on her. Liar, let me lean on you. I'm a bit sleepy. Okay, Chungwon said and leaned against Liar, falling asleep, completely disregarding Idong. Idong had never endured such humiliation. He raised his combat power to its maximum, turning it into a tangible attack and pressing it against Chungwon again. Yet Chungwon continued to sleep peacefully, not even lifting an eyelid. How is this possible? Idong lowered his trembling hand, staring in disbelief at the woman and robot. His combat power of 3,998 couldn't even harm a young woman. How could this be? Idong fell into deep self-doubt. The guard approached and whispered, "Floor manager, what now?" Idong, now wary, gritted his teeth and said, "Watch her. See what she's up to." Yes. The guard reluctantly stood by Chungwon. Idong didn't leave either. He sat on a nearby bench staring at her, his mind racing. Chungwon continued sleeping, doing nothing until Owen came out of the ward. "Madam, wake up." Chungwon opened her eyes drowsily. "Is it over?" "Yes, it is." Owen looked dejected. "I'm sorry, but your husband's beast transformation was only half successful." "What do you mean, huh?" "His body has healed, but the mental trauma hasn't. So he can't transform into a beast form. It's a half-finished product." "Oh, as long as he's alive." Chungwon was not surprised at all. Tao Lin's survival was not due to the beast transformation agent. Owen hung his head, regretting that he couldn't be promoted to senior physician. "Does he need any further treatment?" "No, just pay the bill, and you can take him home. Rest well and come back for a checkup in a month." "Okay." Chungwon yawned and walked to the nurse's station. When she saw the bill, she let out a sharp scream. $1 million. Are you crazy? Robbery. Everyone was startled by her reaction. Idong even assumed a combat stance. The nurse asked cautiously, "Madam, is there a problem with the bill?" "A huge problem." "What's so expensive?" The beast transformation agent is quite precious." Chungwon's hands trembled as she held the bill, her eyes filled with murderous intent toward Owen. She decided she would cast a super bad luck curse on that unscrupulous doctor when she got home. Just as everyone expected her to strike, she gritted her teeth and said, "Liar, come check if there's any mistake in this bill." "Okay." Liar scanned the bill several times and confirmed, "Madam, the bill is correct." Chungwon sighed helplessly. They had clear pricing. What could she do? She had to pay. Then, "How much is in Tao Lin's account?" The nurse replied softly, "Lieutenant Colonel Tao Lin's 500,000 star coins were all used up. After the military discount, you still need to pay 1000 star coins." Fine, you're even taking my last bit of money." "Take it." "Why, yes." Money was running low, and with a patient in tow, Chungwon was at her wit's end. She had no choice but to trouble Lainey again to pick them up. When Lainey arrived at the hospital, he saw Chungwon and Liar sitting pitifully on a bench with Liar holding an unconscious man in his arms. "Uncle, I'm sorry to trouble you again." Lainey was taken aback. It took him a moment to realize she was addressing him. "Are you calling me uncle?" "Yes, may I not?" "Sorry, then I'll call you Captain Lainey." No, I'm quite happy with it. Just call me Uncle Lainey." Lainey finished speaking and let out a simple, honest laugh. Chungwon joined in. "All right, sure. Let's go. I'll take you home." Lainey reached out to take Tao Lin, but Liar refused, insisting, "Liar will carry him." Lainey smiled knowingly, marveling at how useful this robot was. "All right then, follow me." The hospital was crowded, and Chungwon was worried that Tao Lin might be jostled by passers-by, so she stayed close to protect him. Just then Idong, who had been watching them all night, approached and blocked their path. Lainey asked, puzzled, "Sir, is there something you need?" "Yes." Idong fixed his gaze on Chungwon, voicing the question that had troubled him all night. "What is your combat power index?" 0. "What?" Chungwon, harboring a strong resentment toward the hospital, responded with a bad attitude. She rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Are you deaf?" "I said 0. Idong's face darkened instantly. Are you messing with me? The next moment he attacked. Lainey quickly stepped in front of Cheng when blocking Yidong's strike. What are you doing? She told the truth. Why attack her? Nonsense. How can anyone have a combat power index of 0? Yidong refused to believe. I suspect she's up to something. It's true. I'm Lainey, the security captain of the Marriage Bureau. I tested her combat power index myself. I can vouch for it. Lainey quickly flashed his ID badge. What? Yidong froze in his tracks, ceasing his attack. Then why is she completely unharmed? No. I still don't believe it. Test her again. I want to see it with my own eyes. Changwen turned her head away, refusing. No. I want to go home. Wait. Aren't you short on money? Just do the test and I'll give you 10,000. Changwen raised an eyebrow, showing a flicker of interest, but still declined. No test. Uncle Lainey, let's go. Seeing them about to reach the main entrance, Yidong grew anxious. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he wouldn't be able to sleep. 100,000. Changwen turned back, putting on a sweet smile. Deal. For some reason Yidong felt he had been tricked. To ensure the accuracy of the data, Yidong went to the research department on the 10th floor to borrow the latest testing device. When Kucheng-jo heard that the test was for someone claiming to have a combat power index of 0, he inexplicably followed along and stood at the outermost edge watching. Having received the money, Changwen didn't hesitate. She performed the test over and over again as Yidong instructed. But no matter how many times she tried, the index remained 0. The onlookers found it strange and whispered among themselves. How is this possible? Yidong fell into self-doubt again. Why? Why don't you react to my attacks? Changwen shrugged and started making up a story. I don't know. I'm naturally immune to mental attacks. Unless you physically touch me, you won't be able to harm me. So that's it. No wonder. Yidong let out a sudden sigh of relief. So it wasn't that he was too weak. Good. Miss Ching, would you like to undergo an examination at our hospital? We can help you study the cause. Seeing Yidong's complete about-face and attitude, Changwen curled her lip in disdain. No. Transfer the money quickly. We're leaving. 500,000. How about that? No. She was kidding. If she let them study her, wouldn't she be exposed? Seeing her resolute refusal, Yidong realized he had offended her. Then let's exchange light brain numbers now, and I'll transfer the money to you. I don't have a light brain. Transfer it to Uncle Lainey. He can give it to me later. Hearing this, Lainey immediately gave his number. Yidong had no choice but to transfer the money to Lainey's account. Seeing the money arrive, Changwen smiled with satisfaction. Kucheng-o snorted coldly, left a comment of greedy, and walked away. Changwen heard him but didn't care. Just an ex-husband. Free from Yidong's harassment, the group soon arrived home. Changwen warmly invited Lainey to come in and sit, but Lainey felt it was inappropriate since the male head of the household was unconscious, so he declined her kindness. He transferred the money to Liar and left. Changwen, holding a pack of nutrient liquid in her mouth, headed upstairs to Tao Lin's room. Looking at the man whose face was still pale, she sighed helplessly, taking his pulse. Why is he still so weak? Oh well, the contract is already signed. What else can I do? Blame it on my soft heart. Resigned, Changwen placed her hand on Tao Lin's forehead and used spiritual energy to soothe his mental wounds. After finishing the nutrient liquid, she felt a bit bored. Changwen called out loudly, Liar. The man on the bed suddenly trembled as if startled. Changwen awkwardly patted his hand to soothe him. Sorry, I'll keep my voice down. Liar stood outside the door and said softly, Mistress, did you call for Liar? Yes, I'm a bit bored. I want you to play some show to pass the time. Liar paused for a moment, then thought of a better idea. It pressed a few buttons on Tao Lin's wristband, then raised it to scan Changwen's face and recorded her fingerprint. There, now you can use the master's light brain. Huh. Changwen hesitated. Is that okay? Using his things without his permission. What if I see something private? It's fine. Liar created another account for you. Although it's on the same device, the information is not shared. You won't see the master's private data. Oh, alright then. Changwen gladly took it, playing with the light brain while channeling spiritual energy. Tao Lin, conscious but unable to wake up, had to listen to children's educational programs all afternoon. And the sound of a girl's laughter. Sometimes clear and melodious, other times manic and unhinged. He spent the whole afternoon trying to figure out what was so funny about children's programs. It wasn't until Liar came to remind her that it was dinner time that Changwen realized she had been engrossed in the light brain for a long time. She withdrew her hand from channeling spiritual energy and carefully observed Tao Lin's complexion. He looked much better. Not bad. I'll continue tomorrow. Tao Lin felt a wave of helplessness inside. Continue. Were those children's shows really that entertaining? Liar urged again. Mistress, it's time for dinner. All right, coming. Changwen responded and stood up to leave. But suddenly the world spun, and she collapsed spectacularly, landing heavily on top of Tao Lin. Changwon held her head for a moment, trying to steady herself before she felt a bit better. Jeez. What happened? Changwon stared at her palm for a while, then looked up with a bitter smile. Oh no. Spiritual energy can't be restored, and I wasted almost all of it watching those children's shows. Oh heavens. The unconscious Tao Lin also groaned inwardly. He was being crushed and could barely breathe. Could she get up before crying? After a long while, Changwon finally snapped out of it. Seeing Tao Lin's pained expression, she muttered an apology and ran off. Unable to find a method for recovery for the time being, Changwon ceased transferring spiritual energy to Tao Lin, allowing him to recuperate slowly on his own. Without external assistance, Tao Lin's condition fluctuated, and his body's self-protective mechanism once again plunged him into a deep slumber. Every morning, Changwon would sit by his side for a while before attending to her own affairs, reassured that Liar could take good care of him. Half a month later, Tao Lin would need a follow-up examination, which would likely cost a substantial sum, so Changwon was now searching for a job. However, she hadn't anticipated how difficult finding work would be here. She had inquired at every hiring place near her home, yet none were willing to employ her. It was not due to any lack of competence on her part, but because in this world women rarely ventured into the workforce. Even when they did, they only sought positions that were respectable and granted considerable authority. Another option was state employment, but those positions were assigned based on one's combat prowess, a realm utterly beyond the reach of a zero-power weakling like her. Standing on the overpass, Changwon sighed as the wind blew past her. Maybe I should take on an exploration mission. No, setting aside the danger, someone with a combat index of 0 simply cannot accept such tasks. What should I do? Han Qing had been watching the girl muttering to herself on the bridge for a long time before finally stepping forward to speak with her.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
I heard that Lieutenant Colonel Tao Lin was severely wounded and unconscious. Do you need my help? Changwon pondered for 3 seconds before decisively refusing. No thank you. Favors were the hardest to repay, especially those from her ex-husband. It was better to sever all ties completely. Seeing her coldness, Han Qing lost the desire to continue the conversation. I'll be going then. Believing that Changwon was still angry about his request for divorce, Han Qing shook his head helplessly and walked away with mixed emotions. After another half hour of Win Changwon still hadn't come up with a solution. She glanced at the map on her optical brain and noticed that she was quite close to the marriage bureau. Since she couldn't find a job anyway, she might as well go visit a friend. So empty-handed, she skipped over there cheerfully. Uncle Lei and I've come to see you. Ah, good. Lei and I smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling, and asked softly, why aren't you staying at home on such a hot day? Oh, I came out to look for a job. Lei's smile instantly froze, and he exclaimed in shock, did you spend all that 100,000? No, I've saved it carefully, not a single credit spent. Then, why are you looking for a job? You have no idea how extortionate the hospital is. They charge $1 million for one treatment. If I don't earn some money, how can I pay for the treatment of the man at home? Lei and I was stunned. You're working to earn money to cure your husband. Any problem with that? Changwon was puzzled. This. Lei and I hesitated, then spoke up anyway, knowing Changwon's personality differed from other women. Actually, as a woman, you don't have to work. You can just find a few more good partners. After marriage, their money becomes yours. But I don't want to find more. One is enough. Seeking too many Dao partners at once, the heavens would surely strike her down. You want to stay with just one man for life? Don't be foolish. The law requires ordinary women to have at least 2 partners. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I only want one. What can anyone do to me? Lei and I found her words strange, but understood her determination. Even if you only want one, you should pick a good one. This one now. He's lost his money and is crippled. Changwon laughed and reassured him, don't worry, he won't be crippled. Lei and I frowned deeply, genuinely worried for her. All right, enough about that. I came to ask if you have any job leads. No. Lei and I shook his head without a second thought. All his colleagues at work were male, and he truly had no idea where women could find employment. There were relatively more women in the military, but Changwon couldn't get in. All right. Changwon sighed in disappointment. Unable to bear seeing her like this, Lei and I suggested, how about I lend you some money? After all, I'm alone, no children, and I can't spend all my savings. How can that be? Changwon retorted gently. If you have no children, spend the money on yourself. Splurge and make yourself happy. Lei and I was amused by her. There's still plenty left. I can still lend you some. Let me try to figure something out first. If I still haven't earned enough by the time of the follow-up, I'll borrow from you. That works. Lei and I nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while longer at the doorway. As the sky darkened, Chungwon bid farewell to Lei and I and returned home. Seeing Chungwon back, Liar immediately approached and asked, "Mistress, did you find a job?" "No." "That's okay." Liar thinks the mistress is the best. Chungwon collapsed onto the sofa with a laugh. "Liar, find out for me what jobs in this world allow me to earn money without showing my face." "All right." Liar's eyes flickered as it began searching. 5 minutes later, Liar spoke again. "Mistress, there are many jobs that don't require showing your face. For example, plant cultivator, mecha or weapon maker, chat companion, online tutor, holographic game companion." Liar listed many, but none caught Chungwon's interest. "Which one pays the most?" "Mecha and weapon making pay the most, but you don't have materials." Chungwon was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are there any cases where people bring their own materials for repairs?" "Yes, but such cases are rare. If someone brings materials for repairs, it usually means the mecha or weapon is of extremely high grade, and the repair is very difficult." "Alright, let's leave it at that for today. I'll study it tonight and see if I can do it." Other jobs either took too much time or required her to endure others' attitudes. She'd rather try repair work first, and if that didn't work out, she'd consider other options. Okay. Liar searched for a vast amount of data on mechas and various weapons, then packaged and sent it to Chungwon's account. After finishing, Liar fetched a nutrient drink and handed it to her, urging her to finish it and get some rest early. The moment Chungwon took it, she felt something was off. "Why isn't it cold?" "The master said it's not good for girls to drink cold beverages, so Liar will prepare warm ones for you from now on." Chungwon's eyes widened in surprise. "He woke up?" "Yes, he was awake for 3 minutes at 4:16 this afternoon." Chungwon chuckled. "He was only awake for 3 minutes, and he's already meddling with my eating habits. Yes, the master said that every time you drink a nutrient drink beside him, cold drops drip onto him." That evening, while reading materials on Tao Lin's optical brain, Chungwon recalled Liar's words. She cleared her throat and whispered, "Tao Lin, can you hear me?" The person on the bed remained still, and she couldn't tell if he could hear. Chungwon continued talking to herself. "First, I apologize for dripping cold water on you. I'll be more careful in the future. But the nutrient drink is really awful. I can't down it unless it's ice cold, so I had Liar switch back to cold. That's all. Just wanted to let you know." After cramming all night, Chungwon felt confident she could do it. Weapons in this world were not too difficult to craft, easier by far than forging iron and making puppets in her cultivation world. Just repairing a weapon piece of cake, Chungwon hummed a little tune as she began searching for how to take on orders. 10 minutes later, her face fell, and she punched the bed in frustration. Turns out taking on orders required a repair certification. Without one, she wasn't even qualified to tighten a screw. Then did I stay up all night for nothing? Chungwon was so mad she wanted to hit someone. Specifically the robot. Speaking of which, the culprit Riel appeared at the doorway. "Mistress, it's time for breakfast." Hee. Chungwon waved her hand, forcing a smile. "Riel, come in." "All right." Riel shuffled over quietly. Chungwon grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. "Why didn't you tell me repairing weapons requires certification? I stayed up all night studying, and now I can't even turn a screw on an assembly line." Riel's body creaked under the force of her shaking, yet he replied in his steady, mechanical voice, "You didn't ask, mistress." "Aren't you a smart robot?" Chungwon tapped his head, dissatisfied. "Can't you use your brain? Think things through more thoroughly." "Riel is a robot. He has no brain." "Then can't you try evolving one?" All right, she was being too demanding. A robot without a brain couldn't be insulted, nor could it comfort her. Chungwon could only sulk to herself. After finishing her nutrient drink, she went back to her room to catch up on sleep. She slept until afternoon, then sluggishly went downstairs to the freezer for a nutrient drink packet before returning to Tao Lin's room to play on the optical computer. As soon as she logged into her account, 2 messages popped up and startled her. "Lin, you keep dripping ice water on me." Chungwon's brain stalled. "What the?" She instinctively took a sip of the nutrient drink, and the icy sensation shot straight to her skull. "Huh. No way." Chungwon stiffly turned her head to look at the man on the bed. His face remained as peaceful as ever, showing no sign of waking. To get a better look, Chungwon leaned closer and closer. Splash! The ice water landed right on Tao Lin's face. Sorry." Embarrassed, she quickly wiped the water off him with her hand. That confirmed it. The message was indeed sent by Tao Lin. Chungwon stepped back and looked down at the second message. "Lin, there's an encrypted website with plenty of ways to make money. No certificate needed, no face required. You can check it out." URL account password. Chungwon raised an eyebrow and checked the timestamp. It was sent around 10 in the morning. When she went downstairs earlier, Riel hadn't reported anything, meaning he must have woken briefly again. Brief enough that even Riel hadn't noticed. Not bad for someone who'd only been awake a moment, still going out of his way to help her. Chungwon said thank you to the person on the bed, then replied on the optical computer. 1:23. Thanks for your help. After a moment's thought, she added another message. 123. How are you feeling? If you're uncomfortable, let me know, and I'll take you to the hospital. After sending the messages, Chungwon logged into the website using the URL Tao Lin had given her and began examining it carefully. This website called Storm was quite interesting. Assassination contracts, missing persons, help requests, gossip expedition missions, basically everything was available. Soon Chungwon found a post that caught her interest, one that had been published an astonishing 3 years ago. The original poster wanted to repair a strange weapon he'd found during an expedition. At first, many repair technicians offered their services, each eager to recommend themselves. But 2 years passed and the weapon remained unrepaired. In fact, these so-called technicians had only made it worse. Enraged, the poster cursed them out in the thread, accusing them of having no skill and merely scamming money. After that, no one dared to take the order. Yet the owner was deeply attached to the weapon, so every so often he would log on to check inquire and raise the price a little more. 123. Changwon counted the zeros one by one, then covered her mouth in astonishment. 100,000. Perfect. This is it. Changwon followed the post and sent a private message. 123. Hello, does the weapon still need repair? She waited and waited, but received no reply. It seemed the passage of time had drained all hope. Changwon looked into a few other posts about repairing items, but either those people had already found someone or simply didn't believe she possessed the necessary skill. In the end, none of them worked out. Changwon sighed. This money is truly hard to earn. Tired from staring at the optical computer, she decided to go downstairs for a walk to relax. Just then the doorbell rang downstairs. Changwon turned the corner and opened the door. Standing outside was a flamboyantly dressed girl accompanied by 4 fearsome-looking bodyguards. Clearly came looking for trouble. Do I know you? Chung-chi sneered mockingly. What, you were shamelessly trying to get into our family not long ago and now you're pretending not to know me. Chungwon racked her brains for a moment before it clicked. The girl before her was the original owner's half-sister, sharing the same father, but a different mother. I remember now, my sister, right? Changwon leaned against the doorframe and asked lazily, what do you want? Pfft. Who's your sister? Chung-chi pointed at Changwon's nose with utter disgust and cursed, don't go claiming relatives you have no right to, you shameless thing. Refusing to acknowledge your own sister, what a heartless bastard. That casually thrown remark carried enormous weight. You. Ching-chi's face flushed red in disbelief. How dare you curse at me? She couldn't believe the person who had been so timid during their last encounter now dared to talk back. Ching-chi flew into a rage and barked at the bodyguard. Someone beat her up. The 4 bodyguards hesitated. Miss, perhaps we shouldn't. Hurry up. Teach her a lesson. Torn between 2 sides, both claiming to be the mistress, the bodyguards didn't know whose orders to follow. Changwon raised an eyebrow and said coldly, are you sure you want to start a fight on my territory? Then I'll have to activate the security system. If you happen to get accidentally killed, well, that's just your bad luck. As she spoke, she reached for the button on the wall. The bodyguard saw it was the black button and, terrified, scooped up Chung-chi and scrambled outside. The security system had 4 levels: blue, orange, red, and black. Each level differed in power. The deeper the color, the greater the force. Moreover, this power would never harm the homeowner inside, only the intruders. Once activated, the final interpretation belonged solely to the homeowner. As Chungwon had said, if they were genuinely killed, it would be their own misfortune. Outside the Tao estate, Chung-chi was completely paralyzed with fear, sobbing like a wilted flower. Woo-woo. You actually wanted to kill me. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the ground crying until she hiccuped. You're too much. You madwoman. Changwon burst out laughing like a goose. Ha ha ha. With such cowardly guts you still dare to provoke me. You're truly amusing. Those words pierced Chung-chi's ears like needles. She could take it no longer, planted her hands on her hips, and began cursing back. Do you know why I came here today? I came to mock you. Mock you for being a waste, having 0 combat power, yet still having the nerve to wander around. Mock you for being abandoned by 4 men with the 1 husband you have left being useless too. Mock you for throwing yourself at men and paying for them. The shouts drew a crowd, but the person being scolded showed no reaction at all, replying with a smile, too far away, I can't hear clearly. What are you saying? Are you going to give me a big red envelope? Give you a red envelope? On what grounds? Are we that close? Ching-chi was so furious that her mind went blank, and she unconsciously followed her words. I'm your sister, what do you think? Ching-chi's heart skipped a beat, and she yelled, shut up. Don't talk nonsense. After shouting, she glanced guiltily at the people around, clearly not wanting others to know their relationship. Changwon struggled to hold back a laugh and threatened, if you give me a red envelope, I won't talk nonsense. Otherwise I'll go around telling everyone, and I'll come home for dinner tomorrow. I don't care if you welcome me or not. You dare. Chang-Chi panicked, afraid she might actually come home and cause trouble. Tomorrow the fifth prince would be visiting their home, so no chaos could be allowed. With that thought, Chang-Chi reluctantly moved closer to Chung-Won and whispered, "How much do you need to keep your mouth shut?" 1 million. She said it casually, regardless of whether she could pay. Are you crazy? How could I have that much? Then how much do you have? Chang-Chi gritted her teeth and said angrily, only 50,000. Take it or leave it. Fine, it's the thought that counts. Chang-Won took out her light brain and said matter-of-factly, transfer it. Chang-Chi was grinding her teeth, but she could only obediently make the transfer. After the transfer, she couldn't help but taunt, "Where did you get that crappy light brain? Picked up from a garbage planet or bought secondhand?" Chang-Won looked at the extra 50,000 feeling quite pleased and said calmly, "Your brother-in-law's." "I don't have a sister and I don't have a brother-in-law." With those words, Chang-Chi stormed off with her bodyguard. Tisk, what an ill-mannered brat. The troublemaker left Chung-Won, closed the door, and continued browsing the Storm website, completely unaffected by the incident. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a message popped up on her light brain. "Sure need it, can you fix it?" Chung-Won immediately perked up and quickly replied 123, "Yes, but I hope the price can be a bit higher." "Sure, are you sure you can fix it? You're not another scammer, are you?" 123, "You can pay a small deposit first, and then pay after I fix it and you inspect it." Sure, the previous people said the same thing, but they ended up just dismantling my weapon and scamming my deposit. 123, "I'm a professional, trust me." After this message there was no reply, so Chung-Won could only wait patiently. Half an hour passed and still no reply. Chang-Won thought the deal fell through again, so she simply returned the light brain to Tao Lin and turned to go to her room to sleep. The next day, Chung-Won first checked Tao Lin's information panel. Unfortunately, there was no new message. It seemed he hadn't woken up all night. Maybe I should buy a light brain too for convenience. Thinking this, Chang-Won started searching for websites selling light brains. It was better not to check. Once she did, she was completely disheartened. The cheapest one cost 10,000 star coins. Buy a hammer, we'll just share one. Chang-Won logged into the Storm website again to see if that thread starter had replied. As soon as she opened it, the light brain beeped incessantly. The overwhelming flood of messages left Chung-Won dumbfounded. Seriously, how many messages did this person send? Sure, is it true? Any past achievements? Sure, the price is capped, cannot increase. Sure, if you really have the skills, then let's meet offline and have a good talk. Sure. Where are you? Sure, why aren't you replying? You're not a scammer, are you? Sure, you really are a scammer. Scammers die a horrible death. Sure, damn scammer. After that, the screen was filled with damn scammer. Chang-Won was speechless and suddenly didn't want to reply. This person seemed like a lot of trouble. Forget it, maybe the other side is just a brat. I can't argue with a kid. 123. Sorry, I'm used to sleeping early, just saw the message now. I'm not a scammer, but due to personal reasons it's not convenient to meet offline. If you really want to repair it, let's discuss online. I'll even waive the deposit. Luo Jiashir, who had been upset all night, looked at the message in hesitation. Can I trust it? Is this person really a scammer? What if he ruins my precious weapon? Luo Lana, annoyed by his fussing, scolded, as if that piece of junk of yours could be fixed. And you're worried about it being ruined. I say, just throw it away. Someone helping you fix it is just a pure waste of time. Luo Jiashir, scolded into silence, quietly went back to his room to continue chatting with Chang-Won. Sure, fine, I'll trust you this once. I'll send the weapon to the transfer station, you pick it up yourself. 123, okay. After sending the item, Luo Jiashir also sent the pickup code to Chang-Won and the transaction officially began. Chang-Won didn't want to go out, so she sent Liar to pick it up. The staff at the transfer station were astonished. It was the first time they saw a household robot go out on its own, and it was even there to pick up a package. The staff were uneasy and insisted on confirming with Chung-Won via a call before handing over the package. Liar asked, why can't Liar pick up the package? Liar has the pickup code. Is the code wrong? It's not wrong, but it doesn't comply with the regulations. That's your regulation. Liar follows the mistress's orders to pick up the item. The code is correct, so you must give the package to Liar. Well, the staff scratched their heads and finally handed the package to Liar. Liar thanked them earnestly, then took the package and went home. On the second floor of the Tao residence, Chung-Won stood holding a bag of nutrient fluid, looking at Tao Lin awkwardly. The two stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Finally, Tao Lin spoke first, his voice hoarse, as he called out, "Mistress." This address made Chung-Won's body jolt, goosebumps rising. She quickly waved her hand to refuse. Can you not call me that? Just call me by my name. Tao Lin fell silent, momentarily confused. Isn't that how everyone addresses their spouse? What's wrong? Mistress. Call me Chung-Won. Seeing her firm attitude, Tao Lin had no choice but to comply and softly called out, Chung-Won. Are you feeling better? Changwon felt very uncomfortable looking around, nervously too embarrassed to meet Tao Lin's eyes. His sudden awakening gave her the awkward feeling of being forced into a blind date. Much better. Thank you for your care these past days. Changwon forced a stiff smile and replied, no need, it was only Liar who took care of you. Tao Lin didn't say anything, but during those days he could sense Changwon's presence and knew she had been there all along. Could you hear me when you were unconscious? I could hear occasionally when I was lucid. Just occasionally, which was good, otherwise all her secrets would be gone. By the way, the website you recommended is great. I just closed a deal. That's good. After saying that, Tao Lin fell into sleep again. Just like his sudden awakening, it was without warning. Tao Lin. Changwon gently shook him, and seeing no response, she let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, Tao Lin, when awake, was devastatingly handsome, hitting Changwon right in the heart, making her not know where to put her hands and feet. He is really too pleasing to the eye. Tao Lin had not awakened since that day. Changwon was initially worried, but upon careful examination of his pulse, she found nothing amiss. Although his pulse remained weak, it had improved slightly. With no other options, she could only let him recover slowly on his own. Changwon threw herself into her work, spending most of her time in the modification room, engrossed in studying the worn-out weapon except for meals and sleep. To her delight, the modification room was stocked with materials left over from Tao Lin's previous projects, saving her the trouble of buying new ones. The weapon repair was somewhat troublesome. She studied it carefully for 3 days before starting. She followed the documentation for parts that were recorded. For the undocumented parts, she made modifications based on her own understanding, and where neither existed, she altered them according to array principles. The magnitude of its power was not important, as its owner had no idea of the weapon's original capability. As long as it could be used normally in the end, that was enough. After working tirelessly until the 8th day, she finally succeeded. Changwon stretched her weary body and said, Liar, come wrap up the weapon and send it back to the transfer station. Okay. Liar efficiently packed the items and left on its own. It found its way to the transfer station with ease and handed the package to the staff. Having gone through this once before, the staff did not cause any trouble this time. They accepted the order and gave Liar a collection number. Thank you. Liar will take its leave now. Yes, okay. Watching Liar's retreating figure, the 2 staff members marveled. What program do you think it's running? It seems so intelligent. I want to install the same for my robot. I've asked if it's the factory default program. Then why is mine so dull? No idea. 123. The weapon is repaired and stored at the transfer station. Please pick it up as soon as possible. Collection number? Sure, really. It's actually repaired. 123. Yes. Go pick it up and inspect it. If there's no problem, transfer the money to me. I need it urgently. Sure, oh okay. I'll go get it right away. Whoopee. Luo Jiashi danced with excitement, running around the table in circles. Great. Great. Luo Lana hurled a slipper at him, shouting, What's the fuss about? Sis, it's done. Luo Jiashi ran over excitedly. My weapon is finally repaired. What? Luo Lana was stunned, her tone skeptical. Really? Of course. The master even dared to ask for payment, so it must be true. Luo Lana rolled her eyes. Then where is it? Have you inspected it? It's at the transfer station. I'm going to pick it up now. I'll go with you. Then we'll head to the hunting ground to test it out. Okay. The siblings tidied up and left, retrieved the weapon, and headed straight for the hunting ground. Since it was a weekday, there were few people. They found a secluded corner and began unpacking. Luo Jiashi grew more excited with each layer. Oh my god. Oh my god. The feel and the appearance were incredible. As the weapon's true form was revealed, Luo Lana was also shaken. Is this really your broken weapon? Could the repairer have failed to fix it and swapped in a fake? No, this is mine. Luo Jiashi was certain, pointing to a star mark on the weapon. I carved this myself, it's unique. Then how do you use this weapon? Luo Jiashi scratched his head, embarrassed. I don't know. It was already broken when I found it. Luo Lana studied it for a moment, then reached out. Here, let me take a look. No. Luo Jiashi refused to let go, not yet having had his fill of admiring it. Do you even know how to use it? You might blow yourself up. Luo Lana grabbed it without further ado. I'm not going to keep it forever. Then. Be careful. Luo Jiashi pleaded meekly. Luo Lana pretended not to hear and began examining it seriously. This weapon was unlike any she had used before, yet it felt extraordinarily natural in her hands, as if it were a long-time companion. Luo Jiashi grew impatient, waiting, and began fiddling with the discarded packaging. Then he spotted a piece of paper. Huh. What's this? He picked it up and immediately exclaimed with joy, Sis, it's a user manual. A manual. Luo Lana couldn't help but marvel at the repairer's thoughtfulness. Wow. It can even change forms. At its smallest it can swat mosquitoes, at its largest it can blow up a mountain. Luo Jiashi shouted excitedly, sis, quick, try it according to the manual. Okay. 5 minutes later a tremendous explosion echoed from the opposite mountain and the entire peak was leveled. The siblings stood frozen, unable to snap out of their shock. Sis, do you think anyone was on that mountain? Don't worry. That mountain was classified as a danger zone and no one would be there. That's good. Before Luo Jiashi could breathe a sigh of relief, his sister grabbed him and pulled him away. Sis, what are you doing? You're acting suspiciously. Stop asking and hurry up. If we don't leave now your weapon won't be safe. Luo Jiashi's face changed color. He looked back and saw many people heading toward the spot they had just occupied. Among them were notorious desperados. The siblings concealed the weapon and forced themselves to remain calm as they left the hunting ground. Only when they were safely home did they truly relax. Luo Jiashi patted his chest. Oh my god, that was too close. Good thing we ran fast. Luo Lana smiled, took out the weapon, and admired it, her eyes filled with infatuation. Sis, that's mine. No response. Sis, shouldn't you give it back to me? Luo Lana finally looked up, her tone firm. Tell me, how much do you want for it? No. Luo Jiashi wailed, begging, sis, it's mine. You can't take it. You can't protect it. Luo Lana played the family card. Your combat index is low. As soon as you take it out it'll be taken. Better to give it to me, I'm your own sister. Besides, if it's with me you can still touch it occasionally, right? Luo Jiashi thought for a moment. That seemed reasonable. Then promise me if I miss it you'll lend it to me to play with. Deal. In the end, Luo Lana bought the weapon from Luo Jiashi for 1 million. Luo Jiashi in turn transferred 200,000 to Chengwen. 123, huh? Mistaken transfer. Sure, no mistake. Your skill is worth this price. 123. Thanks. Chengwen looked at the growing balance in her account and smiled happily. Rich people can be quite adorable. If only a few more such clients would come along. Time flew by and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Chengwen prepared herself early in the morning, then took Tao Lin for a follow-up visit. The security guard on duty outside the hospital was the same one as before. When he saw Riel, he silently turned his head away, pretending not to notice. They made their way to the 3rd floor without any obstruction. Passing family members and patients found it unbelievable, and they rushed over to protest. Why can that robot go in? Exactly why do ours have to wait outside? This is unfair. The security guard wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered, it's different. How is it different? It's a domestic robot. The guard finally managed to come up with an excuse, his face full of certainty. Domestic robots don't have combat programs, so there's no problem. It's just helping its mistress carry the master inside. That's understandable, right? The noisy crowd quieted down, beginning to think it over. I suppose so. Domestic robots only do housework, so they really can't cause any trouble. Yeah, women are delicate, they can't carry a man. It's understandable to let the robot help. That's right. And so the group was pacified once again by a few words. From then on, the hospital added a rule allowing domestic robots to enter and exit. Outside the 3rd floor ward, Chengwen sat on a bench in the corridor playing with her optical brain while Riel helped inside. Hearing from Owen that a new drug had recently come out which was very effective for psychological trauma, Chengwen signed the consent for its use. The new drug required a full-body soak lasting a full 3 hours to take effect. Chengwen had to wait patiently, and in the meantime she browsed the Storm website. Ms. Chang Ito pointed to the seat next to her and asked, may I sit down? Chengwen didn't even lift her eyelids, continuing to stare at her optical brain.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
He found this woman fascinating. She had no combat index, yet she was incredibly confident. She seemed domineering and unreasonable, but she never caused trouble or spoke hurtfully. In short, she was contradictory yet endearing. Is something the matter? His gaze was a bit annoying, so Chengwen had to speak up. Ito chuckled softly and asked, can we be friends? Chengwen put down her optical brain and looked at him seriously for 2 seconds. His face didn't seem like that of a bad person, but he wasn't exactly good either. However, Tao Lin would need frequent follow-ups, and having an acquaintance at the hospital could be beneficial. Whatever. Chengwen's attitude was cold, but Ito didn't mind. He cheerfully exchanged optical brain numbers with her, and then started chatting casually. Do you really like this husband of yours? Sort of. You must like him a lot, or else why would you take care of him yourself? He's truly fortunate. Chengwen nodded perfunctorily. If you say so. Actually, you're quite good. You're pretty and you have a nice temper. Too bad you don't have a combat index, or else I definitely want to be your husband. Chengwen looked up and said with great seriousness, no, you're not my type. As if afraid he wouldn't give up, she added, whether I have combat power or not I still wouldn't fancy you. Ito. Was it necessary to be so dismissive? Just kidding. Why are you so serious? I don't like that kind of joke. Ito scratched his head embarrassed. I understand. I won't make such jokes with you again. When people feel awkward, they try to change the subject. Ito thought for a moment and asked, what are you looking at so intently? A website. What website? Can you share it? Changwon thought about it, tilted her optical brain, and graciously gave him a glance. Here, this one. The more Ito looked, the more alarmed he became. He grabbed Changwon's hand excitedly and urged, give me the URL. Take your paw off or I'll chop it off. Give me the URL first. Ito insisted relentlessly. Just then Kachungjo passed by them and coldly muttered, pretentious. Changwon had truly had enough. This man was like a lunatic. She grabbed Ito's hand, bent it backward easily, pulled him away, and then kicked him hard. Bang, two sounds rang out simultaneously. Ito and Kachungjo fell into a heap, utterly disheveled. The surrounding doctors and nurses wanted to look, but didn't dare, struggling to hold back their laughter. Furious Kachungjo scrambled up and demanded, what are you doing? Hitting someone. Changwon stated matter-of-factly. You. Calm down, calm down. Ito quickly pulled Kachungjo back and apologized. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I provoked her first and I got you involved. I'm really sorry. Kachungjo tried to say something more, but Ito interrupted again. Do me a favor, don't argue. Unable to get a full sentence out, Kachungjo's chest ached with anger, but he was helpless. Ito was the floor manager, and he was just a researcher. He had to give Ito the necessary respect. Having expressed his displeasure, Kachungjo stormed off. Changwon rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. Ito sidled up to her again, pleading, Ms. Chang, there's a lot I want from that website. Could you? No. When Changwon was in a bad mood, she was particularly difficult to deal with and wouldn't budge without some benefit. 10,000. Changwon remained silent. 100,000. Changwon's eye twitched. She thought this guy was crazy, offering so much money for a URL. Couldn't he just look it up himself? She cleared her throat and said vaguely, this website was given to me by someone else. I need to ask him first. All right, when can I get a reply? That depends on when he wakes up. Ito was stunned, turned to look at the ward and ventured, the one inside. Changwon nodded. Ito grew anxious, pushed open the door, and instructed Owen to use the best and most top-grade medicine for Tao Lin's treatment. Owen didn't understand why, but he complied, administering another dose of a special medicine to Tao Lin. When Changwon saw the bill, she lost her composure again. Are you all insane? What the hell costs another 500,000? Answer me. The nurse trembled in fear. It was Dr. Owen who prescribed it. It's not my fault. Him again, that unethical doctor. Changwon was furious, grabbed the bill, and stormed into his office to confront him. Explain. What's going on? What's going on? Owen looked bewildered. A follow-up visit costs 500,000. Are you kidding me? Well, it's correct. The floor manager just said to use the best medicine for Tao Lin, so I gave him another dose of advanced healing agent worth 450,000. Did I agree to that? What gave you the right? But Riel agreed. You said it was a family member. Changwon was momentarily speechless, gnashing her teeth in anger. It was her fault. She got lazy letting Riel watch over things inside, and this disaster happened. Fine. Right in front of Owen, Changwon took out a strand of hair and gestured with her fingers. When she stopped, the hair had vanished. What are you doing? A magic trick. Cursing you. Owen thought she was just joking and didn't take it seriously. But the next second his chair suddenly collapsed, and he fell flat on the floor without any warning. When he struggled to get up, he hit his head. As he clutched his head and groaned, he found his hand stuck. It turned out that when he fell, he had accidentally knocked over a bottle of glue. The clattering sounds from inside, coupled with Owen's agonized cries, were truly terrifying. The nurse asked cautiously, did you lay a hand on Dr. Owen? Changwon said gleefully, haven't I been standing right in front of you? How could I have touched him? Maybe he just had some bad luck. The nurse expressed disbelief. Idong curiously peeked in and exclaimed, holy crap. What happened to you? How unlucky can you get? Quick. Help me. See, it's none of my business. Changwon shrugged and urged innocently, all right, help me check how much I still need to pay after the military discount. The nurse tapped on the screen a few times and said, Mom, you still need to pay 300,000, thank you. Great, the money she had swindled recently was gone again. Changwon sighed and reluctantly handed over her light brain to settle the bill. All right, Lieutenant Colonel Tao Lin's next follow-up is in 3 months. Changwon gritted her teeth and said, I will never set foot in this crooked hospital again. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. As she passed by Owen's office, she locked the door on a whim, letting that annoying pest Idong also catch Owen's bad luck. Let them both suffer misfortune. When she saw Tao Lin again, Chang Wen noticed that his complexion was much rosier and his pulse was stronger than before. Chang Wen poked Tao Lin's cheek and said helplessly, "It seems the medicine is working a little. Treating you is really expensive, so get better soon." The man on the hospital bed lay there quietly pitiful and innocent, making it hard to blame him. Chang Wen sighed and instructed Li Er, "Pack up, we're going home." "All right." At the door of her home, Chang Wen saw a man she didn't really want to see. "What are you doing here?" "Something to discuss." Su Wenhui raised an eyebrow and said flatly, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not here for you, I'm here to visit Tao Lin." "Then come in." After they settled Tao Lin together, no one spoke, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Still feeling the pain of her money loss and wanting to keep her distance from her ex-husband, Chang Wen said politely, "Sorry, I'm a bit tired. I want to go to my room and sleep for a while." Su Wenhui nodded. "Go ahead. I'm here to see Tao Lin anyway. Whether you're here or not doesn't matter to me." "Fine." Li Er entertained the guest. "All right, Li Er knows." Chang Wen slept until a little after 5. Out of habit, she headed to Tao Lin's room intending to grab her light brain and play. To her surprise, Su Wenhui was still there. "You? Why are you still here? What? Do you dislike seeing me that much?" Chang Wen nodded seriously and said with disgust, "Seeing you reminds me of some unpleasant things." Su Wenhui was taken aback, thinking she referred to the day she was bullied and forced to divorce. Those things were indeed cruel to a girl. His voice involuntarily softened. "I'm sorry." Chang Wen was confused. "Why are you apologizing?" She was just thinking about how she once had 5 partners and was afraid of being struck by heavenly lightning. But Su Wenhui didn't know her thoughts. He said sincerely again, "I was rude to you at the marriage registry before, and it gave you bad memories." "I'm sorry." Chang Wen didn't know how to react to his sudden apology. Actually, apart from Duan Yushan, the others hadn't done anything excessive, they were just a bit cold in attitude. Besides, it was the original owner who had deceived them first, so their cold attitude was understandable. Chang Wen rubbed her neck awkwardly and said, "It's all in the past. Let's not bring it up. All right, let's be friends from now on. I'll come visit Tao Lin when I have time." After seeing Su Wenhui off, Chang Wen let out a long breath. It was more comfortable without outsiders. She glanced at Tao Lin again, saw he was in good condition, then grabbed her light brain and flopped onto the sofa to play. The Storm website had many new posts these days, all discussing a weapon called Divine Miracle. Netizens were praising it to the skies, claiming it had boundless power and could do anything. But Chang Wen scrolled through all the related posts and couldn't find a single picture. She didn't even know what the weapon looked like. Her curiosity was piqued, but she couldn't get an answer. Frustrated, she immediately reported all those posts. The Luo siblings were bewildered. "Sis, did you hire someone to take down those posts?" "No, no one dared to take the job. Only the admin can delete posts on the site." "That's strange. Did the admin delete them because they didn't like the content?" "Probably." The truth was unknown, but the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Otherwise, if it was ever uncovered, the weapon would have to be handed over. Watching the posts disappear one by one, Chang Wen felt much better. She fiddled around for a while, then edited a post and sent it out. The post content was very simple, just one sentence: "I have excellent repair skills. Feel free to throw any orders at me. As long as the price is right, I guarantee it will be fixed." The post sank quickly after being sent out with no one paying attention. However, Luo Jiashir saw it since he had set special notifications for her. "Sis, the master posted a job ad. Do you have anything to repair?" "No." "Maybe? I'll ask when I go back to the army. They should have plenty of old weapons." "All right, bring back as many as you can. Support the master's business and also build a connection." "Okay." That evening, when Luo Jiashir logged into the website again, he was surprised to see Chang Wen's post pinned to the top. The title was bold and enlarged, very conspicuous. But when he clicked in, there were no comments at all. It was very strange. Luo Jiashir clicked in and left the first comment. "Sure, master, I have many old weapons to repair. Do you have time to take the job?" The other side replied instantly. 123, yes, private chat. Luo Jiashir thought about it. Private chat wasn't enough to build rapport. Why not ask for a light brain number? "Sure, master, can we exchange light brain numbers?" "Let's voice chat." 123, all right. "My light brain number is..." The message disappeared within a minute, probably blocked by the site. Fortunately, Luo Jiashir had memorized it and quickly dialed. "Hello." Luo Jiashir froze, forgetting to respond. He never expected the other party to be a woman, and from the sound of her voice, a very young woman. "Hello. Can you hear me?" "Yes." Luo Jiashir answered nervously and probed, "Are you the master?" Chang Wen chuckled and explained, "I'm not really a master, no license, but I can fix a few small things." Luo Jiashir felt his bones go weak. He couldn't hear what Chang Wen was saying at all. His mind was filled only with that laugh. So gentle, so sweet. "Hey, are you even listening?" "Yes, I am." Luo Jiashi patted his face, forcing himself to calm down. In the next half hour they settled on the items to be repaired and the prices, then ended the voice call. Qingwen was in a great mood. She bounced over to Tao Lin's bedside and shared, "I got another job. The price is decent. I don't have to worry about starving for now. Good night." Qingwen thought her days would gradually improve, but she never expected things to get worse. Just after waking up she saw that 30,000 had been deducted from her account, and her Dao heart shattered on the spot. What's going on? Where is my money? Who stole my money? Liar stepped forward and said loudly, "Mistress, it was Liar who used it." What? Qingwen was both speechless and shocked. What did you do? Why did you need 30,000 of mine? I bought nutrient solution. You just drank the last bag, so Liar placed an order on the website. It will be delivered in an hour. Qingwen covered her face and silently apologized. Sorry, I was too excited just now. One bag of intermediate nutrient solution costs 30 star coins, so 30000 star coins would only buy 1000 bags at a normal amount. Normal my foot, Qingwen was about to cry. Liar, can we buy less next time? Yes, but the discount only applies if we buy 1000 bags, otherwise it's 35 star coins per bag. Enough. Qingwen forced an ugly smile and resignedly said, let's stick with buying 1000 bags. Okay. Liar, completely oblivious to Qingwen's sorrow, went upstairs on its own to take care of Tao Lin. Qingwen lay on the sofa for a long time before calming down and comforting herself. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Qingwen was startled, thinking it was the nutrient solution delivery, and quickly got up to open the door. But the people outside were not delivery men, they were a group of soldiers. Their expressions were very serious, and upon seeing Qingwen they nodded slightly in greeting. Hello, I am Zing Xuelin from the Housing Administration Bureau. I'm here today mainly to inform you of something. Oh, what is it? The house you are currently living in was allocated to Lieutenant Colonel Tao Lin upon his application. However, he has not gone on any missions for a month, and we have also investigated that his combat power index has dropped to below 2000, which is E grade. Therefore, he is no longer qualified to live in this house. We hope you can move out as soon as possible. What? Qingwen shouted angrily at Zeng Xuelin. He was severely injured in a mission. You ignore him and don't care, and now you won't even let him live in the house. Do you have any conscience? Unmoved, Zeng Xuelin continued to explain, sorry madam, it's the regulation. Regulation my ass. Such a cold-blooded regulation should be abolished. We are not leaving. Madam, I deeply sympathize with Lieutenant Colonel Tao Lin's situation, but I still say the same thing, you must move out. You. Do you know how many people are vying for this house? They are also like Lieutenant Colonel Tao Lin, people who serve the country. But the housing resources are limited, not everyone can get a house. Many of our comrades live in the slums. What are they fighting tooth and nail for? It's to achieve better performance and apply for a good house. Qingwen opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Actually, this was the same as competing for resources in a sect. Those with strength get good resources, while those without must yield their place. No one would pity you unless you had backing. Fine, I understand. I will move out, but please give me some time. After all, with a patient to care for, it's not easy to find a place to stay. No need to look, there are still spots in the slums. No. Qingwen shook her head in disagreement. It's too chaotic, they're not suitable for recuperation. I need a quiet and comfortable environment. Alright, find one yourself. Zing Xuelin relented and gave a deadline. We'll come to reclaim the house in 7 days. Fine. After seeing off the people from the Housing Administration Bureau, Qingwen returned to Tao Lin's room with a dejected face. Hey Tao Lin, wake up. Don't sleep anymore, as something big has happened. Unable to wake him by calling, Qingwen started using her hands, pinching Tao Lin's face and pulling. Don't sleep. As she pinched, her actions changed as she began to caress. She touched his nose, his eyelashes, then his chin, and her anger dissipated. Sigh, in my past life I lived 18 years plus I drifted for several hundred years. I'm a senior, so it's only right to take care of you a bit more. After adjusting her mood, Qingwen sent a message to Lei and I wanting to ask him for advice. 123, Uncle Lei and I, do you know where I can rent a clean and quiet house? Qingwen didn't receive a message, instead she got a call request from Lei and I. She was startled for a moment, then clicked to answer. What's wrong? Why do you need to rent a house? Qingwen sighed helplessly and explained the situation. I see. Lei and I paused for a moment, then suggested, how about coming to my place? I live alone anyway and there's a spare room. It's not convenient. True, it might cause gossip and ruin your reputation. How about I go stay at a friend's place and give you the house? No, that's not what I meant. Qingwen quickly explained, we don't know how long we'll have to stay. How could I take your house? It's fine, I'm just one person, I can live anywhere. There you go again. Qingwen said helplessly, didn't I tell you? Even if you're alone, you should eat well, dress well, live well, and be happy. Lei and I laughed heartily. I'm very happy right now. Anyway, I'm not going to your place. I'll just stay in the slums for a while if I have to. How can that be? Do you know how chaotic it is? The people in the slums will do anything to survive, cheating, stealing, robbing, and even worse. Even for a woman, it's dangerous there. I know. Changwon certainly knew since the original owner had lived there. But actually it wasn't that bad. Every place has its own rules. As long as you follow the rules, there's usually no problem. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Lei and I had to give her serious advice. You could look in the wealthy district. Their houses are big and privately owned. Sometimes they rent them out, but the price will be higher. Or you can search online for Trial Habitation Small Planets. Trial Habitation Small Planet. What's that? It's an unknown planet discovered by explorers. It's usually small and privately owned. Although the environment is harsh and not as good as the main planet, the planet owner will have built an underground shelter to ensure the safety of trial residents. There's no need to worry about safety, and the best part is it's completely free. Changwon became interested and decided to look into it. Okay, Uncle Lei and I thank you. I'll start searching now. Alright, if you really can't find a suitable place, you can come stay at my place first. Changwon was moved and agreed. And then I understand. Goodbye. After hanging up, Changwon began searching on the website. To her surprise, she found 2 posts. Just as she was about to message the posters, Liar ran over and asked in its mechanical voice, "The male master himself owns a small planet. Why are you asking others?" Huh. Changwon's jaw dropped. A minute later, she screamed excitedly, "Are you serious? Tao Lin owns a small planet. Privately owned. Of course it's true. Liar has the data stored here. It won't be wrong. Quick, show me." Okay. Liar used the projection function to display the small planet's data bit by bit. That barren planet looked increasingly familiar to Changwon, but she wasn't sure. Liar, do you know how this small planet came about? Tao Lin shouldn't have had the money to buy it. Liar doesn't know. It seems it was a gift from someone. It seems this small planet is worth a visit. Tao Lin, shall we move to a small planet? Your silence means consent. Changwon concluded to herself and made the decision. After deciding to move to the small planet, Changwon began packing with Liar. She would not leave behind a single hair for them if she could take it. For things truly impossible to move, she listed them on the website for sale. These were all purchased bit by Tao Lin himself. There was no need to let others benefit. Users of the Storm website were stunned, unable to fathom how anyone could have the audacity to sell junk on this site. What was even stranger was that the website had pinned her post again. This move piqued the netizens' curiosity. Thus, one by one, they snatched up all the items Changwon had listed in less than half an hour. With too many items to ship, Changwon simply scheduled an appointment with the Changfeng Express Courier Service, handed them the list, and let them handle it. The Jishan and Jishui brothers looked at the list in confusion. What is all this? Trash recycling. Jishan frowned and probed. Madam, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Didn't I give you the list? Changwon said, earnestly, not meaning to joke with them. But these are all worthless items, and you're sending each one to a different place. What for? For a single order, I can earn dozens of star coins. Changwon said discontentedly. What? Dozens of star coins aren't money. They add up to over 1,000. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance, somewhat helpless. Alright, we'll start now and try to finish before dark. Fine. Changwon turned around and called out, Liar, stay here and watch. I'm going to work. Alright, Liar knows. Then Changwon really left, leaving the Ji brothers standing there dumbfounded. Brother, why did she leave? Isn't she worried something might happen? She might have something urgent. Oh, right. Liar spoke to them, saying seriously, the mistress has taken on many repair orders and needs to finish them before we leave, so she's in a hurry. Jishui blinked, curious. What repair orders? Liar cannot say. The mistress will scold Liar for being brainless. Jishui burst out laughing. You're so funny. Are you called Liar? Yes, and you? I'm Jishui and my brother is Jishan. Okay, Liar will remember. Seeing them getting more and more into the chat, Jishan quickly interrupted, get to work first. If the guest comes out and sees you slacking, she'll complain. Oh, okay. Jishui shrank his neck and said sheepishly, Liar, I'll chat with you later. Liar will help you. Thank you. Changwon, who was inside repairing things, couldn't help but find it amusing. She realized that Liar seemed to have grown a brain. It seemed she needed to train it more, then it would definitely become a good helper. After being busy until evening, Changwon came out and found them still packing. She sat down wearily on the sofa and asked lazily, how much more? If you can't finish, just leave it. Continue tomorrow. Jishan shook his head and explained, no, we have no time tomorrow. We have to help a client move an appointment made long ago. Moving. Changwon became interested. You have a moving service. What's the price? The moving service is a privilege for big clients. As for the price, it's not cheap, but it's much more cost-effective than chartering a spaceship from the spaceflight company. Chang Wen's eyes lit up and she pressed on. So with all the orders I placed today, am I considered a big client? Well, Jishan glanced at the messy living room looking troubled. Your orders are many, but they are all small amounts, so what's wrong with small amounts? I have volume. If you upgrade me to a big client, I'll use your service from now on, okay? Jishan sighed helplessly, but still shook his head and refused. Sorry, it really can't be done. Why not? Lear was puzzled and questioned Ji Shui. Didn't you just say you wanted to be friends with Lear? How can a friend be so stingy? Ji Shui was a bit confused, looked at his brother awkwardly. How about we make an exception this once? No. Jishan still refused. He thought for a moment and said, after we finish, that order will rest for a few days, probably around the weekend. Can you wait? Changwon immediately replied, yes, I can. Thank you. And then the timing is just right. Lear nodded contentedly. Changwon lowered her head and chuckled, silently giving Lear a thumbs up in her heart. With the travel issue settled, Changwon sent a message to Lei and I so he wouldn't worry. The next day, Lei and I came to visit and brought a large package. What is all this? Changwon curiously rummaged through it, finding quite a lot of things. There are various special medicines, protective suits, a few packets of seeds, water purifiers, some weapons, plus some miscellaneous items. Hope they are useful to you. Changwon was deeply moved, her eyes reddening. She touched the body of a minigun and said hoarsely, thank you. Lei and I waved his hand and cautioned, be very careful on the small planet. If the environment is not suitable for living, move back quickly, understand? Changwon nodded obediently. Lei and I then shared his experiences from exploring in his youth. In short, no matter what he said, she listened attentively, taking notes on useful things, and just enjoying the stories of useless ones, never contradicting. Before leaving, Lei and I repeatedly urged, send me your location when you get there. I'll come visit you when I have time. Changwon promised, okay, definitely. After seeing off Lei and I, Changwon heard her optical brain constantly ringing, so she clicked in to see who was so annoying. It turned out to be Yidong, that troublemaker. Asking for the website again. Changwon sighed helplessly, really not wanting to reply to him. But if she didn't reply, this guy wouldn't stop. 123. Tao Lin hasn't woken up yet. Don't send any more messages. Dong, then give me the website first, and you can tell him later. 123. No. Dong, then let's talk about something else. Oh, when asked me to ask you, what does it take for you to lift the bad luck curse on him? 123. Tell him when he has a conscience, one day the curse will be lifted. Changwon replied that sentence, and then ignored it, went back to the modification room to continue working, fixing the remaining few weapons. 2 days later, Lear carried a pile of repaired weapons to the transfer station. The staff were stunned. Your master is an arms dealer. No, she's a repair technician. Wow, she's really amazing, can fix any weapon. Right, she's very skilled. There was even a hint of pride in Lear's tone. This was a reaction a robot should not have. The staff were extremely curious, and asked again, Lear, has your master ever modified you? No, Lear has never undergone any modifications since leaving the factory. Then why are you different from other robots? I don't know, but the master often tells Lear to grow a brain, and Lear is trying. On the day of their departure, Lei and I came to see them off, looking as heartbroken as an old father. Changwon was both touched and amused. Uncle Lei and I, don't be so sad. Once I settle there, I'll look for some local specialties and send some to you. Yes, I will. Remember to send me your location when you arrive. I know you've said it many times. Lei and I was still uneasy, so he went to give further instructions to the Ji brothers who were piloting the spacecraft. Jishan, how is your spacecraft's defense system? Is it safe enough? Can it hold off star pirates if they attack? Rest assured, this is a company spacecraft that has been specially modified. It bears the Chongfeng emblem, and ordinary star pirates will steer clear upon seeing it. That's reassuring. Lei and I finally felt considerably more at ease. 2 hours later, everything was ready. Changwon waved to Lei and I and smiled. Uncle, goodbye. Goodbye. Take care on your journey. Changwon nodded, turned to Jishan and said, all right, we can set off now. Understood. Jishan nodded and began operating the control console with practiced ease. As the spacecraft ascended into the skies, Lei and I, waving from below, became a tiny black dot, and the dense cluster of buildings transformed into miniature boxes. For the first time, Changwon truly saw this world in such clarity. Unlike the Longdong continent, where spiritual energy flowed abundantly and vitality thrived, this place suffered from material scarcity and harsh conditions. The planet had scarcely any vegetation, and natural wildlife was even rarer. Due to food shortages, humanity had adapted by replacing 3 daily meals with convenient and affordable nutritional supplements. For survival, humans forced themselves to gradually adapt to the environment, and after hundreds of years, eventually evolved into a new species. The animals that survived also evolved, but into monstrous beasts. To compete for living space, these mutant beasts began reproducing rapidly and launched attacks on humans. Zombies, mutant creatures, aliens, monsters, from black holes, natural disasters, danger lurked everywhere. Human settlements were actually enclosed within massive protective bases. Outside these walls lay countless perils where a single misstep could cost one's life or leave one half dead like Tao Lin. Yet humanity's spirit of exploration never wavered. Unfortunately, the dangers on the home planet could not be eliminated, and no other worlds discovered through cosmic exploration proved suitable for habitation, so they could only maintain their current situation. Jishui noticed that Changwon had been silent since boarding the spacecraft and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you worried about star pirates?" "No." Changwon shook her head and smiled faintly. "Didn't you say the spacecraft was very safe? So I'm not worried at all." "Then, are you concerned about not being able to adapt to the small planet?" "Not really. After all, I can adapt quickly anywhere." "That's good then." Jishui chuckled, assuming she was boasting. But Changwon was telling the truth. In the cultivation world, all sect disciples must undergo trials in secret realms where every kind of adverse condition exists and time flows extremely slowly inside, making it particularly tormenting. Changwon was long accustomed to such hardships, which is why she experienced no difficulty adapting after her rebirth and quickly accepted her new identity. "Ms. Ching. Just call me Changwon." Jishan was cut off as soon as he began speaking. Whether Changwon was truly uncomfortable with formalities or simply preferred to be addressed by her name remained unclear. "All right then." Jishan scratched his head, cleared his throat, and continued, "When the small planet is somewhat distant. It should take approximately 5 days to reach it." "Yes, that's fine. It's a bit too far more than I expected." You understand, right?" Jishan rubbed his nose awkwardly. They had originally agreed to help each other as friends, but now there was a fee involved which made Jishan somewhat embarrassed to bring it up. Changwon wasn't offended and nodded, saying, "I understand. Just charge me according to the company's standard rates." "All right, thank you." Jishan breathed a sigh of relief. Changwon could accept the charges, but her current finances were a bit tight. She ventured cautiously, "Could I settle the payment after a while? As you know, I just moved here and things aren't very stable yet. I'd like to keep some money on hand for emergencies." "That's perfectly fine. I'll just report it after you've settled the payment. It's the same either way." Other guests occasionally request this arrangement as well. "Very well, thank you." The spacecraft cruised smoothly through the cosmos. After watching for a while, Changwon grew somewhat drowsy and returned to her quarters to rest. With too much luggage and limited conditions, she had no choice but to share a room and bed with Tao Lin. Yet, she had never shared a bed with a man before, which made her quite shy. Tao Lin. Are you awake?" After calling twice and receiving no response from the man, Changwon steeled herself and lay down. She kept reassuring herself, "It's fine, this is just a doll. Tao Lin is nothing but a doll." Gradually, these thoughts lured her into slumber. AJ-808 Planet Human Base. Lei and I had barely settled into his chair at home when the optical computer began emitting constant alarm sounds. Opening it with puzzlement, a news alert immediately popped up on the screen. "Warning. Warning. Warning. The main brain has detected a large group of extremely powerful forces approaching the home planet. All civilians are instructed to enter underground shelters for protection, and all military personnel are to assemble at their respective districts immediately." Repeating once more, all civilians must enter underground shelters for protection, and all military personnel are to assemble at their districts. Good heavens! Lainey's face turned pale with fright. He urgently sent a communication request to Changwon but received no response. He could only repeat his attempts again and again, hoping Changwon would answer and return by the same route. Otherwise, they would collide head-on. After over 10 attempts, Lei and I grew desperate and resorted to sending her a message. "Lei and I, danger ahead, come back immediately." As expected, there was still no response. The earlier alert flashed up once more, as if urging Lei and I to hurry. He glanced anxiously at the sky and silently prayed that they would be unharmed. Meanwhile, those aboard the spacecraft were entirely unaware of this, sleeping peacefully. Since the ship was equipped with automatic navigation, there was no need to monitor it constantly. This was also why Jishan hadn't noticed the message the company had sent them. In the dead of night, Changwon suddenly woke with a start. She approached the control console and surveyed the exterior with guarded eyes. The next moment, the alarm blared to life, its piercing sound ringing ceaselessly. The G brothers hurried out to investigate, visibly panicked. "What's going on? Brother, look outside." Without warning, their spacecraft had been completely surrounded. Over a dozen ships hovered before them, glaring threateningly and poised to strike at any moment. Jishan rushed to the control console and shouted loudly, "It's the Demon Star Pirates. Quick! We counterattack. There may still be a chance to escape." Good heavens! Jishui trembled with terror. "We're finished. Finished!" Jishan cried out anxiously, Hurry up. It's no use. Ji Shui had already lost all hope. Cheng Wen standing nearby asked, are they all villains? Naturally. They commit every manner of evil, having slaughtered countless comrades of ours. Even if I die today, I'll take a few of them down with me. Although he spoke thus, Cheng Wen understood from his ashen complexion and quivering voice that one fact was clear. He had absolutely no chance of victory, he was merely holding on by sheer will. In that case, she had no choice but to act and resolve this swiftly. Cheng Wen stepped back a few paces and, unseen by the two brothers, rapidly cast spells outward. Boom! Bang bang bang! A series of explosions erupted, instantly transforming the area into a sea of flames. Jishan stared in disbelief. What's happening? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and leaned forward to examine the scene more closely. Who would have believed that the demon star pirates who had terrified them so thoroughly had vanished in an instant? How is this possible? Cheng Wen gazed at her palms and sighed helplessly. Now I've truly run out of all my spiritual energy. Jishan turned around and asked, what did you say? Oh, nothing. The danger appears to have passed. Can we continue our journey? Well, Jishan hesitated, uncertain whether dangers still lay ahead. At this moment, the wisest course would have been to return by the same route. Cheng Wen met his gaze and stated firmly, rest assured there will be no further danger. For some reason, Jishan believed her. He nodded and softly replied, all right. Meanwhile, on AJ-808 planet, the military waited and waited, but observed nothing unusual. The main brain had even cancelled the alarm. Lei and I breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but remark the main brain can actually make mistakes too. Without signal on the spaceship and with no entertainment available, Cheng Wen grew bored and began experimenting with various methods. She tried every approach she could think of, hoping to find a way to restore her spiritual energy. However, after 2 days of attempts, she saw no results at all. Cheng Wen gave up and crawled over to Tao Lin, falling into a deep slumber. By the 4th day, she could not even sleep anymore and had to get up to find the Ji brothers for some conversation. When she reached the control console, she found Ji Shui on a video call with someone. You have no idea how dangerous it was back then. I nearly scared myself to death. Ji Shui animatedly recounted the incident to his friend, his gestures so exaggerated that his drool seemed ready to fly as he grew more excited. His friend on the other end listened in stunned silence. Wow! We thought it was fake news, so it was a spaceship collision that caused the explosion. Yeah, we were incredibly lucky. Cheng Wen overheard for a moment and shook her head helplessly. Jishan, how does your brother have signal to video call someone? Jishan turned around in confusion. The spaceship has a signal device installed, you just need to connect it. Didn't you know? Huh. I didn't know. But I told you when we first boarded the spaceship. Cheng Wen covered her face, utterly speechless. At that time she had been lost in thought and hadn't heard a word. I'm sorry, I forgot. Can you help me connect it? Of course. Once the neural interface connected to the signal, a flood of messages began popping up nonstop. Cheng Wen thanked Jishan and returned to her room. Wow! What's going on? Cheng Wen was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected all her few contacts to send messages checking on her. Lei and I, Luo Jiashi, Yidong, Su Wenwei, Xing Xiumin, and even Cheng Qi. Of course the others were genuinely concerned, but Cheng Qi was mocking and sarcastic toward her. Cheng Wen felt a warmth spread through her heart and replied to everyone, letting them know she was still alive. They responded quickly, but Cheng Wen paid them no further mind, only briefly chatting with Lei and I to put him at ease. After finishing her messages, Cheng Wen logged into the Storm website to see if there were any updates. The results were entirely filled with posts about the Demon Star Pirates, along with quite a few video screenshots of Ji Shui. Reading through them made Cheng Wen's vision go dark time and again. How many people has this unlucky kid told this story to God? Cheng Wen scrolled page after page, confirmed he had not mentioned her, and then closed the browser to find an adventure program to watch. On the 5th day, the spaceship safely arrived at the small planet. Jishan finally relaxed his tense nerves and asked Cheng Wen, where is the shelter? Huh. Cheng Wen scratched her head, looking bewildered. I don't know. All three froze. Feeling awkward, she quickly said, Liar should know. Let me ask. In the room, Liar was feeding nutrition fluid to Tao Lin. Hearing Cheng Wen's question, it answered loudly, there is no shelter. No shelter. Correct. The small planet was gifted to the Master 3 years ago, but he has never visited it himself, so no shelter was built. All right. Cheng Wen turned around to relay the answer to the Ji brothers. Little did she know their reaction would be extreme. They refused to land under any circumstances. It's fine, let's land first, and I'll check it out. No way. How can we live without a shelter? People will die. Jishan firmly rejected Cheng Wen's request. Listen to me, I have a protective suit. I can go down and check, it will be fine. No, it's too dangerous. My brother is right, we cannot go down. Changwen's head throbbed as she had not expected the brothers to be so difficult to reason with. We've already come this far. Are we really going to turn back without taking a look? Jishan fell silent for a moment, then spoke quietly, then I'll go check. Wait for my signal. Fine, if you're willing to go then go. Changwen simply gave up trying to argue. Jishan piloted the ship in circles, searching for a suitable landing spot. Just then Changwen spoke up, land near that mountain. Jishan shook his head, disagreeing. That location is not suitable. It won't work for building a shelter or house. No, listen to me. Land right there. Changwen insisted firmly. Jishan with no choice agreed. After all, she was the one who would live here, so it was only natural that she should decide. After the ship landed, Jishan donned his protective suit and began running various tests. However, the small planet was utterly barren, nothing but desolation. If there was any danger, it would simply be starvation from the complete lack of food. Jishan removed his protective suit and called out loudly, "It's safe, come down." Receiving the all-clear signal, Ji Shui opened the hatch and descended alongside Changwen. Jishan once again urged Changwen, this place is not suitable for living. You should come back with us. No, there's nothing here. Where will you stay? Where will you sleep? There is. Changwen suppressed her inner excitement and stepped forward toward that mountain. She had worried she might have misremembered, but now she was certain. This was the place. The lotus pattern was unmistakable. She had carved it herself. Ji Shui watched her staring at the stone and could not resist teasing. You're not planning to dig a cave to live in, are you? No need to dig. Changwen finished speaking and pressed firmly against a raised section on the stone, then stepped back 2 paces and waited patiently. Just as the Ji brothers looked on in bewilderment, the mountain began to move. After a deep rumbling sound, a stone door appeared before them. As it slowly opened, a grand mansion was revealed within. Wow, Ji Shui exclaimed in delight. How did you know there was a house here? Changwen gazed at everything with nostalgia, remaining silent. Of course she knew. This was the sect's minor secret realm, the first one she and her grandmaster had sent away. There should have been many young disciples of the sect here. Why had it become so desolate? And where had her junior brothers and sisters gone? Thinking of what had happened back then, Changwen's eyes grew red with emotion. Ji Shui cautiously asked, "What's wrong? Have you been here before?" Changwen struggled to compose herself and replied calmly, "What a guest does is none of your concern." Oh, all right. Ji Shui wisely chose not to press further. Jishan asked, "Can we go inside and take a look?" Of course. I'll need your help moving things in a bit. The brothers exchanged a glance and ran inside laughing. Good heavens. This house is enormous. And the top of this mountain is actually hollow, surrounded by rock walls on all sides. You can look up at the sky from the center. The lighting is excellent. It's truly amazing. But there's so much dust, I guess it'll take a lot of time to clean. They chatted as they wandered further inside, disappearing into a room to investigate something not emerging for a long while. Changwen walked to the center of the hall, carefully lifted the ancestral tablet, wiped it clean, and set it in place. Then she knelt reverently and performed the disciple's greeting. Disciple Changwen, the 193rd generation of the Wuxian sect, pays respects to the Grandmaster. As her final movement was completed, a ray of golden light descended into Changwen's body and vanished. Changwen felt a pleasant surprise as she sensed the spiritual energy within her gradually recovering, slow, excruciatingly slow, but better than nothing. She wasn't greedy, having the ability to defend herself was sufficient. Disciple thanks the Patriarch for the blessing. Changwen bowed once more, withdrew, and turned to enter the room to find the Ji brothers. Hey, what are you 2 doing? Changwen, come here quickly. Ji Shui waved, excitedly shouting, we found something amazing. What is it? Changwen's curiosity was piqued as she quickened her pace and walked over. There she saw the 2 brothers grinning foolishly around a glowing orb. Look, this thing glows, and when you touch it, it even changes brightness. So amazing. Changwen chuckled. It's just a light device. What's so special about it? Isn't it special? Jishan looked up with sparkling eyes. Then, can you give this to us? It's just a light device. There are plenty in the utility room, and Changwen could make them herself. Sure, but you'll have to stay and help me clean. Jishan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He carefully picked up the orb as if it were a precious treasure. Changwen picked up a box from the nearby table and handed it over, saying softly, put it in here. This box can help the orb restore its energy and increase its brightness. Really? Thanks. Jishan was even happier, his eyes narrowing into slits from his smile. Ji Shui was extremely envious, but didn't dare to snatch it from his brother. He could only watch longingly. Just as he was about to discuss taking turns with his brother, he saw Changwen produce an even larger one from somewhere. She wiped it a few times with her clothes and casually placed it on the table. Soft light instantly filled every corner of the room. It was indeed not that rare, but Ji Shui still wanted one. Sister Changwen, could you give me one too? Changwon raised an eyebrow. Since he was already calling her sister, how could she refuse? Sure, I'll find one for you later. Great, thanks, sis. Changwon shook her head amusedly. Sweet talk won't help. First, help me tidy up the room. No problem. Jishan immediately put down his beloved orb and started cleaning. As soon as he moved, the dust on the table seemed to explode, rushing straight into Changwon's nose. Achoo. Achoo. Changwon sneezed and stepped back awkwardly. Wait, the dust is too heavy. Let's go get some water first. At this, Jishan frowned. There's no water source nearby, right? I didn't see any from the spaceship earlier. There used to be streams and rivers, but now they were probably all dried up. Changwon sighed. There's a well outside. Let me go check if there's any water. Then let's go together. Jishan felt that water was more important. Without it they still couldn't stay long. Fortunately, there was still water in the well, but very, very little, nowhere near enough for large-scale use. Jishui, go back to the spaceship and find some tools. I'll draw all the water for you first, then deepen the well. That should make it usable. Jishui exclaimed in surprise, you're digging it yourself. Changwon looked puzzled. Is there a problem? Jishui laughed awkwardly. And no problem. He was actually wondering how many minutes or seconds Changwon would last. But he was in for a disappointment. Changwon used to frequently till the ground and mine ores, so she was quite skilled at such tasks. By the time the Ji brothers had finished cleaning one room, Changwon had also finished digging the well. Jishui sincerely praised, sis, I didn't expect you to be so capable. What's your combat power? B-level or above? Changwon smiled and replied evasively, something like that. The three of them worked all afternoon and finally tidied up 4 rooms and a hall. The Ji brothers were too tired to move, so they decided to stay for the night and set off back to the main star the next day. Before sleeping, Changwon went as usual to check on Tao Lin. Liar, has Tao Lin had any abnormalities today? No, none. Changwon sat by the bed and carefully took Tao Lin's pulse. After a long moment, she murmured softly, it's fine. He shouldn't have trouble adapting. Liar is a bit uncomfortable. Huh. Changwon was puzzled. You're a robot powered by electricity. How could you be uncomfortable? Liar said seriously, the houses here are all made of wood, too fragile. Liar is afraid of accidentally breaking something. Changwon burst out laughing. Then walk around more, you'll get used to it. Alright then, Liar, will go practice. With that, Liar went out. Changwon had been busy all afternoon and was now exhausted. She simply lay down beside Tao Lin, picked up her light brain and sent a message to Lei and I. 123, Uncle Lei and I, we've arrived. Everything is fine. Perhaps it was too late. Lei and I didn't reply. Changwon waited for a while and soon felt drowsy. She wanted to go back to her own room to sleep, but was too lazy to move. After struggling for a while, she gave up. It's fine, it's just a doll. Tao Lin is just a doll. I'll sleep here. Before she finished speaking, Changwon had already fallen asleep. Tao Lin blinked his heavy eyelids and said hoarsely, Wife Lord, I am not a doll. His voice was too soft. Changwon didn't hear it at all. Having been unconscious for too long, Tao Lin found it strenuous even to open his eyes. But since he had finally woken up, he dared not close them again. To keep himself alert, Tao Lin bit his lower lip hard, even though it broke and bled. Under the stimulation of pain, he finally became a bit more awake. Huff. Tao Lin let out a long breath and struggled to sit up. He leaned against the headboard, looking around in confusion. Where is this wooden house? The main star shouldn't have such houses. Unable to find an answer, he looked down at Changwon, who was fast asleep. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, not a top-tier beauty, but above average. Tao Lin had no special requirements for women. The education he had received since childhood taught him that women were delicate and needed to be cherished. Whether he liked it or not didn't matter. No matter who he was matched with, he had to respect and love them. Tao Lin had always thought that way. But now he felt he was lucky. At least he didn't dislike this current wife lord. Even a little. Realizing what he was thinking, Tao Lin coughed awkwardly and turned his face away. After a moment, he turned back, pulled the blanket over Changwon, then gently pried open her fingers and took the light brain. As soon as he logged into the account, the light brain started beeping incessantly. Changwon frowned discontentedly and turned over. Tao Lin quickly set it to silent mode and patted Changwon's head soothingly. Seeing her brow relax, he continued to look at the light brain. Having been unconscious for so long, there were many messages to process. Now that he had time, he could slowly go through them one by one and catch up on recent events. However, the more Tao Lin read, the more astonished he became. He hadn't expected Changwon to have done so much for him. Moreover, he was now the principal husband. Hiya. Changwon opened her eyes and came face to face with a handsome face, startling her. She springboarded upright in an instant, stood by the bedside and gaped in shock. "WN, did you wake up?" "Last night," Tao Lin replied with an innocent expression. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." "Last night." Changwon opened her mouth, hesitated, then spoke carefully. Why didn't you call me? Lier said you had been busy all day and were very tired, so I didn't call you. Oh. Chengwen awkwardly rubbed her neck, silently scolding herself for being so oblivious. Noticing her strange expression, Tao Lin asked again, Wifey, are you alright? Chengwen covered her face helplessly. I'm fine, but please don't call me wifey. Just use my name. Are you certain? Tao Lin's expression turned serious. That title carries your status. I'm certain. I'm very uncomfortable with that address, so let's not use it. Tao Lin nodded. Alright. It was just a form of address after all. Whether he used it or not, he would still respect his wifey all the same. Seeing that Tao Lin was in good spirits, Chengwen wanted to feel his pulse, but worried that revealing too much would draw unwanted attention, so her expression was somewhat conflicted. How are you feeling now? Still unwell. Still sleepy. Tao Lin curled his lips into a faint smile. Much better. I'm still weak, but I don't think I'll fall into a coma again. That's good. Chengwen pulled over a stool and sat down. Since you're feeling well, let's have a talk. Talk about what? Tao Lin straightened his posture, growing serious as well. How much do you know about recent events, about me, your injuries, the move, and so on? The general idea, I suppose. I know you were matched to me as my wifey by the system. I know you've been caring for me ever since I was seriously injured, and I know our former residence was reclaimed, and we moved to a smaller planet. Is there anything unclear that you'd like to ask? Tao Lin thought for a moment, then slowly asked, Why did you promote me to primary husband? Chengwen was surprised that after all this thinking he only had that one question. The staff suggested I change your status to primary husband, so I did. Just like that. There was a hint of disappointment in Tao Lin's tone. He had thought himself special, otherwise why would his wifey promote him to primary husband and accompany him every day? But it seemed reality was different. Yes. Chengwen nodded. Let me explain about this. Actually, the information I submitted to the system was false, so the match it produced shouldn't count either. Chengwen paused, noticing no reaction from Tao Lin, and continued, Since I have 0 combat power and the other 4 have already divorced me, if you also want a divorce, we can arrange it after we return to the home planet. They've all divorced. That leaves only me, so I became the primary husband. Yes, that's right. You weren't there at the time, so I planned to discuss it in person, but then you had another incident, and it kept getting delayed until now. So your meaning is, you want a divorce? Chengwen paused, then answered honestly. To be fair, I find you quite pleasing to the eye. It's up to you. If you want a divorce, we'll do it. If not, well, we'll just stay together. I won't divorce. Tao Lin's mood brightened instantly. He smiled. No need to divorce. I don't dislike you either. Chengwen rubbed her ears. For some reason, she suddenly felt rather shy. Tao Lin added, 0 combat power doesn't matter. Once I recover, I'll protect you and earn money for you to spend. Chengwen's face turned as red as a tomato. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. How could he possibly fit her preferences so perfectly? Both his looks and his personality were exactly her type. Tao Lin's lips curved into a smile as he looked at the top of Chengwen's head, his voice soft. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? There's too much to say. I'll tell you slowly another time. The Ji brothers are leaving today, and I need to see them off first. Then I'll see them off too. Tao Lin made to rise, but Chengwen pressed him back down. Don't bother. Rest well. Chengwen spoke softly as if coaxing a child. Be good and go to sleep. Tao Lin chuckled and obediently closed his eyes. Chengwen figured the Ji brothers had helped her so much that she ought to properly thank them, so she went to the storeroom first to look for something. Unfortunately, there was nothing of value in there, only miscellaneous items of little use. She ended up picking 2 similarly sized beads and came out. As soon as Ji Shui saw her, he bounced over excitedly. Are these my beads? Yes. I took 2 identical ones, one for each of you. Chengwen handed them each a box with a smile. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Jishan's face flushed red as he stammered, Do I get one too? Yes. And there's one more gift for you both. What else is it? Ji Shui asked curiously. Chengwen didn't answer directly. She walked over to their spaceship, bit her finger, and began drawing a talisman with her own blood. As she withdrew her hand, a flash of golden light erupted, and the markings on the spaceship vanished. Jishan frowned in confusion. What is this? A peace talisman. Chengwen smiled. I wish you a safe and smooth journey. The Ji brothers were stunned for a moment, then said in unison, Thank you. All right, go back now before your family gets worried. The 2 waved at Chengwen and boarded the spaceship in high spirits. Chengwen stepped back to a safe distance and watched the spaceship lift off until it disappeared from sight, then turned and headed back inside. In the room, Tao Lin had already fallen asleep, with Li Er keeping watch beside him. Chengwen told Li Er she was heading out and went for a wander nearby, lost in thoughts of the past. On the other side of the mountain, Changwen stopped and crouched down to search carefully. She was looking for two familiar companions, but they were nowhere to be found. Only two fragmented formation arrays remained. Changwen sat on the ground and felt sad for a while, then set about repairing the formations. They're 10,000-year-old ancient vines. They can't have died so easily. Yes, they must still be alive. Changwen sat there all morning, continuously drawing, completely losing track of time. Li'er's voice drifted from afar, calling incessantly. Mistress, where are you? Mistress, where are you? Li'er can't find you. Over here, Changwen called back without looking up, her voice drawn out. Li'er followed the sound and announced loudly, Mistress, Master is very worried about you at home. He wants you to come back. Can't now. I have something important to do. Please go back and tell him not to worry. And bring me another bag of nutrient solution. Understood, Mistress. Li'er will be right back. By evening, Changwen had finally finished repairing one of the formations. Yesterday, Changwen had merely repaired the formation array. Today, she planned to return and activate it, which was why she had risen early. But Tao Lin had been awake even sooner. He had already been sitting in the hall waiting for her for an hour. Tao Lin, why are you up so early? Changwen asked in surprise. Waiting for you. Huh. Changwen sat beside him, perplexed. What's wrong? Did you need something? You. Tao Lin's ear tips flushed crimson. He wanted to ask why she had not come to sleep with him last night. But those words were too mortifying to utter. In the end, he merely forced composure and asked, Are you going out again? Yes. We only brought half a year's worth of food, so I was thinking of walking around and seeing what is nearby. Don't go. You have no combat strength, it is dangerous. Give me some time and I will recover soon. Then I will resolve the food issue. No. Changwen stated firmly. I am going out. Changwen. Relax. Although I lack combat power, I am by no means weak, for I know ancient martial arts. Tao Lin was stunned, and only after a long while did he manage to confirm, Really? You're not kidding me. Changwen nodded. Yes, truly. It was indeed true. The first lesson at Wuxian sect was ancient martial arts, with cultivation coming afterwards. So even without spiritual power, Changwen's combat capability was not trifling. Tao Lin pondered for a moment, and then cautioned, Then be mindful of your time. Do not overexert yourself. All right, I'm heading out. Changwen rose to leave. Tao Lin called out again, You haven't had breakfast. Take the nutrient solution with you. Okay. Changwen turned back to grab the nutrient solution and also picked up a hat. I'm really leaving now. Watching her departing figure, Tao Lin let out a deep sigh. Too slow. His recovery was far too sluggish. Even stepping outside had become a problem. How could this go on? He looked at the contacts on his light screen, wrestling with whether to borrow money to buy medicine. Liar's voice suddenly echoed behind him. Master, it is time to return and rest. Wait a moment. That won't do. Mistress will be upset if she knows. Tao Lin could only shut off his light screen and lie back in his room. Meanwhile, Changwen had strolled leisurely to the formation array. After finishing her nutrient solution, she began to concentrate on her research. Years had passed, and she had nearly forgotten the incantations for activating the formation. She could only keep trying repeatedly, slowly searching for the right rhythm. Her already scarce spiritual energy was gradually consumed once more. Until it ran completely dry, the formation still had not opened. Changwen became stubborn at that point. She refused to give up and continued even without spiritual energy, chanting the incantations again and again. Suddenly Changwen's expression changed, and she spat blood, collapsing to the ground. As she fell, the blood from the corner of her mouth dripped precisely onto the center of the formation array. In an instant, brilliant golden light radiated outward, dazzling and intense. Then the golden light gradually softened into a gentle green glow, enveloping Changwen and healing her internal injuries. As the green light dissipated, a tiny green sprout slowly emerged from the cracked earth. Changwen crawled up and stared at the sprout in delight. Green Shadow. Is that you? It is. A lovely childlike voice echoed in Changwen's mind. It said cheerfully, Wen, thank you for saving me. Huh. Changwen looked bewildered. How can you talk? The little green sprout swayed its leaves as if smiling. Green Shadow cannot actually speak. The reason you can hear my voice is because your blood not only activated the formation, but also bound a contract with me. That is why you can hear my thoughts. Huh. You've become so weak that a single drop of blood could form a contract with you. Yeah. I almost scattered into nothingness, haha. The green sprout swayed back and forth, and Changwen laughed along with it, delighted at the reunion with an old friend. Green Shadow, roughly, where is your brother? I might as well form a contract with him while I'm at it. No way, Green Shadow disagreed. Brother is a venomous vine. With no spiritual energy protecting you, forming a contract would risk accidental harm. Can't you help me heal? Ha ha ha, take a good look at me. I'm just a wispy little thing with 2 leaves. Where would I find any healing ability? Chengwen wrinkled her face in concern. Then what should we do? If we don't revive it now, could it face the danger of scattering into nothingness? No need to worry, Green Shadow said proudly. Brother is far stronger than me. Since I'm fine, he will surely be as well. All right then. Chengwen felt reassured and asked again, Green Shadow, when did you begin slumbering? Do you know what happened here? Where did all the junior brothers and sisters go? Green Shadow fell silent for a long time, seemingly straining to remember. I remember everything now. Overcome with excitement, Green Shadow began recounting the past. After the secret realm detached from Longdong continent, it was drawn into the void, and then arrived here. At first everything was fine and their lives stabilized. But one day the secret realm collided with a planet. The formation's core was damaged in the impact, and they had no way to repair it. They could only watch as the spiritual energy slowly dissipated. As spiritual energy dwindled, your junior brothers and sisters could no longer cultivate, and their descendants became ordinary mortals. Over the course of a century, conditions in the secret realm deteriorated further. Eventually, even plants struggled to grow. The harsh living conditions drove humanity to seek a new home on another planet. And then what? Chengwen pressed anxiously. They succeeded, right? I believe so. Before I fell into slumber, I overheard them saying they planned to relocate to a place called Blue Star. It is said to be incredibly beautiful, perfectly suited for human habitation. That's good. That's good. Chengwen covered her face and wept uncontrollably. Green Shadow, unfamiliar with offering comfort, tried to shift her focus. Wen, what about you? Why are you here, and why have you taken on a different body? Chengwen wiped her tears and spoke the truth. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure either. Before our sect ancestor passed away, he placed a forbidden technique upon us, saying that when the time was right we would be reborn. And so I was reborn. Oh, I see. Green Shadow earnestly pressed its leaves together in a nodding gesture. Then perhaps your sect ancestor will be reborn someday as well. If I can be reborn, then our sect ancestor certainly can as well. I eagerly await that day. Wen, what are your plans? Will you go find the descendants of your junior brothers and sisters? No. After all, they are not truly my junior brothers and sisters. Moreover, my sudden appearance might provoke unwelcome consequences and disrupt their lives. That's true. This is no longer Longdong continent. There is no need to disturb them. Chengwen suddenly broke into a radiant smile and exclaimed loudly, Green Shadow, I'm so happy. Green Shadow is happy too, haha. As Green Shadow laughed, it suddenly wilted. Its leaves drooped to the ground and it whispered weakly, Wen, quick. Water me. Oh, okay. Chengwen stood up, sprinting while calling back over her shoulder, hold on. I'll be right back. The moment Chengwen returned home, she frantically searched for something to carry water. Hearing the commotion, Tao Lin hurried out to investigate. Chengwen, what's wrong? Nothing. I planted something and am fetching water to irrigate it. Tao Lin paused, unsure how to respond. Planted something? That was hardly easy. If one could grow food so readily, the main planet would not be facing such a severe food shortage. In the end, he merely said softly, let Lyre help you carry the water. Oh, all right. Lyre, come quickly. Time is of the essence, let's go. Understood. Since resurrecting Luing, Chengwen had come to chat with it every day, exchanging information the other didn't know. After a century apart, the one person and one vine seemed to have endless things to say. Luing, I can't recover my spiritual energy after using it. Do you know why? Probably the heavenly Tao's suppression. Chengwen was puzzled. Why is it suppressing me? Think about it. The spiritual energy in this world is almost non-existent now, so there can't be any cultivators. If your spiritual energy were fully restored, wouldn't you be invincible? That's completely unreasonable against the laws of heaven and earth. How could the heavenly Tao tolerate you? Chengwen propped her chin, thought for a moment, and agreed. That makes sense. But something still felt off. Then why could I use it before? I just can't recover after using it. That was the spiritual energy stored in your divine soul, unrelated to this world. Oh, I see. So what I recovered a few days ago wasn't really recovery, but the ancestor's blessing, and it's gone after use. Correct? Luing shook its leaves in agreement. By the way, my divine soul's spiritual energy was also used to save you. We're both weaklings now. Chengwen's heart was a bit conflicted. Don't be discouraged, I haven't finished yet. Chengwen looked at the playful Luing like a child and sighed helplessly. Go on. Your spiritual energy can't recover automatically, but you can start cultivating again using external forces. But didn't you say that recovering spiritual energy would be suppressed by the heavenly Tao? No. I said, if you become invincible, it violates the laws of heaven and earth, so the heavenly Tao suppresses you. I don't understand. First, the way cultivators automatically recover spiritual energy is by absorbing qi from heaven and earth, but now the qi is too thin. If you absorb a large amount, it might cause the planet to collapse, breaking the rules. Second, if you truly recover, you'd be invincible, able to destroy any life in the universe, which is also a threat. So the heavenly Tao must suppress you. After that long speech, Lu Ying added quietly, I'm just guessing. Qingwen nodded, but was puzzled. Then why are you telling me to cultivate? You can't recover your former strength, but you can start from scratch and cultivate step by step in this world. The heavenly Tao will witness this from zero and new rules will naturally form. Oh, I get it. Once new rules are formed, my identity as a cultivator becomes legitimate. As for the cultivation level I can reach, the heavenly Tao will set an upper limit. And then roughly that's it. After figuring it out, Chengwen asked again, what external forces are you talking about? Lu Ying was puzzled. Didn't the Five Immortals sect teach you? Qingwen froze, then smiled awkwardly. Sorry, my soul drifted for too long, my mind is rusty. They did teach me. There are two methods when there's no external spiritual energy. One is to generate spiritual energy yourself, like using spirit-gathering talismans or arrays. The second is to absorb spiritual energy from spirit stones. As for spirit-gathering talismans, I'll have to wait until I can go back to the main star and buy the tools to draw them. I can't keep drawing with blood, I'll become anemic. As for spirit-gathering arrays, they require high-grade spirit stones, which are hard to find. For now, the second method is more practical. Since this is a small secret realm, many of the stones underground have already evolved into spirit stones. I was planning to plant some vegetables anyway, so I might as well dig for spirit stones while turning the soil. Qingwen slapped her thigh and exclaimed, all right, I've decided. I'll start digging for spirit stones tomorrow. At that, Lu Ying remarked quietly, one more tip, cultivation here is extremely difficult, nothing like on Longdong continent. Qingwen nodded. It's fine, I expected that. Good. Then start digging near me to loosen the soil for me. No problem. After discussing with Lu Ying, Chengwen went home rummaging for hose and such to prepare. Tao Lin shuffled slowly, following her curiously. What are you doing? Looking for tools. I'm going to open a vegetable garden tomorrow. Tao Lin frowned and whispered, why do you go out so often? Huh. Chengwen stopped, turned to look at Tao Lin, puzzled. Are you unhappy? Why? Tao Lin's body stiffened. No, I'm not. Chengwen scratched her head, walked over to him, and said seriously, I hope you can tell me honestly. If something's bothering you, say it. When two people are together, not speaking clearly can easily lead to misunderstandings. Tao Lin was silent for a few seconds, then confessed, it's just the two of us here. You go out every day, and I'm a bit bored at home alone. Qingwen suddenly understood. Her first reaction was to apologize. I'm sorry, Don't apologize. Tao Lin interrupted. You haven't done anything wrong, so you don't need to apologize. Qingwen smiled helplessly. She tentatively took his arm and suggested, how about this, from now on I'll only go out half a day, and stay home with you the other half. Is that okay? Tao Lin pressed down the corners of his mouth that were about to lift and nodded. Okay. Since they were so close anyway, Chengwen planned to take his pulse. But Tao Lin didn't understand that. He thought Chengwen wanted to hold his hand, so he took the initiative to wrap his big hand around her small one, interlacing their fingers tightly. Looking at their intertwined hands, Tao Lin could no longer hold back and broke into a radiant smile. Chengwen was confused and looked up at him questioningly. Tao Lin looked back. What's wrong? Qingwen's face flushed. And nothing. By then she realized Tao Lin had misunderstood, but she didn't say anything, quietly letting him hold her hand. Let it be. He seemed very happy. Standing there felt a bit dull, so Tao Lin asked, will you take a walk with me? Okay. So Chengwen led him around the house, introducing everything to him. Tao Lin had many questions in his mind. For example, why was Chengwen so familiar with this place? Why did she know how to repair weapons? Why was her personality so different from other women's? These questions Tao Lin desperately wanted answers to, but he didn't ask. Because he didn't want to see Chengwen's troubled expression, so he simply didn't ask. It wasn't that important anyway. When your body recovers, we'll set up a room as a workshop. Okay. And fix the broken parts. Okay. Chengwen chuckled. Why do you agree to everything? Say something else. Tao Lin was silent for 3 seconds, then blurted out, I'll do whatever you say. All right, haha. Seeing Chengwen laugh, Tao Lin inexplicably started laughing too. That evening, Chengwen remembered she hadn't been online for days, so she went to Tao Lin's room to borrow his light brain. Tao Lin moved to the inner side of the bed before handing it to her. Why don't you buy one? No, they cost 10,000 each. Too expensive. Tao Lin wanted to say he'd buy her one, but then remembered he was penniless, so he silently shut his mouth, a trace of embarrassment on his face. Chengwen didn't notice his awkwardness. She was focused on replying to Lei Ni's messages, updating him on her recent situation. How about I give Lei and I your light brain number? That way I won't miss any messages. Tao Lin nodded. Sure. So Chengwen sent Tao Lin's light brain number to Lei and I, asking him to send messages there from now on. After replying, Chung Wen returned the light brain to Tao Lin and left, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Tao Lin's expression cracked, and he stood frozen in place. After an unknown amount of time, he moved back to his original position, lay down gloomily, and went to sleep. The next day, Chung Wen went out to mine spirit stones, and Tao Lin insisted on following. It was fine that he followed, but he remained silent with a sullen expression. Chung Wen looked puzzled. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should we go back?" "No," Tao Lin answered instantly. Seeing this, Chung Wen stopped persuading and focused on mining spirit stones, with Li Er helping beside her. Meanwhile, Tao Lin sat on a small stool observing intently. One thing he didn't quite understand: why did Chung Wen collect stones while digging the ground to plant things? 2 hours later, Chung Wen returned to Tao Lin's side, crouching down to meet his eyes. "Are you upset?" Although it was a question, her tone was affirmative. "No, I'm not," Tao Lin insisted stubbornly. Seeing her drenched in sweat, he naturally used his sleeve to wipe it off for her. Chung Wen's body stiffened and her face flushed even redder. However, she didn't pull away. Instead, she moved closer to facilitate his gesture. This small action pleased Tao Lin, eliciting his first smile of the day. Chung Wen continued the previous topic. "Do you remember what I told you? If you're unhappy, just say it. It's just the two of us here, and I don't want to play guessing games." Tao Lin's movements paused, unsure how to broach the subject. How could he say it? Did he have to petulantly ask his wife why she refused to sleep with him? Was that appropriate? "No, I'm just a bit anxious, wanting to recover as soon as possible." After saying this, Tao Lin suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that his wife was disgusted by his current poor health, unable to perform that, and thus refused to share a room? The more Tao Lin thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and his expression darkened. Chung Wen was worried, gently placing her hand over his, and soothingly said, "It's okay. You were severely injured and barely escaped with your life. You need to rest properly. Don't overthink, okay?" Upon meeting Chung Wen's gaze, Tao Lin immediately snapped out of it. How could he let a woman worry and coax him? That was utterly inappropriate. "Sorry for making you worry. It's fine, but the sun is getting stronger. How about letting Li Er take you back?" Tao Lin shook his head and said softly, "No need, let Li Er help you here. I'll go back on my own." "How can that work?" "It's fine, I'll just walk back slowly. I may not be able to help now, but at least I shouldn't hold you back." Chung Wen chuckled helplessly. "Alright, once you're home, make a video call to Li Er, okay?" Tao Lin nodded in agreement, then slowly made his way home. The 5-minute walk for Chung Wen took him 15 minutes, but fortunately no mishap occurred. As soon as he arrived home, he immediately initiated a video call to Li Er. After connecting, Chung Wen waved at him with a smile on the screen. "You're home. Go get some sleep. You two come back early too." In the video, Tao Lin looked like a big loyal dog left at home, large, pitiful, and obedient, softening Chung Wen's heart. She smiled and promised, "I'll be back by noon." "Okay." After the call ended, Tao Lin logged onto the Storm website to see if there were any jobs to earn money recently. As he was browsing, a message suddenly popped up. "You Alan, you moved." "Lin, yeah, something happened, had to move." "You, where did you move?" "Send me your location, I'll come see you." Tao Lin suddenly felt like playing a prank, so he actually sent the location. Su Qingyu on the other end opened it and was shocked. "You? Not where did you move? Did you move to another planet?" "Lin, you wanna come?" "You hell no. I rarely get a few days off, I'd rather go home and sleep." Tao Lin chuckled, already imagining his cousin's flustered expression. "Lin bro, lend me some money." "You? Maybe I'll just recall the message, pretend I never showed up." "Lin, I wasn't planning to borrow, but you walked right into it." Su Qingyu was speechless, full of regret. Despite his words, he still transferred 200,000. "Lin, not enough." Su Qingyu completely broke down. I transferred all my savings to you, still not enough. Did you go gambling?" "Lin, no, I was severely injured recently, and am still recovering. I want to buy a high-grade healing agent." This message startled Su Qingyu, and he immediately called a video call. Tao Lin raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. The next second, Su Qingyu's loud voice boomed. "What's wrong? Quick. Let me see." "Cousin, calm down." "Calm down my ass. Why didn't you tell me about something so big?" "You were on a mission, didn't want to worry you." Su Qingyu sighed helplessly. "Didn't you even tell your parents? What good would it do? Would they even care?" Tao Lin's tone was full of sarcasm. Years of experience told him it was pointless. Truly pointless. Even if he told them, he wouldn't get their concern, only disdain. Su Qingyu ran his hand through his hair in frustration and fell into silence. "Cousin, I got married." "Huh." The words blasted Su Qingyu, leaving him speechless, for a long time, all his agitation forgotten. You got married. When? Just before the injury. She's been good to me, taking care of me. We're fine, so don't worry about me." Su Qingyu smiled with relief. "That's good. I'll figure something out for the high-grade healing agent. You rest well. At noon, Chungwon and Li Er carried back a large bucket of stones. Tao Lin casually mentioned Su Qingyu and the healing agent. Unexpectedly, Chungwon became extremely agitated, bristling with anger. Don't buy it. Huh. Why? Tao Lin was utterly confused. Chungwon was frantic. It has only a tiny effect and it's damn expensive. Anyway, don't buy it. The key point was the cost. Being cheated at the hospital was one thing, but now this fool was willingly offering himself up. Truly dumb money. Well, not much money anyway, just a pauper. Seeing Chungwon's firm opposition, Tao Lin had to give up. Then I'll message my cousin to stop lending money. Send it quickly. As soon as the message was sent, Su Qingyu's video call came immediately. He said angrily, didn't you say she's good to you? Then why won't she let you buy the healing agent? Before Tao Lin could answer, Chungwon leaned over and explained, I used it on him before. The effect wasn't great, no need to waste money. Li Er also leaned over, raised a hand, and said loudly, Li Er can testify the mistress even hit Li Er because of this. Hey, you know how to tattle now. Chungwon raised her hand and gave Li Er 2 thumps on the head. The practice motion showed it wasn't the first time. Li Er quickly crouched down, covering his head, and shouted, Li Er knows his mistake, knows his mistake. Tao Lin frowned, took Chungwon's hand, and examined it seriously. Be gentler next time your hand is red. Su Qingyu watched the playful scene on the other side and felt like a clown. Their relationship was clearly good. Why did he need to come here and interrogate? He said grumpily, I won't buy it for you. Give me back the money. Tao Lin didn't even lift his head and just said, oh. Since she had promised Tao Lin that she would always spend half a day with him from then on, Chungwon decided not to go out that afternoon. It also happened to be a good opportunity to sort through the stones she had dug up that morning. The mudcake stones were difficult to distinguish, and Chungwon had no idea which ones were spirit stones, so she brought them all back and planned to clean and cut them open later. Chungwon was responsible for fetching water, while Er handled the washing, and the pace was quite brisk. Tao Lin rested his chin on his hand and asked curiously, what do you intend to do with all these stones? Chungwon had originally planned to make up some excuse to brush him off, but once you start lying, one lie leads to another, and eventually you need endless lies to cover them all. It was truly a troublesome affair. After much deliberation, Chungwon decided to tell the truth. Some of these are spirit stones, a type of energy stone essentially. I can use them to enhance my personal combat power. Tao Lin's expression turned serious as he pressed, then can I use them too? Probably not. Chungwon looked at him apologetically. She explained, your condition is different from mine. I'm not sure whether you'd be able to use them, but I think your current body isn't suitable for blind experimentation. Alright, Tao Lin said, somewhat disappointed, but he didn't push the matter. Chungwon suddenly remembered something. New humans' combat power indices could apparently be upgraded as well. She had simply never paid much attention to it, since the original owner had no combat power at all. Tao Lin, how do new humans typically upgrade their combat power? The most common method is improving one's physical fitness and honing combat techniques. As for external means, it's about absorbing the energy within crystal cores. The former focuses on physical attack enhancement while the latter targets spiritual attacks. Crystal cores. Are they also energy stones? More or less. But they're not found underground, they're inside the heads of zombies. Zombies. Chungwon stroked her chin, trying hard to recall that disgusting species. They were said to be what humans became after mutation. A century ago, on an unexpected day, the first zombie appeared. No one knew where it came from, nor could anyone determine the cause of its emergence. Yet it spread like a virus, rapidly infecting every corner of the planet. The surviving humans banded together and built a base. That was the AJ-808 security base. They worked hard to survive, to propagate their kind, and to expand the base, continuing right up to the present day. Unexpectedly, the zombies that had once nearly driven humanity to extinction now served to enhance human combat power. Quite an ironic twist of fate. No wonder those who went on expeditions liked hunting zombies wherever they went. Seeing Chungwon lost in thought, Tao Lin waved his hand in front of her face and asked, what's wrong? Are you afraid? No. Chungwon joked, I was just wondering whether I should find you a few crystal cores. Tao Lin's expression changed instantly. He grabbed her shoulders and said sternly, absolutely not. Don't do anything reckless, it's extremely dangerous. The injury I sustained this time was precisely because I was too greedy. I wanted the crystal core of a zombie king, and that's how things turned out like this. Chungwon had only been kidding, but seeing Tao Lin's intense reaction, she quickly reassured him, all right, I won't do anything reckless. Calm down, please. From now on, if you see zombies, stay far away, understood? Don't worry. We're on a small planet, there are no zombies here. Just relax. Tao Lin let out a long breath and fell into reminiscence. That day he and 4 other teammates had been dispatched on a mission to Zone Y. During the battle, the group was forced to separate. While searching alone for his teammates, he unexpectedly encountered a zombie king. He had intended to fight it head-on. Obtaining its crystal core would allow him to level up. He never expected to nearly lose his life in the process. Thinking back now, there was something oddly strange about that encounter. The optical sensor clearly showed that the zombie's combat power was below 6000, yet his own 4865 couldn't even withstand a single casual strike. If he hadn't activated the mech's emergency return function in time, he would have perished without a trace. A wave of lingering fear swept over Tao Lin. He pulled Changwen into his arms and held her gently. After a long while, he murmured softly, "It feels so good to be alive." The person in his arms was both fragrant and soft. How wonderful. He couldn't help but nuzzle his chin against the top of Changwen's head, his manner incredibly intimate. At that moment, Changwen's body went rigid, though her mind raced with thoughts. What was happening? Why was he suddenly being so affectionate? But then again, they were already married. A hug wasn't so strange, was it? Should she hug him back? Before Changwen could decide, Air spoke up at the worst possible moment. "Mistress, the stones have been washed." Tao Lin was exasperated. The murderous look in his eyes toward Air made it perfectly clear. He finally understood why Changwen liked punching Air. It was because it deserved it. Tao Lin. Changwen's face flushed as she gently pushed him, whispering, I need to get back to work." "All right." Tao Lin suppressed his feelings, released her, and turned to deliberately trip Air with his foot. But Air was no longer the Air it used to be. It knew how to tattle, and it did so right to her face. "Mistress, master is bullying me. He kicked me." Changwen looked utterly bewildered and turned to stare at Tao Lin in disbelief, unable to believe he would do such a childish thing with a straight face. "I didn't," Tao Lin said with utter innocence, his expression as if accusing Changwen of not trusting him. Air, stop causing trouble." In the end, Changwen sided with Tao Lin. Tao Lin raised an eyebrow, looking smugly at Air. Air, unwilling to concede, decided to expose one of Tao Lin's secrets and make him suffer public humiliation. "Mistress, Air has a secret to tell you." "What secret?" Air backed up 10 paces to ensure Tao Lin couldn't reach it, then announced loudly, "Master was unhappy yesterday because you didn't sleep with him." "You didn't sleep with him? Didn't sleep with him?" Air's words echoed repeatedly in Changwen's mind. Her face turned crimson in an instant, all the way down to her neck, red as if bleeding. I. Tao Lin covered his face, utterly at a loss for how to explain. This was too humiliating. But Air wasn't done adding fuel to the fire. "He thought you were disgusted by him. He was so worried at night that he couldn't even sleep." Air. Tao Lin, enraged and embarrassed, took off his shoe and threw it at Air. But Air was fast on its feet, darting away while shouting, "I'm going to check on Lulu. I'll be back later." Sigh. After Air left, the room fell into an extraordinary silence, so quiet that each other's breathing could be heard clearly. The atmosphere grew profoundly ambiguous. Changwen was so embarrassed she desperately wanted to flee. "I'll go back to work first." Tao Lin opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he simply murmured, He regretted it deeply. If he had known, he wouldn't have let that big-mouthed Air on guard duty that evening. As Changwen reached the doorway, she paused, took a deep breath, and said, without turning around, "I'm not disgusted by you. It's just, let's take things slowly, okay?" Before she could wait for his response, she quickly ran off. Tao Lin was stunned for a moment, then a growing smile spread across his face. "All right, we'll take things slowly." Early in the morning, Tao Lin's brow twitched with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Liar, what is this?" "A bucket." "What kind of bucket?" "A regular wooden bucket." "So, you want me to use this bucket for, you know?" Liar nodded. "Yes." Tao Lin asked helplessly, "Is the smart toilet at home broken?" "No, it's not broken, but that one breaks down your waste and can't preserve it. This one is better. It can collect everything intact." "You're perverted." Tao Lin's voice cracked in shock. He covered himself and frantically backed away. What are you trying to do?" Liar tilted his head, confused. "Collecting human waste to use as fertilizer for farming. Is there something wrong with that?" Tao Lin was at a complete loss for words. "Did the mistress ask you to collect it?" "No, Liar saw it on the website himself." Tao Lin fell silent again, his mood complicated. "Liar, have you mutated?" "No, Liar has grown a brain." "Fine then." Tao Lin rubbed his temples in exhaustion and quickly ordered Liar to go help Changwen dig up stones. With nothing else to do, Tao Lin stayed home and helped Changwen clean the stones. They would cut them open together in the afternoon, keeping the useful ones and having Liar move the useless ones outside to form a neat square vegetable plot. Changwen had originally wanted to dig up Levian and transplant it, but it said it wanted to stay with its brother. Since the distance wasn't too far, Changwen let it stay where it was. Days passed, and before long a month had gone by. Tao Lin's condition kept improving. Aside from his combat power index failing to recover, he was basically no different from an ordinary person. Once his health improved, he couldn't sit idle and joined the digging crew. During this time, they hadn't collected many spirit stones. Aside from slightly higher appearances nearby, and other areas yielded only 1 or 2 stones at most per half-day. Changwon felt somewhat disappointed and gradually shifted her focus to primarily tilling the land and planting, casually looking for stones along the way. Tao Lin had no objections. He'd do whatever she said. If she asked him to till, he'd till. If she asked him to plant, he'd plant. Whether anything would actually grow wasn't the point. Just get started first. As long as they could stay together, that was all that mattered. Yes, Tao Lin was extremely clingy. Wherever Changwon went, he followed, except when using the restroom or sleeping. He wanted to be glued to her at all times. But since Changwon had said they should take things slowly, they were still only at the hand-holding stage. Occasional hugs happened too. One more crisp morning, Changwon squatted at the doorstep gazing dejectedly at the vegetable patch. Tao Lin came out and handed her the nutrient solution, saying softly, "What's wrong? Putting on such a sour face so early?" Sigh. Changwon complained between sips. Uncle Laney must have been scammed. Why aren't these seeds sprouting? It probably isn't that. Seeds sold on the main star are specially treated and suited for the main star. As for here, let's observe for a few more days. We've only planted them 5 days ago. It usually takes 10 days to see results. No need to rush. Huh. Aren't seeds supposed to sprout in 2 or 3 days? Changwon was completely baffled, feeling his explanation was strange. Tao Lin looked equally confused. Seeds that sprout in 2 or 3 days. Where? Alright. Different planets, some things are different. Understandable. Then, let's wait a bit longer. Since they couldn't find spirit stones and couldn't grow anything either, Changwon decided to just go into seclusion and cultivate. Once she had spiritual energy, these matters would become much easier. Without further delay, Changwon immediately discussed it with Tao Lin. Tao Lin, I'm going into seclusion for a while. Don't disturb me until I come out. Tao Lin was startled. How long? Changwon shook her head helplessly. I don't know either. Will it be dangerous? No. When are you starting? Tomorrow. Tao Lin nodded, shuffled over to Changwon, and pulled her into his arms, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Changwon smiled and nuzzled back. Remember to check on Vian for me every day, okay? Okay. And keep an eye on those prepared plots. If anything sprouts, take good care of it, got it? I don't want to drink nutrient solution anymore. I want to eat crisp, fresh vegetables. Okay. And the two of them cuddled together, chattering away, a conversation that lasted the entire morning. In the afternoon, the two of them moved all the spirit stones into Changwon's room and arranged them carefully. That settled it. In the evening, Tao Lin's expression was strange, fidgety, and hesitant. He seemed like he had something to say, but was too shy to voice it. Changwon waited for him to speak, but he was like a tight-lipped gourd, unable to squeeze out a word all day. She had no choice but to pretend not to notice. Before going to sleep, Tao Lin held on to Changwon's hand and wouldn't let go, his face drooping as if reluctant to let her leave. Your room is full of stones. I know I need them tomorrow. Is there a problem? It's just... Tao Lin's ears turned red as he murmured, all those stones. They might affect your sleep. How about you stay with me tonight? So all that fidgeting throughout the evening was just about this. Changwon covered her face, simultaneously embarrassed and amused. Well... Tao Lin shook Changwon's hand, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on her face. He looked like a pitiful big puppy. Changwon felt her face grow warm under his gaze and could only shyly nod. Seeing she had agreed, Tao Lin's smile widened continuously. He happily hopped off the bed, bent down, and lifted her into his arms toward the bed. The sudden sensation of being airborne startled Changwon. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Tao Lin's neck. Hey, slow down. Tao Lin placed her gently on the bed and, taking advantage of the situation, asked, Can I kiss you? Changwon's face flushed as she lightly punched his chest and pouted, If you want to kiss, just kiss me. Why keep asking? I was afraid you wouldn't like it. Tao Lin chuckled softly, then leaned down and reverently pressed his lips to hers, his wife and master. For their first kiss, their lips barely touched, like a tentative probe, before they quickly pulled apart. Tao Lin spoke in a husky voice, Mistress, I want to kiss you again. Changwon swallowed, closed her eyes, tilted her head up, and kissed him first. This time Tao Lin held back no longer. With clumsy yet forceful passion, he claimed her sweetness, his tongue carefully tracing the shape of her lips. They had agreed on just one kiss, but Tao Lin kept kissing her again and again. He wouldn't let go until Changwon's lips were swollen. Tao Lin was delighted, kissing her forehead here, her cheek there, and occasionally just staring at her with a foolish smile. Changwon couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. What's so funny? Tao Lin nuzzled against her face, asking curiously. I'm sorry, it's just that you look exactly like a big puppy right now, ha ha ha. Tao Lin smiled affectionately and replied, If it means being the mistress's dog, then I am willing. You really are something, talking nonsense like that. Changwen was caught off guard by his bold words. Tao Lin added, "I'm serious." Changwen's face flushed crimson with shyness. "Enough, already time to sleep." Saying that, she pulled the blanket over her head. Actually, she was a little afraid of looking into Tao Lin's eyes. Those eyes were too sincere, too passionate. For Changwen, who was experiencing romance for the first time, it was overwhelming, and she didn't know how to respond. So she escaped. After Changwen entered seclusion, Tao Lin carefully planned his schedule. In the morning, he would first water green shadow and the vegetable plots, then till the soil and dig up stones. Afternoon was for earning money. Tao Lin had spent 2 days finally landing a decent-paying online tutoring job, just one student. At night, he would log into the Storm website to make edits. He planned to shift from free access to a membership system. Each member would pay 30 star coins per month. The Storm website was actually founded by Tao Lin himself. Back then, he was only 15 and somewhat rebellious. With mediocre aptitude and neglectful parents, he used to skip classes frequently to play holographic games. Eventually, growing bored of the games, he turned to building websites. To his surprise, it blossomed into something remarkable, and renowned encrypted platform. It housed experts from every field and held information that money couldn't buy. In short, it was incredibly useful. Later, after graduating, Tao Lin's frequent missions left him no time to manage it. With so many users causing frequent lag, Tao Lin halted new account registrations and deployed an intelligent administrator to keep the site running. But this meant newcomers couldn't access it at all. Yidong had been desperate for the URL, yet he didn't realize that even with it, entry remained impossible. Tao Lin worked through the night and finally finished. As soon as midnight struck, he pushed the latest update to Storm. In that instant, every user went offline simultaneously. Users panicked, assuming the site had been hacked, and frantically refreshed. Only when the site reappeared did they exhale in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. However, upon logging back in, everyone discovered there was now a fee. It wasn't steep, just the cost of a nutrient pack, so most found it acceptable and paid to re-enter. Tao Lin pinned a post. Due to certain reasons, the website will now charge fees. Why? Simply because the administrator is too poor and needs to collect something. The site operates as before, but please note accounts unpaid for over 3 months will be deactivated. The comments section flooded with jokes about the admin's poverty. Some even suggested raising fees further to filter users. Tao Lin randomly replied to a few posts, then logged off for a good night's sleep. Days passed busily and fully, and half a month slipped by. The seeds in the vegetable plots remained unresponsive, though a few sparse sprouts appeared near green shadow. Tao Lin was thrilled and nurtured them carefully, following the website's planting methods. But the seedlings ultimately perished. He planted another batch this time, leaving it to Lear to tend. Lear lacked farming knowledge and cared for them haphazardly. Another half-month passed, and this time the seedlings survived, growing surprisingly well. Tao Lin gave Lear a thumbs-up, praising, "Impressive, Master. Lear really has skill." Lear puffed out its chest proudly and declared loudly, "Naturally, Lear is the best." "Indeed, then I'll leave all these plots to you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lear's head froze mid-motion like a human caught rigid. Master, Lear actually doesn't know how." Tao Lin patted its head, chuckling. "That's fine, I can't either. I barely keep anything alive. So I'll leave it to you. Just grow them casually, no pressure." "All right then." With the vegetable plots handed off, Tao Lin had even more free time. His mornings were now devoted to digging stones for Changwen. He dug pile after pile, unsure how many would prove useful, but action was better than waiting. Meanwhile, Changwen, deep in seclusion, was nearly laughing in exasperation. She never expected that all those spirit stones painstakingly saved over time would only barely bring her to the first stage of chi refining. Truly infuriating. How could someone who had once reached the golden core realm accept such cultivation speed? To avoid chi deviation, Changwen could only repeatedly console herself. "Hey, it's alright, take your time." Once the stones ran out, Changwen had no choice but to emerge from seclusion and resume her days of tending vegetables and digging earth. The moment the door opened, Tao Lin rushed over at the sound and embraced her tightly. He exclaimed joyfully, "Wifely, Master, you're finally out." "This is wonderful." Changwen smiled softly and returned his embrace. "Yes, I've completed my seclusion. Long time no see." It had been a month since they'd parted, and she found herself missing him quite a bit. When you've lost weight." "You too." They gazed at each other, their eyes brimming with mutual concern. Tao Lin immediately led Changwen to the small freezer to fetch nutrient packs, wanting her to nourish herself properly. Changwen wrinkled her nose discontentedly. "It doesn't taste good." "How are the vegetables coming along? Did anything grow?" Tao Lin said guiltily. "I'm sorry, it's too difficult. Only a few seedlings have survived so far." Changwen's jaw dropped. "It's that hard to grow?" "Yes, very difficult." Tao Lin nodded firmly. It wasn't laziness on his part, it was genuinely challenging. Vegetables on the main planet were carefully cultivated in greenhouses with dedicated researchers tending them, yet even then survival rates weren't high. So he truly couldn't be blamed. Chungwon pursed her lips and resignedly drank the nutrient pack. Tao Lin coaxed, "If you want fresh vegetables, I can buy some online. You have money." Chungwon narrowed her eyes mockingly. "I thought you were broke. I want to earn money during the month you were in seclusion." Tao Lin activated his optical brain and proudly showed Chungwon the earnings from the past month. "Oh, not bad. Quite impressive. I've linked your account to mine. You can use it freely." Chungwon raised an eyebrow and rewarded him with a kiss on his chin. Startled by the sudden kiss, Tao Lin's eyes crinkled with delight as he leaned in to solicit more rewards. "Wifely master, I missed you." Chungwon chuckled, puzzled. "Why are you calling me wifely master again?" "I like saying it." "All right then, say it however you like." And I want to kiss you." "May I?" Chungwon didn't answer, simply closing her eyes and tilting her head back to let him. Tao Lin smiled even more broadly, his large palm securely cradling the back of her neck as he bent down to kiss her gently. Lear happened to return just then and walked in on the scene. Its dramatic instincts flared and it covered its face while shrieking, "Ah, inappropriate for minors. Turn your eyes away." Its antics made Chungwon burst into uncontrollable laughter, completely dissipating the mood. Tao Lin's kissing privileges came to an abrupt end. He shot Lear a resentful glare, tempted to discipline it. But Lear had grown clever. It bolted the moment trouble loomed and only returned once Tao Lin had calmed down. It was truly both mischievous and rowdy. Tao Lin could only treat it like a child now. That evening Tao Lin approached with eager anticipation. "Want to sleep together?" "No thanks." Chungwon's gaze wandered as she suppressed a laugh. "Unless you'd like to suffer through another midnight cold shower." Tao Lin's face flushed instantly. "You know about that. How humiliating." His composed and reliable image was utterly ruined. Chungwon noticed that the layout of her vegetable patch had changed. Previously it was located about 20 meters away from Green Shadow, but now Green Shadow was directly surrounded at the center with plants cultivated around it. Moreover, it was quite strange, the closer the seedlings were to Green Shadow the stronger they grew. The ones farther away outside didn't even sprout. The difference was truly remarkable. Now she finally understood why Tao Lin had done this. The vegetable patch was understandable, but what was that pile of stones by the side about? "Tao Lin, did you place that pile of stones?" "Yes. I thought this little green vine was magical, so I stacked the stones I dug up each day here to see if they would be affected and form more spirit stones." Chungwon chuckled and explained, "Green Shadow does have a bit of mysterious power, but if you want to rely on its power to form spirit stones, it would take at least several hundred years." Tao Lin sounded somewhat disappointed and sighed. "Then I'll just move them home from now on." "No need, just leave them here from now on. It saves time and effort to not keep moving them back and forth." "That works too. By the way, do we still have any vegetable seeds at home?" Tao Lin scratched his head, embarrassed. "No, they're all used up." Chungwon felt a bit worried and quickly called out to Green Shadow in her mind, "Green Shadow, do you know where I can find seeds?" Green Shadow pondered for a long time before finally speaking. "Do you remember that very large tree to the south?" "Yes, of course I remember. Go look in that tree hollow. I remember your third senior sister loved hiding things in there." "Really? Then I'll go check it out right away." The third senior sister was an alchemist who also loved eating, and she always collected all sorts of strange plants. "There might be seeds there." Chungwon immediately turned to Tao Lin and said, "I want to go out for a bit and see if I can find seeds in a farther place." "All right, let's go." "Not that way." Chungwon spoke gently, "I want to go by myself." When their eyes met, Chungwon actually saw a hint of grievance in Tao Lin's eyes. "All right then, be careful." "Okay." Chungwon thought for a moment and decided to coax him, "Give me your optical brain. We can stay on video call the whole time so you'll know where I am." "All right." Tao Lin immediately handed over the optical brain, his mood improving considerably. Actually, he didn't necessarily need to follow along, he just liked being clingy. If they could stay on video call the whole time, that would work too. After a few short words, the two parted ways. One focused on heading south while the other bent down to diligently till the soil. The now desolate secret realm was completely different from before. Chungwon couldn't tell one place from another, and on top of that, she had a terrible sense of direction, which made things even worse. "Haven't found them yet?" "Not yet. I still need to cross 2 mountains. Probably back by afternoon." "Tao Lin, that's way too far."
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Suddenly he regretted it. If he had known, he would have stubbornly insisted on following. The further she walked, the more tired she became. By the end, Chungwon didn't even want to talk anymore, and focused solely on the path ahead. Tao Lin suggested, "How about you play some music? It can help relax your mind." Music. Wah. What's that? Changwon sat down on the ground panting heavily. The red icon in the far corner of the main page is it. Just open it and press play. Red icon. Changwon muttered to herself while opening the music app. I found it. Choose a style. Exercise then. The moment she clicked play, passionate music erupted, making Changwon's blood boil with excitement. Her back stopped aching, her legs stopped hurting. She stood up and started sprinting. Changwon thought this music was truly a great invention. It could instantly restore her vitality. What was the difference between this and a chi recovery pill? The key was that it didn't require any medicinal ingredients to refine. Tao Lin, this music is really interesting. I like it. Tao Lin smiled affectionately and bent his head to continue digging. 2 hours later, Changwon finally found that great tree. But after so many years, the tree had long since died, and even the trunk had rotted away. Oh my, wouldn't this have been a wasted trip? What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. There's a big tree stump here. I plan to look around and see if there are any seeds I can pick up. Alright. If anything comes up, be sure to tell me so I can come find you in time. Changwon chuckled and teased, don't you come. It's a 3-hour walk. Your frail body couldn't handle it. Tao Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart. So his wife master was sparing him from getting tired, which is why she didn't want him to come. When I'm quite filled up. I'm just thin right now. Haha, really? Then when I grow the vegetables, you can eat more of them. Alright. I'll work on restoring my perfect figure as soon as possible. Tao Lin's overly serious expression made Changwon laugh uncontrollably. I'll talk to you later. I still have work to do. Alright. Tao Lin nodded and stopped disturbing her. Changwon squatted on the ground, searching bit by bit. When she found nothing on the surface, she started digging with a small hoe. Just when she was about to give up digging, she finally spotted a cyan storage pouch embroidered with a pear blossom. She recognized it was her third senior sister's at first glance. Because her third senior sister loved the color cyan the most, and she had a habit of casually giving away pills to others. She always used this kind of unwarded storage pouch, and when she was in a good mood, she would hand them out. She occasionally used this kind of pouch to store various miscellaneous items as well. For distinction, she would embroider a pear blossom on it, with a flower meant for her own use and without a flower meant for giving away. Now what Changwon held in her hands was the embroidered one belonging to her third senior sister's personal belongings. Changwon took a few deep breaths before nervously opening the storage pouch and pouring out its contents. The contents inside were quite miscellaneous. There were 2 bottles of pills, several packets of medicinal herbs, a large broadsword, and many strange seeds. Changwon casually rummaged through them and immediately identified the vegetable seeds among them. Oh my, this is great. Tao Lin, look. Changwon held up the seeds excitedly. I found them. Tao Lin broke into a smile and said loudly, wonderful. Come back quickly. Changwon suddenly became serious and asked Tao Lin about all this. Is there anything you want to ask? Then do you want to tell me now? If I were to speak of it, I suppose I could. But this story is very, very long and I haven't figured out how to tell it yet. Then tell me later, or just say whatever comes to mind. Tell me 1 or 2 sentences every day, and one day you'll have clearly told the whole story. After spending several months together, Changwon had discovered that Tao Lin was particularly respectful and loyal to his partner, which was quite rare. Then, let's talk about it later, okay? Alright. Come back quickly. Okay. Changwon packed up her things, slung the small hoe over her shoulder, and ran back quickly. Perhaps because of her joyful heart, she actually returned in only half the time. Tao Lin, I'm back. Changwon kept running without the slightest intention of breaking, diving straight into Tao Lin's arms. Tao Lin not only caught her steadily, but also lifted her up and bounced her gently. Very happy. Yes, I found the seeds, of course I'm happy. The two hugged and lingered for a while before parting. Tao Lin continued staying in place to dig stones while Changwon returned to Green Shadow's side. Now that she had the seeds, Changwon planned to set up a simple spiritual energy gathering formation to use for growing vegetables. She directly used her spiritual power to sense the stones, quickly finding the useful spirit stones. She left the rest untouched, continuing to pile them up for later use in building a small hut or the like. Changwon didn't avoid Tao Lin while doing these things, as she completed everything within his line of sight. She thought that if Tao Lin asked, she would tell him, if he didn't ask, then let it be. But Tao Lin didn't ask anything, because he thought it was just a different kind of combat technique, nothing special. Tao Lin thought the seeds Changwon had recently found were truly remarkable. Despite using the same soil and water, they grew so lush and vibrant. Now he finally understood why Changwon refused to let him buy vegetables online. Homegrown produce simply tasted better. He would dare say that even the researchers on the main star could not grow crops as well as she did. Where did you find those seeds? Let me go gather more. I dug for ages that day just to find a small amount. I'm afraid there aren't any left. Alright, Tao Lin said with a touch of regret, curiously poking at the small green shoots in the field. Don't worry about it. Cheng Wen reassured him. We have enough seeds to cultivate several plots of land. We'll figure out how to save new seeds once we harvest this batch. Alright then. I'll keep tilling the soil while you handle planting the seeds, and Riel will take care of watering. The moment Tao Lin finished assigning tasks, Riel raised its hand in protest. Riel has a grievance. What's wrong now? I don't even eat vegetables, yet I still have to work in the fields alongside you every day and come home to do chores. It's not fair. Hearing this, Cheng Wen burst out laughing. That does sound rather pitiful. You're working around the clock. Tao Lin shook his head helplessly, then asked earnestly, what should we do? Should we help you share the household chores from now on? No need. Riel wants a reward. Oh, clever girl. Tao Lin became interested and started teasing it, so tell us, what kind of reward do you want? I want energy stones and a new skin. Tao Lin and Cheng Wen exchanged glances, both puzzled. They asked in unison, what energy stones? What new skin? Energy stones are the ones the mistress no longer needs. The ones I don't need. Cheng Wen pointed to the pile of ordinary stones, asking for confirmation. Those. No. Riel shook its head and explained, they're the ones you used before, and had me move out of your room. Cheng Wen was even more confused. What do you want with them? Those spirit stones lost their luster after absorbing spiritual energy, crumbling like tofu residue with just a pinch. What use would they be? Was she supposed to eat them as snacks? Just as Cheng Wen finished her sarcastic inner monologue, she saw Riel cupping its face happily. They're delicious. I like them. They're actually edible. Tao Lin, do you think Riel has some kind of brain problem? Cheng Wen tugged on the man beside her arm, speaking anxiously. I remember it runs on electricity. It was charging at the generator last night. Tao Lin looked down at Cheng Wen, his lips slowly curling into a smile before he burst out laughing. Wen, don't you know Riel is a dual-source robot? Riel can use both power sources and energy sources. Riel nodded frantically. Yes. Heh, so that's how it is. Cheng Wen touched her nose awkwardly and promised, all right, then all the used spirit stones from now on will be yours. Yay, Riel cheered and continued to press. What about the new skin? Tao Lin tapped it on the head and reminded it, you haven't told us what a new skin is yet. How can we agree to that? A new skin is the exterior appearance. Riel wants to switch to a cooler look. We can't do that. Tao Lin said helplessly, all family robots have a uniform appearance. They can't be changed and no one dares to change them. There is. Riel pointed at Cheng Wen and loudly declared, the mistress can change them and isn't afraid to. Cheng Wen had a look of confusion, not understanding how this was being pulled into her involvement. Riel went on, when you repaired that weapon before you modified it. I saw it. It was super cool. Alright. Cheng Wen covered her face and could only nod in agreement. I can help modify it for you, but we don't have the materials yet. We'll need to wait until we return to the main star to purchase them. And you can only use the new skin on the small planet. Once we're back on the main star, you'll have to switch back to the standard factory appearance. Is that acceptable? Understood. Riel agrees. Watching them settle matters with just a few words left Tao Lin feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Wen, don't you feel like you've spoiled Riel rotten? Do I? Yes, it's become completely like a mischievous child now. It is still quite obedient. It's not a big problem. Tao Lin shook his head helplessly and could only spoil it along with everyone else. AJ-808 planet Su Chengyu took advantage of the holiday to secretly sneak into the undeveloped Y zone alone. He planned to track down the zombie king that had harmed Tao Lin, eliminate it, and give the crystal core to Tao Lin to help restore his combat strength. Unfortunately, he seemed to have bad luck. Instead of finding the zombie king, he stumbled upon two teams engaged in fierce combat. The commotion they created was enormous, and Su Chengyu could hear it from afar. With no choice, he pressed himself to the ground and concealed himself. It took a full half-hour for the noise to finally subside. Su Chengyu didn't dare move, waiting another 10 minutes before cautiously rising once he confirmed the area was safe. Out of curiosity, he glanced over and was shocked by the sight of corpses scattered across the ground, drenched in blood. Even as a man, the scene made his heart race with unease. Su Chengyu covered his mouth in shock, exclaiming, "Good heavens! This is way too extreme." This scene was far more than a simple conflict. 10 versus 5. Or perhaps even more. I'd better leave this place of trouble as quickly as possible. Su Chengyu chickened out and just wanted to go home now. The zombie king could be dealt with another day, but he only had one life. He absolutely couldn't get caught up in some bizarre feud. However, before he'd taken 2 steps, a cry for help echoed from behind. "Help! Help me!" A girl's voice. Su Chengyu hesitated for a minute before his conscience won out. Gun in hand, he cautiously retraced his steps and crouched beside the girl. When he focused his eyes, he froze. To his surprise, she was someone he recognized. Rolanda. Hey, wake up. Rolanda had been shot twice and her consciousness had already faded as she was now only instinctively crying for help. Su Qingyu frowned, glancing around at their surroundings before deciding to take her away first. Otherwise, the scent of blood would attract zombies and mutated beasts and they wouldn't be able to escape. Miss Luo, forgive me. Su Qingyu murmured, bending down to gently lift Rolanda into his arms and carefully making his way toward the outskirts. Upon reaching a temporary shelter, he set her down and began basic wound treatment. Rolanda awoke with a cry of pain and stared warily at Su Qingyu. Who are you? What do you want? You tell me. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow, holding up the gauze in his hand as he explained, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm saving you. Rolanda's expression softened, and she whispered weakly, thank you. Su Qingyu nodded and continued his work. Whether from the pain or blood loss, Rolanda lost consciousness once more. Once the bandaging was finished, Su Qingyu carried her out through the shadows to a hospital. He had intended to leave as soon as she reached medical care, but the nurses insisted he stay until her family arrived. Since he couldn't leave anyway, Su Qingyu went upstairs to the 3rd floor to find Owen Tao Lin's attending physician, hoping to learn more about the circumstances surrounding Tao Lin's admission with severe injuries. Su Qingyu poked his head in and politely asked, Dr. Owen, do you have a moment? I'd like to chat with you. Owen was puzzled. Are you a relative of which patient?
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
At the sound of that name, Owen's body involuntarily trembled. He forced himself to remain calm and said, come in and let's talk. Thank you. Su Qingyu casually closed the door behind him, sat across from Owen, and got straight to the point. I came today to learn about the basic circumstances of Tao Lin's hospitalization. Owen breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least he wasn't being held accountable. Otherwise, he feared he'd face prolonged misfortune. Yes, go ahead. Ask whatever you'd like. Who brought my brother here at the time? I don't know. He was lying alone outside the hospital. Passing patients spotted him and mentioned it to a nurse, and then the 1st floor supervisor sent someone to bring him back in. Was his mecha still there at the time? I'm not sure about that. You'd need to ask the nurse who retrieved him that day. Then how severe were his injuries? Both his body and spirit suffered catastrophic trauma. He was nearly dead, but fortunately survived after receiving the beast transformation agent. Though he failed to transform, he at least kept his life. Did anyone claiming to be his teammate visit during his treatment? No. Only his wife and a robot came. This was far too strange, raising legitimate suspicion. Tao Lin had assumed his teammates had brought him to the hospital, so he had never dwelled on it. But now those teammates seemed highly questionable, worth investigating thoroughly. Su Qingyu's fists clenched beneath the table, veins bulging, knuckles turning white, yet he fought hard to maintain his composure. Steady himself, he continued, then regarding his condition, are there any treatment plans? Well, honestly, there wasn't much we could do. His recovery mainly depends on himself. If he's lucky, he might recover to become an E-rank ordinary person, if not. Su Qingyu frowned, puzzled. The younger brother in the video seemed perfectly fine, which didn't match the doctor's description. Could his cousin be exaggerating to avoid worrying him? If I find spirit cores for him, will that help him recover? No. Before his mental trauma heals, feeding him spirit cores will only intensify his suffering. Su Qingyu remained silent for a long while before managing to say, Doctor, does my brother? Is there truly no way for him to recover? Mental trauma is always a thorny problem. I've studied his condition carefully and honestly. The outlook isn't promising, but I wouldn't say it's absolutely hopeless. I feel their luck has been on their side. Sigh. Su Qingyu's eyes dimmed and he let out a soft breath. I understand. Thank you, doctor. Having gotten his answers, he stood up, preparing to leave. Owen quickly grabbed him, grinning awkwardly. Could you do me a favor and pass a message to Chungwon? What? Just tell her I never intentionally scammed her money. Please ask her to lift that jinx on me. Is that all right? Huh. Su Qingyu looked utterly bewildered. What jinx? What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't believe it at first either, but... Owen's face fell as he recounted, I've been afflicted with bad luck for ages, and it only recently started easing. Please just ask her to let me off the hook. Su Qingyu still refused to believe it, but seeing a grown man reduced to such a pitiful state, he agreed to deliver the message. Owen gratefully thanked him profusely and promised to waive consultation fees for any future visits from Tao Lin. After descending to the first floor, Su Qingyu searched for the nurse who had rescued Tao Lin that day, but found no sign of any mecha. Disappointed, he returned sullenly to the second floor and waited idly outside Rolanda's ward, occasionally texting Tao Lin about his theories. Soon he spotted a young man rushing over, eyes red, wanting to burst into the ward. Su Qingyu quickly grabbed him, reminding the doctor is still treating her, don't go in and cause trouble. Who are you? Luo Jiashi turned around, spotted the blood on Su Qingyu's clothes, and in agitation seized him, demanding, was it you? Did you hurt my sister? No. Su Qingyu pushed him away, angrily retorting, I merely happened upon her and rescued her out of kindness. Show some respect. The roar stunned Luo Jiashi. He stood dazed, processing for a moment before finally stammering an apology. I'm sorry. I was too worked up. I thought. I'm truly sorry. Enough. Su Qingyu grew impatient. Since you're here, you can take over watching her. I'll be going. Wait. Luo Jiashi's face darkened, his voice hoarse as he asked, can you tell me what happened to my sister? I'm not entirely sure either. I was far away from them and couldn't see clearly. After the sound stopped, curiosity got the better of me, so I peeked over and heard your sister calling for help. I happened to rescue her. Then where's her weapon? Weapon? Su Qingyu furrowed his brow, thinking for a long moment before confirming there was no weapon near her at all. How could that be? Luo Jiashi's expression grew even grim, heavy with self-reproach. It was all his fault. If he hadn't handed her his weapon, none of this would have happened. Su Qingyu paid it no mind, eager to leave as quickly as possible. Just then the ward door opened and the doctor emerged with several nurses. The patient is out of danger. She'll awaken in 10 minutes. Luo Jiashi exhaled in relief. Understood. Thank you, doctor. After the doctor left, Su Qingyu spoke again. Anything else you'd like to ask? If not, I'm leaving. Wait. Luo Jiashi pleaded, could you stay a little longer? My sister might want to see you. Luo Jiaxing's throat was dry as he slowly replied, gone. As expected. Ruin Lina gritted her teeth and said bitterly, they were indeed after the divine miracle. What exactly is going on? I sensed someone was targeting me before, but I never imagined they would be so brazen. They sent 4 groups to raid us in broad daylight and killed Daya and the rest. Speaking of which, Ruin Lina's tears could no longer be contained, falling in large drops. Su Qingyu quietly handed her a tissue. Thank you. After wiping her tears, Ruin Lina continued, I considered negotiating with them, hoping they would spare us, but they were determined to kill us all. There was no reasoning with them. Luo Jiaxing looked puzzled and asked, since your combat power index is so high, and with the divine miracle in your hands, shouldn't no one be able to harm you? That was true before. But I was drugged, my combat power suppressed, and on top of that. And what? Tell me quickly, you're killing me with suspense. LV Ying betrayed us. She was the one who drugged me. What did you say? Luo Jiaxing jumped up in agitation, unable to accept this reality. Impossible, this can't be. Sister Ying grew up with you since childhood. How could she betray you? How could she harm you? It's true. Ruin Lina clenched her fists in agony. LV Ying's betrayal was not merely physical harm, it cut deep into her soul. She never imagined being stabbed in the back by her own sister. Sis, it's all my fault. If I hadn't given you the weapon, you wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Luo Jiaxing tore at his hair, consumed by guilt. Stop being foolish. This is the villain's fault, not yours. Don't take responsibility for others' mistakes. But, no more buts. I'll remember this grudge. One day I'll make them pay for what they did to our fallen teammates. What? Luo Jiaxing couldn't believe his ears. Sis, aren't we seeking revenge now? Right now? Ruin Lina bit her lower lip painfully. I can't defeat him yet. Who is it? Luo Jiaxing pressed eagerly. Sis, tell me. Ruin Lina kept silent, her head bowed. Her younger brother was still young and impulsive, better he didn't know. Su Qingyu frowned, lost in thought. Then he remembered the spacecraft on the outskirts of Zone Y. Could it be that person? If so, everything made sense. Luo Jiaxing kept pressing for answers, but Ruin Lina refused to speak. Seeing the tension rising, Su Qingyu stepped in. I'm sorry, I have something to handle, I need to leave first. Alright. Thank you for saving my life, I'll visit you in a few days. No need. I'm planning to leave for a few days. By the time you're discharged, I should already be gone from the main planet. This was Su Qingyu's impulsive decision. He intended to visit Tao Lin on the smaller planet. Ruin Lina paused briefly before asking, then contact me when you return, would you? She provided her communication device number. Su Qingyu nodded and agreed. After leaving the hospital, he wandered through the streets purchasing whatever caught his eye. He returned home late in the evening, his purchases complete. Yual and I have a month's leave and plan to come stay with you both. Would that be alright? Tao Lin received the message and immediately discussed it with Chengwen. Wenwen, my cousin, wants to come visit. Is that okay? Of course it is. Chengwen thought for a moment before asking, could you have him bring me something? What do you need? Brush, ink, cinnabar, and yellow paper. Tao Lin was completely baffled by these odd requests. Is that all? Not for now, that should be sufficient. Alright. Lin, welcome. But I need you to bring me something. What do I need to bring it? Lin brush ink cinnabar yellow paper and a new model communication device, one that girls would find appealing. After reading the message, Su Chengyu rolled his eyes skyward. Under his wife's thumb, no doubt. You understood. I'll also bring some supplies for you both. Tao Lin nodded in satisfaction and decided not to reply further. Chang Wen, seated nearby, suggested, have your cousin reach out to the Jishan brothers. I'm a major client now, just place a moving order, and it'll be both affordable and reliable. Got it. Tao Lin agreed, then quietly opened his communication device to send the message before transferring 100,000 star credits to Su Chengyu. Su Chengyu chuckled at the notification. So there's even a private escort service available. I'll go shopping again tomorrow. The following day, while he was busy purchasing more supplies, he suddenly received a message from Ruinlina. Not have you left yet? Su Chengyu paused, lips pressed together in thought, then initiated a call. It connected instantly and Ruinlina's voice came through moments later. Have you departed? She asked urgently. Not yet, I'm leaving this afternoon. What's wrong? Where are you headed? Could you take me with you? What? Su Chengyu couldn't grasp her request. Why would you follow me? They hadn't grown close enough for this kind of favor. I'll be honest with you, my weapon was taken by the fifth prince. Now that he knows I'm alive, he intends to silence me permanently. It sounded like an enormous hassle, and Su Chengyu hesitated to get involved. Please, Ruinlina pleaded. The fifth prince is watching me. I dare not use my real identity to purchase tickets from the flight company. How am I supposed to bring you? Pack extra luggage, I'll hide inside. If discovered, just claim I stowed away secretly. Su Chengyu was speechless, covering his face in exasperation. After a long pause, he sighed. Wait a moment, I'll check. He hung up immediately and sent a message to Tao Lin instead. Can I bring someone along? Lin, male or female? Why does my cousin seem so gossip-prone now? You female. Chang Wen giggled and replied on his behalf. Lin, girlfriend. Sure, bring her along. That's when Su Chengyu realized something was off. Tao Lin would never agree so readily. You are you. My sister-in-law. Lin, ha ha ha, it's me. Chang Wen laughed while chatting with Tao Lin. Your cousin is quite clever. Why do you always call him stupid? Tao Lin shook his head with a sigh. He's actually quite gullible, easily tricked, and far too soft-hearted. I'm genuinely worried someone will take advantage of him one day. Is that so? But he seems quite kind to you. Yes, he is my brother. Could you pass a message to Alan for me? Lin, no problem, he's right beside me and saw it. You alright, see you in 5 days. Su Chengyu then sent another message to Ruinlina. You come to my house at 3 p.m, I'll take you with me. Nah, thank you. Chang Wen couldn't help but drool at the sight of the lush green vegetables stretching out before her. She really wanted to try them right now. Tao Lin, shall we dig up some vegetables today and take them back to eat? Weren't you saying just yesterday that the vegetables hadn't grown properly yet? But we can eat them today. No, but I'm craving them, haha. Tao Lin caught the swaying Chang Wen with his arm and gently tapped her nose, smiling. Then you'll have to wait a bit. We worked hard growing these vegetables. If we eat them before they're properly grown, it would be a waste of seeds. Chang Wen thought it made sense. All right, then I'll wait a bit longer. It had been so long anyway, a few more days wouldn't matter. Speaking of which, I think we've forgotten something. Tao Lin quickly pulled out his light computer and sent another message to Su Chengyu. Tao Lin, also pick up some pots, pans, and seasonings while you're at it.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Tao Lin, are you buying or not? See, fine, I'll buy them. Honestly, what else do you need? Tell me everything at once. Stop making me run back and forth. Chang Wen leaned in curiously. What's going on? I told Cousin Su to help us buy some pots. How can we stir-fry without them? Right, I completely forgot. Good thing you remembered, or we'd be eating these raw. Tao Lin, nothing else for now. After sending the message, Tao Lin gazed at the vegetable patch and murmured, it's incredible. I never thought I'd see the day I could grow my own vegetables. The only highly trained researchers could successfully cultivate crops, ordinary people like them could barely get seeds to sprout. Chang Wen didn't quite grasp the significance. Vegetables grow almost anywhere. The key is finding what suits the soil. Even if conditions aren't ideal, you can gradually improve them. Tao Lin offered a wry smile. The main star's soil had been so severely contaminated, no amount of effort could restore it so easily. You wouldn't understand our struggles. Chang Wen blinked innocently. Did I say something wrong? No. Tao Lin suddenly squatted and smiled at her. Come on, hop on my back. I'll carry you home. Can you even carry me? Don't drop me. Chang Wen complained with her words, but her body obediently leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Tao Lin's neck as she laughed. Here we go, hey, wait for Lear. Tao Lin sprinted ahead with Chang Wen on his back, while Lear chased after them with a bucket in hand. Ha ha ha. Hurry up, Lear's catching up. Don't worry, he can't catch us. Tao Lin suddenly accelerated, leaving Lear behind once again. Back home, Changwen threw her arms open and cheered. We won. Lear sat cross-legged on the ground in a huff, throwing a tantrum. That doesn't count. You started running first. Lear didn't lose. Yes, you did lose. No, I didn't. Seeing them start bickering again, Tao Lin hoisted Changwen onto his shoulder and marched toward their room. Changwen struggled restlessly. Why are you carrying me to the bedroom? To do something proper. Your expression says otherwise. Tao Lin didn't rush to deny it. In fact, he grinned. Seriously? You actually dare to think impure thoughts? Changwen pinched his face and scolded sternly. Don't even think about it. Tao Lin set her down on the bed, leaned over her, and gave her lips a firm kiss before pulling back to ask, and why not? They were too close, each other's breaths tickling their faces. Staring at the approaching handsome-faced Changwen froze in nervousness. Boop, Tao Lin kissed her again, his voice husky. Why aren't you answering? That last curled into a melodic inflection, as if laced with hidden meaning. You're not allowed to seduce me. Changwen thought she sounded fierce, but to Tao Lin she was simply acting coquettishly. Too adorable. Wife, you're the one seducing me. The moment that title left his lips, Changwen knew she was in trouble. Because every time Tao Lin grew affectionate, he loved calling her wife. He had somehow turned an ordinary term into something entirely sultry. Tao Lin. How about we go perform the wedding ceremony? After that we can. The last two words died on Changwen's lips. Just thinking about them made her face burn as red as a cooked shrimp. But Tao Lin wasn't letting her off that easily. He coaxed her gently. After that we can what, wife? You have to say it clearly, otherwise how will I know what you're thinking? You. Changwen swallowed her shyness and whispered. Spend the wedding night together. Wife, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. TCH, never mind then, forget I said anything. Changwen was genuinely flustered now. She huffed and turned away, refusing to look at him. Tao Lin bent down, chuckling softly, then gently turned her face back and pressed delicate kisses along her skin. Just teasing you. I heard you fine. Don't be mad. Let's go perform the ceremony now, okay? Changwen wanted to tease him a few more rounds, but the moment she moved, a warm flow surged between her legs. She jumped off the bed in disbelief and glanced behind her. Indeed, a patch of red. Her period had arrived at the most inopportune moment. Changwen blinked innocently at Tao Lin. About that. Looks like we'll have to reschedule. Tao Lin. He was so frustrated. He had almost gotten his way, and then this happened. Glancing down at himself, he smiled bitterly. Win-win, go wash up first. I'm temporarily unable to go out. Changwen followed his gaze downward and immediately blushed. She shot him a glare and muttered, serves you right. All day long all you think about is improper things. Tao Lin suddenly smirked, plotting something mischievous. Win-win, come here. What? Changwen obediently approached the bedside. Tao Lin hooked his fingers around her neck and leaned close to her ear, his voice low and husky. Want to take a look? Look at what? He didn't answer, only casting a meaningful glance toward a certain area. You. Changwen's neck flushed red as well. Rogue. He wanna look? When she remained silent, he continued, tempting her. Just a peek. Aren't you even a little curious? That's enough. Blushing furiously, Changwen punched his arm and bolted away. Ha ha ha. Tao Lin's unrestrained laughter followed her all the way to her room. This person is getting more shameless by the day. After freshening up, Changwen grew increasingly restless. She should have just taken a peek. They were effectively a married couple anyway, what was there to fear? Now that she hadn't looked, her curiosity was killing her. Maybe she should just... Oh my goodness. Changwen slapped her cheeks and gasped. What was I just thinking? Oh no, I've turned into a proper wild girl. Outside, Lear's CPU was nearly fried. He simply couldn't understand what game they were playing. 5 days later, Su Chengyu and his companions arrived at the small planet as promised. Knowing the location, the Ji brothers headed straight for the mountain where Chengwen and the others resided. Gazing at the barren, lifeless planet below, Su Chengyu was deeply troubled. How could anyone live in such a place? His cousin had claimed they were doing well, but it was clearly just bravado. Ji Shui suddenly exclaimed in surprise, look over there. What's that green patch? Could it be vegetables? Ji Shan speculated, though uncertain. Su Chengyu, hearing this, leaned over to look. After seeing clearly, he was stunned into silence for a long moment. They were indeed vegetables, identical to the images he had seen on his optical computer. No doubt about it. Luolana asked in confusion, didn't you say your cousin's planet was a desolate wreck with harsh living conditions? Well, I don't know either. Su Chengyu scratched his head, still staring below. The spacecraft soon reached its destination and landed safely. Tao Lin and Changwen, hearing the commotion, hurried out to greet them, only to see the group running off in the opposite direction, leaving Changwen utterly bewildered. What are they running for? Tao Lin chuckled helplessly, probably heading to the vegetable patch to see the greens. Oh, I see. Let's go check it out too. Alright, we can pick some vegetables while we're there. Right, the lettuce should be ready to eat. The more Changwen thought about it, the more excited she became, and she pulled Tao Lin along as she ran. When they arrived, they saw Liar frantically tugging at the 4 visitors. But one robot was no match for 4 people, and it could only dart around trying to stop them from damaging its precious vegetable patch. Stop approaching. Step back, you're about to step on the greens. Don't push it. Liar is getting angry. But no matter how it warned them, the 4 vegetable enthusiasts pressed forward, staring dumbly at the patch. Wow. Bro, I'm seeing real greens. Yeah, this trip has really opened my eyes. Suchingyu, could you ask your cousin if he's willing to sell these vegetables? No way. Liar huffed. The mistress planted these. She loves eating them, and there's barely enough for her. Sell them. Huh. The 4 of them turned in unison, staring at Liar with intense curiosity. Bro, have you noticed something different about Liar? Yeah, it's actually getting angry just like a person. Hearing this, Liar grew even more upset. It rushed forward and punched Jishui with its fist. You're mean, Jishui. Liar isn't playing with you anymore. The punch had plenty of spirit, but little force. Jishui didn't feel any pain. In fact, it felt like Liar was giving him a back rub. Ha ha ha. Jishui laughed uncontrollably. You can throw punches now. That's impressive. Liar, Tao Lin interjected. Stop fooling around. They're guests, so you mustn't be rude to guests. Liar stopped and said pitifully, fine. Good boy. Changwen patted its head as a consolation. Suchingyu walked over to Tao Lin and slowly extended his fist. Tao Lin silently raised his own fist and bumped it against Suchingyu's, then they exchanged a smile. When this is my cousin Suchingyu. Hello, cousin. I'm Changwen. Hello, sister-in-law. Suchingyu cleared his throat and smiled. Thank you for taking care of Lin. You're welcome. He's not just your cousin, he's my partner too. It's only right that I take care of him. Suchingyu nodded with satisfaction. Looking at Tao Lin, he couldn't help but notice the irrepressible smile and the proud expression. His tail was practically wagging. Suchingyu rolled his eyes and teased, you're one lucky bastard. Indeed I am. Tao Lin grew even more smug, puffing out his chest. Luo Lana had been watching from the sidelines and finally found a chance to speak. Hello, I'm Luo Lana. Thank you for allowing me to stay here temporarily. No problem. Since you're my cousin's girlfriend, your family. Don't be so formal. Huh. Luo Lana's mind went blank. She turned to Suchingyu in confusion, her eyes screaming, when did I become your girlfriend? Suchingyu's face reddened as he turned away, unable to meet her gaze. Luo Lana instantly understood. He was probably using this as a pretext to help her out. With that thought, Luo Lana stepped closer and gently leaned against Suchingyu's shoulder, solidifying her girlfriend status. Suchingyu, unaccustomed to female contact, nearly flinched away. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. So, where do you all live? Show us around. Alright, but first let's pick some vegetables. Tao Lin said this, but didn't move, simply watching Changwen pick alone. Jishui said excitedly, sis, can I help you pick? No. Liar rushed out again, shouting, no one is allowed to step into the vegetable patch. You'll damage the greens. Oh. Jishui humbly negotiated with Liar, can I at least help catch the vegetables from outside? Liar thought for a moment, then nodded, fine. It handed Jishui a basket to hold. Whenever Changwen's hands were full, she would place the vegetables inside. Suchingyu teased, Lin, don't tell me you're not even allowed into the vegetable patch. Hey, you guessed right. Tao Lin held his forehead and smiled wryly, I only do the tilling and preparing. Once the seeds are in, Liar won't let me near it. Ha ha ha. Suchingyu let out a merciless laugh, you're being bossed around by a robot. How pathetic. Tao Lin raised an eyebrow and said darkly, you'd better watch your words. Liar holds grudges, it might get back at you. What? Really? While they were talking, Changwen quickly filled a basket with lettuce. She looked up and asked, is this enough? Tao Lin's gaze swept over the group, then he said firmly, not enough. Then, let's pick a bit more. Changwen said to Liar, bring your bucket over to hold them. Liar looked at the now bare patch and said mournfully, more. Yes, there are many of us. Fine. Liar reluctantly handed over its bucket. Jishan's eyes widened in shock, we get some too. Of course. Changwen looked at him strangely, don't you two brothers like it? Jishui quickly answered, we love it. Absolutely love it. Oh good then. But, these greens are very precious. Jishan frowned, reminding her. It's fine. We haven't paid you back for the spaceship you lent us last time. Consider this as repayment. With that said, the Ji brothers happily accepted. Luo Lana thought for a moment and stepped forward, I'll be staying here for quite a while, so I need to eat with you all. I'll pay you normally, okay? Tao Lin glanced at her, seeming to guess something, and replied nonchalantly, that's fine. Hearing his agreement, Luolana breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't short of money anyway. As long as she could eat greens, she'd be willing to pay any amount. After finishing the vegetable picking, the group chatted and laughed as they headed home. Su Qingyu asked curiously, "How many people are in your family now?" "3. Tao Lin curled his lips, glanced down at the person beside him, and continued, "My wife, and I along with Liar." Huh. Su Qingyu was utterly bewildered. Is that how it counts? Including a robot? Then, what about Cheng Wen's other partners? Didn't they come along? The smile on Tao Lin's lips was irrepressible, like a fool smitten. He shook Cheng Wen's hand and whispered, "You answer." Cheng Wen raised an eyebrow, indulging his little request. "There's no one else. I only have Tao Lin." Everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. She only has me for now. I'm her primary husband." The smug tone and proud little expression left Su Qingyu at a loss between laughter and tears. "You truly are fortunate." Jishan looked steadily at Cheng Wen and said earnestly, "Ms. Qing, you are so outstanding. You should have more partners." Tao Lin frowned displeased and shielded Cheng Wen behind him, blocking Jishan's view. A miscalculation. He hadn't expected this lad to harbor such intentions. "What are you doing? Blocking me like this? I can't walk properly." Cheng Wen poked her head out from behind Tao Lin and took up Jishan's remark, "I'm not looking anymore. I'm wary of trouble. A one partner is enough." "What?" Jishan was stunned. "You're not planning to find any more?" Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Even Tao Lin was shaken. You mean, only me for the rest of my life? Is that true?" He urgently sought the answer. Cheng Wen nodded seriously. "Yes, as long as our feelings remain sound, we'll grow old together." "That's wonderful." Overwhelmed by the immense joy, Tao Lin nearly swooned. He excitedly lifted Cheng Wen and spun her around. "My wife, our feelings will never falter. Not in this lifetime." Cheng Wen pinched his ear and said shyly, "Put me down now. Everyone's watching." "All right." Tao Lin obediently set her down and instead took her hand. Jishan watched their blissful state, lowering his head in disappointment. Luolana nudged Su Qingyu beside her and whispered, "Doesn't the law mandate that civilian women below S grade must have at least 2 partners?" Su Qingyu, who had been applauding the beautiful romance, stiffened and said discontentedly, "Why must you be such a killjoy? I'm just stating the truth." Cheng Wen spoke so definitively. "In the end, it's your cousin who'll get hurt." "You." Su Qingyu gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't refute. After all, he also believed Cheng Wen would eventually seek others. But at least for now his cousin was happy and joyful, wasn't he? Honestly, he too wished to meet such a wonderful wife. "Don't say such things anymore. It only makes you annoying." With that, Su Qingyu quickened his pace to distance himself from her. Luolana was baffled. "Fine, I won't say it. Why are you angry?" "I don't want to talk to you. So irritable, you're not fit to be a primary husband." This only made Su Qingyu angrier, unwilling to even glance her way. Amidst the strange atmosphere, everyone finally arrived home. Su Qingyu gazed at the house nestled inside the mountain, exclaiming in awe, "Good heavens! You live here. This is so unique. It's the planet's original dwelling. We just moved in." Tao Lin didn't reveal much, glossing over the matter. Jishan and Jishui felt something was off, but it was the only plausible explanation. "All right, let's unload the supplies first." "Lin, where do you think we should put them?" Tao Lin smiled. "You'll have to ask Liar. It's the one who keeps the house, so it knows best." "Is that so?" Su Qingyu turned to Liar again. "Hey little one, where should we put the stuff?" Liar is not a little one. "How old are you?" Liar has been offline for 10 years since production. "So, you're a 10-year-old little one." "Huh." Liar thought for a moment. "Seems like it." "All right, little Liar, take charge. We'll follow your lead." "Fine, then come with Liar." Seeing the men carrying things, Cheng Wen suggested to Luolana, "Could you help me wash the vegetables?" "Sure." Luolana's voice trembled with excitement. It was her first time seeing vegetables of such fine quality, and they were varieties she didn't recognize. Gazing at the emerald green lettuce, Luolana was afraid of damaging them, handling them with the utmost care. Cheng Wen chuckled. "No need to be so cautious. Just wash them with normal force." "But I don't know what normal force is." Well, just wash them at your own pace." "All right." After a moment of silence, Luolana couldn't help but ask, "Were you serious about having only one partner?" Truly." Cheng Wen looked up at her with a smile. "You don't believe me?" "No." Luolana shook her head. "It's everyone, including Tao Lin." Cheng Wen was taken aback, then laughed. "It's fine. He'll come to believe it gradually." Luolana was surprised. "Why would you do this?" "No reason. In my view, everyone should be devoted to their partner wholeheartedly. But if everyone thought like you, wouldn't 70% of men be single? Well, there will always be a solution." "What solution?" They can't bear children. In the long run, humanity would go extinct. A system of one wife with multiple partners is the solution. Changwon paused her washing and sighed. What exactly are you trying to say? Lualana finally realized she had overstepped. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interfere. It's just that your way is too unconventional, different from the education I received. I couldn't help but say more. What I want to say is you don't need to care so much about me. You have your life and I have mine. After a long pause, Lualana nodded silently and apologized again. I'm sorry for being so annoying. For my cousin Sake, I'll forgive you this once. Changwon wasn't truly angry and cheerfully resumed washing the vegetables. On the spaceship, Tao Lin called Jishan aside, saying he had something to discuss. Jishan thought he was going to settle scores and spoke proactively. You can't beat me now, and I don't want to fight you. Tao Lin rolled his eyes. Psycho, who said anything about fighting? Then why did you call me over? Woman said the fare for the last ride on your ship hasn't been settled, so I'm paying you now. That's it. Of course, what else? Tao Lin urged, hurry up and issue the receipt so I can transfer the money. You. Jishan was puzzled. I coveted your wife. Aren't you angry? I'm a bit angry, but as the primary husband, I have to be magnanimous. Tao Lin paused, then added, I didn't stop her from choosing you, you know. She refused on her own. She said she only wants me. The smugness in the last sentence was too obvious. Jishan was both exasperated and helpless. Fine, since she doesn't like me, I won't entertain any improper thoughts from now on. Tao Lin smirked, slung an arm around his shoulder, and said contentedly, that's more like it. Sister-in-law, it smells so good. Can we eat yet? Sis, it smells so good. Can we eat yet? Tao Lin pushed them aside unhappily and hugged Changwon tightly to assert his claim. She's my wife. Go wipe that drool off your faces. Cousin, we're just craving the food in the pot. Why are you getting so worked up? Su Qingyu rolled his eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. He had never noticed his brother was so petty before. Ji Shui nodded in agreement to prove he meant no harm, but both of them kept staring at the pot with drool, looking like complete fools. Changwon laughed at the scene and patted Tao Lin's arm. The vegetables are done. Let me go, I need to serve the food. Huh. Is it already ready? Tao Lin complied and released her, taking the spatula from her hand to stir-fry a few times in her style. He muttered to himself, wondering if the food would still be undercooked after just a few minutes. What are you doing? Changwon urged. Serve it quickly or it'll get mushy and taste bad. Oh. Tao Lin finally obeyed her instruction and served the vegetables. They all had different reactions to the table full of greens. Su Qingyu and Ji Shui, wow, exquisite. Tao Lin, Rolana, and Jishan thought it looked wonderful and were eagerly anticipating the meal. Changwon, ugh. A table full of vegetables making her feel like a cow. Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled as he asked hopefully, sister-in-law, can we start eating now? Changwon nodded. Go ahead and eat. Yay! Her permission was like a license, and everyone grabbed their chopsticks, frantically reaching for the dishes on the table. It was such a scene that outsiders might think they were fighting over rare treasures. Changwon's lips twitched as she had no desire to join this frantic scramble. She took a closer bite and savored it. The texture was decent but lacked that crisp freshness, likely because Tao Lin had delayed things. It had been a long time since she had truly tasted food, and Changwon found herself quite satisfied with the meal. As she enjoyed it, strange exclamations began coming from nearby. Wow, so delicious, I'm so happy. Tao Lin was speechless and looked up to advise, bro, you're a grown man, please don't make such peculiar sounds. Over by Ji Shui, he was acting equally silly. Wow, I got vegetables in my first bite, I'm so happy. Jishan stopped what he was doing and quietly scolded, just eat your vegetables properly, stop acting crazy. Ji Shui pouted resentfully and quietly moved closer to Su Qingyu. The two communicated silently and giggled together, looking like a pair of complete idiots. Changwon watched the spectacle while eating, unable to stop laughing. Win-win, Tao Lin urged anxiously, eat faster or they'll finish everything. It's fine, there's more in the fields anyway. Honestly, she couldn't eat much without meat to accompany it. The food was too plain. But Tao Lin wasn't satisfied and continued urging, the field vegetables are one thing, but you should still grab some now. Look at Miss Luo, she's grabbing food quickly. Rolana looked up and replied between bites, don't worry, I'll pay extra for the food expenses. Then she went back to eating. Despite being a woman, she ate just as much as the men, even grabbing food with impressive speed and precision. Unknowingly caught up in their energy, Changwon joined in the vegetable scramble, playfully competing with everyone. 15 minutes later the vegetables were gone, but they hadn't had nearly enough and kept staring longingly at Changwon. Aren't you full yet? That's incredibly appetizing. No, Su Qingyu purred flatteringly, we're full, but we'd like more. Changwon refused mercilessly, being full is enough. Don't be so greedy. Everyone slumped in disappointment. A few minutes later Jishan stood up to bid farewell. Why the rush? This is a company-assigned order, so we can't stay long. Alright then, let me see you out. Chengwen began to rise. Tao Lin gently pressed down on Chengwen's shoulder and whispered, I'll see them out. Fine, go ahead. I'll help cousin and Nana tidy up the rooms. Tao Lin acknowledged and motioned to Jishan. Let's go. Jishan nodded, called for Jishui, and the two slowly headed out together. Outside, Jishan teased, what afraid I still have lingering feelings. Tao Lin shot him a look and replied flatly, not at all. I'm not worried about that. Then why didn't you want Chengwen to see us out? I have something to discuss with you both. Tao Lin's expression grew serious. Jishan also sobered up. What is it? I hope you'll keep everything about this place confidential. Naturally. We can't disclose our guests' privacy to outsiders. Not just publicly, I want complete confidentiality. Don't mention a word to the company. We're friends now, so you should be willing to help with this small favor, right? Jishan chuckled and nodded. Of course. I, Jishan, am absolutely loyal to my friends. Jishui agreed. Same here. Tao Lin nodded approvingly and smiled. Come on, I'll take you to pick some vegetables as a return gift. Really? Jishan's eyes lit up. Can we pick more? I'll pay for it. Probably not. There are only 4 of us here, so it might not be enough to eat. Jishan's eyes dimmed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had been hoping to buy more to share with his family. Tao Lin added, but don't worry about this. We'll plant more in the future, and when there's enough, we'll give you some. Great. Jishan perked up again and promised, I'm committed to being friends with you. If you ever need help in the future, just ask. I'll never refuse. Jishui followed behind and chimed in, same here for me. Alright, let's hurry. We'll sneak over to pick them so Liar doesn't see, or it'll cause a scene again. Oh, okay. With that, the 3 men tiptoed toward the vegetable patch like little thieves. Liar had no idea about this. It was helping Su Qingyu and Rolana clean the room. Half a month wasn't a short time, and the space needed thorough cleaning before anyone could stay comfortably. Since Su Qingyu claimed they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Chengwen had only prepared 1 room for them. Now they sat awkwardly facing each other, silently wondering what to do. Rolana blushed and said, you go talk about it, get another room. Su Qingyu objected, why aren't you going? I only lied to help you. In the end, Rolana went to discuss it with Chengwen. She crept over to Chengwen, cleared her throat softly, and whispered, Wenwen, Su Qingyu and I. We're not actually at that stage yet. Could you arrange another room? Oh, sure. Chengwen quickly explained, I thought you were sharing a room on the spaceship too, so that's why. I'll clean up the adjacent room with Liar in a bit. On the very first night of his stay, Su Qingyu eagerly discussed with Tao Lin the matter of his injury. After thorough analysis, they uncovered numerous discrepancies, all of which indicated that Tao Lin's injury was no accident. Yet Tao Lin racked his brains, but couldn't figure out who would want to harm him. He had only recently graduated, and logically, he shouldn't have offended anyone. Moreover, each mission had different teammates, and there had never been any conflict of interest. The only suspect element was his background. What do we do now? Do you want to return to the main star for revenge? No. Tao Lin shook his head and analyzed very rationally, now he is in the shadows while I am in the light. My battle power index has dropped extremely low. Going back would be hopeless, it would be equivalent to walking to my death. Then, you can't hide here forever, can you? Su Qingyu was frantic. Are you going to give up everything on the main star? Cousin. Tao Lin patted him amusingly and comforted, I didn't say I would hide. It's just that the best course for now is to stay here, first find out who harmed me, and then see if there's a way to restore my combat power. Oh, that's good. Su Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I might need your help then. No problem. Whatever you want to do, your cousin will help you. They sat for a while longer, and then Su Qingyu inquired curiously, what's your battle power index now? 1875 E grade. No way. E grade. Not only could it not meet the military standard, but it wasn't even enough to qualify for a permanent job at the base. That night Su Qingyu couldn't sleep. He searched through materials all night and pulled every string he could, hoping to help Tao Lin. In contrast, Tao Lin was much calmer, for he had already searched countless materials since waking up and had grown somewhat numb. However, he did not give up. He still visited websites every day to search for new posts. The next morning, Tao Lin, Chengwen, and the others went out to plant vegetables as usual. Su Qingyu followed with dark circles under his eyes, looking pitiful. Since everyone was going, it wouldn't be good for Luolana to stay home alone. Besides, her current identity was Su Qingyu's girlfriend, so she went along as well. Thus the group leisurely walked toward the vegetable field. Lear was handing out bags of nutrient solution one by one, but when he reached Chengwen he skipped her and didn't give her any. Su Qingyu was puzzled. Lear, why didn't you give any to Chengwen? Wenwen doesn't eat it. She'll have something else later. Something else. What else? Chengwen chimed in with a smile, I want to eat some vegetables later, so I won't have the nutrient solution. I want some too. Su Qingyu promptly handed his nutrient solution back to Lear, complaining, with fresh greens, who would drink this stuff. No, you can't. Lear firmly refused and pushed the solution back to him. If everyone doesn't drink the nutrient solution, it will go to waste. Waste is shameful. Fine. Su Qingyu dared not argue further and silently drank the nutrient solution. That's more like it. Lear nodded in satisfaction and continued, from now on your breakfast will be nutrient solution until it's all finished. Su Qingyu regretted it deeply. If only he hadn't brought them the nutrient solution. Luo Lana, on the other hand, had no objections. After all, having vegetables for 3 meals a day would be too extravagant, and the nutrients in vegetables were insufficient to sustain the body's needs. So it was necessary to drink the nutrient solution. After arriving at the vegetable field, Cheng Wen and Lear stopped. Tao Lin, however, pulled Su Qingyu to continue walking. Just as Luo Lana was hesitating, Cheng Wen invited her to help transplant the seedlings. But I don't know how. It's fine, it's very simple. Just dig out the crowded seedlings and transplant them to empty spots. Okay. Luo Lana crouched down, carefully observed Cheng Wen's movements, and then began to work, cautiously afraid of damaging the fragile seedlings. Is this right? You're doing great. Seeing that she had gotten the hang of it, Cheng Wen went to the other side, picked 2 large heads of lettuce, gave them a quick rinse, and stuffed them into her mouth, crunching loudly. Luo Lana was startled and hurried over to stop her. How can you eat it raw? It's poisonous. Huh. Cheng Wen looked bewildered and replied blankly, it's not poisonous. I eat it raw all the time. Won't it cause problems? No, it's crisp and delicious. How is that possible? Luo Lana frowned and muttered softly, the doctor clearly said that raw vegetables are contaminated and cannot be eaten. It's fine, these here aren't contaminated. Cheng Wen kept chewing, munching away like a rabbit. Watching her, Luo Lana felt an urge to poke her cheek. Are you sure it's safe to eat raw? Luo Lana asked again for confirmation. Not wanting to repeat herself, Cheng Wen simply handed her a leaf. Luo Lana hesitated for 3 seconds, then took the leaf and carefully put it into her mouth. The next moment her eyes lit up and she exclaimed in surprise, oh my. The texture of raw lettuce is so nice. See. Here, have another head. Let's eat together. As she said this, Cheng Wen handed her the washed lettuce. But Luo Lana waved her hand and refused. No need, I've already had the nutrient solution. Eating more would be wasteful. Cheng Wen found her reasoning quite unique, but it didn't seem unreasonable. People on planet AJ-808 were especially frugal with food. Well, if you get tired and hungry later, feel free to pick some and eat. Okay. On the other side, Su Qingyu shouted, hey, where are you dragging me? To till the soil. Or do you think you can eat and drink for free? When did I ever freeload? Su Qingyu bristled and began counting on his fingers. I brought you nutrient solution pots and pans, clothes for all seasons, and... Hold on. Tao Lin interrupted him with an amused smile. Didn't I transfer 100,000 star coins to you? Well, even if I didn't do much, I still put in the effort, hehe. Tao Lin couldn't be bothered to argue and dragged him onward until they reached their destination. Come on, let's till the soil together. Pick up any stones you see and put them together. What for? Lear likes them. Wait, you treat Lear like a son. Tao Lin gave Su Qingyu a disgusted look and urged, hurry up and work, or I won't give you any food at noon and let you starve. Oh my. What a heartless guy. Su Qingyu stopped clowning around, picked up the hoe, and began to work, seriously digging all the way to 20 meters away with the heave-ho. Tao Lin wiped his sweat and nodded with satisfaction. He's got quite a bit of strength, just a little too talkative. Feeling a bit tired, Tao Lin stopped and walked ahead to chat with Su Qingyu. Bro, Luo Lana is not really your girlfriend, is she? Su Qingyu paused mid-motion and replied, if you already know, why ask? Come on, tell me. Why did you lie to us? Sigh. Su Qingyu sighed helplessly. She's being hunted by the 5th prince and came here to hide. The 5th prince. Luo Lana is a colonel. How is that possible? It's true. I heard Roland possesses a remarkably powerful weapon. The 5th prince desired it, so he sent men to lie in wait for her in the undeveloped Y zone and forcibly seized it.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Isn't there some misunderstanding? If he wants the weapon, why doesn't he simply order the Luo family to hand it over? The Luo family has always aligned with the 2nd prince. How could they possibly give it to him? He had no choice but to seize it by force. Then he wouldn't dare be so audacious, would he? Openly hunting down a colonel, isn't he afraid of his majesty's reprimand? He never showed his face from start to finish. The Luo family has absolutely no evidence. What about the weapon? Isn't that evidence? He had already fabricated a legitimate provenance for it, claiming it was purchased at a black market auction. He went to such lengths over a single weapon. Tao Lin grew increasingly curious. What kind of weapon could it possibly be? Su Qingyu shrugged and said casually, I only know the weapon is called Miracle. Rolanda's younger brother found it. Such an imposing name. Exactly. Just hearing that name makes me want to see it for myself. No wonder the fifth prince wanted to seize it. Then, if you help her, won't the fifth prince hold a grudge against you? Tao Lin's brow furrowed, slightly disapproving. You shouldn't have meddled in this blindly. There's no way around it. Blame my soft-heartedness at the time. I simply helped rescue her. But it's fine. The fifth prince likely doesn't know we're acquainted. You. Like her. Cough cough cough. Su Qingyu nearly choked on his saliva. His face flushing red, he loudly retorted, how could that possibly be? How could I possibly like her? Then why are you blushing? Su Qingyu was momentarily at a loss, then piped up in a high-pitched voice, I'm an innocent young man who has never even held a woman's hand. Of course I'd blush when you say things like that to me. Tao Lin narrowed his eyes and said softly, really? Really, really, really? Annoyed at being teased, Su Qingyu hoisted his hoe and stomped home in a huff. Tao Lin followed behind, his smile gradually fading. He was genuinely worried about his cousin. He hoped nothing would happen to him. At noon, they once again prepared a table full of stir-fried leafy greens as was their custom. Except for Chung, when the other three were eating with great appetite. Wen, what's wrong? You don't seem to have much of an appetite. Tao Lin looked at her with concern and reached out to touch her forehead, wondering if she was unwell. No, I'm eating normally. Su Qingyu chuckled beside her and chimed in, your dining manners are far too refined. That's what's abnormal. I suppose so. This is a delicacy. It's something everyone on the main planet goes crazy for. But nobody can grow it themselves, and buying it is prohibitively expensive. Honestly, who would willingly drink nutrient solution if they had a choice? Upon hearing this, Qingwen began to earnestly reflect upon herself. It seemed she truly was out of step with the others. Let me ask you something, don't you ever eat meat? The dining room fell into instant silence, a deathly stillness. After a long while, Tao Lin softly explained, nearly all natural animals have gone extinct. There is nothing left to eat. Qingwen frowned in confusion. What about mutant beasts? Is it because they don't taste good? Tao Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. Roland explained, mutant beasts secrete toxins to protect themselves the moment they sense danger, which is why they are inedible. Then why not simply neutralize the toxins? We've tried. If you completely eliminate the toxins, the mutant beast meat spoils and becomes foul-tasting and rotten. Qingwen's smile instantly crumbled. What kind of nonsense is that? Are you saying I'll never eat meat in my entire life? That won't happen. Tao Lin quickly reassured her. Experts have been researching this continuously. We will definitely be able to eat meat someday. Su Qingyu's expression was quite indescribable. You'll say any nonsense to soothe your wife. Those so-called experts have been researching for years. Before Su Qingyu could finish his sentence, he received a sharp kick and cried out in pain. Brother, you talk too much. Su Qingyu dared not retaliate and silently clamped his mouth shut. Roland teased him, see if you dare to undermine anyone now. I'll do it next time. What had begun as casual conversation now left Chung intensely craving meat. Tao Lin, can we purchase mutant beast meat? I'd like to experiment with it myself. It's possible. Tao Lin immediately activated his light brain and began searching the marketplace. Just as he was about to complete the payment, Chung suddenly grabbed and held him back. Wait a moment. Still unwilling to give up, she leaned in to double-check, her voice trembling. 100,000 per gene. What madness is this? How on earth are prices so absurd in this world? Does no one care about ordinary people's livelihood? Let's not buy it then. We're not buying it. Qingwen was so exasperated her head throbbed. Tao Lin understood she had misunderstood and hastily explained, it's not 100,000 per gene. Look carefully, it's 300 star credits per gene. The 100,000 covers the transmission station installation fee. What was that? Qingwen couldn't believe her ears. A transmission station is a mysterious space that harnesses the power of black holes. It can rapidly transport items from one location to another, though it only works on inanimate objects. Is that the main point? Tao Lin looked bewildered. Then what is the main point? The main point is why we have to pay for it. Su Qingyu burst out laughing. Obviously. It's your private planet, so naturally you're the ones footing the bill. Qingwen huffed angrily. Then we won't buy it. I don't want meat anymore right now. Tao Lin sighed helplessly and urged her, it's all right. After all, we'll be the ones benefiting once it's installed. Qingwen was torn indecisively. Let's wait a few days. Let me think about it first. All right. Tao Lin could only yield to her wishes. Su Qingyu blinked, then suddenly jumped up and ran toward his room. Moments later, he emerged carrying a box and handed it to Qingwen. What's this? Your light brain. I forgot to give it to you. Changwon turned to look at Tao Lin and asked, "Did you buy this for me?" "Yes." "Take a look and see if you like it." "Okay." Changwon carefully unwrapped the packaging, revealing a wristband inside. This was the latest model of white light brain with both feel and design far superior to Tao Lin's. "Wow, it looks quite nice. I like it." "Glad you like it." Tao Lin took it and carefully fastened it onto her wrist, then bent his head to configure the startup settings for her. Just then Su Qingyu chimed in with a mischievous tone. "This light brain cost 60,000 by the way." Changwon looked up in shock, fixing her gaze on Su Qingyu. "What did you say?" 60,000. Suddenly she didn't like it anymore. If not for Tao Lin still being focused on configuring it for her, she would have taken it off to return it right away. Tao Lin seemed to sense her displeasure. Looking up, he said softly, "It really suits you. Keep it. That way the two of us won't have to fight over one device, and you can chat with Uncle Lei and I more often." "All right then." Changwon raised her hand and admired it for a while, remarking, "It does suit me well." That day, as they were tilling the soil outside, Su Chengyu sat on the ground and played with his data tablet during his break. While engrossed in it, he suddenly sprang up with excitement and rushed straight over to Tao Lin. "Lin, come look." "What is it?" "Look. I finally found the medicine for you." "What medicine?" Tao Lin set down his hoe and turned around puzzled. "Look, I asked around and found a medicine that can restore battle power index. It's said to have excellent results and has already helped several people recover." "Really? How come I've never heard of such a medicine?" Tao Lin remained skeptical. Su Qingyu declared with conviction, "Absolutely true. This person is my friend, he would never lie to me. Besides, it's a secret medicine. Many people want to buy it, but can't get their hands on it." Tao Lin frowned, even more suspicious. "How much is it?" 1 million credits, same price as the Beast Transformation Agent. Tao Lin kindly reminded him, "Don't you dare mention this to Wenwen, or she'll team up with Lier to beat you up." "Huh. The Beast Transformation Agent I used at the hospital had no effect, and she's still holding a grudge all this time. She keeps saying it was a rip-off hospital and told me never to go back." Well, you can't say it that way. The Beast Transformation Agent is still in the experimental stage, so there's always a risk of failure. You can't avoid going to the hospital because of this." Tao Lin shrugged helplessly. "So what's it going to be? Are we buying this secret medicine or not?" Seeing Tao Lin hesitate, Su Qingyu urged him further. "Before we came to this backwater planet, I asked your attending physician. He said the chance of your recovering combat power is extremely slim, possibly never. You might suffer from psychological trauma irregularly for the rest of your life. This is your last chance." Tao Lin was silent for a long time, pondering deeply before finally speaking. "I don't have that much money right now. Can we negotiate the price? Or pay in installments?" Hearing this, Su Chengyu was overjoyed and immediately got in touch with his contact. In the end, the price remained unchanged, but installment payments were allowed. He said, "We can pay 30,000 up front and settle the rest within 2 years. What do you think?" "Fine, let's give it a try." "All right." The two cousins pooled their money together and transferred it. After receiving the payment, the seller asked Su Chengyu to pick up the medicine himself. He said he'll leave the medicine at a shelter in the undeveloped zone Z in 10 days. Tao Lin's expression turned complicated. "Wait, we spent all this money and they don't deliver it to our doorstep." "No delivery. Since it's a secret medicine, the maker does it this way to protect their own safety. Then I'd have to go back to the main star just to use this medicine." Tao Lin couldn't hold it in anymore and said unhappily, "Why don't you cancel it instead?" "Don't." Su Chengyu patted his shoulder with an awkward smile and said, "I'll go back and get it." Tao Lin could only sigh and agree. At noon, when they returned home, they found Rolanda sitting at the entrance with a grim expression. Changwon stood beside her, munching on a carrot. Tao Lin stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong? Did you two have a fight?" "No." Changwon bit into her carrot and glanced at Rolanda with pity in her eyes. "Nana has been forced into an arranged marriage." "Forced marriage?" Su Chengyu exclaimed in shock. He crouched in front of Rolanda and pressed, "With your strength and status, who dares to force you?" Rolanda gritted her teeth and said, "The fifth prince." "What?" Su Chengyu couldn't understand at all. "Isn't he hunting you? How could he suddenly want to marry you? Is he insane?" "My dad tried to save me and pleaded with the second prince, hoping the second prince would marry me. When the fifth prince found out, he acted first and went to my home to demand my hand in marriage, forcing my dad to agree. He said, 'Either I marry him or I die.' My dad tried to save me and appealed to the second prince, wanting the second prince to marry me. When the fifth prince found out, he moved first, went to my house to propose, and forced my dad to agree. He said, 'I either marry him or die.'" Upon hearing this, Su Chengyu cursed loudly in fury. "Bloody hell. What kind of disgusting person is that? What does he want? If he wanted the weapons, didn't he already get them? Why must he try to kill you?" Tao Lin felt that the key point of this matter wasn't about the weapons or Rolanda herself. I guess the fifth prince isn't targeting Rolanda. His real target should be the second prince. Attacking the Luo family is just his way of declaring war on the second prince. Rolanda nodded. That's exactly what I think too. Seriously. If they want to fight, let them fight it out themselves. Why drag innocent people into this? The angrier Su Chengyu thought about it, the madder he became. His expression turned serious as he said, don't go back. Stay here, no one knows you're on this planet. Rolanda was deeply touched inside. She grasped Su Chengyu's hand and smiled softly. Thank you so much for saving me, but I must go back. Why do you have to go back? The royal family's rules are the opposite. When the time comes, you'll have to serve him alongside multiple women. Is that really what you want? If he thinks I'll serve him, he'll have to see if he has the fortune for it. A glint of coldness flashed in Rolanda's eyes. She had already devised countless methods to torture him in her mind. You. What are you planning? You're not going to kill him, are you? I don't know, but I can't let this go. I have to go back. Seeing that Rolanda's mind was made up, Su Chengyu stopped persuading her. In a huff, he yanked his hand free. Do as you please. Rolanda looked steadily at his face and silently apologized in her heart. She had disappointed him. Changwen sensed the thick tension and nudged Tao Lin, urging him to say something. Tao Lin thought for a moment and asked, when do you plan to go back? In 5 days. I've asked Jishan and the others to come pick me up. All right. Su Chengyu said nothing and silently retreated to his room. Tao Lin shook his head helplessly and followed after him. Suddenly a beep sound rang out. Chengwen opened her data tablet in confusion and saw a message from Luo Jiasher. Sure, master, are you free? I need your help. 123, what is it? Sure, I need you to repair 2 weapons for me. It's urgent. 123, sorry, I'm not on the main star right now, so I can't help you. Sure, where are you? I can come find you. Changwen frowned tightly, reluctant to reveal her location. Sure, please help me. I really need those 2 weapons. I've asked many repair masters, but none of them could fix them. Now I have no choice but to rely on you. Changwen was still hesitating. Luo Jiasher directly sent a voice call request. After it rang for 5 seconds, Changwen finally accepted the call. Master, please help me, okay? I'm truly out of options. Before Changwen could speak, the dazed Rolanda by her side spoke first. Jiasher. That familiar voice, surely it was her younger brother. Huh. Sis. Luo Jiasher was equally stunned. How did it turn out to be you? The two spoke simultaneously. Then Rolanda looked at Changwen in shock and confirmed, you're the master who repairs weapons for my brother. Changwen blinked her eyes and said in disbelief, no way. What a coincidence. Sis, what's going on? How could you be with the master? Hey, is anyone going to answer? Sis. Master. Luo Jiasher felt like his head was about to explode. What exactly was happening on the other end? Changwen finally spoke, but she addressed Luo Lana. So, the weapon that was stolen from you is the one I repaired. Luo Lana nodded dazedly, still unable to accept the fact that the master was right in front of her. Changwen's emotions were somewhat complicated. It was quite a coincidence. Did that mean she had indirectly caused trouble for the Luo siblings? Otherwise they wouldn't have become targets of the fifth prince. Changwen pondered and guessed, then your brother probably wants me to make a weapon to deal with the fifth prince again, right? Exactly. Luo Jiasher's roar came through the light brain. I'm going to fight him for bullying my sister. Jiasher, don't be impulsive. I already have a plan to deal with him. Just listen to me and wait for my return. No, don't come back. Stay there and let me go kill him first. Jiasher. Sis. Stop. Seeing they were about to argue, Changwen quickly intervened. Can you two discuss this on your own light brains? Sorry. Luo Lana said apologetically, you can hang up, don't mind him. Master, don't listen to my sister. Alright, I'm not on the main planet right now, I have nothing with me and it's inconvenient. I really can't repair it for you. Gotta go. With that, Changwen hung up directly, not giving Luo Jiasher another chance to speak. Do you have any weapons on you? No. Luo Lana was puzzled. Are you offering to maintain my weapon? That's not necessary, thank you. Then is there anything I can help you with? No, I can handle it. Luo Lana was actually more worried about her brother. She had kept the truth from him precisely because she feared he would act rashly. Now that he knew he indeed wanted to fight it out with the enemy. Sigh. Changwen scratched her head, turned around, and went inside to find Tao Lin and the others, telling them about the situation. After learning the truth, both of them were stunned. I have only one question. Su Chengyu asked with great curiosity, is that divine relic really that powerful? Changwen shook her head honestly, I don't know, I never tried it. She had finished repairing it and returned it, so how could she know how powerful it was? How can you not know something you repaired yourself? I just don't know. Changwen squinted her eyes, reached out to Su Chengyu and suggested, how about giving me your weapon? I'll modify it for you. No. The refusal slipped out before he could think. Su Qingyu stepped back and pressed himself against a box in the corner, guarding it desperately. A weapon is my partner, how can I let you casually modify it? But you're curious, aren't you? And Lana needs a weapon right now. What? You want to give my stuff away? Consider it a loan. She got into trouble because of that weapon, it's only right to help if we can. But I can't bear to part with it. Why don't you take Tao Lin's weapon and modify it? He's not using it anyway. He doesn't have one. If he did, why would I waste time arguing with you here? How do you know he doesn't have one without asking? Nonsense, I packed everything when we moved. I even know how many pairs of underwear he has. Do I need to ask? Silence. A deathly silence. Su Qingyu blushed and whispered, is this something I should be hearing? Cheng Wen regretted blurting that out and slapped her own mouth, refusing to speak further. Why did she have to be so quick-tongued? Tao Lin struggled to hold back his laughter, but finally gave in and lowered his head with a secret smile. All right, stop messing around. Are you giving it or not? If not, I'll really stop caring about this. Su Qingyu couldn't bring himself to be cruel. Then tell her to remember to return it when she's done. He agreed verbally, but his movements were painfully slow, refusing to open the box. Cousin, I never insisted. If you don't want to, forget it. I do want to. Didn't I just agree? Then hurry up. Cheng Wen grew impatient and kicked Tao Lin, signaling him to get it. Just as Tao Lin was about to move, Su Qingyu obediently opened the box and handed over his weapon. Be careful with it. It's my treasure. Cheng Wen didn't take it. Instead, she pointed at another gun and asked, do you have any use for the one next to it? That little pistol. Its power is very weak. I rarely use it. All right, then I'll take that one. Huh. Su Qingyu glanced at the small pistol, then at Cheng Wen's serious expression. His face contorted as he struggled to speak. Are you sure you're trying to help Luo Lana? Of course. Cheng Wen urged, hurry up and give it to me. This time, without needing a reminder, Tao Lin directly took the pistol and handed it to Cheng Wen. Cheng Wen weighed it in her hand a few times, then left with satisfaction. Hey, your wife just walked off with a small pistol. Are you sure that's okay?
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Tao Lin couldn't stand it anymore and advised, if you like her, just tell her. Ask her not to go back and we'll figure something out together. Who likes her? Su Qingyu turned his head away, stubbornly still sulking. All right, I'm leaving. You can continue your solitary sorrow. Hey, don't go. Su Qingyu quickly grabbed him. Let's talk. Tao Lin helplessly sat down and leaned against the headboard. So, what do you want to talk about? When did you fall in love with your wife? And how did you know you loved her? This question stumped Tao Lin, because he had never thought about it. Su Qingyu stared at him full of anticipation. Tao Lin gave up and confessed honestly, actually, I don't know. I was on a mission when I suddenly received a message about our marriage registration. Then I was severely injured and she took care of me. Occasionally when I was conscious, I could feel her presence. I thought she was wonderful and I could live a good life with her. Then I woke up and we started living together. Everything just fell into place naturally. Su Qingyu blinked impressed, and then, that's it. This. I really can't tell what you like about her. She's perfect in every way. I just want to live with her. Isn't that love? Forget it. I guess I don't like Luo Lana. At most I'm a little concerned about her. Then you're not going to try. No, I've got a new idea now. I want to find a girl like Cheng Wen. What does that mean? Tao Lin quickly clenched his fists. When the time comes, we can move in with you too. We can look out for each other, and when we go on missions, they can keep each other company. Tao Lin silently unclenched his fists. That was close. He almost punched his cousin. Before leaving home that morning, Rolana had been torn, wondering how she should approach Su Qingyu and what she should say to comfort him. Yet somehow Su Qingyu had actually greeted her first, showing not a trace of unhappiness. You're not upset with me. How could I be? There's no reason to be angry. You did nothing to wrong me. Don't worry. As your friend, I'll respect your choice. Those words drew a clear boundary between them, erasing whatever tender ambiguity had existed before. Rolana's expression stiffened for just a moment. Hey, is that so? All right, Su Qingyu was fine, and yet she found herself growing somewhat irritated. The entire morning passed with Rolana's mind elsewhere. While transplanting greens, she several times began covering the soil before even placing the seedlings in the ground. Only after Cheng Wen reminded her did she awkwardly dig the holes again. What's wrong with you? Cheng Wen couldn't bear to watch her flounder any longer and decided to talk to her. Rolana shook her head and muttered, nothing. Come on, tell me. Otherwise you'll kill all my seedlings. At last Rolana paused and whispered, I don't even know how to put it. I'm just very troubled inside. Troubled about what? The fifth prince or your cousin? I'm not sure. Probably both. But there's no better solution for you right now. Why not focus on thinking through how to handle the fifth prince once we return? Though, if you truly want to be with your cousin, you'd best make it clear to him. Otherwise he'll give up on you. After saying this, Qingwen walked away and returned to her original place to continue working. Rolana sat quietly lost in thought. She believed Su Chengyu had already given up on her. But still, who knew what would happen when they returned? Perhaps things were fine just as they were. On the night before Rolana's departure, Chengwen came to her room and handed her a small pistol. Rolana turned it over in her hands, puzzled. What's this? For your protection, Chengwen sighed. I hope it serves you well. Thank you. Rolana leaned forward and hugged Chengwen gently, her voice thick. Thank you both for taking care of me these past few days. I've truly been happy here. Chengwen patted her back and smiled. I've been happy too. Having a friend like you means a lot. Stay safe and come visit whenever you can. Friend. Good friend. A small pistol as a gift. A wave of joy surged through Rolana. This was the first true friend she had ever made. No strings attached, no family complications involved. The more she thought about it, the more thrilled she became. Releasing Chengwen from the embrace, she immediately transferred 20,000 stars to her account. Chengwen jumped at the notification sound. Why are you sending me so much money? For you to spend, Rolana said casually. Starting today, you're my very best friend. After all, I have plenty of spending money. Here, take some to buy clothes. This. Chengwen was speechless with shock. Spending money. Such unchecked wealth was almost offensive. It's far too much. You've only been here about 10 days. You don't need this kind of money. This isn't payment for lodging anyway. I already gave that to Tao Lin. This is for you to spend freely. Chengwen scratched her head and chuckled. Aren't you being a bit too generous with your friends? I think it's perfectly normal, Rolana said with an air of regret. If things weren't so difficult for me right now, I could transfer even more. It's all that damn fifth prince's fault. But, no buts. From now on I'll be sending you spending money regularly. Chengwen pressed a hand to her forehead and laughed helplessly. Then how about I pack some lettuce and carrots for you to take back? Good idea. I'll bring some home for my family to try. With that, the two of them set off to gather everyone. Su Chengyu had barely fallen asleep when he was abruptly roused, completely bewildered. What's going on in the middle of the night? Rolana explained, we're going to pick vegetables. The people coming to fetch me tomorrow morning won't give us enough time, so we have to do it now. Sigh. All right then. Su Chengyu yawned and asked, did you call my brother? Yes. They're already waiting in the hall with their tools. Sure enough, the 2 humans and 1 machine stood ready, waiting only for them. Liar kept waving his arms. Hurry up. Hurry up. Su Chengyu sighed helplessly. Robots really are better. They don't even know what tired feels like. That's not true. Liar does have rest cycles. Liar retorted grumpily, then shoved Su Chengyu forward and took the lead. While picking vegetables, Su Chengyu suddenly remembered that the secret medicine he'd purchased earlier was nearly ready. Turning to Rolana, he said, I'm going back with you. Rolana paused, then smiled. What? Can't bear to leave me. Not at all. I have important matters to attend to on the main star. Really? Of course. What else would you think? Rolana smiled without answering, silently deciding that he simply couldn't bear to part from her. All right then, we'll return together. Hearing this, Chengwen gladly gathered every vegetable they could harvest. After all, a second harvest would come in just a few days. Su Chengyu was startled. You're giving all these vegetables to Rolana? Not all of them. There's a share for you, isn't there? Aren't you going back too? Oh. Su Chengyu grinned widely. How can I accept such a generous gift? Tao Lin teased, if it bothers you that much, just transfer some money to me instead. Hee, we're family. Don't be so formal. Tao Lin gave him a withering look, but said nothing. Su Chengyu himself was bubbling with excitement. He edged over to Rolana and began sorting the produce. I prefer carrots. Give me more of those. No way. I like them too. Let's split them evenly. You really are. Never mind. I'll yield this time. Besides, I can always come back for more. You, on the other hand, won't have this opportunity again. Who says that? Rolana planted her hands on her hips and declared proudly, I'm Wenwen's good friend now. I can come whenever I want. No way. Su Chengyu turned to Chengwen for confirmation. Is she serious? Yes. Chengwen nodded. We welcome both of you anytime. Fine then. Su Chengyu added glumly, you can come alone. Just don't bring along any troublesome people, especially not that fifth prince or anyone like him. Rolana shot him a sharp look and huffed, I know. No need for you to remind me. And so the two of them separated, one on each side, ignoring the other completely. Chengwen sighed in exasperation. How had they fallen into another argument already? The awkward atmosphere lasted less than 2 minutes before Liar broke it. Su Chengyu, you're stepping on the seedlings. Su Qingyu looked down and indeed found himself standing on a patch of leafy greens. He quietly shifted his foot and offered a sincere apology. Sorry. I'll be more careful. Rolana choked back a laugh and murmured, serves you right. The next moment Lyre cried out again. Nana, pull out those weak seedlings. Rolana silently covered them back up. Sorry. I'll be more careful. Ha ha ha. Now it was Su Qingyu's turn to laugh. Tao Lin gave them both a disgusted look and quietly moved over to Chengwen's side. When Rolana and the others left, they carried bags upon bags filled entirely with vegetables, making the Ji brothers extremely envious. Jishan handed the beast meat to Tao Lin and said ingratiatingly, could you sell some vegetables to us too? My grandmother absolutely loves them and kept asking me where I bought them. We are all out. We gave them everything we could pick. All right then. Tao Lin weighed the beast meat in his hand, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, cousin, could you spare some to them? How much to spare? Su Qingyu protected his vegetables, watching the Ji brothers warily. He was notoriously stingy. Whatever his cousin decided was final, not an ounce more. 5 Jin. What? Su Qingyu exclaimed excitedly, that is not a little bit, that is clearly half. Tao Lin gave him a sideways glance and said coldly, hurry up. Fine. Su Qingyu dared not argue and obediently portioned out 5 Jin of raw vegetables for them. Thank you. Jishan was overjoyed and immediately declared the beast meat was a gift, no payment needed. Tao Lin nodded in agreement. Trading 30 Jin of beast meat for 5 Jin of vegetables was actually a good deal for them, so Tao Lin saw no issue with it. Upon hearing it was beast meat, Chengwen grew interested and leaned in, saying, quick, let me see what beast meat looks like. Don't. Tao Lin had no time to stop her before Chengwen had already opened the freezer box. A pungent fishy stench hit them all at once. Gag. Chengwen was nearly sick from the smell, and the others quickly covered their noses. Tao Lin quickly closed the box and asked with concern, are you okay? I am fine. Chengwen patted her chest, still shaken. Jishan suggested maybe you should just give it a rest. Next time I will bring you some that has already been processed. No need. Chengwen refused firmly, I can handle it. All right then. Having finally recovered, Chengwen invited them, since we have meat now, why not stay and have a meal before you go? No way. The group rejected in unison, their panicked expressions impossible to hide. It really will be delicious. Chengwen tried to explain. But no one dared to try. Rolana smiled awkwardly. When I am really in a hurry, so I will not eat. Hehe. Yeah, important matters come first. Su Qingyu frantically shot glances at the Ji brothers. Your time must also be tight, right? Jishan quickly replied loudly, right, the company gave us orders to head back quickly, so we will not eat. Thanks anyway. Jishui had been forcing smiles for so long his face was stiff, desperate to leave as fast as possible. Goodbye sister Chengwen, goodbye brother Tao Lin. Chengwen wordlessly waved her hand. Fine, do not eat then. Set off quickly. Goodbye. Tao Lin casually waved and turned to comfort Chengwen. It is all right. They just lack the fortune to taste this. We will eat ourselves and make them incredibly jealous. Chengwen was instantly placated and nodded in agreement. Then the two of us will eat and let them regret it. Hearing this, everyone burst into hearty laughter. All standing at the boarding gate, they turned back to bid farewell. Bye-bye, we are off. Goodbye. After seeing them off, Chengwen suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. It was too quiet. There were only the two of them here again. Tao Lin, let us go back. I will cook something delicious for you. Okay? To avoid being overwhelmed by the smell again, Chengwen found her gas mask, put it on, and then started working. Tao Lin helped nearby and asked curiously, Wenwen, what method are you going to use to process it? Chengwen could have used spiritual energy to handle it originally, but she wanted to teach Tao Lin, so she decided to use medicinal herbs for soaking. She took out a storage bag and dug through a pile of dried medicinal herbs, placing them in front of Tao Lin. Take a look. Do these 3 herbs look familiar to you? Tao Lin was puzzled, but still examined them carefully. This slender grass seems familiar. Does it bloom blue flowers? Yes, this is called Shiha grass, which has the effect of decomposing toxins. The other 2 are beast heart flower and fairy root, which can prevent the meat from spoiling. Put them together to boil into a medicinal soup, let it cool, and then use it to soak the beast meat. Half an hour is enough to process the meat properly.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
People often say within 7 steps there must be an antidote, so I think places where exotic beasts appear should have them. Next time you go out on missions, you can search the surrounding areas. You might find them. Alright. Then came the process of boiling water and cutting the meat. The two of them worked together, busying themselves. By the time Lyra returned, they had already started soaking the meat and could begin stir-frying in half an hour. Curious, Lyra approached and asked, what are you doing? Making meat to eat. Chengwen's playful side surged and she deliberately teased it. It is super duper delicious. Want to try some? Liar put its hands on its hips and became unhappy. Liar is a robot and cannot eat. You have not even tried it. How do you know you cannot? Just cannot. Try it. No, no, no. Liar covered its ears and ran away, firmly refusing to listen to her nonsense. Eating meat. It would rather go back to the room and secretly munch on its small snacks. Changwon looked regretful and smiled at Tao Lin. Let us go pick some vegetables and bring them back. Are there nothing left to pick? The others have not grown well. Just a bit smaller, but they are edible. Liar will be angry if it finds out. It is fine. It probably went back to the room to recharge and will not come out for 3 hours. We will go secretly, and by the time it discovers, we will have finished eating everything. All right then. So the couple sneaked off to their own vegetable plot to steal some vegetables. When they returned after picking, the timing was perfect. They could start cooking. Changwon took charge of cooking while Tao Lin filmed with his light screen nearby. Heating the pan, pouring oil, adding some seasonings, then putting in the meat. Tao Lin was mesmerized. When what did you add? It smells so good. Just some ordinary ginger, scallions, garlic, and such things to enhance the fragrance. Oh, I see. Tao Lin swallowed his saliva and directly initiated a video call to Su Chengyu. He wanted to tease certain people and see if they would still dare to despise them in the future. Hello, what is up? Su Chengyu's lazy voice came through. Wen is stir-frying. I just wanted to share this with you. After saying this, Tao Lin hung the light screen on the wall facing Chengwon, then walked over himself. Su Chengyu looked utterly confused. What is going on? On the other end, Chengwon's movement slowed down. She picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and offered it to Tao Lin's lips. Come try it. Is the seasoning right? Okay. Tao Lin did not hesitate at all, ate it directly and chewed carefully. Suddenly he froze, his eyes full of disbelief. Su Chengyu on the other side of the video had his face all wrinkled up. Brother, if it is really not good, just spit it out. Oh my. Tao Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. How did you manage that? Why is it so delicious? Just right, absolutely amazing. Tao Lin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. Changwon smiled lightly. Good to hear. Coming out now, Tao Lin breathed in the aroma, his face utterly enchanted. Su Chengyu was intrigued by his reaction but remained skeptical. You're lying. Trying to trick me. No way. Tao Lin turned, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. You already believe it deep down. You're just bitter because you can't have any. Just then Changwon had finished plating the dish. She stepped forward, presenting the plate to the camera with a flourish. See. This is the spirit beast meat I made. Looks good, doesn't it? Good was an understatement, as Su Chengyu was practically drooling. The meat was glazed in a rich sauce shimmering under the lens with an irresistible sheen, garnished with verdant scallions. It looked absolutely delectable. Su Chengyu regretted his decision. He should have stayed longer. Why had he been in such a hurry to leave? The worst part was watching the couple devour their meal right in front of the camera. Changwon took a gentle bite, and the rich broth burst upon her tongue, a perfect blend of savory depth and exquisite freshness intertwining in a symphony of flavor. Wow, this is amazing. Changwon was on the verge of tears from sheer happiness. After centuries, she was finally eating meat again. On the other end of the video call, Su Chengyu was also about to cry. He could no longer hold his composure, his face crumpling as he pleaded with Ji-shan. Turn back. Turn the ship around. I want to go back and eat that meat. Ji-shan looked utterly bewildered. Luolana snapped, what nonsense are you talking about? Look. Su Chengyu projected the video onto a large screen. They're eating so happily, it must be incredible. I want some too. Luolana was silent for 5 seconds, then shouted, quick. Activate the empathy mode. Changwon looked up puzzled. What's that? Tao Lin explained, it's a new technology. Once the empathy mode is turned on, everyone on the same channel can share the sender's 5 senses, an immersive experience. Oh, Changwon nodded, understanding. Alright, let's turn it on for them. Tao Lin tapped a few points in the air and the empathy mode was activated. The group on the spaceship eagerly joined in. Oh my god. Su Chengyu was losing his mind. How can it smell so good? How can it taste so divine? The other 3 nodded in unison, lost in the experience. This is incredible. Is this really spirit beast meat? It's this delicious. The flavor is absolutely phenomenal. They regretted not staying for the meal. If even the empathy mode, which distorted the taste, was this good, what would the real thing be like? They dared not even imagine. Everyone slapped their thighs in frustration. Seriously, can't we turn back? Su Chengyu begged. Just one meal. Please. No, Ji-shan said with a wry smile. I've already reported our return route to the company. Turning back would affect the tracking protection. Luolana added, I've also informed my father. It really wouldn't be appropriate to go back. Changwon laughed heartily, comforting them. Don't worry. Next time you come over, I'll cook for you again. Luolana was deeply moved. You're the best, sis. The 3 men followed suit. You're the best, Changwon. You're all wonderful too. Tao Lin was not amused. He quickly pulled Cheng Wen's attention back. When the food's getting cold. Eat up. The people on the video feed nodded frantically. They wanted to savor the wonderful taste for as long as possible. A meal, no matter how slowly you ate it, lasted only half an hour. Tao Lin waved his hand dismissively. Hang up. No, wait. Su Qingyu watched helplessly as the screen went black, heartbroken, biting his fingers. Luo Lana shot him a contemptuous glance. Pathetic. Can't we just go back when we have time? Su Qingyu suddenly looked up, speaking with mock seriousness. He's my cousin. I can say going back, but you can't. Luo Lana gritted her teeth in fury. Can't you tell I was trying to comfort you? Huh. Were you? Su Qingyu tilted his head, looking utterly confused. Luo Lana couldn't bear to look at his foolish expression anymore as she turned and stormed back to her room. Su Qingyu rubbed his nose, feeling a bit wronged, and muttered under his breath, "Why is she mad again? It was just a joke." The Ji brothers kept their eyes straight ahead, stifling their laughter as they returned to their control panels. After the meal, Cheng Wen slumped in her chair, watching Tao Lin wash the dishes. Perhaps because she was so relaxed, she soon grew drowsy, her head bobbing gently. Tao Lin said softly, "Wen, go to your room and sleep." Okay. Cheng Wen forced her eyes open and shuffled toward her room. But just as she was about to push the door, she changed her mind and went into Tao Lin's room, instead collapsing onto the bed and immediately falling into a deep sleep. Half an hour later, Tao Lin finally finished cleaning. When he entered the room, he found her sprawled out in an ungainly pose. He paused for a moment, then gently climbed onto the bed, wrapped his arms around her, and joined her for an afternoon nap. At 1:50 p.m., Tao Lin woke up. He had to give a lesson to his students. Seeing that Cheng Wen was still asleep, he leaned down and planted a soft kiss on her forehead before rising. His movement stirred her awake. She opened her eyes groggily. "Where are you going?" "I have a lesson to teach. You can sleep a bit more." "All right." Cheng Wen rolled over and continued sleeping. Tao Lin smiled indulgently, then went to the room that Su Qingyu had used earlier to begin his lesson. An hour later, Cheng Wen finally awoke fully. She sat up, immediately crossed her legs on the bed, and began to meditate, quickly entering a deep state. Tao Lin returned after finishing his lesson, but did not disturb her. He simply sat quietly nearby, waiting. However, as evening approached, Cheng Wen remained motionless. He had no choice but to go to the kitchen himself, trying to imitate her cooking style to prepare dinner. Strangely, though he followed the same steps she made it look effortless, while he was all thumbs. Liar asked worriedly, "Are you really sure you can do this?" "Yes." A sizzling sound filled the air as the oil heated up. Tao Lin quickly dumped the meat into the pan. Splash. Water clung to the meat, and it exploded upon contact, spattering everywhere. Tao Lin jumped back, stung by the burning oil. "Ow! Damn it. That hurts." "Liar. Help me." Liar quickly stepped in front of him, covering the pan with a lid to calm the chaos. "Are you all right, master?" "I'm fine." Tao Lin rubbed the burn spots, puzzled. What went wrong? Then he remembered he had recorded a video of her cooking. He quickly opened it and studied it carefully. After a long while, he sniffed the air. "Liar, do you smell something burning?" "Liar is a robot. I cannot smell." "There really is." Tao Lin's face changed as he suddenly remembered he was still cooking. He hurriedly turned off the heat and with trembling hands lifted the lid. A cloud of thick smoke billowed out, and Tao Lin knew it was too late. The meat inside was completely charred, a blackened, unrecognizable mess. The pan was ruined too. Cheng Wen's shocked voice rang out, "What are you two doing?" Tao Lin shrank his head and said weakly, "I thought it wouldn't be hard." Cheng Wen covered her face, both exasperated and amused. "Is there any pot left?" "No, my cousin only bought one." "All right." Cheng Wen sighed to the heavens, striving to coax herself into accepting the reality. Tao Lin proposed, "How about we make one ourselves?" "Where do we get the materials?" "I had to scavenge everywhere to modify Nana's gun." "We have some." Tao Lin's gaze drifted toward Leal, his hands already itching. Leal scrambled backward, clutching its body and shrieking, "No, don't dismantle Leal. Just for a few days. Once we buy a new pot, we'll put you back together, okay?" "No, no, no." Leal hid behind Cheng Wen and protested. Wen, look at him. He wants to dismantle Leal's body like a villain. You need to stop him." Cheng Wen was dying of laughter. She stopped him. "All right, stop teasing it. Let's change our cooking method. Another way." Tao Lin, no longer bothered with Leal, curiosity piqued. "What do we do, eh?" "I'll help." Cheng Wen had already given up on his culinary skills. She asked rather bluntly, "At which step did you fail just now?" "You didn't ruin the rest of the meat, did you?" Tao Lin rubbed his neck, embarrassed. "I failed from the moment I poured the ingredients into the pot." "Oh, that's not too bad." Cheng Wen breathed a sigh of relief. "You handle the exotic beast meat first, I'll prepare the rest. We'll grill it later. Roast it over fire." But there's no firewood here." "There I assent, but there's something like coal." Is there? Tao Lin frowned, trying to recall, but couldn't remember seeing such a thing around here. Surely they wouldn't have to tear down the house for firewood. Just then Chungwon turned to Lil and coaxed, Lil, can you lend me a few of your snacks? Tao Lin suddenly understood. Those tofu dreg-like stones were indeed like coal. Lil shook its head in refusal. No, Lil doesn't have many left. Just lend me a few pieces, I'll pay you back double later. Lil thought for 5 seconds, then nodded in agreement. Then Lil will go get them for you. With that it turned and went back to its room. Chungwon nodded approvingly and smiled. Lil does listen well. Tao Lin gave a wry smile. It only listens to you. Is that so? That means I've trained it well. Chungwon was quite proud of that. Tao Lin smiled helplessly, turned around, and went to handle the exotic beast meat. After Lil came out, Chungwon took it outside to set up a simple grill. The sky was growing darker, and it was pitch black outside, so Chungwon went to the storeroom to fetch a luminous orb. The glowing orb immediately caught Lil's eye. It tugged at Chungwon and clamored when Lil likes the orb. Can you give it to Lil? Chungwon was puzzled. You've got your own illumination function. What do you need the orb for? It's cool. Alright, but I need it for now. I'll give it to you later. Got it. Having received a gift, Lil became even more diligent. It darted in and out fetching stools and seasonings for Chungwon, and after finishing outside it went to help Tao Lin bring out the exotic beast meat. Tao Lin, empty-handed, followed behind it like a leisurely old man. He plopped down opposite Chungwon and asked in confusion what's gotten into Lil. It looks really happy. Oh, I gave it a little orb and now it's acting silly. Tao Lin followed her gaze. What's that? I don't recall using this kind of illuminator. Is it rechargeable? No, it's high-tech, the kind that's hard to explain. Tao Lin narrowed his eyes and drew out a long O. Then a series of beep-beep sounds rang out. Tao Lin turned off the alarm and reminded her time's up. Alright then, let's start grilling the meat. Chungwon placed the stones, set up the net she had just cut, and said to Lil, light it up. Okay. Lil crouched down, aimed the lighter at the stones, and pressed the switch. With a click, of flames slowly rose, growing larger and larger, while emitting a fragrant white smoke. Lil exclaimed in delight, so fragrant. Lil loves it. Wait a minute, Tao Lin said, puzzled. Didn't you say you were a robot and couldn't smell anything? I don't know, but Lil can smell this one. It's wonderful, a kind of ethereal feeling. Chungwon placed meat on the grill and said sternly, Lil, kids shouldn't inhale smoke. Lil turned a deaf ear and continued enjoying itself. Tao Lin. This world felt a little surreal. The sizzling meat on the grill gave off an irresistible aroma that instantly drew Tao Lin's attention back. He flashed a mischievous grin and immediately sent a photo to Su Chungyu. Lin trying a new way to cook. So delicious. You're outrageous. Then another message popped up. Use sync mode quick. Don't make me beg. Tao Lin threw his head back and laughed heartily. Chungwon understood instantly. Are you teasing your cousin again? He's begging me to turn on sync mode. As he spoke, Su Chungyu's video call came through. Chungwon just smiled without trying to dissuade him. It's cooked, try it. Okay. Before tasting, Tao Lin answered the video call, intending to put on a live eating show for Su Chungyu. Hey, just turn on the sync mode. Su Chungyu was frantic. Hold on, Tao Lin said calmly. What if it's not good? Let me taste it first. Then hurry up. Once the meat entered his mouth, Tao Lin couldn't stop. He devoured it ravenously. It was absolutely unbelievably delicious. Chungwon was also surprised. The grilled meat had a faint, delicate fragrance, making it taste unique. After a moment's thought, she realized it must be from the smoke of the burning stones. Wow! When this grilled meat is 10 times better than stir-fried, I love it. I love it too. But it's easy to get overheated, so we can't eat too much. I want to learn this. Then I won't worry about food when I'm on missions. Sure, I'll teach you. Hey! Su Chungyu whined pitifully, turn on the sync mode first, please. Alright. Tao Lin finally took pity and turned on the sync mode. Su Chungyu instantly felt like he was in heaven, so blissful. Oh my god. What kind of earthly delicacy is this? I want to go back so badly. Boo-hoo. Why didn't you stop me back then? I've missed out on tasting this grilled meat. Su Chungyu's voice was too noisy, so Tao Lin silently turned down the volume and immersed himself in the eating show. Chungwon loved grilling while eating, enjoying the process and occasionally teaching Tao Lin some tips. When it felt too greasy, she popped a lettuce leaf into her mouth. The crisp, refreshing taste instantly cut the oiliness. Tao Lin sighed when this combination is really good. No wonder you always like eating raw vegetables. Chungwon had eaten her fill. She rubbed her belly and asked softly, are you full? Want me to add more? No, I'm full too. On the other end of the video, Su Chungyu was wailing wildly, I'm not full. The couple exchanged a glance, silently laughed, and pretended not to hear. After having eaten and drunk their fill, the two were in no hurry to return indoors. They embraced each other, gazing at the stars and the moon. Tao Lin suddenly spoke up. What exactly did you mean by that bow to heaven and earth you mentioned earlier? Can we do it now? This is formally called the Tao partner bonding ceremony. It has a set of grand and intricate procedures. But back then you were gravely wounded, and I bonded with you directly to save you. So now we can simply make up for the bowing to heaven and earth and to the ancestral master. Tao Lin was shocked. What is a Tao partner bond? I've never heard of it. It's a bond recognized by heaven and earth. Once bound you must be faithful to your partner and cannot get involved with anyone else. Of course if the feelings break it can be dissolved, but when you dissolve the bond you'll be struck by heavenly thunder. Tao Lin was stunned for a long while then asked dazedly, so when you said I'm the only one it's true? And then Chungwon nodded. Absolutely true. Wife. Tao Lin held Chungwon tightly in his arms, his eyes red with emotion. It's really wonderful that you belong only to me. Chungwon recalled the moment she had bonded with him and felt a hint of amusement. At that time she had simply found Tao Lin pleasing to her eyes, and after drifting for centuries, she had wanted a companion, so she impulsively bonded with him. Fortunately, the two had gradually developed feelings for each other, making it a beautiful union. Seeing Chungwon laugh more and more happily, Tao Lin asked curiously, what are you laughing at? Tao Lin, let me tell you a secret. The truth is I bonded with you back then because I was attracted by your good looks. Tao Lin chuckled and said, seriously, it's all right. Being favored by you is my own accomplishment. Others don't have this blessing. That's true, ha ha ha. How about we go through the entire Tao partner ritual you mentioned? No. Chungwon shook her head and said helplessly, our current conditions are limited. I can't achieve the effect I want. Besides, we have no guests to witness the ceremony, so let's forget it. Chungwon suddenly felt a pang of sadness. She recalled the Tao partner bonding ceremony of her senior brother and senior sister Boo. Back then everyone had been so joyful and happy. But all that was gone. When Tao Lin asked worriedly, are you all right? I'm fine. Chungwon took a deep breath, burying the unhappy thoughts deep in her heart, and said softly with a smile, let's go bow to heaven and earth. All right. Chungwon took Tao Lin's hand and walked to a spot about 10 meters away from the main gate. They straightened their clothes, then both knelt down. Without a master of ceremonies, Chungwon took the role herself. First bow to heaven and earth. Kowtow. The two kowtowed 3 times solidly, then turned and went back inside to kneel before the ancestral tablet. Second, bow to the ancestral master. Kowtow. Again they kowtowed 3 times firmly. Husband and wife bow to each other. After the bows the two exchanged smiles, completing the ceremony. Chungwon took Tao Lin's hand and said softly, come, let me introduce you to the ancestral master. From now on you must come every day to pay your respects, understand? Yes. Disciple Chungwon of the 193rd generation of the 5 immortals, sect together with my Tao partner Tao Lin, pay respects to the ancestral master and beg for his blessing. After speaking, Chungwon bowed again. But this time she performed the disciple's bow. Tao Lin followed suit, imitating her gesture. Chungwon smiled knowingly and bowed with him. A flash of golden light streaked by and merged into Tao Lin's body. Startled, Tao Lin whispered, what is this? It's the ancestral master's blessing. Quickly give thanks. Oh. Tao Lin knelt again and kowtowed. Thank you, ancestral master, for your blessing. When he stood up, Chungwon took his hand and said, blushing, all right, let's return to our room and rest. The moment he thought about what was about to happen, Tao Lin grew excited. He swept Chungwon into his arms and dashed toward the room. Passing by Lear's room, the latter poked his head out and asked, what are you two doing? Tao Lin grinned widely, pushed him back with one hand, and said, little one, close your door early and go to sleep. You're not allowed to come over tonight. All right. Lear was in a good mood today, so he obediently shut his door. Tao Lin placed Chungwon on the bed and eagerly pounced on her, kissing her until she was breathless. Wait. Hold on. What's wrong? Tao Lin was very busy at the moment. His hands were undressing her, his mouth was kissing her, and he still had to find time to talk to the person beneath him. Chungwon said helplessly, let's stop for a moment. All right, tell me. Tao Lin finally suppressed his impulse and waited patiently. Chungwon pursed her lips awkwardly and said sheepishly, maybe I ate too much barbecue just now, the smell on me is a bit unpleasant. Could I wash up first? Tao Lin's breathing was rapid. He buried his head in the crook of Chungwon's neck and said plaintively, wife, why do you always torment me like this? Not at all. If you don't want to, then go ahead. Spoiled. Tao Lin bit her collarbone as a punishment, then got up to fetch water for her. After bringing the water back, he insisted on helping, but as he helped, the atmosphere shifted. Chungwon was both embarrassed and resigned, able only to stiffly cooperate with him. But no matter how hard she tried to act composed, her body's natural reactions betrayed her. Everywhere Tao Lin's fingers touched trembled slightly and flushed a faint pink. As they grew passionate, Tao Lin's voice husky, he whispered in Cheng Wen's ear, "From now on can I call you wife?" "Whatever you like." Cheng Wen moved impatiently, urging him to continue with her eyes. Tao Lin chuckled softly and planted a kiss on her eyelid. "Then I'll call you wife, my wife who belongs only to me, not a wife shared with others." "All right." Tao Lin smiled in satisfaction and bent down to continue. Until late into the night, two intertwined figures remained locked in an embrace in the dim room. No one paid attention to the clothes scattered on the floor. A night of passion. The next morning, Cheng Wen stayed in bed too exhausted to even move a finger. Tao Lin, on the other hand, was full of energy, but he didn't want to get up either. He lay on his side staring at the person beside him. The more he looked, the more he liked her. "Wife, hee." When the sun was high, Lier came to knock on the door, but Tao Lin sent him away with a few words. By noon, Cheng Wen had finally slept enough. She tried to stretch, but accidentally pulled a muscle and her body ached. "Hiss." Tao Lin asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" "It's nothing." Cheng Wen blushed and explained, "It's normal. It'll be fine after a couple of days of rest." But Tao Lin was still very concerned. Every time she moved, he tensed up as if something serious were wrong.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
First he massaged her, then he fetched nutrient fluid, then he moved her clothes over. Su Qingyu was holding a pouch of nutrient fluid, staring at his light brain, waiting without drinking it. Luo Lina asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? Aren't you hungry?" "No, I'm waiting for a message from my brother." "Strange, why hasn't he sent me his eating show today?" Luo Lina was speechless, turned away, and ignored him. Su Qingyu couldn't hold back anymore, and sent a message proactively. Aren't you eating meat today?" Lin finished it. "You." 3 days later, Su Qingyu and his companions finally arrived at the main star. As they were about to disembark, for reasons unknown even to himself, Su Qingyu grabbed Luo Na's hand. Are you really going to marry the fifth prince?" "Probably." Su Qingyu opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he didn't know what to say, so he silently let go of her hand. Luo Na was somewhat disappointed. Ever since Su Qingyu had saved her, she had secretly reserved a place in her heart for him as her partner. If he had only asked, she would have even given him the position of primary husband. But Su Qingyu had never brought it up, nor had he asked her to repay his life-saving favor. Now, given the circumstances, it had become even harder for them to be together. Thinking this, Luo Na said firmly, "Su Qingyu, come with me to a place." "Where are we going?" "Don't ask." Luo Na took the initiative to take Su Qingyu's hand, and once outside, they casually hailed a car heading toward the wealthy district. On the way, Su Qingyu tried to speak several times, but Luo Na stopped him each time. Only after they entered the house was he able to voice the questions in his mind. "Is this your home? Why did you bring me here?" Luo Na threw down her luggage, cupped Su Qingyu's face, and kissed him. After a full 10 seconds, Su Qingyu finally came to his senses. His face flushed crimson as he forcibly pushed Luo Na away. What are you doing?" "Su Qingyu." Luo Na looked at him seriously. "I actually don't have confidence. I don't know if I can handle the fifth prince, so, will you stay with me tonight?" Su Qingyu's pupils slightly trembled. He spoke with difficulty. "Do you even know what you're saying?" "I do." Luo Na leaned in again, burying her head in the crook of Su Qingyu's neck, and whispered softly, "I hope my first time will be beautiful and happy, so I want you to stay and be with me." And then, when she remained silent, Su Qingyu answered for her, "And then tomorrow you'll act as if nothing happened, continue to deal with the fifth prince, and even marry him, right?" Luo Na still said nothing, which Su Qingyu took as confirmation. "Luo Na, what do you take me for?" Su Qingyu pushed the person in his arms away, deeply disappointed. "Sorry, I don't want to get involved in matters between you two. Don't go." Luo Na's eyes reddened and her voice was hoarse. "I didn't leave any way out for myself. If I can't deal with him, I plan to die together with him." "What?" Su Qingyu turned back incredulous. "Is it necessary to go this far? I don't want to either. But my father is a member of the second prince's faction. He knows many of the second prince's secrets. If I marry the second prince, won't let my family go. If I don't marry the fifth prince, won't let me go either, so I have no choice but to take a gamble." Su Qingyu tilted his head back and let out a deep sigh. The two were silent for a long time. Then Luo Na said softly, "I'll go take a bath first. If you're willing, come find me in the room." Su Qingyu scratched his hair in agitation, pacing back and forth in the hall. In the end, he still went in. Tonight Luo Na seemed like a completely different person, passionate and fiery. She clung to Su Qingyu, demanding again and again until she exhausted herself to the point of unconsciousness. When it was all over, Su Qingyu looked at the sleeping figure, his emotions in turmoil. This is insane. What had happened was done, and now he could only think of a way to deal with it. However, he sat up all night without coming up with any solution. In the morning, Luo Lan Na woke up and shifted uncomfortably. Su Qingyu immediately asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Does it hurt? Should I take you to the hospital?" Luo Lan Na's pretty face flushed, and she said with a hint of reproach, "Who goes to the doctor for this kind of thing? But you seem to be in pain." "I'm fine." Luo Lan Na struggled to sit up and found that her body felt clean. Su Qingyu must have wiped her down. "Su Qingyu, you should sneak away later." "No." "What?" Luo Lan Na thought she had misheard. Su Qingyu's face was serious, and he said loudly, "Let's go get married. I don't believe the fifth prince would dare to forcibly take someone else's spouse." "Well," Luo Lan Na was puzzled. "Didn't you not want to get involved in this?" "I did before. But now the situation is different." Su Qingyu blushed and said awkwardly, "After we've become this intimate, how could I just stand by?" Luo Lan Na gave a bitter smile, caressed his face, and said hoarsely, "I can't marry you because the fifth prince is a madman. He will kill you too." "I'm not afraid," Su Qingyu said firmly. "Since I stayed last night, I will face this together with you." "No, I don't want you to face this." Luo Lan Na embraced Su Qingyu and whispered in his ear, "Don't do anything. Just wait patiently for my news, okay? If I succeed, I'll come back and marry you. If I fail, then will you take my ashes to a small planet? I like it there." Luo Lan Na, "Promise me." Su Qingyu held her tightly, pulling her into his embrace, unwilling to nod. Luo Lan Na sighed helplessly, "If I had known it would come to this, I shouldn't have kept you last night." "Huh." Su Qingyu released her displeased. "You regret it so soon?" Luo Lan Na gave him a quick kiss on the lips and smiled. "I don't regret it." "That's more like it." Su Qingyu hugged her again, gently stroking her back. Luo Lan Na spoke again, "Promise me, okay? I'll promise you, but you have to promise me one condition first." "What?" If you successfully get rid of the fifth prince, then you will immediately marry me, and you can only have me as your husband for the rest of your life, okay?" "Well," Luo Lan Na pretended to think. Su Qingyu grew anxious, staring at her intently. "Hey, aren't you being a bit too greedy?" Luo Lan Na couldn't help it anymore and burst out laughing. "Alright, considering your performance last night was pretty good, I'll agree." Su Qingyu struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth and hummed, "That's more like it. Now that I've promised you, you also promise me go back to your normal life and wait for my news. Then what are your plans? Set a trap that makes the second prince and the fifth prince fight each other like dogs." "Huh. I feel like that's not what you were thinking last night." "I thought you were planning to confront the fifth prince with force." Luo Lan Na nodded in acknowledgement. "Before, I really did plan to focus on dealing with the fifth prince. His combat power index is lower than mine. I originally planned to find an opportunity to launch a spiritual attack on him and cripple him." Su Qingyu immediately interrupted, disapproving, "That's too risky. The fifth prince is surrounded by many experts. If you fail, the consequences would be unbearable for you. That's why I said I'd die together with him." Seeing Su Qingyu's grim expression, Luo Lan Na quickly added, "But I've changed my mind now. I want to come back alive and marry you, so I will carefully create a perfect trap to free myself." "Okay, you must be careful. I'll wait for you to come back." "Okay." On the small planet, after 3 days of sweet indulgence, Tao Lin and Qing Wen finally mustered the courage to go out and work. As soon as Real saw them, it let out a protest. "You two are slacking off and making Real work alone." Real is angry. Tao Lin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What would you like to do about it?" "Real also needs a few days of rest." "Alright, I'll give you a 3-day holiday." "Yay!" Real dropped the bucket and ran off at once. But it was not running back home. Instead, it sprinted further and further in the opposite direction. Cheng Wen hurriedly called out, "Real, where are you going?" "Real is going on an adventure and will return in 3 days." Cheng Wen's eyes lit up and she called out loudly, "Then while you're at it, could you scout the terrain for me? If you see anything unusual, record the location or bring it back to us." "Alright." Real seemed quite anxious, tapping its little feet in place as it asked, "Anything else?" Real is about to set off. "No, that's all." Cheng Wen waved at it and added, "Watch your battery level and head back when it gets low." "Okay, bye-bye." With that, Real took off running. Tao Lin smiled helplessly. "Real's programming is completely scrambled now." "It's fine as long as it runs normally," Cheng Wen replied. Actually, she rather liked it this way, feeling that it resembled a living being now. With Real absent, the task of watering the vegetables fell to Tao Lin. It was not exhausting, but carrying 2 buckets at a time was too inefficient. He spent the entire morning watering all the crops. Goodness, it already takes this long for just 3 plots. What about the rest? Cheng Wen also felt troubled. "How about we buy some materials and run pipes from the house to bring water here?" "That could work." "Absolutely not." 2 voices rang out simultaneously, startling Cheng Wen. The one who said could was Tao Lin, while the one who said not was Green Shadow. However, Tao Lin could not hear Green Shadow's voice. Seeing Changwon frozen, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Changwon pointed to the small green shoot by the vegetable patch and explained, "Green Shadow says the house was built according to a specific formation layout, so we'd better not make hasty changes." Tao Lin's eyes widened in shock. "You can communicate with plants. Only Green Shadow can be heard after all it has formed a contract with me." "Oh, I see." Tao Lin patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Secretly, he mused to himself, "My wife is so amazing while I'm just an ear-rank good-for-nothing. How can this be?" Lost in thought, he quickly opened his holographic device and sent a message to Su Chungyu. "Tao Lin, where's my medicine? Have you got it yet?" The reply came almost instantly. "Su Chungyu, not yet. I'll pick it up tomorrow and arrange for someone to deliver it to you." "Tao Lin, aren't you coming yourself?" "Su Chungyu, I'm busy lately and can't leave the main planet." "Tao Lin, all right then." By the time Tao Lin finished replying, Changwon had also reached an agreement with Green Shadow. She stopped 10 steps away from Green Shadow, stood firm, and waved at Tao Lin excitedly. "Green Shadow says there's a water source underground. Let's dig a well right here." "Good. We'll start work once Real returns." Seeing it was almost noon, Changwon hurriedly picked some vegetables for lunch. Halfway through picking, she suddenly remembered they had no cooking pots. The alien beast meat was also finished. Changwon was at a loss. "Tao Lin, we can only eat raw vegetables or drink nutrient fluid now." Under their harsh conditions, drinking nutrient fluid was acceptable, but there was clearly a better option available now. Tao Lin immediately opened his holographic device and said firmly, "Let's build a teleportation station instead. That way we can buy anything we want conveniently in the future." This time Changwon did not object again. She leaned over and watched Tao Lin fill in the information step by step. Everything was ready, but just as Tao Lin was about to confirm payment, Changwon quickly grabbed his hand. "Wait. What's wrong? Please cancel it first." "What is it?" Tao Lin was bewildered. "You're heartbroken over the money." "Yes, I am. Very heartbroken." Tao Lin sighed and said helplessly, "This money has to be spent eventually. Building it earlier will only benefit us." "I know, but I think there might be a better way." Tao Lin found this even more confusing, but he still silently pressed the cancel button. Changwon breathed a sigh of relief and reminded him, "Go back and click the advertisement in the lower right corner." Lower right corner. Following her instructions, Tao Lin clicked on it, and a store setup page popped up. New store privileges. Free teleportation station. Tao Lin looked up in shock. "Do you want to open a store? What will you sell?" Like this, Changwon pointed to the vegetables behind her. "This could work, but it's a bit too little. It wouldn't even be enough to attract buyers." "It doesn't matter. I only wanted a free teleportation station anyway. I can just list 2 or 3 items each day." Tao Lin was amused and ruffled her hair, praising, "You're quite clever." "Right. Ha ha." After deciding to open an online store, Tao Lin quickly took photos of the vegetable patch from various angles, captured close-ups of each type of vegetable, filled out all the required information, and submitted the application. Once all preparations were complete, it was already 2 p.m. Tao Lin had to give his students an online class, so he told Changwon to keep an eye on things. "When you receive the application approved notification, click on it and follow the instructions to set up the store." "Okay, got it." Not long after Tao Lin left, Changwon received the message and followed the system prompts step by step. When she reached the store naming step, she was stumped, quite torn. What should I name it? She couldn't think of anything pleasant. How about Twin Pavilion? After all, this is the Twin Secret Realm. Changwon quickly typed in the name and continued reading. A deposit of 200,000 is required. After understanding all the regulations, Changwon felt she could accept it. After all, there had already been multiple cases of people deceiving others into building teleportation stations under the guise of opening stores. 20,000 it is. It'll be refunded later anyway. When paying, Tao Lin's account appeared first, but strangely his account balance seemed off. Why is it 300,000 less? Changwon frowned and pondered for a long time. I don't see anything Tao Lin bought. Did he transfer it to his cousin? Never mind, as long as I haven't been scammed. Changwon gave up trying to figure it out, switched to her own account, and paid the deposit. After the system approval was successful, she could upload her products. Changwon did not bother with any layout aesthetics. She simply created a listing and uploaded all the photos at once. When setting the price, she got stuck again. What should the price be? Just as she was thinking of looking it up, she noticed a suggested price nearby. Changwon casually clicked on it. What? 2000 star credits per gene. Is the system crazy? Vegetables cost more than meat. How could prices in this world be so absurd? After her initial shock, Changwon quickly sobered up. Wait, the system wouldn't suggest this price without reason. Alright, 2000 star credits per gene it is. If nobody buys it, she would adjust the price later. For now, the priority was to secure the teleportation station. Changwon had thought it would take at least 5 days for someone to build the transmission station, but by the next morning it was already done. Next to the vegetable patch, a square hole had appeared out of thin air, and looking inside, she could see only darkness. Changwon was amazed. How was this done? It was incredible that a transmission station could be set up without anyone being on site. This uses black hole technology for transmission. With precise positioning, there is naturally no need for someone to be present. Oh, that is quite convenient. Changwon looked up excited. Let us try it and see if it works. Tao Lin shook his head, explaining it cannot be used yet. This is a transmission station that comes free with opening a store, so we must sell merchandise first to activate it. Is there such a condition? Changwon was completely confused. Yes, there is. Tao Lin said helplessly, you did not read it carefully yesterday, did you? You probably skipped right past it. Changwon nodded awkwardly. It is fine, I will just message my cousin to place an order. As Tao Lin spoke, he immediately sent a message to Su Chungyu. He had no idea what his cousin could be so busy with that he claimed to have no time. Tao Lin frowned. Never mind, let us ask Jishan then. Wait a moment. Changwon held his hand and suggested let Uncle Laney buy it. I want him to try it. That works too. Tao Lin immediately sent a video call request to Laney, wanting to speak with him in person. The call connected quickly, but it was not just Laney on the other end. There was also the medical staff member who had treated Changwon back then. Since Tao Lin did not recognize him, he carefully adjusted the angle, shifting the background so the vegetables were no longer visible. Changwon was quite happy and cheerfully greeted them. Hello, Uncle Laney. Hello, medic uncle. Laney responded with a smile, but the other person's face fell. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fong Tianli, and you can call me Uncle Li. Changwon immediately changed her greeting. Hello, Uncle Li. Oh, yes. Satisfied now. Go back to work. Laney laughed and pushed them away, still finding time to tease all day long. You are always comparing everything to me. Let us chat a bit more. We cannot. After Fong Tianli left, Laney casually locked the door, then sat down and asked seriously, what is wrong? Do you need my help with something? Uncle Laney, we have not even mentioned it yet. How did you know? Changwon was utterly surprised. Laney burst out laughing. You usually only message me after work hours, but now you are video calling during my shift. That means you definitely need something from me. Yes. Tao Lin shifted the camera to focus on the vibrant green vegetables and spoke softly. Wen, and I opened an online store, and I was wondering if you could help us by placing an order. There was a brief freeze on Laney's end. He stood motionless with his mouth open. Could it be a signal issue? Changwon waved her hand and called out Uncle Laney. But there was still no response from the other side. Tao Lin was puzzled as well. That is impossible. We have signal even with the small tower, so how could he have no signal on the main planet? Maybe we should hang up and redial. Do not. Laney finally moved, covering his mouth with excitement. Goodness me. I can hardly believe what I am seeing. Can this actually be real? Changwon scratched her head in confusion. Which one are you referring to? The vegetables. Yes, they are real. Oh my goodness. I am just so excited. They could feel it. His whole body was trembling with emotion, and the camera shook uncontrollably. Uncle Laney, are you okay? I am fine, really. Laney pressed on. When are these the seeds I gave you before? No, those died, so I found another batch of seeds. I see. That explains why all mine perished. Changwon could not help but laugh along with him. Tao Lin nudged her and reminded her Uncle Laney is working right now. This is not the time for chatting. Oh, right. Changwon immediately shifted gears and spoke seriously. Uncle Laney, search for an online shop called Shuangxingge and place an order for me. Just 1 gene is enough. I need to activate the transmission station. Alright, I will go right now. The moment he finished speaking, someone knocked on the security room door and Laney quickly ended the video call. 10 minutes later, Changwon heard a notification sound from her light brain. She tapped into it and smiled. Uncle Laney placed the order. He bought 10 gene. Tao Lin was taken aback, pointing at the vegetable patch helplessly. Then we cannot send him extra. Changwon had originally planned for Laney to buy 1 gene and then send him 10, but he ended up purchasing 10 gene all at once. Then let us send him everything that is already grown. As Changwon spoke, she reduced the inventory accordingly, leaving just 1 gene listed to maintain the storefront presence. It took the two of them an hour to finally pack up the lettuce and carrots. Next came the shipping process. Changwon was puzzled. How does this portal know where we want to send the goods? If we are shipping multiple packages, how does it determine which package belongs to which customer? After the noon break, Changwon received a message from Lei, who said he had picked up the package and sent a photo. The vegetables in the picture were still fresh, completely unwilted. Changwon nodded in satisfaction and began mindlessly shopping online. 30 gene of beast meat, a few packets of vegetable seeds, an automatic watering system, several hose, 5 electric woks. After pondering for a moment, Changwon also purchased an iron pot for firewood cooking. She could just grab liar's stones for fuel later. Within a mere hour the funds in her account had been nearly depleted. Changwon covered her face, forced to call it a day. Since Tao Lin still had classes to attend, she waited alone by the teleportation terminal, inspecting each package as it arrived to check the quality. So far she was quite satisfied with the merchandise. It seemed the platform took product quality seriously. By the time the last package was received, Tao Lin had finally finished class. Not finding her at home, he tracked her down. Why so many things? I bought them all necessities. Tao Lin found it odd. He opened his light screen to confirm before asking, why didn't you use my money? I have my own, Changwon said proudly. Nana gave it to me, said it was for buying clothes. As long as it wasn't from some other man. Tao Lin cleared his throat awkwardly and said gruffly, spend mine first from now on. All right. Changwon replied dismissively, urging him, hurry up, let's carry them back together. I'll carry them, no need for you. Tao Lin originally wanted to display his masculine charm, but Changwon had other ideas. She picked up a fist-sized stone, gesturing for Tao Lin to watch, then crushed it effortlessly with a gentle squeeze. With a flourish, she scattered the fragments into the air and declared proudly, I've got plenty of strength. Tao Lin covered his face and silently gave her a thumbs up. Bravo. In the end they made 3 trips together to carry everything back. Now that they had meat, it was only natural to cook something delicious. Changwon prepared 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish in different styles, leaving Tao Lin with a round belly and utter contentment. After the meal, as usual, Tao Lin took over the dishes. But halfway through he suddenly paused. He turned and asked, Wenwen, has Rolana messaged you these past 2 days? No. She hasn't messaged me since the day she got off the spaceship. She said she had something to attend to and would contact me when she was free. Strange. My cousin seems the same. I asked him, and he said he's busy, no free time. Surely. Nothing serious, right? Tao Lin frowned and pondered for a while, murmuring, should be fine. My cousin isn't the type to stand on ceremony with me. If something were wrong, he'd tell me. Changwon suggested, do you think your cousin might be helping Nana? That's possible, Tao Lin sighed. I'll ask him about it tomorrow. The next day, Su Chengyu came looking for them proactively. I got the medicine, but I've been busy lately. Jishan and the others are occupied too, so I can only deliver it to you after a while. Lin, no need. We've built a teleportation station. Just teleport here from the nearest one. Already. I thought Changwon wouldn't build it because she was stingy with money. Lin, it's free. To make it happen, we opened an online shop. So what you meant by place an order yesterday was this. You two really know how to save money. Lin, obviously. Now tell me, what have you been up to these past few days? This time Su Chengyu didn't reply for a long while, as if pondering how to phrase things. Lin, what reason needs such a long excuse? Fine, I'll just tell you the truth. I'm with Nana now. She's working hard to resolve the 5th princess situation, and I'm worried about her, so I'm protecting her secretly. Lin, do we need to come back and help? You two with combat power so low it's practically non-existent. What would you come for? Lin, alright then, be careful. Tao Lin had originally planned to study the medicine upon receiving it, but now he changed his mind. It was better to restore his strength as soon as possible. 2 hours later, while Changwon wasn't paying attention, Tao Lin secretly retrieved the secret medicine at the teleportation point. He just needed to find a quiet, safe place to take it. The medicine seller had warned that the recovery process would be excruciatingly painful, so he didn't want Changwon to see it. When I finished watering the vegetables. Since I'm free anyway, I'll go a bit further to dig stones for you. There won't be spirit stones farther away. Just dig near here. Let's go check, there might be some. Alright then, go ahead. Before leaving, Tao Lin insisted on clinging to Changwon for a good while pressing kisses all over her, leaving Changwon both exasperated and amused. Going to dig some stones, and you're being all clingy. I'm off. Come back early. Will do. Tao Lin walked forward all the way, traveling far and wide until he was certain Changwon couldn't see him. Then he stopped. He sat down on the ground, took a deep breath, and tilted his head back, downing the secret medicine in one gulp. 5 minutes later, Tao Lin's stomach began to grow increasingly hot. Then his hands and feet, then his head. His muffled whimpers gradually escalated into agonized howls. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Wasn't this supposed to restore his combat power? Then why were black hairs sprouting from his hands? His bones felt like they were shifting. It hurt. It hurt so much. Tao Lin realized in terror that his voice had changed too. The sound from just now wasn't human, nor was it a beast's roar. It was some terrifying hell somewhere in between. Beast roar. Right, he had been injected with the beastification agent. Ah! Tao Lin fell to his knees, clutching his head and roaring in agony, feeling his body transforming bit by bit. Clang! The bowl containing vegetable seeds slipped from Chengwen's hands and crashed onto the ground. She pressed her aching chest and stood up, gazing toward the direction Tao Lin had left. Tao Lin! Chengwen panicked and hurried there at top speed. From afar, she spotted a half-human, half-beast figure writhing on the ground in torment. Tao Lin! Tao Lin, what's wrong with you? Hearing her voice, the figure on the ground struggled to lift his head and managed to choke out, "Don't. Come. Closer. Tao Lin." Chengwen threw herself forward, eyes red with urgency. Are you okay? What's happening? Speaking, she reached out to channel her spiritual energy to him. No. I'm fine, you. Just step back. Wait for me, okay? Afraid of losing control and hurting her, Tao Lin kept retreating, widening the distance between them. But it'll be fine, Tao Lin said with unwavering resolve. Trust me. Really? Chengwen sniffled, seeking reassurance once more. You're truly okay? Tao Lin nodded. All right. Only then did Chengwen step back a few paces, staring at him anxiously. Tao Lin's beastification accelerated, but unwilling to worry Chengwen, he simply bit his lip and endured it in silence. Tao Lin, if it hurts, just let it out. The howling pierced the heavens, lingering long after. Chengwen watched helplessly as Tao Lin transformed from human form to beast form, losing his mind and running wildly. Just as she was about to intervene, Tao Lin quieted down, collapsed to the ground, and gasped weakly. Tao Lin. Chengwen approached cautiously, reaching out to stroke the Black Panther's head, asking softly, Are you all right? The Black Panther merely lifted its eyelids slightly before falling completely unconscious. Afterward, its body changed yet again, slowly reverting to Tao Lin's original appearance. Chengwen quickly checked his pulse, only to find that he was merely weak with no other issues. It's okay then. Chengwen sighed in relief, quickly picked up the torn clothes from the ground and wrapped them around him hastily. Then she carried him on her back and headed home. On the way home, she kept pondering one question: why had Tao Lin suddenly beastified? She couldn't figure it out. Watching the unconscious person on the bed, Chengwen was deeply worried and decided to consult a professional. So she dialed Yidong's light brain number. The call was answered instantly, and Yidong's slightly complaining voice came through. Ms. Ching, you finally remembered me. Ask you something. What? Is there anyone who succeeds in injecting the beastification agent months later? No. Yidong declared firmly, that can't happen. The energy of the beastification agent is extremely powerful. If it works, it would succeed immediately. It couldn't possibly lie dormant in a person's body for months before erupting. I see. Chengwen scratched her head, even more confused. So, what was the actual situation? Yidong asked curiously. You're not asking for your husband, are you? You still haven't given up. It's useless. You might as well change to a more practical husband. Chengwen was speechless and said flatly, Thanks for your answer. Goodbye. Wait. Yidong said anxiously, Has your husband still not woken up? What about the matter I asked you to help with? What matter? Chengwen looked puzzled. You. Yidong gritted his teeth. The URL. Chengwen felt a bit guilty, touched her nose, and said, He hasn't woken up yet, but forget it, I'll send it to you later. Really? Thanks. Yidong was extremely excited and immediately checked the message Chengwen sent after hanging up. 123, URL. Yidong clicked in eagerly, only to have his world collapse. Why can't I register a new account? If I can't register, what's the use of having the URL? It's a total waste of time. East, is this website currently running normally? 123, of course it is. East, then lend me your account, okay? 123, no. Yidong started bombarding her with messages, trying to get Chengwen to lend him her account. Chengwen was already annoyed, so she simply blocked his messages. Until evening, Tao Lin finally woke up. Chengwen's heart leaped with joy, and she hurried over, asking softly, How are you? Still feeling unwell, Tao Lin held his head and asked coldly, Who are you? What? Chengwen was stunned on the spot. After a long while, she forced a smile and said, Stop messing around. Who exactly are you? This time Tao Lin even clenched his fists, showing a defensive expression. You. Chengwen looked at him in disbelief. You forgot. Tao Lin remained silent, with a cold face, staring fixedly at the person before him. In his eyes there was no trace of past affection, only vigilance and distrust. Tao Lin, it's me, Chengwen. Don't you remember? Chengwen said as she reached out to touch his face. But Tao Lin dodged, frowning, and said displeasedly, Miss, please keep your hands to yourself. It seems you really have forgotten me. Chengwen smiled bitterly, slumped into a chair, and said weakly, I'm your wife, the kind with a marriage certificate. When Tao Lin heard the word wife, his eyes widened considerably, and he looked her up and down, clearly disbelieving. Chengwen disliked his reaction and said angrily, If you don't believe me, just open your light brain and check. Seeing that Tao Lin still didn't move, she asked helplessly, "You don't even remember who you are, do you?" "I do," Tao Lin said, then opened his light brain to verify. As time passed, his expression turned strange, and he said, "You are indeed my wife." "I told you, but you didn't believe me." "But I don't remember you," Tao Lin added, "not a single impression." Cheng Wen choked, almost furious. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Then how much do you remember?" "Everything except you." "I." Cheng Wen roared, "More specifically, which day?" "Stellar calendar 39988, March 31st. Fine, fine, fine. You remember everything except me." Cheng Wen completely exploded, shouting, "Are you doing this on purpose?" "No." I'm speechless. Cheng Wen held back her anger and started contacting Lear. She hoped it would come back to ease the atmosphere, otherwise she would really start a fight. The next moment, Lear's voice came from outside. When Master Lear is back," Cheng Wen sighed in relief and replied, "In the room, come quickly." "Okay." As soon as Lear entered the room, Cheng Wen pulled it in front of Tao Lin and said angrily, "Come on, tell your master what happened after April 1st. "Huh? Why?" Lear was puzzled. At that moment, Tao Lin said with disgust, "Lear, have you changed your program?" "That looks weird." "No, I haven't." Lear said angrily, "Lear is not weird, Master, you are the weird one." "He is indeed weird. He suffered amnesia, how could he not be?" Cheng Wen was extremely speechless. For a moment, neither the two people nor the robot wanted to speak. Cheng Wen had to ask Su Chengyu for help. 123, cousin, are you free now? Your brother lost his memory. Reply ASAP when you see this. 10 minutes later, Su Chengyu's video call came through. He asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with his brain?" "Here, ask him yourself. I can't explain clearly." Cheng Wen was in a bad mood and didn't want to explain. Su Chengyu was puzzled and asked Tao Lin, "Lin, do you remember me?" "I'm your cousin." Tao Lin held his forehead and said helplessly, "I remember." "Then why did sister-in-law say you lost your memory?" I don't remember her. I should say I don't remember anything after March." No way, you. How could you forget her? You two had such a good relationship." "We had a good relationship." "Yes, you couldn't bear to be apart for a moment." "Impossible," Tao Lin subconsciously retorted. How could he have developed feelings for a woman in just a few months? Cheng Wen laughed bitterly. Fine, 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 impossible. Then let's go back to the main star and get a divorce." "No divorce." Another subconscious response. Tao Lin himself was confused. Why? Why did hearing the word divorce make him so resistant, so unwilling? Cheng Wen snorted lightly, her anger subsiding a bit. She turned to Su Chengyu and said, "By the way, your brother successfully beastified today." "What?" Two voices sounded simultaneously. "I successfully beastified." "He successfully beastified." Cheng Wen. "I'm also surprised, okay." Cheng Wen sighed deeply and asked, perplexed. Tao Lin clearly showed rejection symptoms when he was previously injected with the beastization agent. Why did it suddenly succeed months later? And the internet never mentioned memory loss as a consequence of beastization. What was this aloof, cold-faced Tao Lin? He looked so strange and pretentious. Cheng Wen felt a wave of distaste within herself. She still preferred the sincere and cheerful Tao Lin from before. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Su Chengyu, and he tentatively asked, when did he transform? Just around noon. He suddenly said he wanted to explore somewhere farther away. But not long after he left, I inexplicably felt anxious. Worried something had happened to him. I hurried to find him, but when I finally saw him, he was already in a half-human, half-beast state. Noon. What a coincidence. Su Chengyu's mouth hung open in shock. Could it be because of that secret medicine? But that doesn't add up, does it? Isn't that medicine meant to boost combat power? Could I have been deceived? Su Chengyu muttered to himself, utterly baffled. What medicine? Cheng Wen narrowed her eyes, her voice cold and teeth clenched. Cousin, what did you give him? Su Chengyu shivered under her murderous glare. And no, you already let it slip. Cheng Wen shouted loudly. Tell me now. Tao Lin, who had been silently listening, and furrowed his brows slightly, and said discontentedly, How could you be so rude to your cousin? Shut up. Cheng Wen yelled without even turning around, continuing to press Su Chengyu. What secret medicine are we talking about? Su Chengyu scratched his forehead and smiled awkwardly. It's just secret medicine. A kind of medicine that can restore one's combat power index. Where did you get it? I bought it online. Through legitimate channels. Not really. Cheng Wen clenched her fists, struggling to control her temper. How much did it cost? Su Chengyu's eyes darted around, unwilling to answer. Her glare was terrifying. Was she going to hit him? How much exactly? Cheng Wen gritted her teeth. I'm already very angry. Don't provoke me further. 1 million. Hey. Cheng Wen laughed out of sheer anger. Another million. There's something else. Su Chengyu added quietly. I only paid 300,000 for the medicine, the rest is still owed and must be repaid within 2 years. With a sharp snap, Cheng-Wen broke off a corner of the table. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in terror, daring not to speak freely anymore. So scary. Although Tao Lin had no memory of what had happened, he inexplicably felt guilty and unconsciously shifted toward the inner side of the bed. It's not necessarily the secret medicine's fault. Su Qingyu weakly tried to defend himself, hoping to slightly mitigate his guilt. Then whose fault is it? He was fine before. After you gave him the secret medicine, he turned out like this. Did he suddenly mutate on his own? But cousin himself also agreed to take the medicine. That's exactly why I'm angry. Cheng-Wen pointed at Tao Lin and scolded. Do you know what that medicine is? You just casually popped it into your mouth. If it were fake or poisonous medicine, you'd be dead right now. Cousin wouldn't harm me. I'm not saying he meant to harm you, but what if he was deceived? Aren't you old enough to be more cautious? Couldn't you have gone to the hospital for testing before taking the medicine? You. Tao Lin scolded in front of his cousin, felt resentful, and retorted stubbornly, aren't I fine now? It's just a case of amnesia. Why make such a big deal out of it? You still don't realize you're wrong. The more Cheng-Wen thought about it, the angrier she became. Disappointed, she said, fine, I'm overreacting. I'm done worrying about both of you. After saying that, Cheng-Wen ended the call and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Actually, the thing that made her most angry was being kept in the dark. Su Qingyu looked at the darkening screen and thought it's over. As for the person involved, Tao Lin, he was even more at a loss. Why is she so angry? Soon Tao Lin received a message from Su Qingyu. You hurry up and apologize to your wife. Lin, why? Even if she is my wife, she has no right to dictate my personal will. I won't apologize. You. Never mind. I just hope you don't regret this. I'll pick you up in a few days to return to the main planet for a checkup. Lin, all right. After sending the message, Tao Lin tried hard to recall everything about Cheng-Wen, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember a single thing. Only the various evidence in the light brain indicated that their past relationship had been truly close. Why is this happening? What exactly is going on? Just as he was getting a headache, Lai Er pushed open the door and entered carrying 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Male host, it's time for dinner. Dinner is this. Tao Lin stood up in shock and confirmed, did your wife make you bring this? Lai Er nodded. Yes, Wen just finished making it. She made it by hand. Yes, Lai Er doesn't know how. For a moment, Tao Lin's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She was still angry, yet she personally made dinner for him. So, my wife actually loves me very much, doesn't she? Thinking this, Tao Lin cleared his throat and asked, where is my wife? I'll go have dinner with her. And apologize while I'm at it. Wen said she's still angry and doesn't want to see you for now. All right. When Tao Lin sat down at the table, he glanced at the table corner that Cheng-Wen had broken off and sighed. She really seems to have lost her temper. Lai Er placed the dishes on the table and urged, eat quickly, eat quickly. Lai Er needs to go charge later. Tao Lin paused, his expression growing stern. I am the master. Do not be rude. Lai Er quietly retorted, in this state Wen won't like you. Shut up. Tao Lin looked at it with a headache and ordered, tell me everything that happened after April 1st. That would take a long time to tell. Can Lai Er go back and charge first? All right then. Watching Lai Er leave, Tao Lin sighed helplessly. Why has even a robot become so strange? Looking at the dishes on the table, Tao Lin tentatively picked up some with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Chew, chew, chew. He had originally prepared himself to spit it out, but found it incredibly delicious. How is this possible? This is too delicious. Why is my wife so amazing? From shock to eating enthusiastically to licking the plate clean, Tao Lin's aloof image was destroyed again and again. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room, and after finishing, he regained his expressionless demeanor. Late at night, Cheng-Wen's anger had mostly dissipated. She was about to return to her room to rest when she saw Lai Er chatting with Tao Lin inside. Listening closely, she realized Lai Er was recounting recent events. So Cheng-Wen changed direction and returned to her previous room. Anyway, the situation was rather awkward now. It was better to sleep in separate rooms. Let's wait until that fool remembers before saying anything. The next day, the first words Cheng-Wen said to Tao Lin were, do you remember me? No. The answer was not what Cheng-Wen had hoped for. Her expression instantly dimmed with disappointment. Looking up again with resentment, she muttered, when I recover, I'm going to beat you up. Tao Lin felt a pang of guilt and cleared his throat. Although I don't remember, Lear has already told me everything that happened recently. So rest assured I will treat you well. Cheng-Wen turned her back to him and mumbled, I'm heading out. You rest well at home. Tao Lin hurried 2 steps after her. Where are you going? To work in the fields. How could the mistress of the house be the one working while he rested? Tao Lin immediately spoke up. What work? I'll do it. No need. Changwon glanced back and said helplessly, "What would you do there as a patient? Just stay home and recover, okay?" But Tao Lin stretched his arms and twirled around, then said calmly, "I don't seem to need to recover." Changwon, so your brain got injured. Let's go. Tao Lin took the hoe from Changwon's hands and walked straight outside, moving so quickly as if afraid she would refuse. Though Lear had mentioned it, and he had prepared himself mentally, Tao Lin was still stunned by the scenery before him. Were these vegetables all planted by us together before? Tao Lin was curious inside, but didn't want to show it. He simply stood with a blank expression, circling the vegetable patch again and again. He liked it, but couldn't say so, or he'd be mocked for being ignorant. Unexpectedly, Changwon immediately started teasing Lear. Look at him. He's such a poser. Lear nodded in agreement. The master is so strange. If you want to ask, just ask. Why pretend to be so aloof? Was he always like this before, or did his personality change after losing his memory? The master seemed to always be this way, but he changed a lot after getting married. Oh, so I changed him, and now that he's forgotten me, he's reverted. Probably. I don't like this version of Tao Lin. Lear doesn't like him either. The girl and the machine went from whispering to openly discussing, making Tao Lin exceedingly awkward. You too. Never mind, do whatever. Changwon had no intention of paying him any mind and walked directly to the pre-marked spot to start digging. Lear looked around curiously, then pointed at the transmission station and asked loudly, "Wonwon, what's this?" That's a transmission station for receiving and shipping orders. Oh, then what does the red exclamation mark flashing on the screen mean? Red exclamation mark. Changwon was also puzzled and walked over to take a look. Sure enough, the online shop page was flashing a huge red exclamation mark continuously. "You have a new order, please ship it ASAP." Oh no. Changwon gasped and quickly clicked in. It's yesterday's order and it expires in 3 hours. Lear, quick. Help me pick 3 gene of vegetables. Okay, what variety do you need? Anything as long as the weight is enough. Hurry up. Okay. Tao Lin, who was nearby, heard the commotion and thought something had happened. He hurried over. "Wife, what's wrong?" "I was so focused on you yesterday that I forgot to check the online shop. The orders are about to expire now, oh my god." Tao Lin looked confused. "What happens if they expire?" "Big brother, just help me first, okay?" Changwon was frantic and pulled him toward the field. "Hurry, pick them, and put them in the basket." Tao Lin looked at the hand he had been pulled by and his ears turned red uncomfortably. He stood there hesitantly, wanting to say something, but finally just smiled faintly. "Hurry up," Changwon urged again. Oh. Since time was tight, Changwon didn't care about mud or anything else. She just shoveled vegetables in until the basket was full, weighed them, confirmed the amount, and shipped them off. Phew. Changwon sighed in relief. Good thing we made it in time. Wife, can you tell me now? See this transmission station? This was given for free when we opened the online shop, but there's a condition. The website's credit score must stay above 90 points for a full year. So our orders can never be late. I see. I understand now. I'll keep an eye on it in the future. Lear remembers too. How about I take over managing the shop? Lear will definitely watch it well. Really? Changwon's face lit up with surprise and gratitude. Thank you, Lear. You're a huge help. Hee. Lear placed hands on hips proudly. Lear is the best. Tao Lin. Please don't play favorites, okay? Ahem. Tao Lin deliberately made a sound to get Changwon's attention before saying, "Wife, is there anything I can help with?" "I can do a lot." Then help me dig the well. 2 people should be faster." Okay. Tao Lin bent his head and started working just like before. Everything seemed unchanged. Changwon watched him from the side and gradually became lost in thought. She whispered softly, "Tao Lin." The hope in her voice was too obvious. Tao Lin stiffened, feeling a strange ache. That call was clearly meant for him, yet it also felt as though she was calling through him to someone else. Tao Lin raised his head and said gently, "What's wrong?" Changwon snapped back to reality, turned her face away, and said casually, "Nothing. I was just wondering what you want to eat for lunch." "Anything. I'll eat whatever you cook." Hearing those words, Changwon nearly broke down. Because the day before Tao Lin lost his memory, he had also said those exact words. "Okay, I know." Hearing her sob, Tao Lin's heart ached. "Wife, I'm sorry. Finally realize your mistake." "No, I mean, I shouldn't have forgotten you." "Never mind." Changwon sniffled, composed herself, and smiled lightly. "You didn't do it on purpose." Tao Lin spent the whole morning distracted, his thoughts wandering constantly. At noon while cooking, she was so absent-minded that she got burned. Tao Lin was worried and suggested, "Why don't you go rest? Let me cook." "You can't even cook." Changwon chuckled. "Don't blow up my wok again." "Huh. Blow up the wok? No way." Tao Lin said incredulously. "I haven't learned how to cook." Besides roasting meat, you can't learn anything else." "Am I really that clumsy?" Seeing Tao Lin so devastated, Chang Wen couldn't help but laugh. Laughing, she suddenly understood. Tao Lin was still Tao Lin. He had only temporarily lost his memory. One day he would remember. Even if he never remembered, as long as his heart remained the same, they could start over. So there was no need to worry at all, right? Tao Lin. And then, what is it? Get better soon, okay? Tao Lin curved his lips into a smile. I heard you. What is this? Yu Chengya kicked the package on the ground with disgust, displeased. Dad, what junk did you buy again? I didn't buy it. Yu Zhixing couldn't be bothered to lift his head, continuing to watch the news lazily. You were the one having an episode and insisting on buying it. Nothing could stop you. Then at least try to stop me. I told you I couldn't. Yu Chengya scratched his hair in frustration, resigning himself to dragging the package back to his room. What exactly is this? He had no recollection whatsoever. Yu Chengya opened his light brain to check the payment records. 6,000 star credits. 3 Gene. He was even more bewildered. Suddenly some brown things fell from a tear in the package, startling Yu Chengya greatly. He cautiously approached, poked it with his foot, then quickly ran away, terrified that some strange insect might emerge from within. 10 minutes passed with nothing happening in the room. It turned out that his kick had damaged the package, causing the soil inside to leak out. Yu Chengya breathed a sigh of relief and mentally encouraged himself to fully open the package. But when he finally saw what was inside, his mind went blank. The package was filled with vegetables, green, red, and yellow ones, all still coated with soil. Oh my god. Yu Chengya covered his mouth, trembling with excitement. Is this real? He wanted to reach out and touch them, but feared damaging them. What should I do? What should I do? Having never encountered anything like this before, he felt completely at a loss. Eat them. Yu Chengya quickly dismissed the idea. No, that would be such a waste. They still have soil on them. Right, I can take them to the plant cultivation center. Yu Chengya immediately took action, carefully resealing the package and sneaking around his family to make his way outside. Stop. A sharp voice called from behind. Yu Chengya halted and turned around. What is it? Jiang Yi lifted her chin imperiously. What are you sneaking around for? Nothing, just heading out to work. Work? Why are you carrying a package? What's inside? Not ing. Jiang Yi commanded, open it. I want to see what's inside. It's just some junk I'm throwing away. I said open it. Can't you understand human speech? Jiang Yi raised her eyebrows and swung her hand. Yu Chengya closed his eyes and endured it silently. It really is garbage. If you insist on seeing it, I'll open it then. No need, no need. Yu Zhixing rushed over to mediate, reassuring Jiang Yi. It's nothing valuable. He bought it during yesterday's episode and is probably too embarrassed to face anyone, so he's sneaking off to throw it away. Really? Jiang Yi still seemed skeptical. Yes. If it were something precious, he would have hidden it away. Why would he carry it outside? Fine, then make sure to throw it far away so it doesn't offend my eyes. Jiang Yi covered her nose with disgust as though looking at something filthy. Got it. Yu Chengya's grip on the package tightened involuntarily. After Jiang Yi left, Yu Zhixing whispered, what exactly is in there? You actually offended your sister over it. Dad, please don't worry. I can only say this is something valuable. It might help us break free from the Jiang family. What? Yu Zhixing grabbed his son's shoulders excitedly and growled, are you sure about this? Don't do anything rash. Don't worry. I might not be back until late. Cover for me. All right, I will. Yu Chengya ran all the way, and when he arrived at the plant cultivation center, he shouted loudly, I need to see Dr. Huang. The security guard politely asked, do you have an appointment? No. I'm sorry then. I can't let you in. But I have this. Yu Chengya excitedly opened the package and showed the security guard what was inside. My god. The guard, no longer willing to delay, quickly used the walkie-talkie to call Dr. Huang's assistant. Before long, a group of people came running down in a flurry. On the small planet, Lear looked at the chattering system in bewilderment. She clicked through and discovered they were all messages from the customer who had placed orders that morning. Why so many shipments? Ignoring the cascade of pop-ups, Lear replied directly, customer, is there a problem with the vegetable quality? The seller responded. Everyone cheered and urged Yu Chengya to keep communicating. No problems at all, in fact they're excellent. Thank you, please leave a positive review. Okay, I'll write one later. But we need a lot of vegetables. Can you restock? I'm afraid not. We grow very little, and Master said we only sell 3 Gene per day. The onlookers sighed in disappointment. Dr. Huang grew anxious and urged, quick, place an order for tomorrow's supply with him. Then I'll reserve tomorrow's portion, please set aside the goods for me. I'm sorry, we don't accept reservations. Oh dear. How can this be? Dr. Huang stamped his foot in frustration. Yu Chengya carefully asked Dr. Huang, what should we do now? Tell him we're from the plant cultivation center. Ask him to help us out and prioritize our order. Money is no object. Oh, alright. Yu Chengya sent Dr. Huang's words exactly as they were. But the other party remained unmoved, still responding with the same message, I'm sorry we can't. Dr. Huang was so frustrated his chest ached. What kind of bizarre merchant is this? At that moment Leah realized the 3 jeans scheduled for today hadn't been listed yet, so she casually added 3 units to inventory. Dr. Huang, their stock. Yu Chengya jumped up in excitement. Quick. Place the order. Alright. Yu Chengya frantically pressed buttons until the payment went through, then burst into laughter. We got it. Good. Let's continue examining these samples. As for the new order. Dr. Huang glanced around and instructed Sang-Chi, you accompany Yu Chengya to the transmission station to intercept it. Understood. Also, from now on he'll be my assistant just like you. Sang-Chi looked up in astonishment. Dr. He. That's final. Thank you, Doctor. Yu Chengya was overwhelmed with emotion on the verge of tears. Sang-Chi hung his head, unable to hide his resentment. Why? Why him? How could he so easily secure this position? Are you? Alright. Yu Chengya asked with concern. Your complexion doesn't look good. Sang-Chi forced a smile and said flatly, I'm fine. 2 hours later, everyone stared in disbelief at the neatly sorted and cleaned vegetables. Boss, why did you clean and prepare the vegetables? Is there a problem? Lear picked them personally and inspected each one. They're very fresh. They're fresh, but why aren't they shipped with soil? Yesterday's order came with soil attached. Regarding this, Lear apologizes in advance. This morning's orders were running behind schedule, so they were shipped with soil instead. Yu Chengya covered his face. What a misunderstanding. Boss, we're a cultivation center, so we need the soil for research purposes. Could you accommodate this request? Lear grumbled unhappily. Why do we need to include soil when selling vegetables? She walked to the well-digging area and called out loudly when a customer wants our soil. Huh. Changwen, who was digging in the deep pit, paused in confusion. Who? They want to eat soil on top of vegetables. He says he's from the plant cultivation center. Oh, then that's fine. Changwen called back up, charge extra and give it to them. How much extra? Whatever you think is fair. Alright. Soil with the vegetables is possible, but there's an additional fee, the same price as the vegetables, 2,000 star credits per gene. Agreed, it's a deal. Alright then, if you successfully place an order tomorrow, please leave a note. Yu Chengya was speechless. After all this discussion, he still had to compete for it every day. Wife master, I've made it clear to the parents that my contract ends after today's class. Good. Let's finish digging the well and install the automatic sprinkler system these 2 days, then we can pack up and head back to the main star. Actually, you don't have to come back with me. No, I'm coming along. Changwen was frightened by Tao Lin's beast transformation. She wouldn't feel at ease until she confirmed he was completely fine. Wife master. Tao Lin spoke awkwardly, his expression strained. Will you come back here again? Where else would I go if I don't come back? Changwen chuckled. We don't even have a house on the main star. That's not what I meant. Changwen was puzzled. Then what do you mean? Aren't you going to another partner's residence? Even though I'm the primary husband now, but I can't monopolize you forever. Huh. Changwen laughed. What did Lier tell you? Didn't it say I only have you? Only me. Tao Lin's eyes widened in shock. How is it that I remember there being 5? They've all left long ago. It's just you now. Changwen raised an eyebrow, teasing him. Are you happy? Well, I suppose so. Tao Lin pressed his lips together and murmured quietly, it's quite good. Changwen burst out laughing. You fool. She had noticed that the current Tao Lin liked to disguise himself behind a cold expression, yet secretly felt happy over the smallest things. That affectation of seriousness, occasionally mixed with awkwardness, was rather endearing. Tao Lin, I like every aspect of you, but you're rather expensive. Tao Lin's lips stiffened. He promised solemnly, I'll earn more money in the future. I won't let you run out of funds. Pay off your debts first. Changwen said with a look of disdain, you call your cousin foolish and easily deceived, yet you're not much better. Tao Lin. It wasn't exactly being deceived, was it? At least he had successfully transformed into a beast. The money had been well spent, wasn't it? Seeing him fall silent, looking somewhat wrong, Changwen's heart instantly softened. She sighed, actually, I'm not much better. I was scammed twice by the hospital. It truly lived up to the saying, like master, like servant. Tao Lin. There was no need to phrase it that way. Changwen felt embarrassed. Give me some kind of reaction. Quite good. A family whole and intact. After saying this, Tao Lin blinked his eyes as if asking, is this reaction satisfactory? Changwen covered her face and laughed. Fine, it would do. Alright, get down and start digging. I'll catch the soil up here. Okay. The task of catching soil was far too leisurely, and Changwen couldn't resist continuing her conversation with Tao Lin. Tao Lin, if the medical results are fine, what are your plans? Continue taking missions. Not staying on the main star. I won't stay. Tao Lin looked up, giving Cheng-Wen a deep gaze, then bent over to continue digging. Not staying. Does that mean you come back here after each mission? There are missions with a 1-month term. After each completion, there's a 1-month vacation, and they can be accumulated. Cheng-Wen nodded. She thought that was acceptable. Then when you go on missions, Lier and I will grow vegetables at home. This place is too empty. I want to plant flowers and grass everywhere, fruit trees, and keep some animals as well. Tao Lin raised an eyebrow, holding back the urge to dash her enthusiasm, and said coldly, then good luck to you. Hey, what kind of reaction is that? You don't believe me. Cheng-Wen picked up a small clod of dirt and tossed it at him. Before you lost your memory, you used to trust me completely. Is that so? But I don't believe you now. Cheng-Wen ground her teeth in anger. Then forget it. Not cute at all. Cheng-Wen decided to stop chatting with him and let him sit in the well and grow mold from boredom. She walked toward Lier's direction, intending to give it some instructions. To her surprise, she found Lier there vigorously digging and packing soil. Lier, what are you doing? Packing and shipping. But aren't we selling vegetables? This particular customer made a special note. They want half soil for their research. Cheng-Wen pondered for a moment and instructed, pack 1 set each of newly sprouted seeds, seedlings, medium plants, large plants, and anything ready for harvest. Make sure they include soil. Why? Lier tilted its head, puzzled. The customer didn't ask for this many. Just do as I say. Give them all for their research. I hope they can help develop agricultural production on the main star. Okay. Cheng-Wen watched for a while and then spoke. Lier, we need to make a trip back to the main star. Stay and guard the house in our absence. Aren't you taking Lier back? No, because this place needs you. The house can't be unattended. What if star pirates come to cause trouble? Or what if Lulu gets thirsty? Oh, then Lier should stay and guard the house. Good. You're the best. I'll bring you a gift when I return. A gift? Lier suddenly raised its voice. The gift Lier prepared for you hasn't been collected yet. Where is it? Cheng-Wen was somewhat bewildered. She didn't recall Lier having given any gifts. Lier sent many location markers. When haven't you checked? What location markers? Cheng-Wen opened the navigation system on her optical brain and found indeed that more than a dozen red dots were flashing on the map, all marked by Lier. These are locations you marked while exploring. Yes. Didn't you say to record anything unusual you encounter? Oh, and what exactly are they? Lier doesn't recognize them. Cheng-Wen took a look and noticed the marked locations were quite far apart. Wow, you've traveled so far. Yes, after all, Lier doesn't get tired. Impressive. Hehe. Deep in the well, Tao Lin kept digging vigorously. All the buckets of soil were full, yet there was still no response from above. He had to shout loudly, Wife Master. Wife Master, are you up there? I'm about to dump the soil. Can you hear me? Hello. Tao Lin shouted for a long time with no response, and he had nearly smoked his throat raw. Where did she go? Tao Lin had no choice but to climb up the rope. Outside on the vegetable field, Lier was packing things, but Cheng-Wen was nowhere to be seen. She wasn't around either. Lier, where is the mistress? Did she go home? No, she went to that mountain ahead. Said she wanted to take a look. What's there to see in an empty place? Tao Lin said as he made his way in that direction. He wanted to see what exactly was on that mountain. When he arrived, he saw Cheng-Wen standing there holding a writing brush and spacing out. Wife Master, what are you doing? Cheng-Wen turned her head, her eyes red, and said, Why are you here? Lier said you were here, so I came to check. Tao Lin awkwardly reached out and patted her head, unfamiliar with the gesture. What happened? Oh, nothing. I just found a treasure, and I'm a bit excited. Excited enough to cry. Tao Lin couldn't understand, but he followed her words and asked, What can this treasure do? With this I can set up a teleportation array. Tao Lin's face was filled with confusion. He didn't understand. Cheng-Wen smiled. It's okay if you don't understand now. You'll know once we return to the main star. Oh. By the time the two returned to the main star, Su Chengyu was already waiting there. The moment he laid eyes on Tao Lin, he grabbed him and gave him a thorough once-over. Well, is anything wrong? Cousin, I'm fine. Cheng-Wen murmured. His amnesia itself is the biggest problem. Su Chengyu shrank his neck slightly and whispered, Why hasn't it been resolved yet? Why should it be resolved? Tao Lin asked, puzzled. My wife isn't unhappy. It was just a lingering resentment, nothing more. Su Chengyu found himself at a loss for words. Forget it. Better not interfere. He should respect the way they interacted with each other. So should we go to the hospital first or head home? Let's go to the hospital first. Tao Lin clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, I want to confirm my condition as soon as possible. Cheng-Wen also nodded in agreement. Alright then, you should text the doctor first, otherwise he'll be off work by now. The married couple exchanged a glance, silently signaling you do it. But, wife, I don't have the doctor's number. Neither do I. No way. Su Chingyu said in disbelief. Haven't you been in contact with the doctor all this time? What would I need to contact him for? He can't even cure anything and only knows how to drain your money. Su Chingyu sighed helplessly. Then sit tight. I'll drive faster. Hopefully we can make it in time. As soon as the words left his mouth, the car accelerated to its limit, speeding toward the hospital. Tao Lin was thrown against the window with a bump before quietly gripping the handrail. Meanwhile, Chengwen sat as steady as a mountain beside him, absent-mindedly gazing out the window at the passing scenery. She found that riding in a fast car felt somewhat similar to flying on a sword. Wife. Hold on tight. Oh. Chengwen was considerate enough to follow instructions, obediently grabbing Tao Lin's arm and giving it a playful squeeze. Tao Lin cast a confused glance at that pale, delicate hand. He had said hold on to the handrail. Why was his wife grabbing his arm instead? Never mind, it would do. Tao Lin quietly shifted a bit closer, letting Chengwen lean against him. Su Chingyu caught sight of the scene in one glance and quickly looked away, not wanting to witness their public display of affection. By the time they arrived at the hospital, Owen had already finished work and was humming a tune on his way to the garage. Su Chingyu called out anxiously, "Dr. Owen, wait. There's still a patient." Owen didn't even turn his head and replied dismissively, "Sorry, I'm off the clock already. Please come back tomorrow morning." Su Chingyu felt utterly exhausted. We rushed all this way and still missed him. Guess we'll have to come back tomorrow. Haven't he still not left? Chingwen was not pleased. She called out to Owen, "Dr. Owen, turn around and see who I am." Hearing that familiar voice, Owen turned around in confusion. How could it be her? Seeing Chengwen, he immediately grew nervous. "Hey, hi, long time no see." "Yes, long time no see. I brought my husband for a follow-up checkup." Chengwen pointed at Tao Lin and raised an eyebrow. "Is that convenient?" "Convenient, of course it's convenient." Owen hurried over, trying to please her. "Let's go upstairs." "All right." Chengwen nodded satisfactorily and walked ahead. Owen, like her personal assistant, diligently held the door open for her. Su Chingyu whispered, "Has your wife done something to the doctor? Why does he seem so afraid of her?" Tao Lin could only reply dryly, "I've lost my memory." "Are you asking me?" "I'll pretend I didn't ask." Tao Lin said impatiently, "Come on, keep up." "Oh, right." On the third floor, inside Owen's private office, the four of them sat across from each other, the atmosphere rather tense. Chengwen wasted no time opening with a threat. "Help Tao Lin get a full checkup, but no overcharging and don't prescribe any weird medications. Understood? Otherwise, you know what I mean." "I wouldn't dare." Owen was genuinely frightened. He promised earnestly, "I swear the charges this time will be crystal clear. Nothing will be done or billed without your consent, okay?" Go ahead." "Yes." Owen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led Tao Lin away, showing not the slightest negligence. Chengwen, however, still felt uneasy and wanted to follow and supervise. Naturally, Owen dared not object. But Tao Lin had objections, because the examination required him to remove all his clothes. "Wife, you should step out first." "I'm not going anywhere. I need to watch the bill throughout." Blushing furiously, Tao Lin pleaded, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it myself." "Please go out first." "Why must I leave? Even the doctor agreed I can stay." Looking at Tao Lin's flushed face, Chengwen chuckled. "Are you embarrassed?" Tao Lin turned his face away and stubbornly retorted, "Not at all." All right, I'm going." Chengwen could only compromise with a sigh. After Chengwen left, Owen teased, "What's going on? Haven't you two shared a bed yet?" "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" Owen looked completely bewildered. Tao Lin was thoroughly exasperated. "I lost my memory, I don't remember, so focus on checking my head." Owen's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "I see." The examination would take some time, and since they had nothing better to do, Chengwen and Su Chengyu decided to chat. Chengwen was extremely curious about Su Chengyu and Rolanda's situation. She raised an eyebrow and smirked mischievously. "So what's going on with you and Nana? I heard you two are officially together now." "Yeah." Su Chengyu fiddled with his fingers, feeling shy. "It's just, well, we're together now. With that reaction of yours, Nana must have made the first move, right?" "Yeah." Su Chengyu covered his face, too embarrassed to recount how they had actually gotten together. You'd better not ask anymore." TSK. Chengwen teased. "So innocent. You'll be completely under her thumb in no time." Su Chengyu looked up and retorted good-naturedly, "My brother isn't already under your thumb." Chengwen paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. At that moment, a deep male voice came from behind her. "Mom, this is a hospital. Please keep your voice down." "Oh, sorry." The moment Chengwen turned around, her smile vanished. "Why is it you again?" Kachungjo spoke coldly. If the two of you wish to flirt, do it outside. Don't disturb others here. Are you sick or what? Changwon was absolutely fed up with this person. He seemed to appear wherever she went like a ghost. Su Qingyu frowned and asked, who is he? Don't know him. Just some annoying guy. Hey. Kachuk-o sneered, his voice laced with bitterness. What, afraid your new flame will get jealous? Changwon rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. It was a waste of breath. Every time they ran into each other, he was exactly the same. Thinking Changwon was guilty, Kachungjo flashed a mocking smile and addressed Su Qingyu arrogantly, I'm her ex-husband. As someone who's been through it, let me give you a piece of advice, choose wisely. Don't get deceived. This woman. She's no ordinary girl. Ex-husband. Su Qingyu stood up, his fists clenched, his voice cold. What do you mean, huh? Are you looking for a fight? Cousin. Changwon grabbed him, pleading, calm down. Don't mind him. He's sick. Seriously ill. Cousin. Kachizho looked confused. He's your cousin. None of your damn business. I don't care what relationship you have, but this is a hospital. Please don't pull and shove, or I'll have to ask you to leave. Changwon was about to laugh in anger. Pull and shove. She just wanted to break up a fight. How was that pulling and shoving? Cousin, how much compensation would it cost to beat up a hospital employee? What do you want to do, eh? Hit someone. Then we'd better go outside. No need to pay if we fight outside. Su Qingyu cracked his neck and limbs, taunting, kid, let's go. We'll settle this outside. Hey. So obedient. I kindly warned you, but you wouldn't listen. Fine, it's your business if you want to find her. I don't have time to fool around with you. Kachungjo finished speaking and turned to call the security guard at the nurse station. Changwon couldn't take it anymore. She leaped forward and kicked Kachungjo to the ground, then put her hands on her hips and cursed. Why are you so despicable? We were just having a chat. What's it to you? Do you live by the sea? Mind your own business. You. Kachungjo stood up and roared. How dare you hit me? I already hit you, I ask if I dare. Changwon taunted, come on, if you can't stand me, let's fight. Come on. You. You're utterly unreasonable. You're utterly insane. Su Qingyu was stunned. Was his sister-in-law really this fierce? A bit terrifying. Kachungjo was fuming. You should be grateful I never hit women. Then don't treat me as a woman. Come on, fight me. I won't fight a woman. It's shameful. The nurse on duty said weakly, please both of you talk it out. Don't act rashly, hee. You. Changwon pointed at the nurse and waved her over. Come here, you be the judge. Wasn't he the one who started it? I. The nurse was torn, not wanting to offend either side. How about we just let it go? It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. He wailed inwardly, floor chief, please come back quickly. There's no misunderstanding. You're the ones who are shameless dating in the hospital. I asked you to leave. What's wrong with that? First, I came to accompany my husband for a checkup. This is my husband's cousin. We're perfectly innocent. Second, I admit I laughed a little too loud just now, but the ward soundproofing is excellent. Those few seconds of laughter wouldn't have disturbed anyone. Third, you're a researcher from the 10th floor, but you came to the 3rd floor to meddle. It's clearly targeted at me, and this isn't the first time. If you don't like me, just say it. Don't be so disgusting. Yes. I do hate you. If it weren't for you, I would already be Tiantian's official husband. It's you. You ruined everything. Kachungjo's gaze at Changwon was filled with resentment mixed with some indescribable emotion. Fine, I admit I was wrong first. But you didn't object at the time. How was I supposed to know you had someone you loved? The system's matching rules state that the male party cannot refuse. But your Tiantian had the right to object. If she had stepped forward to object and married you on the spot, none of this would have happened. Why didn't you do that? Or does your Tiantian not consider you irreplaceable? You're talking nonsense. Kachungjo exposed broke down. It's all your fault for faking it. You destroyed everything. Changwon was exasperated. Fine, blame me. Then tell me, what do I have to do to make this end? This can never end. You'll always owe me. Changwon lost all patience. Do whatever you want. But if you act despicably again, I'll poison you mute. Oh, what's going on here? Yidong appeared from some corner, putting on a smile. Let's talk nicely. Don't be angry, okay? Changwon ignored him and continued to Kachungjo. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Next time, I won't go easy on you. As if I'm afraid of you. Kachungjo left in anger, ceasing the entanglement. Changwon sat back on the chair, dizzy with frustration. I'm so done. What's wrong? What happened? Yidong gossiped. Why do you two argue every time you meet? Changwon smiled bitterly. I guess I owe him. Su Qingyu worriedly asked, Changwon, you don't still have feelings for him, do you? Of course not. Changwon immediately denied. I swear I have no interest in any man except Tao Lin. Good. My cousin is very satisfied with that answer. Changwon turned around delighted. Are you done with the checkup? Tao Lin nodded and said softly, "What were you talking about?" "Oh, my ex-husband." Chungwon said it without any hesitation. "You ran into him." "Which one?" "Kachizhou. Do you know him?" Tao Lin thought for a moment and nodded. "I've heard of him. He's said to be a young and promising research genius at the hospital, highly regarded by the leadership. He has a chance to become the next chairman of the research department." Yidong quickly corrected him, "That was before. The leadership doesn't like him anymore." "Why?" Changwon was puzzled. "Has someone better come along?" "No. He." Yidong was about to continue, but afraid of being overheard, he said, "How about we talk somewhere else?" With that he led the way into Owen's office. "Come sit down. Let me tell you." Owen, who was reading a report, was confused. "What's this? Does the floor chief want to hear the report too?" "No." Changwon winked and explained, "He wants to tell us some gossip. He'll leave after he's done." Okay." Owen understood and quickly put away all the reports, then sat quietly to listen. With so many people watching, Yidong felt inexplicably excited. Here's the thing, the leadership of the research department saw Kachungjo's talent and wanted him as a son-in-law, so they've been grooming him wholeheartedly. Then a researcher got jealous and started spreading rumors that he had no real ability and was just riding on a woman's coattails. Kachungjo, young and hot-tempered, immediately went to confront the rumor monger and beat him to a pulp. The incident caused a big stir. The leader's daughter found out and came to ask Kachung-oh if he was still willing to be her official husband. Kachungjo didn't give an answer on the spot, saying he would reply the next day. But the next day Kachungjo married another woman, claiming it was a system match. Although he divorced quickly, the fact that he was remarried made the leader give up on him and instead groom another promising researcher. So, the leader's daughter is called Tian. Yes. No wonder he's so resentful. He lost his wife and his bright future. Changwon covered her face, frustrated. "I really do owe him." Tao Lin pulled down Changwon's hand and comforted her. "It's okay. I'll go talk to him and see if we can resolve this. If not, we're not afraid of him either." "Huh." Changwon's eyes lit up. She whispered, "How much?" Tao Lin didn't answer. He wrote an S on her palm. "Nice." Yidong, unable to understand their secret code, hurriedly said, "I can help you solve the Kachungjo problem." Tao Lin raised an eyebrow. "What's the price?" "The price is that Changwon lends me her website account for 2 months. Tao Lin was puzzled and looked at Changwon. Changwon quickly explained, "He's talking about the Storm website account. No need to borrow. I'll get you a new one." "Really?" Yidong jumped up excitedly. "Deal. I'll go find Kachungjo right now." Watching him leave, Changwon said disdainfully, "I don't know, he seems kind of unreliable." "Don't worry." Owen shook his head and commented, "That guy is a bit clever. And even if he fails, you won't lose anything. Then let him try." Suchingyu, who had been listening all along, was now full of question marks. "So what exactly is this fabrication you've been talking about?" Changwon glanced at the bystander Owen, then said weakly, "Cousin, I'll tell you when we get home. Let's look at the report first." "Oh, okay." Suchingyu also realized there was an outsider, so he had to hold back his curiosity. "Dr. Owen, are you ready?" Unable to hear the gossip, Owen was a bit disappointed. He pulled out the report again and gestured for them to gather around. "Look, here are the various data that Tao Lin left in the hospital before, and here are the results from the latest checkup. First, the combat index. Before his injury, it was 4,865, after the injury, it was 1875, and now..." Owen deliberately paused, then gestured dramatically. "Now it has reached an astonishing 6,327. It jumped directly from A level to S level. It's really too incredible." Sorry, I got a bit too excited. S level. Suchingyu jumped up excitedly, hugging Tao Lin happily. That's great, that's great." Cousin Tao Lin patted his back and reminded, "I haven't finished yet. There's a problem." "What problem?" Suchingyu's smile froze, and he asked nervously, "Is it serious?" Tao Lin sighed helplessly. "Cousin, sit down and listen to the doctor." "Oh, okay." Owen cleared his throat and continued, "I carefully examined Tao Lin's beast transformation form. It is very complete and perfect. His only problem is the previous psychological trauma." Suchingyu asked in confusion, "Isn't he healed? He looks normal to me without the painful symptoms typical of trauma victims." "I'm puzzled about that too." Owen stared at the data repeatedly and affirmed, "The data shows that his psychological trauma hasn't fully healed. But it seems there's a force protecting him, alleviating his pain, allowing him to live normally." Changwon was startled and immediately understood it was the spiritual energy she had transferred to Tao Lin earlier. So Tao Lin's amnesia is also related to this injury. Yes. The sudden beast transformation caused a surge in his power, and the impact was so great that he forgot some memories. This is a normal phenomenon. So that's it. Changwon sighed and asked again, "How should we treat his current psychological trauma?" My suggestion is not to treat it. Huh. Why? Owen explained seriously. Tao Lin shows no signs of pain now. If we forcibly treat him, we'll be telling his brain that it has suffered a severe injury. What would be the result? The brain would realize the truth and send pain signals to Tao Lin, making him utterly miserable. Cheng Wen was speechless. Is that even possible? Yes, that's right. Deceiving the brain is also a treatment method. Su Qingyu asked worriedly, is it really okay not to treat it? It depends, but for now it's best to keep things as they are. Tao Lin could sense his own physical condition, and he also felt the doctor was right. But, doctor, if I don't get treatment, when will I regain my memory? Well, Owen scratched his head, troubled. It's hard to say. Maybe one day your brain will decide you're healed and restore it. Maybe you'll slowly remember naturally, or maybe you'll never remember. Tao Lin's expression was complicated as he silently looked at Cheng Wen. Noticing his gaze, Cheng Wen smiled gently and said, it's okay. I believe you'll remember. What if I don't? Then it's okay too. We'll start over and slowly cultivate our feelings. Tao Lin asked again, what if I? Before he could finish, Cheng Wen interrupted, if that doesn't work, we'll divorce. Her serious expression didn't seem like a joke. Tao Lin silently closed his mouth, thinking, so fierce. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Owen laughed awkwardly, you don't need to worry too much. Tao Lin's condition is still quite good. Then can I go on missions normally? Yes, more combat will help your body adapt to the new power quickly. That's a good thing. And then I understand. Owen's gaze swept over the three and asked, are there any other questions you'd like to know? No. Cheng Wen leaned forward and said seriously, but please keep Tao Lin's ability to transform into a beast a secret, okay? I can, but why? Owen's small eyes were full of confusion. An S-level combat power plus a leopard transformation form, how impressive was that? Why hide it? Tao Lin and Su Chengyu were equally puzzled. My wife, why keep it a secret? Your previous injury was very strange, and you can't find out who is behind it. So it's better to hide your strength. That's true. Su Chengyu nodded in agreement. Listen to your sister-in-law, keep it secret for now. Okay. Alright, I can keep it a secret for you. But I want to benefit, okay? Cheng Wen raised an eyebrow. Tell me. What pill did Tao Lin take exactly? Can I study it? Cheng Wen didn't know either, so she silently looked at Su Chengyu. Cousin, can I tell him? I'm not sure either. My friend just said it's a secret pill. Oh, Wen's eyes lit up. Can you help me buy some? I want to research it. It's not appropriate. Su Chengyu said awkwardly, this is someone's hard work. If you study it, aren't you stealing their labor results? Owen's face turned red with embarrassment. Why don't you give me his optical brain number and I'll talk to him myself to see if we can cooperate? No. Su Chengyu suddenly felt a surge of righteousness and said loudly, you're backed by the hospital with abundant capital. Maybe if persuasion fails, you'll resort to coercion. So I absolutely won't help you. Owen was dumbfounded. He explained with a wry face, I really just want to do some research. Cases like Tao Lin's where a beast transformation seem to fail, but then reversed, are extremely rare. This is a major discovery. If successful, it could benefit all of humanity. That's true. Su Chengyu was somewhat shaken, unable to decide for a moment. After hesitating, he turned to Tao Lin and his wife and asked, what do you think I should do? Cheng Wen shrugged. Whatever you like. Tao Lin thought seriously for a moment. Why don't you ask that person? If he's willing, you can make the introduction. If not, forget it. Okay. Su Chengyu immediately sent a message to that person explaining that a doctor wanted his medicine and wished to cooperate. Surprisingly, the person was very willing to cooperate and even said he wanted to meet and talk as soon as possible. Su Chengyu was stunned, feeling something was off. What's wrong? Owen asked anxiously. Oh, he agreed. The rest is up to you too. I'll stay out of it. With that, Su Chengyu gave the person's optical brain number to Owen. Thank you, Owen grinned happily and handed all of Tao Lin's reports to Cheng Wen. Take the reports back to be safe. Okay. Su Chengyu's residence was also allocated identical in specification to the house Tao Lin had lived in originally. If not for the different decorating style, Cheng Wen would have almost thought it was the same room. My place is a bit messy, don't mind it, Su Chengyu said while secretly stowing away his scattered shoes and socks. Please come in and sit. Alright. Cheng Wen didn't mind much, after all she would only stay for a few days. However, Tao Lin, who had already decided to lodge there, felt somewhat disgusted by the untidy room. He frowned and asked, cousin, where is your home robot? Oh, I sent it to my dad's place to help with chores and keep him company. Alright then, I'll tidy up tomorrow. Sure, thanks. Tao Lin looked at Su Chengyu's grinning face and felt a wave of helplessness. There was no way around it. His cousin had been like this since childhood, having no requirements for his living space as long as there was room to step. Asking him to tidy up was impossible. After the three sat down, Su Chengyu brought up the topic mentioned at the hospital again. Sister-in-law, what exactly is the situation with your forgery? Do tell. Tao Lin's gaze also fixed tightly on Chengwen, unblinking. Sigh. Chengwen sighed deeply and asked softly, have you ever been to planet L990? The two brothers shook their heads in unison. I grew up there. Chengwen slowly recalled those unpleasant memories of the original host. Planet L990 is also known as Garbage Star, a world far, far from the main planet. Like many others, it is unsuitable for human habitation. However, it has a unique feature: it can connect to the main planet. Some say it is a space-time transmission link built by ancestors. In short, that place is simply the main planet's dumping ground. I know that. Tao Lin frowned and said solemnly. It is said that the main planet used to be severely polluted, so the predecessors sent all sorts of waste there. But merely sending it over without processing was not enough. Over time the outlets would clog. Therefore many convicts were later sent there to work breaking down the waste. Su Qingyu was stunned. So, Chengwen, are you the descendant of a convict? No, Chengwen smiled bitterly and explained. I am the descendant of a guard. Oh, I see, Su Qingyu pursued. Then why are you here? Tao Lin shot him an exasperated glance. Let her explain slowly. What's the rush? Su Qingyu shrank his neck and gave an awkward smile. Sister-in-law, please continue. Guards usually spend their entire lives there, and their descendants are no exception. They wear protective suits for a lifetime and reside in underground shelters for a lifetime. But my mother was unwilling to accept this fate. She desperately wanted to escape, so she rejected the match arranged by elders and instead pursued Cheng Zhengqiu, who was there on inspection, hoping to leave Garbage Star with him. However, Cheng Zhengqiu did not take her away. Instead, he abandoned her when she was pregnant. Damn it, Su Qingyu said angrily. This Cheng Zhengqiu is too scummy. After I was born, my mother cared for me meticulously, hoping that one day Cheng Zhengqiu would come for us. However, when I was 3, my first combat power index test resulted in 0. She went mad on the spot, refusing to believe it. Later I underwent testing almost every day, but no matter how many times the result remained the same. Finally, at the age of 10, she cast me aside, forcing me to scrape a living among the convicts. Good heavens, Su Qingyu said with a sympathetic expression. You've had it so hard. Tao Lin lowered his eyes, took Chengwen's hand, and gently patted it as if comforting her. Chengwen forced a smile and whispered, I'm fine. The suffering belonged to the original host, Chengwen, not her. During those years of living alone, I met a girl named Cece. Her combat power index was extraordinarily high, so high that it made me envious. I often wondered how nice it would be if that index were mine. Thus I made a bold decision to steal Cece's blood and forge false records. Didn't anyone discover it? Su Qingyu frowned, puzzled. Modern testing devices can detect without blood. The latest optical sensors can even perform remote detection. There should be no way to forge results. Because the instruments on Garbage Star are the most primitive, relying on blood tests. Moreover, my mother gave me a hand. She submitted my combat power test report along with the paternity test report with Cheng Zhengqiu to the inspecting military force, forcing them to bring me back to the main planet. Did your mother come back as well? No, she had several more children and no longer wished to return. She helped me only to let me come back and discuss Cheng Zhengqiu. Su Qingyu furrowed his brow at a loss for words. He glanced at Tao Lin and sighed helplessly. Did you go directly to the Marriage Institute for registration and matching upon your return? Yes, my mother said my forgery would eventually be exposed, so she told me to go register and match as soon as I disembarked from the spaceship. And I must refuse any testing requirements from the Marriage Institute until the system matching is successful. You're quite despicable. Cousin, Tao Lin warned with a frown. Watch your language. I didn't say anything wrong. Su Qingyu, now somewhat resentful, complained. Once the system matching succeeds, the man cannot refuse. As long as you don't agree to divorce, they must stay with you. Chengwen, do you think that's fair? It is indeed unfair, so I divorced all of them. Chengwen withdrew her hand and said seriously to Tao Lin. You are the same. If you wish to divorce, you can. Just divorce and that's it. Su Qingyu exclaimed. They've all remarried. They're not worth much now. Tao Lin rubbed his forehead, gritting his teeth. You're the one who's worthless. Hey, I'm speaking on your behalf. Shut up. Oh. Tao Lin glanced at Chengwen and feigned nonchalance. No need to divorce. Anyway, life goes on. It's the same with anyone. The same with anyone. Chengwen repeated in disbelief, her heart bitter. Forget it, he had amnesia. Don't hold it against him. Chengwen adjusted her mood and stopped dwelling on it. Anyway, that's the whole story. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Su Qingyu was about to speak when Tao Lin suppressed him with a glance, and he obediently shut his mouth. But Chengwen could tell from his eyes that he had strong objections. She was quite displeased at the moment. Tao Lin cleared his throat and began slowly. I do have a question. Speak. Why is your expression so strange? You seem to be narrating a story, one that has nothing to do with you. After Tao Lin finished speaking, his gaze fixed steadily on Chengwen, full of scrutiny. Chengwen was startled, as she hadn't expected him to be so perceptive and notice it immediately. You already know the answer to that question, you just have amnesia now and don't remember. Then, repeating it is pointless. Wait until you remember it yourself. Tao Lin fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded lightly and stopped pressing. Phew, Chengwen exhaled, deeply relieved that Tao Lin had not continued to press. Otherwise there would be even more to explain. Truly exhausting. Tao Lin fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded lightly and stopped pressing. Phew, Chengwen exhaled, deeply relieved that Tao Lin had not continued to press. Otherwise there would be even more to explain. Truly exhausting. That night Tao Lin suffered from insomnia, tossing and turning in bed, restless and vexed. After struggling for a long time, he finally gave up, got up, and began to clean the house. Chengwen, who was drawing talismans in her room, heard the noise. She thought it was Su Chengyu, unable to sleep in anger, so she paid no attention. But the commotion outside persisted for a long time with faint rustling sounds. Chengwen sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll go apologize to him. But to her surprise, the person who had been making all the noise was actually Tao Lin. Tao Lin, what are you doing? My wife. Tao Lin stopped mopping and asked softly, did I disturb you? No, but why are you mopping the floor in the middle of the night? I couldn't sleep, and since I'm going to stay on the main planet for a while, I thought I'd clean the house. Alright, take your time. Chengwen didn't understand, but respected it. Tao Lin stared at the closed door, feeling a bit gloomy. He unconsciously intensified his cleaning motions, making even louder noises. The sound was clearly deliberate. Chengwen was speechless. She opened the door again, walked to the sofa, sat down, patted the spot beside her, and said softly, come here, let's talk. Tao Lin gripped the mop tightly and said indifferently, what about? Anything. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Chengwen sighed heavily, helplessly adding, so you won't be too troubled to sleep. Tao Lin nodded, put the mop away, and also sat down on the sofa. Seeing the empty space between them, Chengwen chuckled. Why are you sitting so far away? It's hotter sitting like this is more comfortable. In truth, he wasn't yet used to such closeness. Fine. I'm ready. Ask whatever you want. I want to know everything about you, Tao Lin said earnestly. Although you said the former me knew, the current me has no memory at all. You are a mystery to me, an unsolved puzzle that suddenly appeared. Chengwen fell silent. After a long while, she suddenly asked, Tao Lin, can I trust you? Of course. I am always loyal to my partner. Chengwen smiled, feeling much lighter. Fortunately, even with amnesia, you are still you. Actually, I am not Chengwen. Tao Lin was stunned, confused. What do you mean, huh? Did you assume someone else's identity? No. Chengwen looked fixedly at Tao Lin and said seriously, word by word, the real Chengwen died on April 1st, and I am a wisp of soul from another world reborn in her body. How can this be? Tao Lin's pupils suddenly contracted, his brows knitted into a tight knot, and his entire being fell into a state of chaos and shock. He simply couldn't believe what he had heard. Chengwen didn't disturb him, letting him slowly digest this earth-shattering news. After an unknown amount of time, Tao Lin said hoarsely, did the me before the amnesia know about this? Yes. And what was my reaction then? No reaction, because I didn't say it outright. You guessed it yourself, and at that time you didn't mind. Is that so? Tao Lin thought to himself that the former him must have loved Chengwen deeply. Then, what were you before? Why were you reborn in this world? I used to be a cultivator. Later I was killed by the demon race, and my soul drifted aimlessly until one day I was suddenly reborn. And what about the soul of the original Chengwen? I don't know. Perhaps she went to reincarnate. I entered this body only after her death. Tao Lin nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. At least she hadn't taken the body by force. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face her.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Tao Lin stared at the faint green glow in amazement. Is this a superpower? No, it's stronger than superpowers. As she spoke, Chengwen casually cast a cleansing spell. In an instant, the entire hall became spotlessly clean and tidy. Tao Lin was stunned and asked excitedly, can I learn it? Chengwen laughed upon hearing this. You asked me the same thing before, but the conditions in this world are too poor. Cultivation is extremely difficult. I've worked hard for a whole month and only gained a tiny bit of cultivation, so I can't teach you.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
All right. Tao Lin lowered his head, looking somewhat disappointed. Chengwen quickly added, but I can teach you how to use some simple purification talismans, explosive talismans, and the like. What was it? Tao Lin's body went stiff, and his mind had stopped working. What? It's just. Tao Lin's stomach suddenly growled loudly. Are you hungry? Tao Lin covered his face mortified. Why did it have to growl at this moment? Even he could hear it so clearly, so the person lying on his lap must have. How embarrassing, too embarrassing. Tao Lin. Cheng Wen sat up and asked, want me to make you something to eat? No, go back to sleep. I'll just grab a pack of nutrient solution. Tao Lin no longer had the mood to continue talking. He would talk to her later. After all, his wife had no intention of hiding anything. But Cheng Wen didn't want to go back just yet. Since we can't sleep anyway, let's make something nice to eat, a midnight snack. Alright, I'll go check if my cousin has any ingredients. With that, Tao Lin walked familiarly towards Su Qingyu's freezer. After a moment, he called out, wife, come quickly. What's wrong? Curious Cheng Wen jogged over. Then she saw a freezer fully stocked with ingredients, almost all exotic beast meat along with the vegetables they had brought back. Oh, looks like we can have a feast. See what ingredients you need. Although eating barbecue in the middle of the night isn't healthy, it's the most satisfying thing to do at this hour. Cheng Wen raised an eyebrow and smiled. How about I grill some meat for you? Sure. The two grabbed the ingredients and headed to the kitchen to prepare. The herbs were almost used up, so Cheng Wen directly used her spiritual energy to purify the exotic beast meat and thaw it at the same time. Tao Lin's eyes widened in surprise. That's it. Yep, Cheng Wen said smugly. This is my ability. Pretty impressive, right? Remember to keep it a secret for me, don't tell anyone. Su Qingyu must have been tempted because he had bought a lot of kitchen utensils, woks, grill racks and more, which now came in handy for them. Tao Lin, you know what? You really have no talent for stir-frying, but you're pretty good at grilling. You've learned it quite well. I can grill. Tao Lin blinked, picked up the meat that Cheng Wen had prepared, thought for a moment, and realized that his mind really didn't know what to do next. Yes, I can indeed. Cheng Wen chuckled. Then let's grill together. Before long, the aroma of meat filled the building, even wafting up to the second floor and waking Su Qingyu. Like a little dog, he followed the scent, sniffing all the way to the kitchen. You two are eating without me. Tao Lin blinked innocently. We forgot about you. Su Qingyu. This is my house, you know. Cheng Wen laughed and suggested, cousin, after we finish the barbecue, let's make up, okay? Let's not mention what happened before. Alright, fine. Su Qingyu rubbed his nose and generously said, since Tao Lin doesn't mind, I have nothing to say. And so the matter of the original identity's forged information was finally resolved. The next day, Su Qingyu left early, his destination unknown, shrouded in secrecy. Tao Lin hesitated for a long time outside Cheng Wen's room before finally knocking. Who is it? It's me. Oh, the door isn't locked. Come in. Tao Lin frowned, and his first words upon entering were, it's not a good habit to leave the door unlocked. Cheng Wen laughed and explained, I lock it when I sleep. Good, that's reassuring. Tao Lin was finally satisfied. Then he asked, would you like to go out and look around? Where to? Everything outside was towering skyscrapers, not a single tree or flower in sight. Cheng Wen simply couldn't muster any interest. To the shopping mall. It's a place girls love the most. Tao Lin figured she would like it too. And indeed, Cheng Wen's heart stirred. Alright, let's go take a look. Fortunately, Su Qingyu hadn't driven his car out, saving them the trouble of hailing a taxi. On the way, Cheng Wen asked curiously, you have the ability to build flying vehicles, so why do you still drive cars? For order. And resources are limited. Oh. Cheng Wen nodded. I understand. This wasn't the cultivation world. If everyone flew around in the sky, it would be difficult to manage. Restrictions were indeed necessary. Are you planning to stay here with your cousin instead of coming back with me? Yes, I'll do my tasks first, and once I've saved up a month's vacation, I'll return. Then I'll stay with you for a month and set up a teleportation array in the meantime. A warmth spread through Tao Lin's heart. He smiled and said, all right. Now that your combat power index has recovered, can you reapply for a house? I can, but I have to queue up and draw lots. It's not guaranteed every time. So troublesome. The population on the main star keeps increasing, so housing resources are definitely insufficient. Only military personnel can queue, and even after reaching the front, it depends on the lottery. If you're unlucky, you might end up in a shared dormitory. Oh, then you'd better stay with your cousin for now. We'll talk after I set up the teleportation array. Alright. But what is a teleportation array? You've mentioned it so many times. It's probably similar to those teleportation stations, but a teleportation array can allow living beings to pass through. Really? Tao Lin was stunned and turned his head. You can make it. Cheng Wen silently pushed his head back and reminded him, keep your eyes on the road when driving. Oh, I do know how, but I'm not sure if my current spiritual energy is enough to succeed. I'll give it a try first. Alright. Afraid she might feel pressured, Tao Lin added, just do your best. It's fine if it doesn't work. I think I can do it. Amid their conversation, they finally arrived at the shopping mall. Changwen looked up and counted. There were a full 20 floors. Even before entering, she could already see the bustling crowd inside. Oh my. I suddenly don't want to go in anymore. Tao Lin was puzzled. You don't like crowds? Changwen nodded. I prefer a quieter environment. Too many people give me a headache. Then we can start from the 10th floor upward. What's the difference? The 10th floor and above are high-end consumption areas and there are fewer people. Changwen was speechless. Aren't we broke? We're still in debt. Tao Lin fell silent, embarrassed. I'll pay it off as soon as possible. All right, let's start from the first floor. I'll help you buy something along the way. Me? Tao Lin was startled and quickly explained, I brought you here to shop. I don't need anything. I don't really need anything either. Let's just browse and buy whatever catches our fancy. Visiting a shopping mall for the first time, Changwen was quite excited. She naturally slipped her arm through Tao Lin's and urged, let's go. Tao Lin glanced down at the fair slender fingers and nodded in a daze. The first floor was filled with all sorts of strange items. The more Changwen saw, the more animated she became, dragging Tao Lin all over the place. She looked here and there, completely forgetting her earlier complaint about the crowd. In a corner, Changwen stared at a stone with eyes gleaming. That was undoubtedly a spirit stone, and at least of middle grade or higher. Tao Lin, quick look. I want to buy that stone. Do you know how much it costs? Tao Lin thought for a moment and replied, whatever price he quotes, just cut it by 90% first. Huh. Changwen blinked in disbelief. That ruthless. Tao Lin nodded with a firm expression. All right, I'll give it a try. Changwen walked over, pointed at the stone, and asked, boss, how much is that stone? The old man lifted his eyelids and slowly raised one finger. 100. Yes, 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Changwen suppressed the urge to curse, turned around, and walked away. Can't afford it. Hey, don't go. The old man panicked, grabbed the stone, and chased after her, pitching enthusiastically. Take another good look. No need. Don't leave. Look again. This skin, this texture. TSK, tisk, it's a fine piece. Worth it. Changwen was speechless. Setting aside the quality or attitude of asking an exorbitant price makes me not want to do business with you. Well, I set a price, but you can haggle. Feel free to bargain, we can discuss it slowly. Then I'll offer 100 star coins. No. The old man was dumbfounded. That's not how you haggle. Madam, are you just messing around? You said I could haggle freely. Is there a rule against this kind of bargaining? No, but the maximum is a 90% cut. That's the unwritten rule. Changwen understood. No wonder Tao Lin had been so certain. But I don't think it's worth 1,000,000. Then, 90,000. Changwen shook her head. 80,000. Still a shake. The old man lost all patience. Just name your highest price and I'll see if I can sell it. Just as Changwen was about to quote, the old man started playing the sympathy card. Madam, this old man's life is hard. I'm old and useless with no money. I can barely afford nutrition solutions these days. Take vegetables, for example. They cost 2,000 star coins per caddy. Who can afford that? Changwen covered her face, realizing that offering 100 star coins was indeed a bit too much. All right, stop your wailing. 10,000 star coins deal. Madam, please add a little more. This old man worked hard to dig out that stone. Changwen couldn't stand his whining and turned to Tao Lin. How much should I give? Stones don't have a fixed price. It all depends on how much the buyer is willing to pay. Not knowing exactly how much to offer, they began to discuss in low voices. The old man caught a glint in their eyes and wailed even more pitifully, hoping they would soften and give him a higher price. Passing by Duan Yushan happened to witness the scene. Mistaking it for Changwen bullying the old man, he stepped in front of him and angrily scolded, Changwen, don't go too far. Huh. All three were stunned. What the hell? How can you be so malicious? Bullying an old man, doesn't your conscience ache at all? Changwen shook her head resolutely. No. It's merely standard procedure in business. Why should my conscience suffer? You are truly beyond redemption. Duan Yushan struck a posture of righteous indignation and bellowed, today, I shall properly teach you a lesson. Hey, what are you doing? The old man hurriedly grabbed Duan Yushan, his face brimming with distaste. We're conducting business here. What are you causing trouble for? Huh. Aren't they bullying you? No, no one is bullying me. Duan Yushan paused, then shouted again, are you afraid of their retaliation? Don't worry, I'll stand up for you. It's unnecessary. They truly haven't bullied me, we're only bargaining. I don't believe it. With that vicious look on her face, she's undoubtedly tormenting you, and you were begging her just now. Prejudice, naked and blatant. Duan Yushan simply disliked Changwen and was looking for trouble. Changwen pursed her lips and said with distaste, psychopath. You dare curse me. That did it. Duan Yushan's temper instantly ignited. He maximized his combat power and launched a mental attack toward Cheng Wen, hoping to force her into an apology. Cheng Wen gave him a cold glance and couldn't be bothered to move. Tao Lin flashed forward, shielding Cheng Wen behind him, then countered with a sweeping gesture. Overpowered, Duan Yushan collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Cheng Wen inspected him with sheer disdain and sneered, pathetic and vain at the same time. The old man, terrified, quickly stepped in front of Duan Yushan and pleaded, "Please calm down, both of you. He simply misunderstood and wanted to help me. Please let him go." Tao Lin had no intention of killing him and quietly withdrew his power. "Let's continue discussing the stones." "Oh, right." The old man dared not speak nonsense anymore and timidly offered, then, as the madam just said, 10,000 star credits. Cheng Wen scrutinized him and, upon seeing the wounds on his hands, silently amended, 20,000. "Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, thank you, madam." The old man was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. In truth, he had merely found the stone and kept it for a long time with no buyers. 20,000 was already a windfall. Tao Lin took the stone and transferred the payment. Curious, the old man blurted out, "What do you need this stone for? Will you be needing more in the future?" Cheng Wen did not reveal its purpose, merely saying, "We don't want ordinary stones, but we'll take as many as you have of this quality." "Really? Then." The old man opened his optical brain and said eagerly, "May I add your contact information? If I acquire more stock, I'll deliver it to you." "Yes, fine." Cheng Wen added his optical brain number and asked politely, "May I ask how you should be addressed?" "Call me Uncle Ghost." Cheng Wen frowned and asked, "Real name?" "That doesn't sound very auspicious." "Not really." The old man smiled, awkwardly embarrassed. "Actually, my name is Ma Gui, but I'm old and unattractive, so people call me Uncle Ghost." Cheng Wen quietly saved him as Uncle Gui. With the purchase complete, the two were about to leave when Duan Yushan, still lying on the ground, suddenly burst into manic laughter. "You startled me. I thought he was a walking corpse." She exaggeratedly patted her chest. This only fueled Duan Yushan's rage until he nearly vomited blood. "Oh, quite the fiery temper." "Cheng Wen." Duan Yushan ground his teeth. "Don't get cocky. You merely found a sucker. He'll abandon you sooner or later, just like we did back then, ha ha." Tao Lin frowned and asked, "Wife, who is he?" "Oh, my ex-husband." "You have quite a few ex-husbands." Just returning to the main star, and she'd already encountered two. Annoying. Cheng Wen suppressed a laugh and teased, "Why the sour tone?" "None." Tao Lin turned away and grumbled, "Let's go." Oh, Cheng Wen followed behind him in excellent spirits. Duan Yushan continued his racket. "You stop right there." Annoying. Cheng Wen glanced back, her eyes freezing cold. With a flick of her wrist, his entire body was launched forward, crashing heavily into a pillar. Just as Cheng Wen had done that day, he shattered his head and bled all over. Bystanders gasped in shock. "Good heavens! What's wrong with that person?" "I have no idea." He suddenly flew through the air. How terrifying. Ma Gui, knowing the truth, was terrified, his body trembling involuntarily. Cheng Wen pressed a finger to her lips in a silence gesture. Ma Gui hastily nodded, not daring to breathe, fearing he might be next to fly away. Only after Cheng Wen had disappeared did Ma Gui pat his chest, relieved to be unharmed. That couple is terrifying. Better not stay in touch with them. He ran over to Duan Yushan, checked his breath, found him alive, and immediately hoisted him onto his back to deliver him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Tao Lin led Cheng Wen to an empty corner and spoke gravely, "Try not to use your abilities in public from now on, understood?" "Why?" "Your ability is too extraordinary. I fear someone might capture you for research." Cheng Wen considered it and realized he was right. Even Rana's weapon had been seized. If she displayed such an unusual ability, she would surely be dissected alive. Her current cultivation was too low, staying low profile was the safer choice. "I understand." Tao Lin continued, "When I'm around, don't intervene. Just stay behind me. I'll protect you." Cheng Wen nodded. "MHM." Suddenly her expression grew troubled and she softly said, "That person earlier, he was the one who conflicted with Cheng Wen, causing her to dash her head and die. I don't know whether I should kill him for revenge." "Tao Lin, what do you think I should do?" Tao Lin had no answer either. Both sides bore fault in this matter. After a long silence, he said softly, "You pushed him as well. Consider the matter settled." "Then let's leave it at that for now." Cheng Wen sighed and murmured, "I'll decide when my spirit question succeeds." Tao Lin didn't catch what she said and asked in confusion, "What spirit?" "Nothing. Let's continue shopping." "All right." The two spent a long time at the shopping center and bought quite a lot. Cheng Wen found this place rather entertaining, mainly because bargaining was fun. Everyone here loved inflating prices, inviting you to haggle freely. If the seller could meet your price, they'd go back and forth with you. If not, they'd flip out on the spot. Very straightforward. Tao Lin, arms full of goods, seemed hesitant to speak. "What's wrong?" Qingwen asked concernedly. Tired. Here, let me carry some of it. No need. Tao Lin cleared his throat awkwardly. We've been out for a long time. Should we go back and come another day? Mainly because his wallet was nearly empty, but he hadn't the heart to say so. Qingwen nodded. Then let's head back. On the way back, while Chungwen was zoning out, her expression suddenly darkened, and she said gravely, someone is following us. Tao Lin had also noticed. He jerked the steering wheel, changed course, and headed toward the outskirts of the city. Tao Lin drove at breakneck speed, weaving through the streets in an attempt to shake off their pursuers. But there were too many of them, and no matter how he dodged, they were always discovered. Left with no choice, Tao Lin decided to confront them head-on. Wife, help me take out the gun I just bought and load it. Oh. Changwen fished out the exquisitely crafted pistol from the back seat, loaded it with a few clicks, and said, all right, stop the car. Tao Lin executed a perfect drift, bringing the car to a steady halt. Hiss. Chungwen rubbed her reddened shoulder and complained, when you stop, just stop. Why show off? Tao Lin awkwardly rubbed his forehead. Sorry, won't happen again. Forget it. Hurry up and deal with those tails. Seeing Changwen unbuckle her seatbelt and prepare to get out, Tao Lin quickly grabbed her. Wife, don't come down. Stay here. You don't need my help. No, I don't. All right. Be careful then. Okay. After getting out of the car, Tao Lin immediately transformed his eyes into those of a leopard. With his exceptional vision, he aimed at the approaching vehicles and fired. One shot took down one enemy. Every bullet found its mark. The mysterious pursuers panicked. They quickly stopped and prepared to attack from a distance. But Tao Lin's movements were too swift. All 10 or more of them couldn't land a single shot. The firefight continued for another 10 minutes. In the end, Tao Lin remained unscathed while half of the pursuers had fallen. How could they possibly fight this? There was absolutely no chance of winning. The leader of the mysterious group hastily threw down his gun and shouted, we surrender. Stop fighting. We surrender. Tao Lin remained vigilant. Who are you? Why were you following me? We're from the assassin gang. We were just hired to do a job. Who hired you to kill me? This. The assassin leader Wantai hesitated. The guild has rules. We can't disclose client information. Fine, I don't really care anyway. Tao Lin raised his gun, aiming at Wantai's head. Hey. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Wantai broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. It's Gong Tingting. Tao Lin frowned. I don't know her. You may not know her, but 2 hours ago you beat up her husband. The one at the shopping mall. I don't know, but someone sent him to the hospital. An old man brought him. So that was it. Tao Lin asked again, did the old man report it? No. The old man refused to say anything, and Gong Tingting nearly beat him to death. Then Gong Tingting hired the assassin gang to take revenge. Chungwen pushed open the car door and, tilting her chin toward Wantai, commanded, you go rescue the old man. Wantai looked bewildered. Madam, we're assassins, not a rescue team. Oh, really? This is the first time I've seen assassins so afraid of death. Wantai flushed red. We became assassins to make a living, but that doesn't mean we're not afraid of death. And today was our first mission. I see. Then being afraid of death is understandable. Changwen leaned on the car door and said languidly, so are you going to rescue him or not? Wantai glanced back at his brothers, and the wounded bleeding on the ground gritted his teeth and agreed. We can go rescue him, but we need to take our wounded brothers back first. Wantai looked at Tao Lin for confirmation. Is that okay? Those men were only knocked down by Tao Lin. They could still be saved. Tao Lin nodded and holstered his gun. You'd better not try any tricks. My abilities. You've seen them. I can wipe out your entire group in minutes. Understood. Wantai wiped his face in frustration, already planning to take his brothers and leave this planet. Assassin work wasn't for them. They had failed on their very first mission. Just as Wantai was about to call the retreat, Tao Lin grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back. Who said you could leave? Huh. Wantai was dumbfounded. Didn't you tell me to go back and rescue the old man? They're the ones going back. You stay here as a hostage. Where was the trust between people? Tao Lin patted his face mockingly. Thinking of sneaking away? No way. Wantai hung his head guiltily and muttered, no, absolutely not. You know in your heart whether you were or not. Tao Lin shouted to the group of thugs across the way, listen up. If you want your leader to live, bring the old man from Gong Tingting in exchange. Otherwise. Tao Lin gave a cold laugh and made a throat-slitting gesture. Those men, whether they heard him or not, got into their cars and sped off without even a goodbye. Chengwen was speechless. Do you think they'll come back? How could they not? Wantai was furious. We're brothers who've been through thick and thin. They won't abandon me. Chengwen rolled her eyes and slapped him on the head. Idiot. You. Wantai was about to retort when he caught Tao Lin's icy, murderous glare. I mean, they'll definitely come back.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Changwen twisted the knife. Hey, where are your brothers? They must have run into danger. Yes, that's it. Wantai suddenly became agitated. I have to go save them. Changwen raised an eyebrow at Tao Lin. What do you think? It's possible. Let's go check. Okay. When the three arrived at the hospital, they found everything calm as if nothing had happened. Which floor? Third floor. Wantai led the way, and soon they reached Duan Yushan's hospital room. The moment Gong Tingting saw Wantai, she was so frightened she stammered you. You. The man beside her quickly supported her. Don't be afraid, wife. I'll protect you. Tao Lin didn't want to watch their sentimental display. He walked straight to Ma Gui, checked his breathing, and upon confirming he was still alive, hoisted the old man onto his shoulder and headed toward Owen's office. Stop right there. Gong Tingting shrieked. Who are you? Why are you taking that old man away? Tao Lin didn't spare her a glance, nor did he slow his pace. Changwen leisurely followed. Gong Tingting flew into a rage, pushing the man beside her and shouting, beat him. Yes. Wantai stepped forward, blocking the man's path. Where are my brothers? What brothers? The man looked confused. Gong Tingting now realized something was off. She said displeasedly, didn't the assassin gang send a notice that you died together with the target? Why aren't you dead? Wantai's mouth twitched. Instead of answering, he asked, you mean no one came to see you? You only received a notice saying I was dead. Yes. Your assassin gang service is terrible. I'll never do business with you again. Whatever. Wantai finally gave up and didn't want to talk anymore. Hey. Since you're not dead, did you complete the mission? Wantai blinked and chose to lie. Yes. Good. Gong Tingting looked satisfied and pointed in the direction Tao Lin had gone. Who was that man who came with you? I want him dead. Wantai was truly fed up with this young lady, always wanting to kill people. Sorry, I don't know him. We just happened to come up together. Then why did he take that old man away? I don't know. Useless. Gong Tingting was furious and shouted to her partner Da to go teach him a lesson. Yes, wife. Wantai didn't want to get involved anymore and left dejectedly. Inside Owen's office, Ma Gui was lying on a small sickbed receiving treatment. He only has some superficial injuries, nothing to worry about. Superficial injuries. Tao Lin's face was full of disbelief. Then why isn't he awake yet? And he looks like he's about to kick the bucket. Can't help it, he's old, and with the shock he fainted. Fine. Owen applied medicine to Ma Gui while asking casually, what's your relationship with this old man? We bought something from him. That's all. Yeah. Then take my advice. Don't bother with him. Owen grimaced sympathetically. He offended Miss Gong and there's basically no saving him. No, it's not like that. Changwen's voice came from the other side of the curtain. The one who offended Gong Tingting is us. Uncle Gui was just caught in the crossfire. Owen was dumbfounded, looking up at Tao Lin to confirm. Really? Yeah, we beat up her legal husband. Why? Did he offend you? Yeah, he deserved a beating. Alright. Then you'd better be careful. That Miss Gong is a real handful, arrogant and domineering, relying on her family's wealth to hire thugs to teach anyone she doesn't like a lesson. Tao Lin shrugged casually. Already experienced it. We just got chased and the killers are still outside. Owen was bewildered. What should he do? Should he run? If they start fighting, will he get splattered with blood? Just as he was thinking, loud banging on the door came from outside. Open up. Open the door. Changwen raised an eyebrow, smirked, and stood up to open it. Don't open it. Owen shouted, rushed over, and blocked the door, his face pained. Little ancestor, please don't open it. Do you want my office destroyed? But he's banging on the door. If we don't respond, it'll make us look cowardly. I'm a coward. I'm a coward, okay. Owen scratched his head frantically, not knowing what to do. The Gong family is powerful. Getting involved will be a huge hassle. You don't want to be fighting all the time, right? How about we just let it go? After all, you hit her legal husband first. Can't we call it even? She's the one making a scene outside now. Well, Owen frowned, cold sweat breaking out. Tao Lin walked over, pulled Changwen behind him, and then complained, are the security guards in your hospital so useless? And the building manager, why doesn't he come and deal with the troublemaker? Oh right. Owen quickly sent a distress message to Yidong. 5 minutes later, Yidong finally appeared. Leaning against the wall panting, he glared at the man called Datu and roared, what do you think you're doing? Datu was startled by the shout. Recognizing the person, he quickly stood at attention. Manager E, what brings you here? Yidong put his hands on his hips and scolded angrily, what are you doing? Trying to tear down our hospital door. Think this is your Gong family's property? 3 consecutive questions left Datu speechless. Gong Tingting silently stepped back, not wanting to get caught in the spray. But Yidong wasn't about to let her off. He pointed at her and lectured, "Gong Tingting, what are you throwing a tantrum for? Believe me, I'll report you to your elders and get you grounded for months." "You dare." Gong Tingting gritted her teeth in anger. "I just want to deal with someone I hate. What's it to you? It's my business since you're causing trouble on my floor." Gong Tingting sneered. "Humph. What are you so proud of? Just a lousy building manager." Yidong shot back, "Still better than you. At least I earned my position through my own abilities. You do nothing all day but cause trouble." "You." Gong Tingting's face twisted with rage, but considering the power behind him, she swallowed her anger. "Fine, I'll give you face today and drop the matter." Yidong crossed his arms and said sarcastically, "Oh, how grateful I am." "You." Gong Tingting stomped her foot in frustration. "Datu, let's go." "Yes." After they left, Yidong finally calmed down. He knocked on the door and shouted loudly, "Open up." Owen cracked the door open and cautiously peeked out. "Gone." "Yeah, gone." Yidong couldn't stand his cowardly demeanor, his expression full of disdain. "What's going on? Why did you provoke her?" Owen quickly waved his hands in explanation. "It wasn't me, it was Tao Lin and the others." "Huh." Yidong looked inside and was instantly speechless. "You guys again?" "Yeah, us again." Changwen shrugged expressionlessly. "I beat her legal husband, my ex-husband, into the hospital. They sure know how to cause trouble." Yidong rubbed his forehead, feeling exhausted. "Just leave quickly before that crazy woman comes back." Tao Lin nodded and hoisted Ma Gui up to leave. "Hey!" Owen hurriedly blocked them, pitifully extending his hand. "You haven't paid yet." Changwen grinned mischievously. "Go ask Miss Gong." "How could I dare ask her? That would be suicide." "I saw the medical records on your desk. The one named Duan Yushan is Gong Tingting's legal husband. Just give him the most expensive and best medicine, right?" "Oh." Owen suddenly understood, grateful. "Thanks for the tip. By the way, I have a grudge against him, so take your time treating him. Don't let him recover too quickly." Owen's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. How could he use good medicine while making recovery slow? Changwen didn't care. She waved cheerfully. "We're off." Afraid of trouble, Yidong personally escorted them to the main entrance. After leaving the hospital, they saw Wan Tai next to their car. Tao Lin instantly went on guard, her eyes full of vigilance. "Why are you still here?" "I have nowhere to go." Wan Tai kicked at the ground, self-deprecating. "I can't stay in the slums anymore, and the Killer Guild doesn't want me anymore. I'm such a failure." Tao Lin nodded indifferently. "What's that got to do with me?" Wan Tai was stunned, hung his head in embarrassment, and remained silent. After a long while, he gathered his courage and asked, "Can I tag along with you? Just need a place to stay and some food to survive. Not killing you is already the greatest mercy I can show." "All right, I understand." Wan Tai didn't push further and turned to leave. Once in the car, Changwen voiced her doubt. Can't he find a regular job? Or take on missions? Tao Lin shook her head. "I don't know. But it was better to keep such people at a distance." Ma Gui was still unconscious. Tao Lin struggled to settle him in the back seat. Changwen was troubled. "What do we do with Uncle Gui?" "Take him home." Tao Lin paused, realizing she didn't have Ma Gui's address. But they were also just staying at Su Qingyu's place and couldn't bring someone else back. How about sending him back to Owen? What if Gong Tingting comes after Uncle Gui again? They exchanged glances and silently looked at Wan Tai, who hadn't gone far. Tao Lin drove the car closer to Wan Tai and rolled down the window. "Can you look up someone's address?" Wan Tai nodded. "Yes, it's a basic skill for a killer." "Good. Then find Ma Gui's address for me. You can stay there temporarily and take care of him. You trust me." Changwen first smirked, then suddenly immobilized Wan Tai and shoved a pill into his mouth. "Now I trust you." Wan Tai frantically clawed at his throat, trying to spit the pill out, but it dissolved instantly, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. "What did you give me?" Changwen laughed. "Poison." "You." Wan Tai panicked and started gagging. "Didn't you say you'd let me off?" "Don't worry. If you take good care of Uncle Gui, I'll give you the antidote in 3 days. You promise?" "Yeah." After seeing them off, the two returned home very late. Just as they stepped through the gate, Changwen was caught in a tight embrace. "When I missed you so much," Luolana exclaimed excitedly, hugging Changwen and rubbing against her affectionately. Like a clingy little kitten. "Nana." Changwen was also pleasantly surprised, lightly pinching her cheek and smiling. "How did you get here?" "Finished your business." "Not yet, I sneaked here to see you." "Really? Not to see your cousin?" Changwen teased. "Of course not, what's there to see in him?" Watching them chat so intimately, holding each other without letting go, Tao Lin felt a bit displeased. He glanced at Su Qingyu, and after their eyes met, they acted in unison, forcefully pulling the two women apart. "Hey Su Qingyu, what are you doing?" Luolana discontentedly slapped away Su Qingyu's hand, huffing. "Why are you grabbing my collar? Rude. Who told you to keep hugging my sister-in-law?" My brother's face turned dark, didn't you see? Huh. What the hell? Luo Lana was shocked. Could he be jealous of a woman? Changwen turned back, looking at Tao Lin with confusion. She noticed his complexion was indeed a bit unpleasant. Tao Lin cleared his throat and said seriously, you two go sit on the sofa and chat. I need to move the things inside. The implication was that they were blocking the doorway with their chat. Oh, okay. Changwen pulled Luo Lana toward the sofa, but Luo Lana was reluctant to sit down. She wore a sweet smile and coaxed, Wenwen, make some food, I've been craving it for a long time. Changwen suddenly realized, so you didn't come to see me, you came to eat my cooking. It's all the same. Luo Lana began to act cute. Good Wenwen, spare a bite, okay? Sure, what do you want to eat? A friend who gives you spending money, how could she not satisfy her? She could even make a full banquet. Luo Lana was torn what to do. Stir-fry or barbecue? Before she could agonize too long, Su Qingyu made the decision for her, stir-fry. Why? Luo Lana was a bit dissatisfied. I want to make my own decision. We just had barbecue last night. If we eat it again today, we'll get heatiness. Fine then. Luo Lana conceded. After all, the fun comes from everyone enjoying the meal. All right, I'll go prepare, you wait here. No, I want to help too. Luo Lana said, then skipped along after her. Su Qingyu also wanted to follow, but Tao Lin pulled him back. How did she get here? Didn't you say the crisis hasn't been resolved yet? It's fine. Su Qingyu covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, gloating. The fifth prince is being punished now. He can't spare attention for her. What exactly happened? Su Qingyu, who usually couldn't keep secrets, was unwilling to talk. Let's chat slowly over dinner. He was in a hurry to leave, wanting to join the stir-frying. Tao Lin was disgusted, waved his hand to let him go. This time Changwen had only brought 2 sets of clothes, and fearing she wouldn't have enough, she bought 2 more today. Tao Lin thought for a moment, then took them to the bathroom, planning to wash and hang them for her. However, he overlooked one thing. There were Changwen's undergarments inside. Washing intimate clothes itself was nothing, but he was so embarrassed now. The clothes were already in the water, and it wouldn't be good to quit now, so he blushed and braced himself to finish washing. Phew, it's okay anyway, I'll have to wash them often in the future, nothing to be shy about. After everything was tidied up, Tao Lin patted his face, confirming he had recovered before daring to go out. When he arrived at the kitchen, they surprisingly hadn't finished stir-frying yet, and the person wielding the spatula had become Su Qingyu. Changwen was directing from the side. Watching Su Qingyu, flustered, Tao Lin worriedly asked, my wife, is his cooking edible? Yes, he's already very skilled. Changwen praised Su Qingyu, and then took a jab at Tao Lin. Your cooking is inedible, and there's even a risk of blowing up the kitchen. Tao Lin retorted, unconvinced, I can barbecue. You only know how to barbecue. Tao Lin couldn't refute and sat gloomily at the dining table waiting for food. 5 minutes later, the dishes were finally ready. Su Qingyu eagerly served food into Luo Lana's bowl, full of anticipation. Nana tried, is it good? After tasting carefully, Luo Lana gave him a thumbs up to save face. Not bad. Really? Great. Su Qingyu tried it himself, then exaggerated, I'm a genius. Ha ha. Luo Lana laughed while quietly reaching her chopsticks to another dish. That was the one Changwen had cooked. Su Qingyu's stir-fry was okay, but Changwen's was incredibly delicious. She absolutely loved it. At this moment, Tao Lin remarked slyly, cousin, if you had just tasted Wenwen's cooking, you wouldn't have the face to call yourself a genius. Is the gap that big? Su Qingyu was full of doubt, took a bite of the dish Changwen had cooked, and was instantly crushed, unwilling to speak. I'm a piece of trash. Everyone burst into laughter. Changwen quickly comforted, it's okay, this is your first time cooking, you're already very good. Right, I like it. Luo Lana said while eating, taking a moment to comfort him. Practice more and cook for me in the future. Okay. Su Qingyu became happy again. Tao Lin pouted, secretly tugged at Changwen's clothes under the table, and put on a pitiful expression. Changwen found it amusing, leaned in, and whispered to soothe him, your barbecue is delicious, I like it. This made him feel much better. Nana, what's the deal between you and, that fifth prince now? As she spoke, Changwen cautiously glanced at Su Qingyu, afraid he might be upset. But he acted as if nothing was wrong, still eating ravenously. Luo Lana's expression was also normal. There's nothing between me and him, after all, he's just a brainless fool. How so? On the 3rd day after I returned, I went to him and said that the weapon was newly developed by the second prince, and I was just testing it. Then he believed it. After that, he stopped forcing me to marry him, and even asked me to work as a spy beside the second prince, stealing the second prince's secrets. He could believe that. Could he be pretending to fall for it to toy with you? No, because he has never been able to trace the origin of that weapon, and I anonymously presented the small pistol you later made to the second prince. Oh, I see. That small pistol happens to be the mini version of Divine Miracle, so he would definitely believe it. Yes. Then I also said that Luing was the second prince's former lover, and she only betrayed him because she couldn't get a title from him aiming to force the second prince to yield, so her words were not credible. Wait. Changwen asked in confusion, who is Luing? Someone who grew up with me. I regarded her as a sister, but she betrayed me. As she said this, Luo Lana felt very distressed. Changwen patted the back of her hand, silently comforting her. Luo Lana put down her chopsticks and sighed. Luing was with the second prince for 2 years. She always wanted a title, but the second prince never seemed to consider giving her one. Before my incident, they had a huge fight, and later Luing betrayed the second prince and also betrayed Luo Lana. And what is Lu Ying's relationship with the fifth prince now? Just lovers. Ah, this. Changwen remarked, wouldn't the second prince be furious? They are now at daggers drawn full of gunpowder. And I every day talk nonsense between them, stirring the fire everywhere. Qingwen. What a big heart she has. There's something amusing too. Rowena paused, a flicker of laughter in her eyes as she looked at them expectantly, as if to say, ask me. Changwen played along, urging immediately, what is it? Tell us quickly. Satisfied, Rowena gesticulated animatedly as she spoke. Recently the second prince and the fifth prince have been pursuing the same girl, and they even came to blows over her. Then His Majesty confined them to their quarters as punishment, haha. Wow, Changwen gasped. That girl must be truly remarkable. Rowena shook her head, pursed her lips, and said, I don't know if she's remarkable, but I do know that they're chasing her because of her brother. Huh. The three of them looked up in unison, their minds racing. Brother. Tao Lin frowned and confirmed, not an older sister. Not a younger sister either. Ha ha. Rowena laughed so hard tears nearly came to her eyes. It's indeed her brother. Su Qingyu's expression turned complicated. He took Rowena's hand and advised, don't go back to play along with them anymore. Just stay away from them, and you'll be fine. Ha ha. No. It's not what you think. Rowena wiped her tears and explained, that girl's brother stumbled upon some high-quality vegetables, and he used that opportunity to become Dr. Huang's assistant. Later Dr. Huang discovered he was very talented and accepted him as a disciple. You could say his future is bright. Oh, I see. Su Chengyu patted his chest in relief. Changwen, on the other hand, blinked in bewilderment. Is growing vegetables really that popular? Of course, Rowena said earnestly. If you were willing to make it public, you'd have been worshipped long ago. Hey, please keep it a secret for me. Fine. Rowena felt a twinge of disappointment, but also a secret thrill, the kind of thrill that comes from knowing your best friend is a hidden powerhouse. By the way, I'm free these 2 days. I can stay and keep you company. Alright, then I'll cook you something delicious. Then I'll take you to the hunting grounds to have fun. Then my wife, Tao Lin, interrupted them, reminding, let's finish eating first. The food is getting cold. Oh, okay. Changwen finally realized they had been talking for too long. Tao Lin, who had been eating steadily, was already full, so he focused on picking dishes for Changwen. Su Qingyu felt a pang of envy and, not wanting to be outdone, started serving Rowena. Then the two men began competing back and forth, almost fighting over who could serve better. Changwen pressed her forehead in exasperation. Tao Lin, I can't eat anymore. Alright. With that, Tao Lin unilaterally declared the dish competition over. Even so, Changwen's bowl was still piled high. She pulled a face of dismay, pushed the bowl toward Tao Lin, and said matter-of-factly, help me finish it. Tao Lin silently picked up his chopsticks and ate all the leftovers. Su Qingyu glanced at Rowena, who was still wolfing down food, and lamented, lost again. Rowena looked up, blinking in confusion. Huh. What did you lose? Nothing. I said I lost. I can't eat as much as you. Of course I'm an amazing eater. Changwen laughed and praised, Nana, you're so cute. Am I? Rowena grinned and shyly lowered her head. After the meal, Tao Lin and Su Qingyu cleaned up the kitchen while the two girls went back to the room for a private chat. Closing the door, Changwen immediately flashed a mischievous grin and asked, how did you get together with my cousin? Didn't Tao Lin say you two were faking it? We just turned a fake relationship into a real one. Tell me the process, I'm curious. This. Rowena blushed and whispered, I can't say. What? Is the process too complicated? Don't know how to put it. No, it's not complicated. It's just. Rowena leaned close to Changwen's ear, suppressing her shyness, and whispered her secret. Wow. Chingwen's jaw dropped. It took her a long moment to stammer, you're amazing. No wonder she said she couldn't say, it was completely NSFW. Seeing Changwen still stunned, Rowena giggled. Why are you so shocked? As long as both parties are willing, it's fine. That was true, but to Changwen such behavior was extremely bold. Of course it was also very brave. She had wanted to do it and acted immediately without hesitation. Alright, now tell me about you and Tao Lin. Us. There's nothing to say. Rowena pointed at the clothes in the room and teased, "Why are you sleeping in separate rooms?" Chungwon rubbed her nose embarrassed. "He's lost his memory. He looks at me like I'm a stranger. How can we sleep together like that?" "Just ignore that. He's still your husband, legal and all. Just sleep together." Chungwon covered her face, unwilling to continue the topic. The two chatted about this and that until 10 p.m. A knock came at the door, followed by Soo Ching-yu's voice. "Nana, time to go to bed." "No, I'm sleeping with Wonwon." "No way," two voices said simultaneously. Rowena burst out laughing and teased, "Your husband is anxious. It's your boyfriend who's anxious. Go on now." "Okay." Rowena opened the door, gave Tao Lin an amused glance, and then pulled Soo Ching-yu away. Tao Lin stood outside the door for a long moment before pushing it open and entering. Seeing him come in, Chungwon suddenly felt nervous. "What's up? Something to tell me?" "Yeah." Tao Lin sat down by the bed and said seriously, "When you hang out with Rowena, try to watch the time. Otherwise my cousin might get upset." "Huh. Why? Is my cousin afraid I'll corrupt Nana?" "No. It's just that they rarely get to see each other, so he wants to spend more time with her." "Oh, you're right." Chungwon nodded and began to reflect. "It was my fault. Even though cousin came to find us, I didn't notice that. Just be more mindful next time." "Okay. Anything else? Also, I've washed your new clothes." Changwon giggled, covering her mouth. "Thank you. Anything else?" "No." Tao Lin stood up, scratching his head then his neck before saying dryly, "I'm going to bed. Sleep early." "Hey, wait." Chungwon grabbed his hand, took a deep breath and invited, "Let's sleep together." "I." Tao Lin instantly turned crimson, unable to form words. "What?" "Not willing." "No." Tao Lin stammered, "I am not mentally prepared yet." "Ha ha." Changwon laughed heartily, finding Tao Lin incredibly amusing. "And a little cute." "My wife." Tao Lin's voice carried a hint of grievance. "You're laughing too loudly." "Sorry." "Ha ha. You go back to sleep." Good night." Tao Lin finished speaking and hurriedly left, not daring to stay a moment longer. In the second-floor room, Soo Ching-yu held Rowena and coaxed, "When you play with Chungwon, can you be careful not to be too intimate?" "Intimate? We weren't. Like hugging, try to do it less." "Did your cousin ask you to say this?" "He didn't say it, but while washing dishes he kept hinting that I should keep you in check." "Tisk." Rowena pouted, dissatisfied. "Such a petty man. Even jealous of women." "Exactly, he's very petty." Soo Ching-yu cupped Rowena's face and said hoarsely, "I am too. I'd rather you spend more time with me." "Got it, honestly. Petty men." The next day they had originally planned to go out together, but Soo Ching-yu and Luo Lana were still lazing in bed. Chungwon could only sit on the sofa idly playing with her light brain while waiting for them. Suddenly Tao Lin walked over and asked, "Is Su Wenwei also your ex-husband?" "Yeah. What's up?" Tao Lin's brow furrowed slightly as he muttered, "He said he wants to meet us." "Oh, then let's meet him." Chungwon still had a fairly good impression of Su Wenwei because he was the only one who had ever come to visit Tao Lin. But Tao Lin was unaware of this. He thought Chungwon still harbored feelings for Su Wenwei, and his eyes dimmed a little more, a sense of crisis rising in his heart. "Should I ask him to come over now?" Changwon nodded, indifferently continuing to play with her light brain. After replying to the message, Tao Lin sat down beside Chungwon without a word, pressing himself very, very close to her. The fabric of their clothes was so thin that Tao Lin could feel Chungwon's body heat. Gradually his heart steadied. Chungwon glanced at him, then casually leaned into his arms and said leisurely, "Look, Lear sent me a message." What did it say?" "It said since we're not home no one will eat the greens and asked if I wanted to sell more. Then let it sell them better than wasting." "Okay." Chungwon nodded and began tapping away to reply to Lear. Tao Lin watched them chat, then casually wrapped his arms around Chungwon, pulling her closer to him. Half an hour later the doorbell rang. Tao Lin reluctantly let go and went to open the door. Outside stood not only Su Wenwei, but also a man Tao Lin did not recognize. "And this is?" "Hello, I'm Han Qing." Chingwen's head snapped up, a look of panic on her face. "Oh no, another ex-husband." Two ex-husbands at once. For some reason Chungwon felt a pang of guilt. She tiptoed toward the bedroom, trying to hide. But the very next second that bastard Han Qing blurted it out. "You might not know me, but I'm also one of Chingwen's ex-husbands." "Damn me." Her dead heart finally stopped. Tao Lin turned back to look at Chungwon, his expression blank, and said, "Come in." "All right, thanks." Chungwon rubbed her nose and sat back down. When she sat again, Tao Lin did not lean against her. Instead, he chose a seat far away from her. "What brings you here today?" Su Wenwei's expression was serious. He sized up Tao Lin and probed, "Has your battle power recovered?" "You beat Duan Yushan." "That's impossible." Han Qing retorted excitedly, "Even if you've recovered, you're still B rank. How could you beat Duan Yushan?" Tao Lin leaned back radiating authority. Did I say I'm still B rank? Han Qing was stunned, and it took a long while before he managed to ask, then what rank? S. That's impossible. Han Qing shot to his feet, disbelief written all over his face. The entire planet's S-rank warriors can be counted on one hand. How could you be S-rank? Tao Lin curled his lips into a faint smile and said calmly, just kidding. I'm actually A-rank. I knew it. Han Qing patted his chest and sat back down, giving Tao Lin a reproachful look. Don't say stuff like that. It scares people to death. Su Wenhui rolled his eyes at Han Qing and pressed on, weren't you B-rank before? How did you become A-rank now? People always improve. That statement makes sense, but you were seriously injured. How did you improve instead? Can't help it. Dr. Owen's medical skills are excellent. He treated me. Cheng Wen curled up in a corner of the sofa, silently watching Tao Lin spin his tails. She really wanted to laugh. The key point was that Han Qing actually believed it. He pressed, which Dr. Owen? What floor? 3rd floor. Go ask around, he's pretty amazing. Alright, I'll remember that. I'll go see him tomorrow. Su Wenwei couldn't stand this fool anymore. How could he be so naive? He believed everything anyone said. I heard you also had a conflict with Kachengzhou. Is that true? Tao Lin raised an eyebrow and countered, whether it's true or not, what's it to you? Of course it matters. Han Qing glanced at Cheng Wen and said sarcastically, we suspect someone is holding a grudge over the divorce and is seeking revenge. Maybe we're next on the list. Tao Lin and Cheng Wen. When people are speechless, they really do want to laugh. Su Wenhui rubbed his temples, quickly distancing himself. I didn't think that. I just wanted to find out if they've been bothering Cheng Wen again. Cheng Wen sighed with relief. Thank goodness, at least one normal person. She cleared her throat and explained, Kachengzhou was holding a grudge against me over something that happened before, so we had a few words. As for Duan Yushan, yeah, I did get back at him. He made me crash into a pillar back then, so I made him hit one too. Is there a problem? Han Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, but that was still too harsh. Harsh. I almost died too. The truth was Cheng Wen had already died. It wasn't Duan Yushan who pushed her, but he should bear some responsibility. At this, Han Qing had nothing more to say then. Will you take revenge on the two of us? Crazy. You never did anything to me, so why would I take revenge? Oh, okay then. Su Wenwei tapped his fingers on his leg, lost in thought. Suddenly he spoke, Cheng Wen, if they cause you trouble again, tell me, and I'll handle it. No need. Cheng Wen pointed at Tao Lin, her face full of pride. He's very capable, he can handle it. I can handle it. Tao Lin straightened his back, sitting up tall. Su Wenwei gave a light laugh. Tao Lin can't always be free. Anyway, if you need me, just say the word. No need. Aren't we friends? Cheng Wen finally nodded. Since she agreed, Tao Lin didn't object either. Han Qing's eyes widened, his gaze darting between them. He wanted to say something but dared not open his mouth. Cheng Wen noticed that after she nodded, the atmosphere seemed to turn strange. What was going on? Unable to bear the silence any longer, she asked, is there anything else? Su Wenwei shook his head. No. Then you two head back, Tao Lin, and I have things to do. Okay. Su Wenwei stood up, nodded to Tao Lin, and left. Han Qing hesitated, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing and hurriedly followed. After they left, Cheng Wen scooted over and leaned against Tao Lin's shoulder, asking softly, what are you thinking? Nothing. Don't want to say. All right, then call me when you do want to talk. Tao Lin was startled for a moment, then pulled her into an embrace and softly hummed in agreement. Let's go wake up cousin and the others. Okay. When Su Chengyu appeared with a neck full of suggestive marks, Tao Lin could only wish he could gouge out his own eyes. Fortunately, Cheng Wen hadn't followed, otherwise he truly would have resorted to violence. Go back and change into something that covers your neck before coming out. Why? Su Chengyu yawned, his mind still not entirely clear. Go look in the mirror. Tao Lin said, his expression one of utter distaste, tossing the words over his shoulder as he headed downstairs. Su Chengyu found him baffling, but he went to the mirror anyway to check himself up. Neck. Oh. He finally understood why Tao Lin had worn such a constipated expression. It turned out that his neck, collarbone, and other areas were all covered with marks left by Rolana. If they were just kiss marks, it would have been tolerable, but there were even teeth marks upon them. It was indeed impossible to face people in public. So he began frantically searching through drawers and cabinets, seeking something more covering and conservative.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Rolana stretched lazily, struggled for a moment, then went still again. failed to rise. Nana. Su Qingyu poked her cheek and asked, not getting up. Then I'll go tell them that today's plans are cancelled. Don't. I'm getting up. Give me 2 minutes. But soon there was no more sound. Su Qingyu sighed helplessly and resigned to his fate carried her to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face. This trick proved effective and Rolana was finally awake. 10 minutes later the two of them came downstairs cleaned up. Changwon wore a wicked grin and teased, oh. You finally deigned to rise from bed. Sorry. Rolana, feeling guilty, quickly tried to win favor with sweet talk. I've been under a lot of pressure lately, and haven't been sleeping well, so I just overslept this once. Oh. Changwon's lips curved into a smile as she regarded her with amusement. Rolana blushed under that gaze and dared not meet Changwon's eyes. Let's go, I'll take you out to play. If you're truly tired we can skip it and you can rest at home instead. No, they're going on a mission in a couple of days, so I must take you to the hunting ground today. Alright. Changwon nodded, no longer teasing Rolana. She was now far more interested in the hunting ground itself. On the way there Rolana introduced Changwon to everything about the hunting ground. The hunting ground was located at the far edge of the base connected to the undeveloped Zone Z, a place where people could practice combat skills and improve their battle strength. It was divided into 3 zones: the Purification Zone, the Alert Zone, and the High-Risk Zone. The access qualifications for each zone differed and the guarding soldiers would verify credentials one by one before granting passage. Hearing this, Changwon frowned and asked, but I have no combat strength, will they let me in? Yes, we're only going to the Purification Zone where even children can enter. Rolana stifled a laugh and said, seriously, you might even have the chance to compete against the children. Changwon's mood was complicated, she did not particularly wish to play with kids. Can we switch to a different zone? Switch zones. That's a bit troublesome. We can switch. Tao Lin turned around and explained. I'm S rank. As long as we both sign the liability waiver, we can enter the Alert Zone. Changwon nodded. Alright then, let's go to the Alert Zone. Wait a moment. Rolana quickly stopped them, worried. Wenwen has no combat strength. What if she gets hurt? Don't worry, if there's any danger I'll hide behind Tao Lin. But... Changwon interrupted her stubbornly. It's settled then. Alright then. Before entering, the guarding soldiers repeatedly advised Changwon to change her mind. But the couple simply refused to listen. They insisted on going in unstoppable. The soldiers had no choice but to let them sign the liability waiver before allowing passage. Now that everyone was inside, Rolana could only stay vigilant and stand beside Changwon to protect her. Su Qingyu, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned. My younger brother has S-rank combat strength plus leopard-type power. He can take good care of his wife. Having one more person to provide protection is safer. Rolana persisted in guarding Changwon. Unable to dissuade her, Su Qingyu joined in, and the 3 of them formed a protective circle around Changwon. Changwon felt both touched and amused. Actually, you don't need to do this. I have the ability to defend myself. Tao Lin simply gave a soft hum, and nothing more. The 3's positions remained unchanged. Forget it, let them be. Changwon resolved to show them her skills later and make them know what she was capable of. The group proceeded cautiously, but Changwon kept feeling that something was amiss, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Suddenly a leaf drifted down right before her eyes. A leaf. Changwon was astonished and pointed at the towering tree beside her, asking, didn't you say that the main star cannot grow anything? What is this then? A tree, Rolana replied seriously. A mutated giant tree. Right, it's also a plant, and it's growing quite well, isn't it? It's different, Su Qingyu said, slashing the tree bark heavily with his blade and pointing at the green sap oozing out. They are poisonous. Huh. Changwon looked puzzled. This kind of tree should be non-toxic, shouldn't it? Do you remember why beast meat cannot be eaten? I remember. When animals mutate, they produce toxins to protect themselves. Precisely. The same applies to plants. Because the soil is severely polluted, nearly all plants perished. What remains are all mutated, nothing like normal plants. I see. Changwon rested her chin on her hand and curiously circled the tree. Is the entire tree poisonous? Can its fruit be eaten? Toxic. Cannot. What about the leaves? Cannot. And the shedding bark? Whether the bark is poisonous or not, it cannot be eaten. Su Qingyu had lost the desire to speak. He looked at Tao Lin and complained, you need to control your wife. Tao Lin countered, what's the problem? Su Qingyu felt he could not carry on a proper conversation with them anymore. Then answer her yourself. Rolana laughed uncontrollably beside them. Tao Lin actually stepped forward to explain to Changwon. The bark is non-toxic, but it cannot be eaten. Oh, as long as it's non-toxic, then it's edible. Tao Lin blinked, beginning to doubt whether he had spoken incorrectly just now. Wife master, this cannot be eaten. But don't underestimate this wrinkled old bark. It can be ground into powder to make spices. Sprinkle a little on roasted meat and it's incredibly fragrant. Really? Then I'll collect some to take back. The moment Su Qingyu heard it could be used for roasting meat, he could no longer resist and quickly squatted down to gather some. Rolana held the bag open for him beside him. Tao Lin was rendered speechless. Can you just collect it when you return? Are you planning to carry a sack of bark around everywhere? Let's just collect a little first. It might prove useful later. Rolana nodded vigorously. Let's have a barbecue later. A barbecue. Were they treating this like a spring outing? Tao Lin wanted to retort, but Rolana was his future sister-in-law, so he could not be impolite. He could only silently listen as they discussed the barbecue. In the time that followed, their actions began to stray far off course, searching everywhere for peculiar plants. This flower is pretty. Never mind if it eats people. This grass is nice. The sap has numbing properties. Wow. A zombie. Bang. Before Cheng Wen could finish her exclamation, the zombie's head was blown off, leaving her emotions a bit unsettled. Nana, why did you take it down so quickly? I didn't even get a good look. Aren't you afraid? I was curious, just surprised. Oh, my mistake. Luo Lana shrugged helplessly. Just a reflex action, I'm used to it. Alright. Is there a crystal core inside? Yes. Luo Lana worked swiftly and dug out the crystal core in no time. Here, play with it. Her tone made it sound like some kind of toy. No thanks, I don't need it. In truth, Cheng Wen was a bit repulsed. Watching it being dug out from the bloody mangled corpse was simply too grotesque. It made her feel physically ill. The other three showed no reaction, having grown accustomed to it. Tao Lin noticed Cheng Wen's discomfort, stepped forward to block her view, and gently comforted her. If you're scared, don't look. I'm not scared, it's just that the zombie is too disgusting, a bit repulsive. Then don't look at it. Tao Lin's face was wooden as he said, seriously, look at me. Cheng Wen smiled, showing her white teeth. Okay. Su Qingyu quietly noted Tao Lin's actions in his mind. Another trick learned. After Luo Lana stored the crystal core, the group continued forward. Soon they encountered another aberrant beast. It was a tiger mutated into a beast, which the people of AJ-808 called the purple-striped tiger. True to its name, the purple-striped tiger was covered in purple stripes that intertwined with its bulging veins like a web. Its shoulder height was as tall as two men stacked, its back like a moving hill. Every step left a deep imprint on the ground. Wow. So this is what an aberrant beast looks like. After Cheng Wen's exclamation, she added, it's really different from ordinary animals, looks so powerful. Su Qingyu shook his head helplessly. Done looking. We're about to fight. Oh, go ahead then. Cheng Wen stepped back a few paces, not wanting to get in the way. Luo Lana retreated, with her staying by her side to protect her, leaving the two brothers to fight. Lin ready. The purple-striped tiger sensed the threat, opened its giant maw and roared at them. Its sharp fangs were like poison daggers, with a strand of luminous mucus hanging from them. Maybe we should stick to ranged attacks. Okay. Without further ado, Tao Lin raised his gun and fired at the purple-striped tiger. Su Qingyu quickly joined the fight. For a moment the only sound was the bang 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 of gunfire. But the purple-striped tiger's hide was so thick that even a dozen shots did nothing, the bullets stuck into it like tiny thorns, barely causing any pain. Su Qingyu failed to dodge in time and was struck by its tail, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Su Qingyu. Luo Lana shouted anxiously, are you okay? I'm fine, don't come over. Okay. The half-step Luo Lana had taken forward retreated, and she continued guarding Cheng Wen. You don't have to guard me, go help them. Let's wait and see. If they really can't handle it, I'll join. Over there, Tao Lin dodged while attacking the tiger's weak points. But this purple-striped tiger seemed quite intelligent, constantly protecting its vulnerable areas like its eyes. Cousin, provide cover. I'll go in for close combat. Alright. Su Qingyu scrambled to his feet and sprayed the tiger with a wild barrage. Tao Lin didn't rush to attack, instead, he kept dodging, looking for an opportunity. 5 minutes later, Tao Lin curled his lips into a confident smile. Found it. Then he swiftly darted to the side of the purple-striped tiger and delivered a heavy punch to its still bleeding wound. With a few thud-thud punches, the purple-striped tiger let out a pained roar. Tao Lin quickly retreated to a safe distance and watched it collapse. New humans possessed immense physical strength, and their attacks could inflict greater damage than bullets. The purple-striped tiger struggled for over 10 minutes before finally breathing its last. Gazing at the massive creature, Cheng Wen asked curiously, do aberrant beasts have crystal cores? Luo Lana shook her head. No. Cheng Wen asked again, then is it good for anything? Not before, but now. It's edible. Luo Lana's mouth began to water at the thought. Okay then. Su Qingyu ran over to the tiger and pointed excitedly, barbecue. Tao Lin could no longer hold back. Are you two here to hunt or to have a picnic? The two called out in unison, both. Hunting, yes, but that doesn't mean we can't have a picnic. Didn't we bring nutrient fluid? Drink that for now, we'll roast it when we get back tonight. No way. Su Qingyu didn't want to wait until night, he wanted to eat now. Sister-in-law must be hungry too. Why don't you ask her? Tao Lin had no choice but to look at Chengwen for her opinion. Are you hungry now? Want some barbecue? Aye. Chengwen was about to say no, but seeing Su Qingyu and Luo Lana staring at her with pitiful pleading eyes, she changed her answer. A little hungry. Alright, let's find a safe place to rest. Yes, Tao Lin was that biased. With permission, Su Qingyu and Luo Lana began frantically cutting meat. Is this piece okay? Here, the meat in this spot is tender. Chengwen silently turned away, not wanting to witness the scene that resembled a pig slaughter. By the way, could you collect some bones for me? Just the leg bones. Huh. Su Qingyu was puzzled. Are bones edible too? No, I have other uses for them. Oh, okay. Since they needed both meat and bones, Su Qingyu simply chopped off 2 legs. Enough. Luo Lana nodded. Enough. Let's go find a safe spot for a picnic. Tao Lin pointed to a small cave not far away. Let's go there. It's safer. Fine. Su Qingyu nodded and handed over 1 leg. Here, carry 1. Then he took the other from Luo Lana. Hee, I'll carry 1 too. Tao Lin thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, give them both to me. How can that be? They're heavy. I can't let you carry them alone. Besides, I'm not the type to slack off. Cousin. Tao Lin interrupted him, explaining, I need to detoxify them, so give them to me. Oh, I can help you with that. No need. You two wait in the cave. When and I will handle it and join you later. Su Qingyu pouted, unwilling to give up. Can't we watch? You can eat. Oh, fine then. Su Qingyu grinned and dragged Luo Lana away. Chengwen raised an eyebrow and smiled. What, afraid they'll find out about my ability? I'm the only one who needs to know. Haha, you're quite the smooth talker. A few people were roasting meat when Tao Lin suddenly stopped and sternly called out toward the cave entrance, who's outside? Come out. It's me. Su Wenwei holstered his weapon and slowly stepped into the cave, greeting everyone with a smile. Why are you here? Tao Lin's tone remained cold and unfriendly. Su Wenwei showed no irritation, instead sitting beside him with a cordial expression. I was hunting over there just now when a gust of wind carried this fragrance to me. Su Wenwei finished speaking, inhaled deeply with an expression of pure bliss. That's it, exactly, that scent. It's so intoxicating I couldn't even focus on hunting anymore. By the way, how did you manage this? Everyone fell silent, so Chengwen stepped in to explain. We added some spices. Oh then. Is this safe to eat? Have you processed out the toxins? Su Qingyu finally understood. This guy was here to freeload. Alan, who is this? Before Tao Lin could respond, Su Wenwei spoke up first. Hello, I'm Su Wenwei, a friend of Tao Lin's. Oh, hello. I'm Tao Lin's older cousin Su Qingyu. I know about both of you, Colonel Rolana and Major Su Qingyu, right? Yes. Would you like to join us for some roasted meat? Tao Lin had very few friends, so Su Qingyu decided to spare some meat to show hospitality. Really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Su Wenwei cheerfully joined them. Tao Lin thought for a moment, then tugged at Su Wenwei's sleeve and whispered, step outside with me for a second. All right. Su Wenwei replied and followed him out. Chengwen felt their interaction was odd, unlike how ordinary friends behaved. Cousin, does Tao Lin always interact with his friends this way? Probably. He has few friends, so I'm not too sure. Oh. Chengwen nodded, convinced she had been overthinking it. Outside, Tao Lin confronted Su Wenwei coldly. What do you mean by this? What do you mean, huh? We're barely friends, and we've hardly spoken more than a few words, yet you're acting like you're close with all of us. What are you trying to do? Is that wrong? Su Wenwei looked genuinely confused. When you were injured before I came to visit you, Chengwen said we'd be friends from then on, so I thought. He didn't finish, but Tao Lin understood what he meant. Tao Lin took a deep breath and said resignedly, being friends is fine, but you and Chengwen are already divorced. I hope you won't harbor any other expectations. So you're worried I have designs on Chengwen? Su Wenwei burst out laughing and patted Tao Lin's shoulder reassuringly. Relax, she's not my type. Then that's best. So, can I go back and eat with you all now? Tao Lin certainly didn't want Su Wenwei joining them, but he feared Chengwen might get angry. When they returned, the three inside were already eating. Chengwen handed the roasted meat to Tao Lin. Here, try it. Thanks. Tao Lin hesitated for a moment, then broke off half to give to Su Wenwei. Eat. He didn't want Chengwen thinking he was stingy. Thank you. Su Wenwei took the meat and cautiously put a piece in his mouth. The next moment he froze completely. Wow! Is beast meat this delicious? This is amazing. Seeing him enjoy it, Chengwen gave him a bit more. Thank you. Su Wenwei took the meat and devoured it enthusiastically. Tao Lin glanced at the others, then began eating faster. Soon he turned to Chengwen and said, my lady wife, I'm not full yet. Could you grill some more for me? Why such a big appetite today? Chungwon directly handed him the half-eaten piece in her hand. Eat this first. I'll grill more now. Okay. 5 minutes later, Tao Lin finished the meat in his hand, then casually took half from Chungwon's hand and started grilling alongside her. Colonel Rolana sighed as she ate. When I wish I had met you sooner. Why do you say that? If I had known you earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much beast meat. Exactly. Su Qingyu agreed. We used to hunt beast monsters every day, exhausting ourselves to death, but never getting a hot meal. Just thinking about it makes it feel pitiful. Chingwen laughed, then eat more. Wen, how about you don't go back? Stay on the main star, join us on missions, and help us with food. That won't work. Changwen had no desire to become a cook. I have other things I want to do. I can't just cook every day. Then okay. Rolana pursed her lips, somewhat disappointed. Su Qingyu quickly comforted her. It's fine. I can cook, Alan can roast meat. You won't go hungry. That's right. Rolana perked up again. Su Wenwei listened and sensed something was off. You're a colonel and 2 majors. You shouldn't be able to execute missions together, right? Su Qingyu fell silent, both of them quietly looking at Tao Lin. After all, he was Tao Lin's friend, and it was Tao Lin who should explain. Tao Lin thought about it and decided to be straightforward, since Su Wenwei would find out sooner or later. After I was injured, my position was replaced, so I don't plan to go back. From now on, I'll take on external missions assigned by the military. As for them, we can work together during rest periods. Oh, I see. Su Wenwei suddenly understood. A moment later, he said earnestly, can I join you? No. Tao Lin no longer wished to indulge him. Though he had agreed to be friends, he couldn't bear to be around this person every day. The feeling was... well, Tao Lin simply couldn't accept it. Then fine, forget it. Su Wenwei continued gnawing on his meat, showing no sign of resentment at the rejection. His earlier question seemed as casual as a passing remark. Tao Lin had a throat full of rebuttals that were now useless, genuinely feeling annoyed. Actually, no explanation was better. My lady wife, is the meat done? Done. But don't you already have some? Tao Lin casually handed the freshly grilled meat to Su Qingyu and said faintly, I'm done. Su Qingyu's lip twitched, utterly speechless. Bro, you really know how to play. Pfft. Chungwen couldn't hold back and laughed. Here, all for you. Tao Lin suppressed the smile on his lips and ate contentedly. Su Qingyu complained, hoarding all the food for yourself. Careful not to burst your stomach. Don't worry, I won't. Seriously. Su Qingyu shook his head helplessly and distributed the meat in his hand to Rolana and Su Wenwei. After eating their fill, Su Wenwei showed no intention of leaving and kept following them around. Thus this place became a battleground for a competition between Tao Lin and Su Wenwei. Whether zombie or beast monster, they left none alive, slaughtering everything in sight. Currently, Tao Lin's combat power index was higher, but Su Wenwei's combat techniques and experience were also quite solid. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. By the end of the afternoon, Tao Lin had already formed a new impression of Su Wenwei. He seemed considerably more tolerable now. He took the initiative to invite, let's have another match next time we rest. Sure. Su Wenwei wiped his sweat and said seriously, looks like I need to work harder and raise my combat power to S rank. Tao Lin was momentarily stunned, then smiled. So you get it now. I figured it out. S rank. You were telling the truth yesterday then. That evening, Changwen wore gloves as she processed the 2 bones while Tao Lin hovered nearby, eager to help. But Changwen declined. I've got this. You've had a long day, go get some rest. Oh. Tao Lin turned and went to take a shower. When he came out, he found Chungwen still squatting beside the trash can. He walked over and softly said, let me do it. Just tell me what to do. Really, it's not necessary. Chungwen hadn't allowed his help earlier, and now that he'd showered, she was even less likely to let him touch it. If you're bored, just sit by me and keep me company. All right. Knowing that idle chatter alone would grow stale, Tao Lin rose to gather their laundry, then settled onto the sofa to iron and fold their clothes. Chungwen glanced back and smiled. You're quite domestic. Am I being complimented or mocked? Obviously a compliment. Changwen spoke with genuine sincerity. I've always had a soft spot for diligent men who keep their eyes open for what needs doing. Tao Lin's lips curled into a faint smile, and he gave a soft hum of acknowledgement. Wife, what exactly do you need those 2 bones for? Oh, they're incredibly useful. They can be used in medicine or crafted into weapons. A weapon. Tao Lin paused, his brow furrowing. You mean as a staff? Exactly. The length is perfect and it feels wonderful to wield. Would you like one? I'll make it for you. Tao Lin struggled to picture himself carrying a bone on missions. Perhaps it's better if you keep it for medicinal purposes. I don't have a prescription that requires it right now, so let me make you one anyway. Changwen walked over with the finished bone and held it up for him to see. Look, I cleaned it thoroughly, smooth and beautiful. She then demonstrated a few practice swings. How does that feel? Pretty impressive, right? Yeah. Tao Lin nodded. He had to admit the moves she'd just performed were indeed quite cool. But then she added, since there are exactly 2 bones, I'll make one for you and one for your cousin. Alright. Having someone share the ridiculousness with him wasn't entirely unbearable. Then I'll finish processing them and deliver both in a few days. Changwon returned to her spot by the trash can, resuming her work of scraping the remaining meat and sinew from the bones. Their laundry amounted to only a few items, and Tao Lin finished quickly. He then boiled some water, let it cool, and carried the glass over to Changwon. Have some water. Oh. Not wanting to remove her gloves, Changwon said, bring it closer. I'll drink from it while you're holding it. Tao Lin hesitated for a moment, then murmured, don't be so coquettish. Huh. Changwon looked thoroughly confused. Who is being coquettish? Before she could protest, Tao Lin tilted the glass toward her lips and carefully helped her drink. Well, she supposed having someone feed you water could fairly be called coquettish. After that, Tao Lin sat on the sofa and they chatted casually, their conversation drifting lazily between topics. Why does it feel like you can do a little bit of everything? Is that so? Cooking, farming, purification, weapon making. And what was that transmission array thing? Oh, right. Changwon paused her work and turned to ask, do you and your cousin have private residences that are truly yours, not the kind that could be reclaimed or that you could be evicted from? No, we don't. Why do you ask? I need a secure, confidential space to build the transmission array. If I construct it here and your housing gets reassigned someday, the whole thing could be exposed. Then we'll set it up later once I've earned enough to buy a place. How much does a house cost? It depends on the size. A unit like your cousin's would set you back 100 million. 2 floors, 4 small rooms, 2 halls, that was considered large. What on earth did she count as spacious, given she'd once lived alone on an entire hillside? And these absurd prices were hardly worth complaining about anymore. Then, could you find me a secure hidden place where no one will discover it? Once the transmission array is complete, you can move back home. That's... Tao Lin looked troubled and shook his head. There's nowhere like that. Aside from private residences, all other areas undergo regular inspections to prevent zombies or mutated beasts from hiding within. I see. Changwon frowned in thought. After weighing her options, she decided to set it up in Tao Lin's room. She would simply add several layers of protective barriers. Nothing should go wrong. Observing the shifting expressions on her face, Tao Lin asked softly, have you made up your mind? Yes. It can only be done in your room. Just be careful and don't let outsiders discover it. All right. Tao Lin nodded and then asked, wife, can this transmission array really allow people to travel between planets? Normally it cannot. But with the power of a black hole it becomes possible. Tao Lin looked slightly puzzled. Changwon explained further. My transmission array can carry living beings, but only within the same space. That is the same planet. Our shipping station's transmission grid, however, works in the opposite direction. So I plan to combine the two. Between transmission arrays and transmission stations, Tao Lin's head spun a little. He took several moments to piece together what she was saying. So you want to merge your array with our online store's shipping transmission station? Exactly. Will it affect the store's receiving and shipping operations? No. That's a relief. With their discussion concluded and the bones properly prepared, Changwon stood and stretched, letting out a long, satisfied sigh. Wow, it's already 10 o'clock. I need to shower and sleep. Hearing this, Tao Lin hurried to fetch her pajamas and carry them to the bathroom, then returned to make up the bed for her. Knowing she would wash her hair, Tao Lin waited outside with a hairdryer. When Changwon stepped out of the shower and saw him waiting there, her heart swelled with warmth. You're going to dry my hair for me? Yes. Then come to my room. All right. Having someone else dry her hair felt wonderfully relaxing, every stroke of his fingers through her strands like a gentle massage. Her eyelids grew heavy, and before she knew it, she was dozing off, her head nodding slightly. Tao Lin paused, then gently lifted her into his arms, continuing to dry her hair until it was completely done. Only then did he lay her back onto the bed. Good night. The next morning, the moment Changwon laid eyes on Rolanda, she asked whether she had any weapons that needed repair. What's wrong? Need money again? A little bit. After all, Tao Lin still had debts to pay off, and setting up the transmission array required harnessing black hole energy, meaning she'd also need to establish a transmission station here. Everywhere she turned, money was needed. Rolanda smirked with fierce confidence. How much do you need? Is 200,000 enough? The tone, the posture, absolutely that of a domineering female CEO. Changwon nearly laughed herself to death. I asked you to find me work, not to give me money. Isn't it better if I just give you money to spend? Stop it. All right, all right. Rolanda finally grew serious. I'll ask around tomorrow when I get back. Thanks, I'll treat you to something delicious afterward. Hee, sounds good. At the mention of food, Rolanda's appetite stirred immediately. She tugged at Changwon's arm and begged sweetly, I really want to try those yellow potatoes. Could you have Liar ship some over? Sure, I'll have him send some right away. Luolana was truly remarkable. She said she would help ask around, and the very next day, she had already brought back a crate of weapons. Here, is this enough? About 30 of them. After you repair them, you should be able to earn around 100,000. Enough, I'll finish these and then head back. Thanks, Luolana's face fell, overcome with reluctance. You're leaving so soon. Emichem, I can't leave the house unattended. Changwon patted her head, gently comforting her. Don't be sad, you can come visit me whenever you like. Luolana pouted, her expression forlorn. Your place is too far. And besides, she still hadn't shaken off the fifth prince yet. Once his confinement was over, she would have to return and deal with him. Changwon smiled and didn't continue the topic. Are any of these weapons urgent? I've sorted them for you. The urgent ones are on top, just take them in order. Good. Changwon nodded and promised, I'll fix them as quickly as I can. And I swear I won't make any more unauthorized modifications. I'll return them exactly as they were. She couldn't afford to cause any more trouble. But then a brilliant idea suddenly struck Luolana, an idea that could help her escape her predicament. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Wenwen, please modify all these weapons for me. Make them all look like the Divine Miracle model. Chingwen was baffled. Why? Have you forgotten? I told the fifth prince that the second prince had developed a new weapon. Since it's supposedly already developed, shouldn't it be put to use? Oh, that makes sense. Luolana threw her head back and laughed triumphantly. I'm going to spread this weapon everywhere and make sure the story sticks. That's a good method, but there's one thing I don't understand. When they meet, won't they talk about it? Won't the second prince come forward to explain? No, because whenever the fifth prince wants something, he steals or snatches it, then fabricates a plausible origin. As for the second prince, after he received the small handgun, he had it researched, and they've made some progress, so he's even less likely to reveal anything. But if I produce a large batch of identical weapons now, won't that blow things out of proportion? They'll investigate and find out the truth. That's where I need your help. Me? Changwon pointed at herself, utterly bewildered. Yes, just draw me a detailed blueprint. I'll swap it with the one the second prince's researchers have, and problem solved. With the blueprint, the weapon becomes theirs. Huh. That actually works. Changwon didn't want to discourage her, but Nana, as professionals, they'd know what their own blueprint looks like. No worries, I have someone among the researchers. I'll set everything up first, then arrange for him to fake his death. Next up, a data leak. It'll be perfectly normal for a bunch of identical weapons to appear all at once. Don't you think? Changwon pressed her forehead and gave a wry smile. All right, even if this doesn't succeed, it'll at least stir up chaos. Exactly. Luolana put her hands on her hips indignantly. I want them to fight each other so they'll stop messing with my family. Take it easy. The second prince will eventually figure out you're behind this. It's fine. Even if he finds out, he won't act rashly against me. After all, he couldn't afford to lose the Luo family's support. Seeing she was determined, Changwon stopped persuading. All right, I'll study how to draw the blueprint today and give it to you tomorrow. You're the best. Luolana hugged Changwon and planted a kiss on her cheek. Love you. The two men who had just walked in felt as if the sky had fallen. What had they just witnessed? You. Woo-woo. What are you doing? Su Qingyu's voice trembled as he accused. How could you do this to me? Changwon wanted to explain, but the words caught in her throat. It wasn't even her fault. Why should she bother explaining? Nana, you handle this yourself. Ha ha. I know. Ha ha. Luolana laughed heartlessly, unable to stop. You're still laughing. Su Qingyu pulled her hand and growled, come upstairs with me. I'm going to teach you a lesson. With that, he dragged Luolana upstairs. Still laughing, she asked, how are you going to teach me, huh? You'll find out soon. The two bickered all the way up. Chengwen and Tao Lin looked at each other, neither speaking for a moment. The atmosphere was awkward. Well, Nana was just fooling around. Chengwen felt it was better to explain. I know. No. Then give some reaction. Chengwen stared at him intently, trying to read his expression. Yet there was nothing. Did you and cousin accept the mission? MHM. Leave tomorrow, back in a week. Oh, okay. Tao Lin seemed a bit guilty. Will you be bored at home alone? Not at all. Chengwen pointed at the crate of weapons and smiled. I've got work enough to keep me busy for a while. That many? No problem, I'm fast. MHM. Tao Lin reached out and patted her head gently. You've worked hard. Oh, he was getting more proactive. Progress. Chengwen grinned and fell into his arms. Your and cousin's bone weapons will have to wait until they're completely dry. Tao Lin stiffened, then cleared his throat. It's fine, we're not in a hurry. Downstairs was warm and peaceful, but suddenly a loud bang came from upstairs. Chengwen grew worried. They're not fighting, are they? No, Tao Lin said with certainty. Cousin wouldn't bully his own girlfriend. They're probably just playing too rough. Then, should we go check? I'd advise against it, you might get a sty. Fine, she didn't want to die. As if to confirm Tao Lin's words, Luolana's exaggerated laughter drifted down. Qingwen laughed along. They're really sweet together. As she laughed, Chungwen sighed. Before you lost your memory, you used to play around with me like this too. Tao Lin paused. Do you prefer me to be more lively? I was just reminiscing. I can try to change. No need. Chungwen gently pinched his cheek and said seriously, if you feel comfortable like this, then stay as you are. Once you get used to me and relax, you'll naturally return to your old self. Chem, okay? Tao Lin's lips curled up slightly and his body visibly relaxed. By the way, if you see any interesting plants on your mission, bring some back for me. Can't. Why? Everything is poisonous. They're not allowed to be planted. Haven't you noticed there's not a single plant in the city? That's strict. I was hoping to find some exotic plants and bring them back to grow. Then I'll figure something out. Good. Tao Lin and the others had gone on a mission, and Luolana was also busy with her own affairs, leaving Chungwen alone at home. She rarely stepped out, staying cooped up indoors polishing weapons. Whenever she felt bored, she would send messages to Early Eye, chat with it, or video call to check how the vegetables in her garden were growing. Day after day, life passed peacefully and meaningfully. On the fourth day, Early Eye suddenly asked her to check the online store, saying the recent customers were quite strange. Chungwen opened the store while muttering, how strange could they possibly be? Did you run into some weirdo client? After being logged off for so long, the number of customers had actually grown to over a dozen. Chungwen felt pleased for less than 2 minutes before she noticed all their delivery addresses were the same. Oh, they're all from the cultivation center. Let me see what they've been chatting about. As she read through the messages, Chungwen fell silent. Because every day, besides begging Early Eye to list more stock, they only urged Early Eye to take a job at the cultivation center. Or they asked Early Eye for the address, saying they wanted to visit and see the environment in person. Early Eye rejected them daily, but they simply wouldn't give up, taking turns trying to persuade him. Fortunately, Early Eye was a robot, otherwise he would have been driven mad with annoyance. Chungwen went through them one by one and blocked everyone except the very first customer who had placed an order. As soon as she finished, wails of despair erupted from the plant cultivation center. Oh no. I've been blocked. Me too. Does the boss think we're being annoying? It's over. The boss is definitely angry now. What should we do? What should we do? Amidst the collective wailing, Yu Chungya timidly raised his hand and said, I wasn't blocked. I can still send messages normally. Oh. Dr. Huang immediately hurried over and said anxiously, quick, send the boss a message. Apologize and tell him not to be angry. Alright. Boss, we were wrong to bother you constantly. We won't send random messages anymore. Please don't be upset. Growing vegetables is just a personal hobby and I don't grow much. So don't waste your efforts on this. Huh. Does anyone else feel the boss's tone is different today? He usually says things like, no way, with that playful tone. After Yu Chungya finished his complaint, everyone else nodded in agreement. Indeed it is different. Dr. Huang's eyes lit up. Excitedly he said, that's the real boss. Quick, confirm it, then ask for his light brain number or arrange to meet in person. Are you the boss personally? Did you grow the vegetables? Teacher, it really is him. Yu Chungya said, his hands trembling with excitement. Keep asking. Excuse me, may I ask if we could meet with you? Or could you give us your light brain number? We would love to learn from you. Apologies, it's inconvenient. As I said, growing vegetables is merely a personal hobby. I don't like strangers coming to my territory. Moreover, the environment on my planet differs from yours. You'll need to figure things out on your own. Oh, I see now. Dr. Huang suddenly understood and sighed, no wonder we can't grow vegetables of such excellent quality. The problem lies right here. Teacher, what should we do now? Should we keep trying to persuade him? No longer. Dr. Huang shook his head, a look of regret on his face. The boss blocking our accounts was already a warning. We cannot provoke him further. Let's leave it at that. Very well, we understand. Thank you for the vegetable seedlings you previously gifted us. They have greatly aided our research across all growth stages. That's good. When new varieties become available, I'll send them to you as well. Thank you. The boss is incredibly generous. Oh my goodness, the boss is so kind. He says he'll still send us new varieties. Ha ha. Dr. Huang happily patted Yu Chungya on the shoulder and said satisfiedly, not bad. From now on you will be the one handling communications with the boss. Yes. Yu Chungya stood up and declared loudly, I will definitely follow through diligently. Dr. Huang was quite satisfied with him, except for his family situation. Chungya, your younger sister is being far too flashy. You need to have a serious talk with her. I'm sorry, teacher. I'll speak to her tonight. Yu Chungya's face flushed red with shame. Since becoming Dr. Huang's student, Jiang Yi had treated him much better, no longer striking or scolding him. However, Jiang Yi took advantage of his position to frequently visit the cultivation center to take vegetables. Although Yu Changya could have reasonably taken some greens for himself given his work there, she shamelessly packed enormous quantities to give away, drawing Dr. Huang's complaints. Qingya, your status has changed now. You must learn to stand your ground. Yes. Dr. Huang sighed and added, please transfer 200,000 credits from the cultivation center's account to the online store owner. All right. Cheng Wen saw the sudden deposit and felt quite pleased. These folks at the cultivation center are rather generous. But after blocking all those accounts, she realized only 2 customers remained in her shop. One was Rini and the other was Yu Chengya. This wouldn't do. The vegetables in the field are growing better and better yet still no customers. Perhaps I should run some promotions. Without hesitation, Cheng Wen immediately went to the Storm website and posted a thread promoting her online store. All right, now we just wait for customers to come to us. With that matter settled, Cheng Wen returned to repair weapons. However, barely 2 minutes into it, her light brain chimed with an incoming message. Tao Lin, wife, I've been bitten by a zombie. 123, oh, will you turn into a zombie? Tao Lin, definitely not. We carry antitoxin potions and I used one immediately upon being bitten. 123, glad to hear it. Tao Lin, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? 123, fixing weapons. I hadn't eaten, I completely forgot until you mentioned it. Tao Lin, then go eat quickly. 123, alright. The conversation ended there. Similar chats like this happened almost every day. Tao Lin, perhaps worried Cheng Wen would be lonely at home alone, would carve out time each day to chat with her, telling her about amusing incidents or rare plants she had seen. Cheng Wen quite enjoyed this daily routine. I actually am getting a bit hungry. Cheng Wen rose and headed toward the kitchen, cheerfully preparing a large meal. After finishing, she realized she couldn't finish it all by herself. The weather was hot and the food might spoil by evening. How about delivering some food to Uncle Rini? It's not far and I can treat it as a walk. So she packed everything up and strolled leisurely toward the marriage registry. When she arrived, Rini was standing with his back to the entrance, peering inside. Uncle Rini, huh? Rini turned around, his eyes widening in shock. Nervously, he asked, what are you doing here? I brought you some food. Then. Let me show you to my security office. Cheng Wen narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What's got you so nervous? And nothing. Nothing indeed. He was already stumbling over his words. What's going on? It's just... Rini didn't know how to explain, so he simply pointed toward the registration desk. Your ex-husband is getting married today. Ex-husband? Which ex-husband? She had several. Cheng Wen stood on tiptoe to peek inside, and her gaze met Kachengzhou's, who was grinning broadly with his teeth showing. Awkward, so awkward. Kachengzhou's smile vanished and he tensed up. Perhaps fearing that Cheng Wen would cause trouble, he instinctively shielded the girl beside him behind himself. The girl, puzzled, leaned out and asked softly, what's the matter? Someone you know? Yeah. The next moment the girl smiled and waved at Cheng Wen. Hello there. Hello. Cheng Wen smiled awkwardly and asked Lei and I in a low voice, do you know the girl's name? Seems like it's Tian. Oh, that's fine then. Cheng Wen thought for a moment, stepped forward and said sincerely, congratulations to you both. Thank you. The girl extended her hand in a friendly manner and began to introduce herself. My name is Mu Tian. Cheng Wen. Mu Tian froze upon hearing the name. You are Qingzhou's ex-wife. Yes. Cheng Wen admitted generously and continued, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I only came to visit Uncle Lei and I didn't know you were getting your marriage certificate today. Mu Tian glanced at Kachengzhou and nodded, slightly uncertain whether she believed it. But Cheng Wen didn't care. Whether she believed it or not didn't matter as long as Kachengzhou didn't act obnoxiously in front of her in the future. I have things to do, I need to go now. Congratulations on your marriage. Mu Tian forced a smile. Thank you. Cheng Wen turned and left with Lei and I. Anyone with eyes could see that her back exuded relief and liberation. Kachengzhou felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Kachengzhou, your ex-wife seems to despise you. Just as well I hate her too. Is that so? Mu Tian smiled with satisfaction and said meaningfully, then I'm relieved. Kachengzhou was taken aback, realizing she was still bothered by past matters. He quickly coaxed, there's really nothing between her and me. We only met a few times and every time we either argued or fought. I truly hate her. Later she got scared and begged Dong to set us up. Got it. Mu Tian covered her mouth with a light laugh, unable to hide the pride in her eyes. Let's hurry and get the certificate. Kachengzhou breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the staff member, please hurry up. Okay. 10 minutes later the registration was finally completed and the two left together sweetly arm in arm. Cheng Wen patted her chest with relief. Great, that lunatic finally married his Tian. He shouldn't relapse anymore, right? Aren't you sad? Lei and I asked doubtfully. He's still your ex-husband, and he's quite outstanding. Outstanding. Him. Changwon sneered with utter disdain. Someone like him. I'd find it exhausting just to exchange a word with him. That disgusted. Yep. Lei and I burst out laughing. I was afraid you'd be upset seeing him. I was overthinking it. Exactly. Changwon couldn't help but laugh at the memory of his nervous look earlier. I brought you some food. Eat it while it's hot. Okay. As soon as Lei and I opened the insulated container, a burst of aroma hit him, startling him.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Fong Tianli suddenly burst in, shouting, Lei and I, what are you eating? Share some with me. Changwon blinked and finished her previous sentence. Come. Lei and I sighed, thinking should he kick him out or share a bit. After a minute of deliberation, Lei and I turned to Changwon for her opinion. Can I share some with him? Okay. Changwon stood up and gave her seat to Fong Tianli. Uncle Fong, sit here. Sure, thanks. You're welcome. After Fong Tianli sat down, he looked at Lei and I with anticipation. Here, half each. Lei and I fairly divided the dish in the middle and said, seriously, don't take from my side, okay? Okay. Fong Tianli picked up a piece of meat, carefully put it into his mouth and chewed gently. The next moment he burst into a scream. Wow. So delicious. Not only did it smell good, it tasted even better. Simply exquisite. After his exclamation, Fong Tianli immediately reached with his chopsticks to grab the meat from Lei Ni's side. Hey, what are you doing? Lei and I protested and snatched the meat back. But your half looks like it has more meat. I don't care. You agreed to this division just now. Changwon watched them and smiled apologetically. The portion today is a bit small. Just taste it for now. I'll bring more tomorrow. Really? That's great. Fong Tianli was overjoyed and thanked her repeatedly. Lei and I stopped his chopsticks and asked worriedly, did this meal cost a lot? Maybe don't bring any tomorrow. It's fine. You are all my lifesavers. It's only right to treat you to a meal. Lei and I thought for a moment and transferred 100,000 star coins to Changwon. Huh. Changwon was shocked and quickly said, Uncle Lei and I, you don't have to. It's okay. I've saved money all my life and have nowhere to spend it. Just keep it. This. Changwon thought for a moment and proposed, then I'll cook lunch every day and include your portions. Since it's not far, you can come and pick it up yourselves. Is that okay? Yes, yes. Fong Tianli's eyes narrowed into slits as he excitedly said, that's absolutely wonderful. I love going to work. Lei and I was a bit speechless and reminded him, transfer me 500,000 later. Sure, let alone 500,000,100,000 is fine. Then transfer 100,000. I just said it casually. They ate while bickering and Changwon found it amusing. With a beep sound, the optical computer let out a notification. Changwon tapped it open and saw a message from Dong. Dong Look, Chengzhou and Mu Tian have gotten their certificate. Attached was a photo of their marriage certificate. 123, I know, I just saw them at the marriage registry. Dong, oh. Did you fight? 123, crazy, why would I fight him? Dong, don't you two always clash when you meet? Either arguing or fighting. 123, that's because he acts like a jerk. If he didn't, I wouldn't bother with him. Dong, fine. What about the account you promised me? Give it to me quickly. 123, Tao Lin is still out on a mission. Wait a couple of days. Dong, lucky you. I want to go on a mission too. 123, then go ahead. Dong, can you read more popular science? How can I go with the sea-level combat power? The military only accepts B-level and above. Changwon was taken aback, doubting, is there such a rule? She immediately checked and found it was true. Warriors of B-level and above could join the military, take on military-assigned missions, and enjoy the best resources. C-level and D-level warriors could choose fixed jobs within the base. Those below E-level had to fend for themselves doing irregular work. But that didn't mean those below B-level couldn't go on missions. If they wanted to, they could still form their own teams, or the military would outsource missions. Tao Lin, for instance, was currently taking outsourced missions. 123, form your own team. Outsourced missions don't have combat power restrictions. Why don't you go? Dong, how can I go on those? I have to provide my own equipment, no safety guarantee, pay for injuries myself, and if I die, no one will collect my body. 123, you're just a coward and full of excuses. Dong. Dong broke down, let's stop talking. It's no fun. After 2 more days, Tao Lin and the others were finally about to return. Upon receiving the news, Changwon hurriedly prepared dinner, finishing the last dish just as they arrived home. Wow, Su Qingyu leaned in and looked at the table full of dishes, moved to tears. So this is what it feels like to have someone at home waiting for you with a delicious dinner. It's really blissful, Changwon laughed. Is it really that exaggerated? It is. Having drunk nutrient solution for a whole week, Su Chingyu felt he could finish all the dishes on the table all by himself. So fragrant. Unable to resist, Su Chingyu stealthily reached out his hand ready to sneak a bite. Tao Lin grabbed his hand and reminded him, "Your hands are dirty. Go wash them."
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
They hadn't bathed for a week, their bodies covered in mud and blood. Changwon couldn't even imagine how foul they would smell up close. The two, having been rejected, exchanged glances and silently went back to their rooms to fetch clothes and take a shower. Changwon waited while playing with her light brain. 20 minutes later, the two appeared at the dining table, clean and fresh. Su Chingyu hummed happily, "Meat, meat, meat, here I come, I'm coming to eat you." Once seated, he buried his head in eating utterly, without any sense of decency. Tao Lin was much more refined. He first picked up a piece of meat for Changwon and said softly, "Wife, eat quickly." "What happened to your face?" Changwon turned his face and examined it closely. It hadn't been noticeable earlier when his face was dirty, but now a fine elongated scar could be clearly seen extending from his temple to the corner of his mouth. The wound wasn't very serious, but it marred that handsome face, making one feel a bit displeased. "It's nothing, it'll heal in a few days." Tao Lin wasn't too bothered by these minor injuries since he had many more and worse wounds on his body. But Changwon felt distressed. "Come to my room later, I'll apply some medicine for you. Then apply some for me too." Su Chingyu took a moment to pull up his clothes, revealing an arm that was almost wrapped up like a mummy. This. Changwon was troubled. It wasn't convenient. She had intended to use her spiritual energy to heal Tao Lin. Tao Lin immediately guessed her thoughts and quickly said, "Wife, who knows if that medicine of yours works? Let's just go to the hospital for bandaging." Su Chingyu agreed. "Then let's go to the hospital later." Facing Changwon's puzzled look, Tao Lin leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Cultivation isn't easy for you, don't waste your spiritual energy." As he spoke, his warm breath tickled Changwon's ear, making it feel a bit itchy. Changwon subconsciously reached out to touch it, then nodded dazedly. "All right, eat quickly." After dinner, Tao Lin and Su Chingyu went to the hospital to treat their wounds. Changwon took a shower and returned to her room. Around 9 o'clock, the two returned. Seeing that Su Chingyu had already gone upstairs, Tao Lin knocked on Changwon's door. "Come in." Tao Lin paused, then turned the knob and pushed the door open. "Why didn't you lock it again?" "I was waiting for you. I knew you would come find me when you got back." Tao Lin was satisfied with this explanation. He walked to the bedside and asked, "Did you finish repairing your weapon?" Changwon sighed and laughed. "After so many days apart, that's the first thing you ask when you come back." "What should I ask then?" "Never mind." Changwon patted the spot beside her and raised an eyebrow. "Get up here." Tao Lin didn't hesitate this time and lay down immediately. Changwon leaned over, resting her head on his shoulder, and said slowly, "Not finished yet, only half done." "It's fine, you've already done a great job." What about you too? How many zombies and mutant beasts did you kill?" "This." Tao Lin frowned, thinking, "I don't know a lot anyway." "Don't you keep track? How do you get paid then?" "It depends on the mission. Sometimes it's gathering resources, sometimes claiming territory, sometimes rescuing people. The payment varies each time." "Oh, so what was your mission this time?" "Claiming territory. We had to clear all zombies, mutant beasts, and mutant plants within a certain area and then build an isolation zone." "Oh, so expanding the base's territory. How do they confirm you've completed the mission?" "We wear recording devices throughout, and people come to check the completion rate." "Oh." Changwon suddenly sat up and started pulling at Tao Lin's clothes. "Wife." Tao Lin was like a startled big dog, pressing down on his clothes and stammering, "What are you doing? Why are you so nervous?" "I just want to see your wounds, not take advantage of you." Tao Lin's face flushed red. He thought to himself, "Then you should say something first, not just start undressing me without a word." "Let go." "Oh." Lifting the clothes, the wounds, large and small, were exposed to Changwon's eyes, making her heart ache. "It must hurt a lot, right?" "It's okay. So tragic. I feel so sorry for you." Changwon's eyes reddened, she bit her lip, and then secretly touched Tao Lin's abs. "Hee nice feel." Tao Lin's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Was he being taken advantage of?
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Changwon helped him put his clothes down, sneaking another touch in the process. Tao Lin blushed and endured it, pretending not to notice. Changwon couldn't help but laugh. "So funny." Tao Lin couldn't stay any longer. He quickly got up and said, I'm going back." "Wait." Changwon grabbed him, suppressed her laughter, and began to talk about business. "Yidong has handled the matter. Changzhou has already married his Tian, so you can give him the account. I'll go back to my room and handle it." "Okay." Changwon let him go and smiled sweetly. Good night." Tao Lin walked out almost stiffly. Changwon rolled around on the bed laughing. "Haha. So much fun flustered by just a little tease. 10 minutes later Tao Lin suddenly rushed in excitedly. Wife, look. What? I have money. Tao Lin pointed at the account balance on the Storm website in shock. When did I start charging on the website? How would I know? Chungwon was equally shocked by the long string of balance. Did you set up this website? The two looked at each other speechless for a moment. Guess you set it up before you lost your memory. Seems so. Tao Lin confirmed and exclaimed joyfully, it's over 80,000. Really? Chungwon shook his arm excitedly. Quick, pay off the debt first. Okay. Tao Lin began to transfer the money out of the website, but he frowned and smiled wryly. There's a 30 fee. How much? Chungwon was heartbroken. Why so much? Because the main system takes a cut. Can't we not pay? If we don't, they'll shut down my website. Can't we reduce it? No. Fine, just withdraw it quickly and pay off the debt. Okay. The couple pooled their money together and borrowed some from Su Qingyu, finally managing to pay off their debts. Chungwon felt completely relieved and lay on the bed laughing softly to herself. Tao Lin, how about we save up money to buy a house? It's not right for us to keep staying at my cousin's place. Tao Lin nodded. Sure, anyway, it seems my cousin doesn't really want to return to the military either. Let's pool our money together to buy one. He also wants to give up his official position. Chungwon furrowed her brows, puzzled. Isn't it said that the benefits are great and everyone wants to get in? That's true, but there are also many rules inside, not free and, anyway, it's not that good either. I see you get a rest after each mission, which seems pretty good, plus there's housing and medical subsidies and such. The only downside is that getting injured means being sent away immediately. That's cold, lacking any human touch. Tao Lin chuckled, not denying those positive aspects, but pointing out that beyond these there are still many unfair situations. He explained earnestly it has both pros and cons. For instance, regarding the distribution of rewards, the military arranges that the captain takes half directly and the rest is divided equally among team members, so each person's share isn't particularly large each time. Moreover, everyone's strength varies and such distribution often leads to conflicts. So how is it distributed now when you go on missions? It depends on the situation, allocated based on teammates' strength and contributions. This time I get 30%, my cousin gets 20%, and the remaining 6 people share the rest equally. Are you the captain? No, there's no captain. But I'm the strongest and they all follow my lead. In this team, except for my cousin and me, everyone else is at the E-level combat strength, so they have no objections to this distribution. Oh, that's good then. Tao Lin had been browsing the website for a while when he suddenly said to Chungwon, your post has gone viral. What post? Chungwon looked completely confused, having no recollection at all. The one where you promoted your online store. Tao Lin scrolled down for a moment and whispered, they're all cursing at you. Why are they cursing at me? Hearing this, Chungwon quickly logged in with her own account. Then her light brain kept chiming incessantly. It turned out that after she posted that day, someone clicked through to take a look, and out of curiosity someone actually placed an order. That person was thrilled upon receiving the vegetables and returned to the post to share photos, thanking Chungwon. Next, things began to spiral out of control. Hordes of people in the comments were attacking, claiming Chungwon had hired fake accounts to stage everything, calling her a fraud. Those who had bought vegetables kept trying to explain, but no one believed them, and Chungwon hadn't come online again. Netizens assumed the person who bought the vegetables was Chungwon's alternate account and cursed even more viciously. That person couldn't explain themselves no matter what, so they went offline and stopped dealing with this altogether. Bored of performing a one-man show, netizens then rushed to Chungwon's online store to vent their anger. But Kale was just a robot. No matter what people said, it would respond with the same line, if you don't believe it, that's fine, or have you even bought anything yet? If you haven't bought, don't go around spreading rumors. There were always those who couldn't resist the provocation, so they impulsively placed orders, and the store's inventory of 30 orders disappeared in an instant. And Kale was smart. It limited each person to buying only one item, so Twin Pavilion instantly gained 30 customers. Everything from Twin Pavilion is top quality. Those 30 customers became die-hard fans the moment they received their orders, and they flocked to the post to share photos. Netizens' curses turned into doubt, then desire, and they also went into the online store to take a look, but unfortunately the store was already out of stock. The next day, a large number of netizens flooded in to grab the goods. Still, just 30 orders sold out immediately. Watching more and more feedback photos, they finally believed in the authenticity of the online store and started begging Chungwon below to stock more goods. But Chungwon still didn't respond, and Kale had set up auto-reply. If asked, it would just say out of stock. Netizens were disappointed and helpless. No one knew who started it, but they began cursing inexplicably again, saying Chungwon had a bad attitude and deliberately ignored customers, and also claiming there were quality issues with Twin Pavilion's vegetables, even saying people got sick from eating them. In short, bizarre excuses, just pure cursing. Hehe. Qingwen was almost laughing from anger. Are they doing this on purpose? Tao Lin nodded affirmatively. It's intentional. They want you to show up, want you to stock more goods. I'm so angry, block them. Block them. Chungwen buried her head and frantically operated. Tao Lin was dumbfounded. You don't need to do this. No way, I'm petty. Those who curse me shouldn't eat my vegetables. No, I mean you don't need to block them one by one, I can help you batch process it. Chungwen looked up, adjusted her hair, and said awkwardly, you should have said so earlier. Tao Lin lowered his head and chuckled, using admin privileges to block all the annoying people for her. Also the online store blocked them. Yeah. After Tao Lin finished handling everything he asked, is there anything else you need me to do? Nothing, go back and rest soon. Changwen looked at his hollow cheeks and sighed, you've lost weight. Tao Lin was stunned for a moment, then laughed. No, it's your illusion. Yeah, right. The little flesh he'd managed to gain with difficulty was gone again. Chungwen decided to make more good food during these few days he was home to help him regain his strength. All right, go back quickly, or I'll make you warm my bed. Changwen teased half-jokingly. You're ridiculous. Tao Lin sighed helplessly. Good night. Ha ha. Good night. The next morning Tao Lin mysteriously handed a bag to Chungwen. What is it? The plants you wanted. But the inspection is too strict, I could only bring back some branches or leaves. Take a look first, see which one you want, and I'll try to bring a complete one next time. Alright, thank you, Tao Lin said seriously, no need to thank me. Okay, I won't. Then I'll cook something delicious for you at noon. Yeah. By the way, I want to invite Uncle Rennie and Uncle Lee over, is that okay? Sure. Seeing Chungwen about to start working on repairing weapons again, Tao Lin sat beside her, carefully observing her movements to see how she repaired them, occasionally asking questions during the process. In just one morning, he actually learned quite a lot. Tao Lin sighed, your techniques and skills are more practical and convenient than what's in the textbooks. Have you learned it then? Changwen raised her eyebrow, pointing at the weapon on the table that was half repaired, and said, if you've learned it, help me fix this one. I'm going to cook now. Yeah, okay. Tao Lin had already felt itchy hands from the beginning, somewhat eager to try, so as soon as Chungwen proposed, he quickly agreed. After taking over, he slowly started manipulating it according to the method he had just learned. Changwen watched for a while, nodded in satisfaction, and then confidently went to cook. At noon, the doorbell rang. Changwen, thinking it was Lei and and the others rushed to open the door with her apron still on, looking delighted. But standing outside were Su Wenwei and Han Qing. Changwen's face immediately fell. She asked with disdain, what are you doing here? We're here to see Tao Lin, Han Qing said, his eyes shimmering with a strange excitement, as if he could hardly contain his eagerness. To see Tao Lin? Since when were they on such good terms? Changwen couldn't fathom the peculiarities of male friendship, it was all so strange to her. She leaned against the door and shouted back, Tao Lin, someone's here for you. Tao Lin was a little surprised, but quickly tidied up the items on the table to avoid being seen by outsiders. Feeling uneasy, he moved the box back into Chungwen's room. When he came out again, he nodded at Changwen, signaling that she could open the door. Only then did Chungwen step aside and say politely, come on in. Su Wenwei smiled and nodded. Thank you, sorry for the intrusion. Tao Lin. Han Qing dashed inside like a flash. He rushed up to Tao Lin and exclaimed excitedly, it's true. It's really true. You didn't lie to me. Tao Lin was utterly confused. True or false? What are you talking about? About boosting combat power, I went to see Dr. Owen and it actually works. Tao Lin fell silent. He hadn't expected Han Qing to actually take his casual remark seriously. Did your combat power increase? Yes. I've only taken the medicine once and my power already rose to 4,996. This is amazing. One more dose and I'll definitely reach A-rank combat power. It was obvious that Han Qing was extremely excited. As he spoke, he began to gesticulate wildly. Thank you. I'm truly grateful. Dr. Owen said he sold me the medicine only because of you. Hey. Tao Lin gave an awkward smile, then turned to exchange a glance with Chingwen. They both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Chongwen interrupted Han Qing's foolish joy and asked curiously, how much did you pay for the medicine? 1 million. Was that wrong? No, it's right. Tao Lin paid the same price. Good. Dr. Owen is quite an honest man. I'm so lucky. Hey. Chingwen's mouth twitched. She thought to herself, he's already dug a pit for you and you call him honest. And that Owen using Tao Lin as a living testimonial, though it was Tao Lin's own wild talk that started it. What a mess. Changwen shot Tao Lin a look, telling him to handle it himself. Su Wenhui noticed their strange expressions and asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? It's not exactly a problem. I guess. Tao Lin scratched his forehead and asked Han Qing, did Owen say how many doses you need? No, it's up to me. Oh, then it's fine. Owen hadn't forced him or deceived him. If Han Qing was willing, he couldn't blame anyone else. And judging by his excitement, he would probably buy more from Owen later. Tao Lin turned to Su Wenwei and asked, "Did you buy it too?" "Yes, but I didn't use it myself. I gave it to my brother." "Oh, the medicine really works so." Su Wenwei handed the bag he had been carrying to Chengwen. "This is a token of my gratitude." "A gift too." Chengwen took the bag and looked inside. It was vegetables. The quality and variety looked familiar. "I managed to snag these online. I hope you like them." Han Qing quickly asked, "Did you get them from Twin Pavilion?" "Yes." Chengwen laughed. It was indeed from there. She handed the vegetables to Tao Lin, and they exchanged a knowing look, both breaking into a smile. Han Qing was envious. "You're so lucky. I can never get any. They're gone the second they go online." "Yeah, I heard the owner blocked a lot of people, so it was a bit easier to grab today." Chengwen straightened her back proudly. Their online store was getting famous. She was happy. Just then the doorbell rang again. Chengwen hurried to open the door. This time it was Lei and I and the others. The moment Lei and I saw Su Wenwei and Han Qing, he froze. He pulled Chengwen aside and whispered, "Wenwen, why did you bring them home?" "Is that a good idea?" "No, they came to see Tao Lin, not me." "Ah." Lei and I was even more confused. He pulled Tao Lin aside and scolded him in a low voice. "You silly child, what are you thinking? They're Wenwen's ex-husbands. If you invite them here, what if she rekindles old feelings?" Tao Lin couldn't help but laugh. He reassured him, "Uncle Lei and I, Wenwen has no feelings for them." Of that he was absolutely certain. Besides, they came specifically to thank us. "I see." Lei and I thought for a moment, then instructed, "Then don't let Wenwen be alone with them, understand?" "Yes, I understand."
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Oh. Lei and I forced a smile. He had no goodwill toward the two men who had abandoned Chengwen and forced her to divorce. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chengwen tried to ease it. "How about we all have lunch together?" Han Qing pointed at himself and Su Wenwei. "Us too?" "Yes." Chengwen nodded. Since they were Tao Lin's friends, it was natural for them to stay for a meal. Tao Lin felt the same. He saw no problem with Cheng when inviting his friends. Strangely, they both assumed the other person's friends were the ones being hosted. "Tao Lin, go call cousin." "Okay." Tao Lin went upstairs. After only 2 or 3 minutes, he suddenly called out to Chengwen in a tense voice. "Wife, come up here quickly." His voice carried a rare note of panic. Chengwen threw down her apron and dashed upstairs. If Tao Lin was this anxious, something must have happened to Su Qingyu. The people downstairs exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Su Wenwei asked, "Should we go up and check?" Lei and I shook his head. "We're guests. Without permission, we shouldn't wander around." Su Wenwei nodded and sat down to wait patiently. Upstairs, Su Qingyu lay weakly in bed, his body burning hot. No matter how they called, he wouldn't wake up. Tao Lin was deeply worried. He wiped the sweat from Su Qingyu's forehead and called out anxiously, "Brother, wake up." "What's wrong with cousin?" Chengwen asked breathlessly. "I don't know. He seems to have a high fever and is unconscious." "How could this happen?" Chengwen frowned and quickly sat down to take his pulse. Tao Lin took a deep breath to calm himself and asked, "Uncle Li knows medicine, right?" "Yes, but don't call him." Chengwen looked up and sighed. "Cousin has been poisoned and it's quite serious." "How could this be?" Tao Lin was shocked, his face full of disbelief. "He was fine this morning. I called him for breakfast, but he said he was tired and wanted to sleep longer." "How did he suddenly get poisoned?" "It didn't happen suddenly. It's been 2 or 3 days, you just didn't notice." "How is that possible?" "We had a checkup when we went to the hospital for bandaging, and the doctor didn't mention anything about my cousin being poisoned." "Regardless, let's save him first." "You know how to do this." "I guess so. I have antidote pills after all." Saying this, Chengwen quickly ran back to the first floor room to grab her storage pouch, then dashed back upstairs. The people downstairs watched her rush back and forth, but couldn't find a chance to say a word to her. Here I am. Chengwen found the antidote pill, poured one into Tao Lin's palm, and urged, "Hurry, feed it to him." Tao Lin looked at the black pill in his hand, somewhat hesitant. "My cousin probably can't swallow it whole. Can you crush it?" "No need, it dissolves in the mouth. Just feed it to him." "Oh, right." Tao Lin carefully pried open Su Qingyu's mouth, placed the pill inside, then sat beside him to keep watch. The antidote worked amazingly well. Su Qingyu's complexion slowly recovered at a visibly rapid pace. "That's great." Tao Lin breathed a sigh of relief and continued wiping away the cold sweat that had just broken out on his cousin's face. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, "What's this?" Chengwen leaned over to look and saw a pinprick-sized wound behind Su Qingyu's ear, which was now oozing black fluid. "I think this must be the cause of my cousin's poisoning." Tao Lin paused, studying it carefully. But this wound doesn't show how it was inflicted. Probably from a small insect bite. The wound is tiny and barely noticeable compared to your injuries. My cousin likely didn't even realize it. That kind of insect is far too dangerous. If someone living alone got bitten, no one would even know something was wrong. Indeed. Chengwen thought for a moment, then pressed the pill bottle into Tao Lin's hand and advised, take it with you. If you feel anything off during missions, take one. Tao Lin gazed at the pill in his hand, worry flickering in his eyes. Insects typically traveled in swarms, so there must be more than just Su Chengyu who had been poisoned. With that thought, Tao Lin found a small vial and collected the black fluid from Su Chengyu's wound. You're taking this to the hospital. Yes. Send it for analysis. Might be useful. He stopped collecting only when fresh red blood began to well up from the wound. At that moment, Su Chengyu slowly stirred awake and stretched comfortably. Brother, are you feeling better? Huh. Startled, Su Chengyu exclaimed, what are you all doing here? Peeping on me while I sleep. Tao Lin didn't respond, reaching out to touch his forehead instead. Temperature's normal now. What? Su Chengyu swatted his hand away and grimaced. I just had a nightmare, absolutely terrifying. Sleep paralysis, you know. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move an inch. Do you know what that feels like? It was so scary. Tao Lin lightly smacked his head, sighing helplessly. That wasn't sleep paralysis, you were poisoned. I was poisoned. Su Chengyu was utterly shocked, his face a picture of confusion. Why would I be poisoned? Sigh. Tao Lin sighed wearily. You really don't know. Did you encounter any small insects during the mission and get bitten on the ear? The ear. Su Chengyu instinctively reached up to touch it, but Tao Lin quickly stopped him. Don't touch it, it hasn't been disinfected yet. Oh. Su Chengyu obediently lowered his hand and struggled to recall the so-called small insects. But he hadn't encountered any small insects. The mutant beasts were basically all gigantic. No insects, but there was a mosquito that flew around me twice before disappearing. Oh. Chengwen's delicate brows furrowed, her expression slightly grave. A flying insect only, trouble is coming. Su Chengyu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. It was really because of a mosquito. Most likely. But mosquitoes haven't mutated, they're one of the few natural animals left. How could they be poisonous? There are many species of mosquitoes and some naturally carry toxins. Su Chengyu frowned deeply, then turned to Tao Lin with concern. Were you bitten too? I'm fine. Tao Lin sighed, retrieving the medical kit to disinfect Su Chengyu's wound. Later we'll head to the military district to report this. Alright. Changwen suggested, you can file a preliminary report via the neural interface first, then come downstairs for something to eat while waiting for them to pick you up. That works too. Su Chengyu immediately sent a message to his commander, briefly explaining the situation. By then Tao Lin had finished disinfecting the wound. He picked up the small vial containing the black fluid and helped Su Chengyu downstairs. The people downstairs watched them finally descend and breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Tianli noticed Su Chengyu's frail state at a glance and quickly stepped forward. Are you ill? I'm a doctor, let me check you. Tao Lin shook his head, declining his offer. No need. He was injured on a mission a few days ago and is just a bit weak. We'll be going to the hospital for a follow-up shortly. Oh, alright. Good to hear he's okay. Changwen called out cheerfully, alright, come eat. But when everyone sat down, they found the dishes had gone cold. The others were fine with it, but Su Chengyu was still weak. He couldn't possibly eat cold food. So Changwen quickly prepared a vegetable and meat soup for him, then reheated the other dishes. All set, dig in. Changwen clapped her hands, feeling a bit awkward about the unappetizing presentation. Fortunately, the taste was excellent and nobody could stop eating. Especially Han Qing, who kept exclaiming loudly with each bite, his mouth never stopping. My god, this is amazing. So you all managed to get some too. Why couldn't I? Changwen, how are you so good at this? Aye. How about we go register again? I'll be your husband. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone stopped chewing and stared at him with complicated expressions. Dead silence fell. A shadow crossed Tao Lin's face, and he silently glared at Han Qing. Han Qing finally realized he'd said the wrong thing and hastily explained in embarrassment. Sorry, I just speak without thinking. Don't mind me. Goodness. Changwen frowned, disgusted. Stop talking nonsense. It's annoying to hear. Sorry. Han Qing gave a sheepish smile and slapped his own mouth twice, promising, I won't talk nonsense again, don't be mad. I was just trying to compliment your cooking, no ill intent. Changwen ignored him and pinched Tao Lin's arm, whispering softly, don't be upset. I don't want him anyway. He's not even worthy to compare to one of your pinky toes. Let's not bother arguing with that idiot. He's classic big head, no brains. Not worth getting angry over. Alright. After soothing him, Changwen noticed everyone was staring at them and asked curiously, what's wrong? Su Qingyu covered his mouth trying not to laugh. Sister-in-law, next time when you're comforting him, keep your voice down a bit. Huh. Did you all hear that? Lei and I chuckled. Heard every word clearly. The corners of Tao Lin's eyes curved slightly as if he were smiling. If you heard it, then that's what I meant for you to hear. Chang Wen declared loudly, eat up quickly before it gets cold again. Han Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good that they weren't angry or he'd have been kicked out and missed out on the delicious food. After the meal, Tao Lin sent everyone away under the pretext of needing to take Su Qingyu for a follow-up examination. Soon after, several military vehicles came to a halt in front of the house. The car door opened and a stern-faced middle-aged man stepped out. Dressed in a crisp military uniform, the gold stars on his epaulets gleamed coldly in the sunlight as he strode forward. Su Qingyu stepped forward and saluted, calling out loudly, "General." Bu Feng nodded, studying him from head to toe, and asked slowly, "Cured of the poison?" "Yes, I happen to have medicine at home, so I took it. Since that's the case, there's no need to return to the military district. Come inside and let the military doctor examine you." "Yes, sir." Su Qingyu quickly ushered them inside, and then lay down as the military doctor instructed for the examination. Tao Lin stepped forward and handed over the bottle containing black liquid, saying, "General, this is the fluid that drained from my cousin's wound." Bu Feng took the small bottle and examined it with keen interest. Tao Lin retreated to stand beside Cheng Wen, waiting quietly in the corner. When the military doctor began removing Su Qingyu's clothes, Tao Lin silently reached out and covered Cheng Wen's eyes. Cheng Wen was speechless. She had planned to turn around anyway, so now there was no need. 10 minutes later, the military doctor finished his examination. Reporting to the general, there is not a trace of poison in Colonel Su's system. His current weakness is due to his other injuries. Then examine this. Bu Feng handed the small bottle to the military doctor, his expression grave. Determine whether it's poisonous and if it could be fatal. Yes, sir. The military doctor ran multiple tests to confirm his findings before reporting to Bu Feng, "General, this is a Class 2 toxin. Without prompt treatment, it can be fatal. Can we determine the source of this poison?" "I don't know. There are no records of such a toxin at present." Bu Feng's brows furrowed deeply as he asked, "Su Qingyu, are you absolutely certain you were poisoned by a mosquito bite?" "Not absolutely sure. I was only speculating to give you a direction." "Then were there many mosquitoes where you were at that time?" "I don't know. I was too busy fighting to notice." "Very well. We'll look into it. Avoid missions for now and rest at home." "Understood." Bu Feng gave Su Qingyu further instructions, warning him not to spread the news and cause panic. After Su Qingyu agreed to everything, he finally saw them off. He slumped onto the sofa and sighed, "Thank goodness they're gone. I'm exhausted." Cheng Wen found this amusing. "They weren't even here long." "Is it really that bad?" "Yeah, it's mostly the mental exhaustion. I'm tense whenever I'm with my superiors." Tao Lin shook his head helplessly and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Go rest in your room." "No." Su Qingyu clung to the sofa, refusing to let go. "I just recovered from the poison. What if something happens while I'm upstairs and no one notices?" Tao Lin relented. "Then sleep in my room with me for a couple of days." "Can't I just sleep on the sofa? With Wenwen coming in and out, does it look appropriate for you to be lying here?" "Oh, all right." Su Qingyu slowly made his way into Tao Lin's room, leaving the door open, and called out loudly, "Keep an eye on me, okay? If anything unusual happens, rush to save me immediately." Tao Lin sighed and replied, "Got it. Go to sleep." "Okay." After that, Tao Lin messaged his teammates from the mission to check on their health. Learning that they were all fine, Tao Lin let it go. After all, General Bu was handling the investigation. That afternoon, Tao Lin continued helping Cheng Wen repair weapons, and the two chatted while working. Although the progress was slow, it was quite enjoyable. "Should we tell Nana about my cousin's condition?" "No need. If he wants to tell her, he will." By the way, didn't you already return some of the repaired weapons?" "Yes. Nana said they were needed urgently, so I sent some back." "No wonder." Chang Wen paused and asked, "No wonder what?" "A bunch of new posts have appeared on the website, all talking about the latest weapons." "Are those the ones I repaired?" "Likely." Chang Wen immediately opened her light tablet and logged into the website. After browsing for a while, she nodded. "Yes, those are indeed the ones I repaired." These people don't seem to be military personnel. How did they get them?" Cheng Wen remembered that Luolana had said these weapons belonged to military partners. How could they end up everywhere? Probably Luolana behind this. Oh, she's quite capable then. Tao Lin shook his head disapprovingly. "She's gone too far. This isn't a good thing. Will she be in trouble?" "I don't know." Cheng Wen frowned with concern. Seeing her worried expression, Tao Lin quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. She's not an ordinary woman. She won't die. Don't let my cousin hear you say that or he'll beat you up." "Oh, That evening Tao Lin came to Cheng Wen's room and hesitantly asked, "Are you and Dong friends?" This question caught Cheng Wen off guard. "I guess we are." "Then if he's in trouble, should we go rescue him?" "What could happen to him?" "He's looking for death." "Huh." Cheng Wen was dumbfounded. "What do you mean by looking for death?" Tao Lin pulled Cheng Wen along as they headed out, sighing, "I'll explain on the way. Let's go first." "Oh." On the road, Tao Lin pushed the vehicle to its limits. Cheng Wen, afraid of distracting him, didn't dare speak. Yet the more he stayed silent, the more curious she became. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Tao Lin gradually slowed down and turned off the headlights, plunging them into darkness. "What's wrong?" "They're ahead. I'll go rescue him. Wait here for me." "Okay." The moment Tao Lin stepped out of the car, he transformed into a leopard and disappeared from Cheng Wen's sight with a few powerful leaps. Not far away, Dong was being beaten by 5 men with no ability to fight back. You bastards." Dong glared hatefully at each of them, wishing to tear them apart. Unfortunately, he was too weak. He could never avenge Yenner. "Ha ha ha, he says we deserve to die." "That's right. We killed your childhood sweetheart, so we should die. But you're no match for us, so only you can die." After saying this, the burly man stomped on him again hard. Dong felt a sharp pain in his chest and began vomiting blood violently. "Hey, ease up a bit," someone complained gruffly. "If you kill him now, where will we find our fun?" "Haha, sorry. Before the burly man could finish his words, he suddenly vanished. The others were terrified and shouted, "Lao Air! Lao Air!" With a thud, the person they called Lao Air appeared. But he was already a corpse. Lao Air. Everyone was terrified and quickly backed against each other. "Who's there? Who's playing tricks? Show yourself. If you're brave enough, come out and fight us. Hiding is no way of a real man." Just as they were shouting, a massive black leopard appeared before them. Heavens. The youngest Lao Wu was so terrified he had wet himself. Don't eat me. Please." The others exchanged glances and in unison shoved Lao Wu forward before turning to flee in different directions. But none of them could outrun Tao Lin, and all were bitten to death. Tao Lin reverted to his human form and spat on the ground near them. "Humph. Scum." He walked over to Dong and gently shook him, calling out, "Wake up. Yenner. Dong murmured unconsciously. Helplessly, Tao Lin hoisted him onto his shoulders and carried him back to the car. Cheng Wen frowned and asked, "Is he still alive?" "Yes." "What exactly is wrong with him?" "He had a girl he loved. They grew up together, childhood sweethearts. They vowed to get their marriage certificate the moment they turned 18. But one day the girl's entire family was slaughtered. A brutal death. The investigators looked into it, but never found the killer. Dong couldn't let it go. He's been investigating this case all along, and now he finally found the truth. So he came alone to take revenge." "How do you know all this?" "Through his account. He asked us for the Storm website credentials precisely to look into this matter." "The website can help with that?" "Yes. The killer often hangs out on the Storm website, taking jobs posting, so it was easy to track him down." "Oh, and what about the killer who murdered the girl's family?" Tao Lin stared steadily at Cheng Wen and uttered 2 words softly, "Killed." He wondered if she would be afraid or think him cruel. But she wasn't. Cheng Wen's expression remained calm as she asked, "Who were they? Why did they kill the girl's family?" "Space pirates. They used fake identities, hiding among the populace to find targets. The girl's family was not their only victims." Hadn't you noticed the website's users before? You let scum like that run wild." Tao Lin lowered his head, guilt creeping in. "I never really bothered with that. I just wanted the site to run smoothly. Who they were or what they intended didn't matter. If I had discovered it sooner, maybe." "Enough. It's not your fault." Cheng Wen patted Tao Lin on the shoulder, comforting him. "Actually, without the website, Dong might never have learned the truth. He should be grateful to you." Alright, let's get Dong to the hospital quickly before he actually dies." "Okay." When they arrived at the hospital, they fell silent at the sight of the entrance, packed tightly with people. What was going on? Why were there so many people at the hospital late at night? Tao Lin walked over to the security booth and asked, "What's happening?" "Something big," the guard said, visibly excited. "Look, there are 2 queues. Those with grim faces supported or carried by family, their patients. Heard they got poisoned by mosquito bites. The other group with hopeful expressions are heading to the 3rd floor to buy medicine from Dr. Owen. That medicine is incredibly potent. It boosts combat power." The guard grew more animated, chattering on without pause. "Oh, that was indeed a big deal. But getting in was a problem. Hey, I have a severely injured person in my car. Can you clear a path?" "No, can do. Everyone's lining up. You'll have to wait too." Tao Lin narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Even if it's the floor chief of your 3rd floor." "What?" The guard gasped, rushed to the car window, and peered inside. Heavens! How did Chiefy get so badly hurt? Can you clear the way now? The guard dared not refuse. Quick, follow me. Tao Lin, carrying Yidong on his shoulder, swaggered into the hospital behind the guard. When they reached the second floor, the guard stopped, hesitating. Should we go to the second floor or the third? Cheng Wen looked puzzled. What's the difference? Well, the second floor is the severe injury zone and the third floor is the critical condition zone. In theory, we should go to the third, but it's packed, hard to squeeze in. Tao Lin decided. Let's go to the second floor. Get him checked first. If it's serious, we'll move up. All right. The guard had to return to his post, so he left after dropping them off. Tao Lin and Cheng Wen had to wait outside the ward. Thinking of Su Qingyu home alone, Tao Lin felt uneasy and sent him a video call. But when the video connected, Su Qingyu wasn't at home. He was in a hospital just like them. Cousin, you're not at home. No. I was lying down peacefully when they suddenly showed up saying they needed my assistance with research. Then they brought me to the hospital. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? I'm fine. They were quite polite. Which floor are you on? 10th floor. Wait there. We're coming up. Okay. After hanging up, Tao Lin's face turned grim. Without a word, he pulled Cheng Wen toward the 10th floor. He had completely forgotten about Yidong by now. Cheng Wen shook his hand, gently comforting him. Don't be nervous. They probably just can't neutralize the poison and need your cousin's blood for research. The 10th floor was eerily quiet, the air conditioner set to a bone-chilling temperature. Everything was stark white. Cheng Wen rubbed her arms, feeling a creeping dread. She couldn't help but mutter, is this a research lab or a morgue? It's so creepy. As soon as she spoke, the door swung open and Kachungzhou appeared before them. Cheng Wen felt awkward, thinking, did he hear that? Are we going to argue again? But this time Kachungzhou didn't put on a stern face. He explained softly, this is a research lab. Many instruments have temperature requirements, so it's colder here. Oh, if you're too cold, you can grab a coat from the end of the hallway. No thanks. Cheng Wen was a bit chilly, but she didn't like wearing public clothes. Tao Lin gently wrapped an arm around Cheng Wen and asked, where is my cousin? He's still being examined. Do you want to come in and watch or wait outside? Please take us in. Thank you. On the way, Tao Lin asked again, why did you bring my cousin here? It wasn't our decision. It was an order from the military. We're just following orders. So, what are you researching? You must have seen downstairs. So many people are poisoned. Kachungzhou sighed. The hospital can't detect the toxin, so naturally they can't treat it properly. We tested the venom your cousin provided. It's somewhat useful, but for some reason the antidote we made only alleviates symptoms, not cures. So we had to ask him to come assist with the research. I see. Tao Lin nodded, understanding their reasoning. Kachungzhou led them through a maze of corridors until they stopped at a small room. He pointed at the crowd on the other side of the glass. The examination will take a while. Wait here, it's warmer. And keep quiet. Both Tao Lin and Cheng Wen nodded, indicating they understood. Kachungzhou left and entered the research lab through another door, joining the examination. Tao Lin, do you think they'll find anything? I don't know. Tao Lin hoped they could develop an antidote, but only if it didn't harm Su Qingyu. So he kept a close watch. When they began to undress, Su Qingyu, Cheng Wen silently turned around and buried her face in Tao Lin's chest. The examination took a full hour. If the researchers hadn't occasionally paused to tuck the blanket around Su Qingyu, he would have frozen solid. So the moment he heard the examination was over, he quickly dressed and bolted out without looking back. Cousin, Tao Lin called after him, are you okay? Any discomfort? I'm fine. Su Qingyu rubbed his arm, shivering from the cold. Let's go outside and talk. All right. The temperature difference after the results came out was too drastic. Su Qingyu felt even worse, barely able to stand. Tao Lin quickly caught him. Cousin. Seeing his complexion worsen, Tao Lin grew anxious and wanted to carry him downstairs for treatment. Wait. Cheng Wen called out to them, then secretly channeled some spiritual energy into Su Qingyu where the cameras couldn't see. Oh, my goodness, I finally feel better. Su Qingyu patted his chest with relief, still shaken. Just then Kachungzhou rushed out anxiously, asking, why did you come out so quickly? Hurry to the buffer room first, or your body won't be able to handle it. Ugh. Su Qingyu gritted his teeth in frustration. You should have told me sooner. I almost thought I was going to die. I apologize, that was our oversight. Please come back in. No need. Su Qingyu said irritably. I've already recovered. Really? Yes, really. I'm leaving. With that, Su Qingyu strode toward the staircase. Tao Lin nodded to Kachungzhou, then pulled Cheng Wen along to follow. Upon reaching the second floor, Cheng Wen asked, should we still check on Yidong? Tao Lin thought for a moment, then shook his head. No need. He's hospital staff, after all, as someone will take care of him. Oh, let's go home then. Downstairs was still crowded. Tao Lin kept one arm around Chung Wen while holding Su Qingyu's hand, struggling through the sea of people. It took them 10 minutes to barely push through that short distance. On the way past the security office, Tao Lin casually mentioned to the guard that he should check on Yidong on the second floor when he had a moment. Perhaps worn out from the ordeal, Su Qingyu fell into a deep sleep as soon as he got in the car, looking thoroughly exhausted. Cousin, he won't be in any danger, will he? Of course not. Qing Wen raised her eyebrow confidently. My pills work very well. That little poison in cousin's body is nothing to me. Then why does he look so exhausted? After all, he was poisoned. His vitality was damaged and he needs a few days of rest. Tao Lin took Chung Wen's hand and placed it against his chest, letting out a soft breath. Thank you. You're welcome. Chung Wen pondered for a moment before adding, however, since they've been watching cousin closely, I couldn't do much. I could only let him recover naturally, otherwise I'd need to come up with excuses to explain. Yes, I understand. Upon arriving home, Tao Lin woke Su Qingyu and asked him to go back to his room to sleep. But he was sleeping so soundly that he didn't want to move at all. Helpless Tao Lin had no choice but to carry him on his shoulder back to the room. Late at night, everyone was tired, so they each did a quick wash and went to bed. The next morning, Chung Wen was awakened by the sound of conversation. Opening her door, she found the living room filled with people again. Wow! So many people. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look at her at the same time, which triggered Chung Wen's social anxiety again. She awkwardly waved and gave an embarrassed smile. Sorry to bother you. Then she quietly closed the door as if nothing had happened. Tao Lin smiled faintly, turned around, and continued talking with the guests. There were quite a few guests today. Besides Bu Feng and the military doctor, researchers like Ke Changzhou had also come over. Ke Changzhou, who had been interrupted just now, continued, as I just said, our entire team spent the whole night researching, but found no useful information while the number of patients at the hospital keeps increasing. General, I think we need to address this from the root. Bu Feng nodded and turned his gaze to his adjutant. Feng Lixing received the signal and immediately reported the situation on his end as well. We've already checked the location where Colonel Su was executing his mission and successfully dealt with a small group of mosquitoes. However, these are after all small flying mutant beasts. It's almost impossible to completely eliminate them. So we can only capture a few to bring back for research, hoping to develop an antidote. The adjutant paused and the military doctor quickly interjected, unfortunately we haven't made any progress yet on our end. Mosquitoes have always been one of the few animals that haven't mutated. We still haven't figured out why they suddenly developed toxins. For a moment the living room fell silent, everyone frowning deeply. Su Qingyu secretly complained to Tao Lin, what's wrong with them? Why are they holding a meeting at our place? Tao Lin cleared his throat lightly, reminding him not to speak recklessly. After a long pause, Bu Feng suddenly asked, Su Qingyu, what kind of antidote did you take? Why was your poison completely eliminated? Su Qingyu blinked, unable to answer. How would he know? He could only turn to Tao Lin for help. Which kind? Tao Lin glanced at Chung Wen's room and said vaguely, an ancient pill that I happened to come across. Is there any more? The military doctor's eyes lit up. Excitedly he said, if there is, give it to us for research. We might be able to mass produce it. Tao Lin fell silent, contemplating whether or not to hand over the pill. Giving the pill to them might cause trouble for Chung Wen, but he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. There is. When I found it back then there were 3 in total. Cousin only took 1. That's wonderful. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing surprise and delight. As the highest-ranking leader present, Bu Feng proposed to Tao Lin, we won't take your pill for free. 1 million per pill, how about that? All right, I'll go get it. Tao Lin stood up and headed toward Chung Wen's room. Everyone knew they were husband and wife, so they didn't think anything unusual about Tao Lin going to Chung Wen's room. Only Su Qingyu, who knew they slept in separate rooms, looked confused. Tao Lin knocked twice on the door and called out clearly, Wife, Master, I'm coming in. All right. After entering the room, Tao Lin immediately locked the door and walked over to Chung Wen, whispering, Wife, Master, they couldn't figure out how to make an antidote. And then. Tao Lin lowered his eyes, feeling a bit guilty. They wanted the pill, so I agreed to give them 2. Oh, then just give it to them. Qing Wen didn't seem to care. But they probably won't be able to create a substitute. Why? My senior sister refined this using the finest medicinal materials. Setting aside whether you even have the technology for this, you can barely find a few of the basic ingredients. Is that so? Tao Lin furrowed his brow, somewhat worried. Don't be like that. Chung Wen reached out and rubbed his face, comforting him. I'm just saying. They might actually figure it out. Just give them the pill first. All right. Tao Lin took out the antidote pill from his pocket, poured out all the pills inside for proper storage, and kept only 2. I'm heading out then. After stepping outside, Tao Lin handed the bottle directly to Bufong and said, "I hope this will be useful to you." MMH. Bufong opened it and sniffed, puzzled. "How did you get this, and why do you know it can detoxify?" "I found it during a mission. There's writing on the bottom of the bottle saying it's an antidote pill." Bufong turned it upside down to look, and indeed it was. The characters on it were clearly ancient script, each stroke radiating an antique aura. "Alright, we'll head back first. The star coins will be transferred to your account later." "Understood." After seeing them off, Su Qingyu confirmed that medicine was given to you by your sister-in-law, right? MH, as long as you know, don't go spreading it around. Got it. 2 more days passed, and Su Qingyu received news from the other end. As Chengwen had predicted, they had not only failed to synthesize an antidote, but had also wasted the pills. To make matters worse, the number of poisoned individuals continued to climb. The hospital was already overflowing, and the military had to requisition nearby houses to convert them into temporary wards. With so many patients, and insufficient staff, oversights were unavoidable. It was said that some individuals in frail health had already lost their lives as a result. The situation gradually spiraled beyond control. To avoid being bitten, everyone was forced to wear protective suits around the clock, fully encasing themselves. The hospital had tried every method: advanced blood exchange technology, full-body repair pods in treatment chambers, the works. Yet none of it worked. The best outcome merely delayed the onset of symptoms. Bu Feng's investigation revealed that the slum area had the highest concentration of poisoned individuals, which also happened to be closest to the region where Tao Lin and the others had carried out their mission. Therefore, Bu Feng ordered strict disinfection of the slum area. Though the effectiveness was uncertain, they had done everything within their power. Su Qingyu and Tao Lin kept sighing as they read the latest updates, utterly dismayed. "Wife, may I give all the pills to them?" "You could, but I wouldn't advise it. Last time you mentioned there were only 3 pills. If a whole batch suddenly appeared, how would they see it? But even if you did give them, they still couldn't replicate the formula. It would be no less wasteful. These pills can't save everyone." "I understand." Tao Lin sighed, helplessness in his voice. "But knowing I have pills and yet having to watch them suffer, my heart can hardly bear it." He knew full well that these pills could not save everyone. But at least it was better than having none at all. Su Qingyu understood Tao Lin's feelings deeply. He proposed, "Lin, why don't we go out and kill the mosquitoes? Everyone we eliminate means one less person gets poisoned. Since we have pills, we have nothing to fear." Tao Lin found the reasoning sound and nodded at once. Chengwen was genuinely at a loss for words at the two of them. "You'd better come back. Mosquitoes are so tiny, you can't even find one after half a day. How do you expect to hunt them?" Then it's still better than doing nothing. Sister-in-law, don't stop us. We have time, let us go out and have a look." Before she could respond, Su Qingyu turned and dashed upstairs to fetch weapons, completely unreasoning. Tao Lin sat beside Chengwen and whispered softly, "Wife, just let us go. It's better than sitting at home fretting." Sigh. Chengwen set down the weapon she was repairing and sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll go with you too." "You're going too?" "No." Tao Lin quickly spoke up to stop her. "Don't go. You may be formidable, but you can still be poisoned. Stay here and keep working on weapons." "Fool. Even if you go out every day to hunt mosquitoes, it won't cure the poisoning, so what's the point? I'll go search for suitable medicinal herbs." "Really?" Tao Lin impulsively pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Thank you." Chengwen's eyes widened in surprise. She touched the spot and smiled. "You kissed me." Sorry." Realizing what he'd done, Tao Lin's face flushed crimson instantly. Goodness, apologizing now of all times. Chengwen seemed somewhat dissatisfied. She turned her other cheek toward him, deliberately teasing, "Come on, kiss this side too." What? Hurry up." Chengwen leaned in closer, puffing her cheeks to make it easier for him. Cough, cough. Tao Lin cleared his throat twice, glanced toward the staircase, and then quickly pressed a kiss to Chengwen's cheek. Quite by chance, Su Qingyu came downstairs and saw the entire scene. He face-palmed. "Enough, you two. It's only been an afternoon, do you really have to be this clingy?" "Correction." Chengwen wagged her finger. "I'm coming with you." "What?" Su Qingyu turned to Tao Lin, who simply gave a gentle nod. "We're not going out to play. We're hunting mutant beasts. Tiny as they are, they're still mutant beasts." "I know, but when one can identify medicinal herbs, she might just be able to solve the poisoning issue." "Is that so? You should have said so earlier." Su Qingyu's expression shifted in a heartbeat. He smoothly dropped to a crouch beside Chengwen and announced loudly, "Sister-in-law, allow me to protect you and serve as your loyal guardian." "Ha ha." Chengwen burst into laughter. Tao Lin, speechless, kicked him playfully and chided, "Behave yourself." The 3 of them joked around for a while before packing their supplies and heading out of the city. Because they were bringing Chengwen along, they couldn't enter the mission zone normally. Instead, they slipped past the guards and reached a high wall in the corner. Aylin crouched down. Boost me up first, and then I'll throw the rope down for sister-in-law. Alright. Changwon glanced up at the tall wall, then at the two of them forming a human ladder. A mischievous smile curled her lips, and with a light leap, she was already over the top. She sat atop the wall and whistled at them. Hey! Su Qingyu froze stunned. How did you get up there? I just jumped over. Huh. Su Qingyu looked down at Tao Lin, then back up at Changwon. You jumped that high. Changwon suddenly looked into the distance and warned, Cousin, come up quickly, patrol is approaching. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu scrambled up the wall in a fluster. Once up, he quickly retrieved the rope from his back, ready to throw it down. Cousin, no need to throw it. Tao Lin finished speaking and immediately shifted into his leopard form. After a few backward steps, he sprinted and launched himself over the wall in a single bound. Su Qingyu's spirit was thoroughly crushed. Fine, just him being the weakest. Just as he wallowed in self-pity, Changwon reminded him, Cousin, it's your turn to go down. Oh right. Su Qingyu gauged the height and squeaked nervously, Aylin, catch me. Jump. Here I come. After catching Su Qingyu, Tao Lin looked up again to catch Changwon, but the wall was empty. Changwon had somehow already descended and was standing right beside him. Wife, aren't you incredibly strong? Not really. My cultivation is nothing worth mentioning. Really? Changwon nodded earnestly, her expression utterly sincere. Su Qingyu was dumbfounded, afraid to make a sound lest they notice the useless person standing right beside them. All right, let's move out. But what do the herbs look like? Where should I take you? Just head wherever there's abundant vegetation. I'll assess the situation first. I know this one. Su Qingyu perked up at the chance to prove himself useful. I know a place with an abundance of mutated plants. Let me lead the way. Very well, then Cousin will lead the way. Hey, this grass might be useful, dig some up. This flower looks nice, pick some too. This. And this too. Tao Lin and his wife worked as a team, one giving directions while the other did the labor, both thoroughly enjoying themselves. Excuse me. Su Qingyu could no longer contain his curiosity and voiced the question he had been holding back. Sister-in-law, these are all mutated plants. Are they really capable of neutralizing poison? So many poisonous herbs and flowers mixed together, wouldn't that poison everyone to death? Changwon chuckled and replied, I never said they were all meant for making antidotes. Huh. I've already come out to help. What's wrong with earning a little personal benefit? Su Qingyu scratched his head, even more bewildered. Then, are you just picking them for fun? No. Changwon's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed lovingly at the plants. Don't you think these plants are extraordinary and fascinating? I want to bring some back and grow them on my little planet. Su Qingyu didn't know how to respond. He nudged Tao Lin and whispered, aren't you going to say something? Say what? Tao Lin looked thoroughly confused. Your wife wants to grow mutated plants. Aren't you opposed? Tao Lin was even more puzzled. If she wants to grow them, let her. Why would I oppose it? Su Qingyu could only laugh helplessly. This couple was truly willful. People on the main planet all disliked mutated plants. Cities had even uprooted every last one of them. Yet these two actually wanted to dig some up and grow them at home. What peculiar tastes. Hey, you can grow whatever you want, but don't plant man-eating flowers. That stuff will eat people. For his own safety, Su Qingyu couldn't help but protest. But Changwon refused to give up. She explained, I plan to plant a ring around the house as a wall to prevent outsiders from intruding. Well, fine then. Changwon then had Tao Lin dig up a few more tickle grass plants. Su Qingyu protested again, skip this one. It won't do much damage to enemies, and if you accidentally touch it, you'll suffer for a whole day. But this is an herb needed for antidotes. Changwon tilted her head and smiled. Are you sure you don't want it? Su Qingyu. Fine, he'd just keep his mouth shut. Tao Lin wanted to pack the tickle grass, but feared touching it accidentally. He called out, Cousin, quickly help me open the bag. Oh. Just as the two were cooperating to pack things up, a mutated hunting hound suddenly lunged out, leaping straight at Changwon. Wen, sister-in-law. Changwon executed a spinning kick, sending the hound flying more than 10 meters away. She then turned back and looked at them calmly. What's wrong? Tao Lin and Su Qingyu. What a waste of worry. The hound died on impact, which spoke volumes about the devastating power of that single kick. Sister-in-law, didn't you have 0 combat power? That's right. Then how? Combat power ratings don't represent everything. You're all bound by a single number, believing that those with low ratings can't defeat those with high ones. But that assumption is wrong. The two brothers exchanged glances and found her words profoundly reasonable. In the time that followed, Changwon intervened a few more times. Each time she dispatched the mutated beast with a single punch or kick, leaving Su Qingyu utterly captivated. Sister-in-law, what was that technique you just used? Also, why wasn't the Zombie King's mental attack effective on you earlier? And one more thing, could you teach me those moves? I really want to learn. Su Qingyu chattered nonstop, all the way giving Chengwen a headache. Cousin. Tao Lin, desperate for some peace and quiet, quickly stepped in. It's almost dark. We can discuss this when we get home. Oh, right. When they returned along the same path and reached the base of the high wall, Chengwen leaped up first, carefully scanned the surroundings, and then waved to them. Come on up. Tao Lin shifted into his leopard form and said to Su Qingyu, cousin, climb onto my back. I'll carry you over. All right. Having had one experience already, Tao Lin was much steadier this time. At least he didn't toss Su Qingyu off. Upon arrival, Su Qingyu remained perched on Tao Lin's back, reluctant to dismount. Wow. Is this what it feels like to ride a leopard? So cool. Especially that sleek fur. It felt so pleasant to the touch. Tao Lin was speechless, shook his body to throw him off, and reverted to human form, muttering, always so irresponsible. Unfazed by the fall, Su Qingyu just grinned broadly. How am I irresponsible? You were touching me just now, you pervert. I was only touching your fur. That still counts as touching. Actually. He couldn't really argue with that. Chengwen reminded them someone's coming. Move quickly. All right. The playful brothers quickly gathered their bags and made their escape. Back home, Su Qingyu was as energized as if he'd had a dozen espressos, bouncing around with unchecked excitement. Unable to bear watching him, Tao Lin ordered him to start cooking. Me? But haven't you said my cooking tastes terrible? Then practice more. Fair enough. Just don't complain later, okay? We won't. Hurry up. All right. After Su Qingyu left, Tao Lin stayed by Chengwen's side to help process the plants she had brought back. While working, Tao Lin thought back to the questions Su Qingyu had asked earlier. Actually, he was somewhat curious himself. Wife, were those ancient martial arts you used today? Yes, they were. Then why weren't you affected by the mental attack? Was it because of the ancient martial arts or because you used spiritual energy? Neither. Chengwen set down her work and sighed. If you had drifted as a soul body for hundreds of years like I did, I think you wouldn't fear mental attacks either. Tao Lin was stunned, never having imagined such an answer. You must have suffered greatly. At first it was very difficult. But after a long time, everything just became numb. I only felt bored and constantly wished for reincarnation. Then, are you happy to have come to this world? Chengwen smiled radiantly. Yes, I am. Good. Tao Lin smiled as well. As long as you're happy. Hehe, Tao Lin, I'll teach you both ancient martial arts in a few days. Can we actually learn? Yes. These techniques don't require spiritual energy. All right. During dinner, Su Qingyu nearly lost his mind with joy upon hearing that Chengwen planned to teach them ancient martial arts. He kept asking, really? Can I actually learn? Chengwen nodded. Yes. Awesome. Su Qingyu felt like he was dreaming. He turned to Tao Lin for confirmation. Bro, I'm not dreaming, right? Tao Lin gave him a disdainful glance, then silently reached over and pinched him. Does it hurt? Yes. Then it's real. Hehe, it's real. Su Qingyu held his rice bowl with a foolish grin, forgetting to even pick up his food. Chengwen regarded him with a complicated expression, somewhat doubting whether he could ever truly master the martial arts in this state. After the meal, Tao Lin washed the dishes, Chengwen processed the herbs, and Su Qingyu video called Rolanda, eagerly sharing the day's adventures with her. Chengwen first planted all the flowers and herbs she had dug up into pots, temporarily nurturing them, then sorted through the useful medicinal herbs to see if she could concoct an antidote. Unfortunately, the herbs were clearly insufficient, and no matter how she tried to combine them, she failed. It seems I'll have to go out again tomorrow. Tao Lin thought for a moment and said, how about I go with cousin tomorrow? You stay home and rest. But you don't know what I need. Knowing he was worried about her, Chengwen softened her voice and comforted him. I'm fine. At most we won't wander around tomorrow. We'll focus on gathering herbs, and once we have enough we'll come back. All right. Then go take a bath quickly and sleep early. The next day the three of them set out early, roamed around all day, and returned home utterly exhausted late at night. Phew, so tired. Su Qingyu collapsed onto the sofa, unwilling to move at all. Chengwen was also tired and really didn't want to cook. How about we just drink nutrient solution? Is that okay? Fine. Su Qingyu had no objections. But Tao Lin, thinking they had all been drinking nutrient solution all day, said, how about I grill some meat for you? Huh. Su Qingyu was stunned, incredulous. Aren't you tired at all? You still have the energy to make barbecue. I'm fine, not too tired. But I can only grill meat. Do you want some? Su Qingyu and Chengwen nodded in unison. Yes. All right, you two rest for a while. I'll go prepare the ingredients. Chengwen had already processed all the exotic beast meat at home. He only needed to wash it clean and cut it into suitable sizes. Then he prepared the barbecue tools, seasonings, and so on. Once everything was ready, Tao Lin called out to the living room, it's ready, come on over. Coming, it was nice to be served. Ching-Wen and the other did nothing but sit and wait to eat. Whenever the meat was cooked, Tao Lin would take it out and divide it equally between the two of them. Only after their bowls were piled high with meat did he eat a few bites himself. As they ate, Cheng-Wen had another idea. Why don't you guys gather some fruits another day? I'll make you some juice or fruit wine. Fruit juice. Fruit wine. And then what's the matter? Never heard of it. Tao Lin shook his head and then nodded. I've heard of them but never tasted them. As you know, resources are too scarce, so no one usually wastes ingredients on these things. Oh, I see. Su Qingyu was already looking forward to it. Sister-in-law, can you really make fruit wine? Yes, but making fruit wine takes a long time. No problem, I can wait. Then I'll make some for you to try. Good. Su Qingyu was excited inside. Bro, you married well. To have a wife who could do everything, it was a total steal. Tao Lin was speechless. What nonsense are you talking again? I'm not talking nonsense. Tao Lin picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth to shut him up. Eat when you have food. Don't talk nonsense all day. Cheng-Wen watched them mess around and couldn't help laughing heartily. After eating and drinking their fill, Cheng-Wen regained her energy. She spent an hour and finally formulated a potent prescription. Done. Now I just need to find someone poisoned to test the effect. Huh. You need help testing it. Su Chengyu was puzzled. Can't we just hand it over to the hospital and let them test it themselves? After all, when they receive the prescription, they'll definitely test it again anyway. Tao Lin thought it made sense. They had already helped gather the herbs. I'll let the hospital handle the testing. Wife, write down the usage and dosage clearly, and I'll secretly drop it off at the hospital later. That works too. You write, I'll dictate. Tao Lin was confused, but he obediently complied. Before I talk about the dosage, let me explain. These herbs all contain varying degrees of toxins due to mutation, so this prescription must include white sandstone to neutralize the toxins. That stone is absolutely essential, otherwise this won't be an antidote, it'll be poison. Tao Lin, like an eager apprentice, recorded every word Cheng-Wen said without missing a single one. Alright, now for the specific dosages and usage. 15g of sunxian grass, 5g of poison flower grass, dragon's tooth root. Under Cheng-Wen's detailed explanation, Tao Lin finally finished writing the instructions. He shook his sore hand and handed the paper to Cheng-Wen. Wife, check if I missed or wrote anything wrong. Let me see. Cheng-Wen examined it carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, no mistakes or omissions. And the handwriting is nice, good looking. It was at least 10 times better than her own crooked scrawl. Suddenly praised, Tao Lin was taken aback for a moment, then a faint smile slowly spread across his lips. Then I'll take these to the hospital now. Okay. Tao Lin originally wanted to call Su Qingyu to go with him, but when he turned around he saw that Su Qingyu had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Helpless, Tao Lin went alone. He waited in the dark for a long time until he found an opportunity when the security guard was away, then tossed the package into the security booth. Afterward, he retreated into the shadows and watched until he confirmed that the guard had taken the package inside. Only then did he leave with peace of mind. When he got home, Su Qingyu had already gone to his room and Cheng-Wen had finished her bath and was waiting for him on the sofa. How did it go? Smoothly. Pretty smooth. No one saw you, right? I don't want to be exposed and bothered by them. Don't worry. Everyone outside is wearing protective suits now. Even if someone saw me, they wouldn't recognize me. That's good. Cheng-Wen stood up, stretched and smiled. Nothing to worry about now. Sleep early. Good night. Good night. That night the lights on the 10th floor of the hospital's research area stayed on all night, with everyone working overtime on experiments. The object of verification was a package of herbs and usage instructions picked up from the security booth. How is it? Oh my. The experiment really succeeded. Maybe this prescription can completely detoxify the poison. Who would have thought that mutated poisonous herbs could be used to create an antidote? It's truly amazing. Don't jump to conclusions. Each group should run the experiment multiple times to ensure the safety and practicality of the prescription. Yes. Until the early hours of the morning, all the researchers' data were consistent, and everyone agreed that the prescription was viable. So they selected a few severely ill patients to try it, closely monitoring their reactions and various indicators throughout the process. By dawn, the patients who had taken the medicine had fully recovered. The effect was remarkable. The hospital director was overjoyed and immediately notified the military district to prepare for herb collection. Su Qingyu received the notification and immediately shared it with Tao Lin and Cheng-Wen. See, the prescription worked. The higher-ups are ordering everyone to return to gather herbs. Cheng-Wen chuckled. Good. Go ahead. I'm off. Su Qingyu returned to his unit. Tao Lin also took on a herb-gathering mission. For the next week, Cheng-Wen was left alone at home again. Within the second prince's mansion, Wu Nan's face darkened as he glared at the woman before him, his voice cold. Luo Lana, you have quite the nerve. Luolana blinked, forcing a fake smile. Your Highness, what do you mean? I don't understand, my lord. If you don't. Wu Nan circled her, emitting a series of chilling laughs. Was it you who spread the rumor about my new weapon? Was it you who leaked the matter between Luing and me? And was it you who brought the conflict between me and my fifth brother to father's attention? No, absolutely not. Luolana put on a look of grievous injustice, raising her voice. I have never betrayed your Highness. Please investigate and clear my name. Huh. Wu Nan roughly grabbed her chin, sneering, still pretending. Do you think I have no proof? Luolana stared at him steadily, still insisting. Your Highness, I truly did nothing. Did nothing. You are the only one who moves between us, the only one who knows so many secrets. If not you, then who? Where is the evidence? Just because I know a lot doesn't mean I'm the one. Fine, still stubborn. Wu Nan released her and opened his light brain projection. Come take a look at these pieces of evidence. Are they sufficient? The projection displayed the weapons Luolana had distributed and the photo of the researcher who had supposedly died. That's it. How does this prove I'm involved? Luolana remained composed, refusing to admit anything. After you lost the weapons, my fifth brother suddenly acquired a new one. Then after you returned, someone anonymously sent me weapons. My fifth brother originally wanted to marry you, but then he gave up. After you came back to me, my weapon researcher inexplicably succeeded in his work, then fell ill and died. Next came the leak of the data. Every single thread points to you. You can deny it, but if you don't confess, I'll turn that man who faked his death into a real corpse. Oh, and his family too. After all, they're just nobodies. A few deaths won't matter, and it'll save some food. Damn it, he was resorting to threats. And she couldn't bring herself to abandon them. Fine, it was me. Luolana dropped the act, plopping onto the sofa and crossing her legs with an air of defiance. I did it. So what? Are you going to kill me? If you kill me, you'll lose the support of the Luo family. Would you really be willing to do that? She smirked, scornfully, certain he wouldn't dare. Wu Nan was furious. He immediately drew his gun and aimed it at Luolana's head. The Luo family is disloyal anyway, so killing you wouldn't matter. Oh, then go ahead. With that, Luolana tilted her head back and closed her eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Wu Nan didn't fire. Luolana opened her eyes. Not going to kill me. What was your purpose in doing all this? I'm dissatisfied with you brothers. I wanted to see you fight. Humph. Wu Nan gritted his teeth and holstered his gun. I won't kill you, but I won't let you off easy either. You want to see us fight, do you? Then stay and fight with us for the rest of your life. Get up. We're going to the marriage registry to get the certificate. No. Luolana's face twisted with disgust. I don't want to live with you. You're asking for death. Wu Nan had finally reached his limit. He drew his gun again, aiming at Luolana, ready to pull the trigger. Wait. Luolana quickly spoke up, her voice loud. I'll give you the blueprint. Wu Nan froze, then asked reflexively, what blueprint? The blueprint for the new weapon. Luolana pulled the diagram from her pocket, tempting him. An extremely powerful new weapon. With it you'll become the mightiest prince. How about it? Let me go and I'll give this to you. Wu Nan sneered. You've already leaked the data everywhere and you still think you can use this as a bargaining chip. No. Luolana wagged her finger triumphantly. What I spread was the basic version. This is the latest model. It's more than 10 times more powerful. Wu Nan's interest was piqued. Huh, I could kill you now and take the blueprint anyway. You could, but then you'd lose the Luo family and the genius behind us. A genius. Exactly. Do you think we could have drafted these blueprints on our own? But don't bother trying to force me to give up that genius. He's my last trump card and I won't yield. Wu Nan fell silent. After a long deliberation, he finally relented. Fine. Give me the blueprint and I'll let bygones be bygones. Wait, there's another condition. Wu Nan clenched his jaw, suppressing his temper. Speak. My original goal was to avoid marrying the fifth prince and to stay out of your affairs. So I hope you two fight without dragging me into it. Since the Luo family has chosen to side with me, you can't avoid being involved. That's my father's choice. Rest assured, he has always been loyal to you. There's no doubt about that. The Luo family still stands with you. I'm talking about myself personally in terms of romance. Understand? Seeing Luolana's utter disdain for him, Wu Nan's face darkened as if it could drip ink. Fine. And if the fifth prince comes after me, you need to handle it. Wu Nan ground his teeth. All right, give me the blueprint now. Coming right up. Luolana handed over the diagram with a grin. Pleasure doing business. Wu Nan took the blueprint and immediately ordered her to leave. Get out. Don't show your face in front of me anytime soon. Or he'd die of rage. Understood. I'll take my leave. Finally free of those two big shots, Luolana jogged, excitedly eager to return and share the good news with Su Chengyu. But as soon as she stepped out of the second prince's mansion, she was arrested by the executioner's men. Assuming Wu Nan was behind it, Luo Lana cursed his ancestors for 18 generations in her mind. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me?
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
So it was His Majesty. Well, she hadn't cursed wrongly. Pleading innocence was useless now, so Luo Lana simply shut her mouth to conserve energy for the punishment. In the end, Luo Lana was locked up, subjected to flogging and caning, and then thrown out. She lay on the ground chuckling. I thought I'd be dead or crippled, but it turns out I'm fine. The executioner was speechless at her laughter. His Majesty said that considering your long service in eliminating aberrant beasts and your great contributions, he is letting you off this time. The executioner said solemnly, Colonel Luo's act of instigating conflict between the two princes has come to His Majesty's attention. He has ordered us to bring you in for punishment. She quickly sent a message to Su Chengyu, come marry me. Marriage. Marriage. Su Chengyu was momentarily stunned upon seeing the message. After confirming it repeatedly, he hurriedly rushed to ask Bufong for leave. His Nana was finally willing to give him a title. He needed to go find her as soon as possible. General, I need to request leave. Do you still think you're in school? Bufong shot him a glare, his tone harsh. Request denied. Don't reject me so quickly, sir. I only need half a day. Just go back to get the certificate and get married, then I'll return. Is that all right? Absolutely not. If it were anyone else, Bufong would have already started cursing. But Su Chengyu was the first to discover the problem with the mosquitoes, so Bufong showed him a bit more leniency. Your team's mission will be finished in 2 days. You can go back and get the certificate then. That won't work. My future wife is already waiting for me. How about this? I'll go and come back quickly, just get the certificate and rush back. Bufong could no longer contain his anger. All your teammates are diligently carrying out the mission. How do you have the face to leave? Do you have any sense of team spirit? Any discipline? You've only gathered a few herbs. How can you stand to share the rewards with them? Normally being scolded like this, Su Chengyu would lower his head and dare not speak. But unfortunately, the other party hadn't hit the mark. Reporting to the general, over 70% of the herbs in our team were collected by me. What? Bufong wondered if he had misheard. How much did you just say? Strictly speaking, 70% were picked by my own hands, and the rest were gathered by them following behind me. Su Chengyu finished speaking, puffed out his chest proudly, and basked in Bufeng's stunned gaze. Come take me to see. Oh. When they reached the position of Su Chengyu's team, they saw piles upon piles of herbs. Compared to the other teams, the quantity could only be described as mountainous. Bufong pointed to the team leader and asked how many of these herbs were gathered by Su Chengyu. The team leader's gaze swept over Su Chengyu as he muttered, more than half were gathered by him. All right, got it. You all continue. After dismissing the others, Bufong looked at Su Chengyu with suspicion. How did you manage this? Su Chengyu was confused. I just picked them and collected them. Deputy Fong, tell him, how much has the team with the least harvest gathered so far? Less than 1/10. No, even less than 1/20 of this. Su Chengyu finally realized something was wrong. Check again. Which team is currently ranked first? It's Lieutenant Colonel Su's team. And how much is the second place behind them? The second place. The quantity is half of theirs. Su Chengyu's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in trouble. He had been so focused on gathering herbs that he forgot to hold back. How could he explain this? Bufong enjoyed the sight of his cold sweat and chuckled lightly. Lieutenant Colonel Su, can you explain to me how you managed to do this? As I said, I just picked them like this. Then why is your team's yield so much higher than the others? Is picking more not a good thing? Su Chengyu subconsciously touched his nose, stammering, I just have a good memory, so I'm a bit faster. In truth, it was because Chengwen had taught him everything about the characteristics, habits, growing locations, and harvesting methods of each herb. Bufong nodded with a smile. I see. But why are you collecting stones? He said, lifting his foot to kick them. Don't. Su Chengyu reached out to stop him, explaining, this is white wave stone. It's used to eliminate the toxins from the herbs. Oh, is that so? Bufong raised an eyebrow and silently withdrew his foot. All right, since you've gathered so many herbs, I'll grant you half a day off. Really? Su Chengyu's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you. Thank you, General. I'll be back on time tomorrow morning. Go ahead. After Su Chengyu ran off, Fong Lishing spoke. General, Lieutenant Colonel Su was lying. I know. Bufong picked up a piece of white wave stone and toyed with it in his hand. The flaw Su Chengyu had just shown was somewhat amusing. Because the formula needs to be kept confidential, everything was split up. Take this white wave stone for example. It's not even on the collection list. Everyone was just collecting herbs, yet he went ahead and gathered the stones too. General, could it be that the formula was the one Lieutenant Colonel Su threw into the hospital security room? He's been on missions under my command since graduation. I know his capabilities inside and out. The formula couldn't have come from him, but he must be in the know. Then, investigate the people around him. Yes. Su Qingyu ran all the way and finally arrived at the marriage registry 2 hours later. Nah. I'm here. Luo Lana's weak voice came from the corner. Startled, Su Qingyu hurried over and crouched in front of her, worried. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Oh, it's nothing. I was just punished by His Majesty. What? Su Qingyu's eyes were filled with distress. Why did His Majesty punish you? My tricking of the two princes was discovered. But it's all right, His Majesty ordered me to stay away from them from now on, so I'm finally free. Why didn't you go to the hospital first? This place is closer. I thought I'd get the certificate first then go. Who knew you'd be so slow? I'm sorry. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. Su Qingyu suppressed the emotions within him, lifted Luo Lana into his arms and walked out. Wait. Luo Lana tugged at his sleeve, giving a faint smile. Get the certificate first. You're injured like this. Let's go to the hospital first. We can get the certificate another day. With so many people in the hospital these days, the queue would take forever. The thought made Su Qingyu anxious. Luo Lana pursed her lips, displeased. We're both here already. Let's get the certificate first. Su Qingyu sighed, shifted his steps, and walked toward the registration counter. Excuse me, my girlfriend isn't feeling well. Could you please process the paperwork quickly? Of course. The staff had already noticed Luo Lana earlier. Seeing her waiting alone for over an hour had made them a bit worried, so even if Su Qingyu hadn't asked, they would have expedited it. Madam, may I ask what is the status of the partner beside you? Luo Lana exchanged a glance with Su Qingyu and smiled. Primary husband. Very well. Please wait a moment. 10 minutes later, the staff smiled. The procedures are done. Congratulations on becoming legal spouses. Su Qingyu looked at the name on the wife column of his optical brain, feeling deeply satisfied. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, wife, let's go to the hospital. Okay. Su Qingyu took Luo Lana to the hospital and headed straight for Owen's office. With no other choice, the crowds were too large, he had to pull some strings. Fortunately, Owen had been making a lot of money lately and was in a great mood. He treated Luo Lana directly without requiring them to wait in line or register. That evening, Chang, when home alone, initially thought the commotion at the door was a thief. Fortunately, she took a second look, otherwise she would have made a mistake. Cousin. Nana. What are you two doing here? When I'm back. Luo Lana patted Su Qingyu's arm, signaling him to set her down. Su Qingyu gently placed her on the sofa before briefly explaining, I had something to attend to, so I took half a day off. Changwon finally noticed something was amiss with Luo Lana. Sitting beside her, she asked worriedly, Nana, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? It's nothing. I just got a bit hurt. It'll heal in a couple of days. As a colonel, Luo Lana had the habit of concealing her injuries, not wanting anyone to know. You're still being stubborn. Su Qingyu sighed helplessly, turning to Changwon. Sister-in-law Nana's injured quite badly. Could you look after her for these couple of days? Oh, no problem. Thinking Luo Lana had been hurt during a mission, Changwon didn't think much of it. Have you seen a doctor? Should I change her dressings in the next couple of days? Yes. Su Qingyu quickly handed over the bag he was holding. Sorry to trouble you. Also take her for a checkup the day after tomorrow. Just see Dr. Owen. All right. Luo Lana pouted slightly, somewhat displeased. Can't you tell me the good news first? Su Qingyu chuckled softly, coaxing, I wanted you to announce it yourself. What good news? Changwon was full of curiosity and urged, hurry up and say it. Luo Lana hugged Su Qingyu's arm and giggled, we got married. Su Qingyu also grinned and confirmed, yes, we got married. Wow, Changwon covered her mouth with both hands, surprised and delighted. Oh my god, that's great. I'll go make something delicious right away to celebrate with you too. No. Su Qingyu quickly stopped her. Let's wait a couple of days. We'll celebrate together when my brother comes back. All right then. I'll make you some meat and vegetable soup, okay? Mainly because Luo Lana didn't look well. Changwon planned to make something light. Su Qingyu nodded. Sure, thank you. Luo Lana reached out to Changwon, hugged her, and said coquettishly, thank you, and when you're the best. You're welcome. You two rest here while I go make it. It'll be ready soon. Although Luo Lana kept saying she was fine, she fell asleep shortly after sitting down exhausted from the meal. Su Qingyu tenderly brushed her bangs aside and whispered, Nana isn't feeling well. I'll take her upstairs to rest. Okay, go ahead. Changwon sat alone for a while longer, sent a message to Tao Lin to chat briefly, and then went back to sleep. She had a good night's sleep. The next day, Su Qingyu left early to continue his mission. Concerned about Luo Lana, he spent considerable time making sure she was settled before departing. After returning to the mission area, Su Chengyu kept feeling like someone was watching him, but whenever he turned around there was no one there. He asked the teammate beside him, "Do you feel like someone's been staring at us?" The teammate shook his head. "No. Really. Maybe it's just my imagination." But the feeling persisted all day long, only disappearing when he returned to the military district in the evening. Actually, Su Chengyu wasn't imagining things. Bu Feng was hiding in the shadows, secretly observing Su Chengyu's every move. That evening, Fang Lixing, who had gone out to investigate, finally returned. "General. How did the investigation go? I've uncovered something quite remarkable." Bu Feng raised an eyebrow, growing interested. What could possibly be remarkable enough for his adjutant to describe as such? It turns out Colonel Su's cousin has also taken on an external mission. His herb-gathering pace is remarkably swift, but smarter than Colonel Su. He only collects what's on the list and ignores anything not specified even if he spots it. His name is Tao Lin, correct? Yes. He was previously in the military with B-class combat ability. After a severe injury during a mission, his combat ability regressed to E-class and his position and housing were both revoked. Afterward, he disappeared for a period and only recently returned. E-class. Bu Feng was puzzled. He doesn't seem like it, because his combat ability has recovered. It's now S-class. What? Bu Feng was shocked, unable to believe it. How is this possible? Fang Lixing was also startled when he discovered this. It's true. The hospital has his follow-up records. He reportedly improved after taking a secret medicine. Is that the secret medicine everyone's been talking about recently? Yes. Do others experience this effect after taking the secret medicine? No. The doctor said the efficacy varies from person to person. Both fell silent. S-class combat ability, though rare, they had encountered before. What stunned them was the leap from E-class to S-class. In just about half a year, how did Tao Lin achieve this? Then, could Tao Lin have made the secret medicine himself and prescribed the formula? No. Fang Lixing shook his head, dismissing the theory. We've already traced the secret medicine to its manufacturer. It has nothing to do with Tao Lin. As for the prescription, according to our records, Tao Lin never studied this field. However, the handwriting on the prescription does appear to be his. So even if Tao Lin didn't write the prescription, he must know the person who did. Yes, that's correct. Bu Feng was quite satisfied with this. Excellent, excellent. Our home planet now has another genius. Truly something to celebrate. While this should have been cause for joy, Fang Lixing felt compelled to point out, General, the other party seems reluctant to show themselves. It's fine. Once the mission concludes, we'll seek out those two brothers and discuss bringing them on board. Even if they prefer to stay behind the scenes, there are roles for them. Fang Lixing continued to shake his head. It might be somewhat difficult. Bu Feng frowned, puzzled. Is there any other issue? Tao Lin recovered his combat ability, yet chose not to return to the military. Despite possessing the prescription, they opted to secretly leave it at the security office. All of this indicates Tao Lin has no desire to come back. Why? Is the military's treatment poor? Fang Lixing hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Bu Feng widened his eyes and spoke loudly, "Speak freely, no harm done." Well, setting aside the military's treatment for now, let's discuss Tao Lin's situation when he was injured. He had been critically wounded and all his money was exhausted on medical treatment, but it yielded no results. He fell into a coma. He had hoped to recover properly but was forced to surrender his residence. His wife had no choice but to leave the main star with him. Most critically, his wife possessed zero combat ability. Bu Feng's face registered shock, his mouth opening as if to speak, but no words emerged. No wonder Tao Lin refused to rejoin the military. If he were in his position, he would feel equally disillusioned. Yet Tao Lin still quietly delivered the prescription to the hospital. Sigh. Bu Feng sighed, struggling to speak. Make arrangements to compensate him under whatever pretext you find suitable. Understood. After a week's mission, Tao Lin and his companion returned home to a warm welcome. Tada. Luo Lana pointed at the steaming dishes on the table, delighted. We made dinner and waited for you. Surprise. Wow, what a surprise. Su Chengyu exclaimed dramatically, then leaned close to Luo Lana's ear and whispered, "Thank you, my wife. You're so kind." You. His sudden gesture made Luo Lana blush. Tao Lin smiled and called out, "Sister-in-law." Luo Lana turned red and lowered her head, softly replying, "Oh, shy." Changwen couldn't help teasing her. "You've been calling yourself sister-in-law all day at home. And now you're embarrassed." "Oh, I'm not used to this title yet." Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. After a while, Luo Lana urged, "You two go take a bath quickly. When and I will wait for you to eat." All right. Su Chengyu responded and happily ran upstairs. Tao Lin walked over to Chengwen and said softly, "My wife, I'm back." Are you injured?" "No, this time it was just collecting herbs, very safe." That's good. After a brief exchange, Tao Lin took out several large fruits from his bag and handed them to Chungwon. The fruits you asked me to find, I only got a few due to time. Can you check if they're edible? Okay, go take a bath now. After Tao Lin left, Luo Lana quickly came over curious. What do you need the fruits for? I want to make some juice. I promised to celebrate with you, so I asked Tao Lin to help find some fruits. Can you teach me? I can, but don't do it yourself outside. If the fruits aren't detoxified, they can be dangerous. Luo Lana nodded obediently. I know. Then Chungwon led Luo Lana in making juice, and it was just finished when Tao Lin and the others came out. Suching, you come quickly. When made juice, it's delicious. Really? Let me try. Suching Yu took a light sip from Luo Lana's hand. Tangy and sweet, good. Right. I love it too. The couple took turns sipping, chatting, and laughing, making Tao Lin envious. My wife, I want some too. Okay. Chungwon quickly poured a cup and handed it to him. But Tao Lin didn't take it. He wanted to drink directly from her hand like Suching Yu. Chungwon froze for a moment, then laughed. Is it sweet? Very sweet. Tao Lin thought my wife's smile is even sweeter. Chungwon understood and laughed even more. Suching Yu looked confused. Isn't it from the same pot? The taste should be tangy and sweet. Luo Lana lightly punched him, laughing. Silly. Alright, let's eat quickly, it's getting cold. Oh. Since it was a celebration, Chungwon had made many new dishes, each fragrant and delicious, so irresistible that they couldn't stop eating. To cousin and sister-in-law, happy wedding. Thank you. Suching Yu sighed. Oh my, today is so wonderful. Tao Lin nodded in agreement. Today was truly happy. They all had loved ones by their side, everything so beautiful and perfect. After dinner, Suching Yu eagerly pulled Luo Lana upstairs. Tao Lin smiled helplessly and prepared to clear the table alone. But Chungwon said, let me help you. No, I can handle it. You go rest. But I want to stay with you. Chungwon looked at him, blinking. Can't I? Tao Lin couldn't resist that gaze and nodded subconsciously. Okay. While washing the dishes, Tao Lin kept stealing glances at Chungwon. After much hesitation, he whispered, my wife, can I move in with you? Chungwon looked up at him seriously. Are you sure? I'm ready. Tao Lin lowered his head a bit, embarrassed. Even though I haven't remembered yet, I'm still deeply drawn to you. I want to be with you. Can I? Tao Lin. He looked up nervously at Chungwon, waiting for her answer. Instead of replying, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. I'll go bathe first. Come soon. Before leaving, Chungwon mischievously slapped his butt. Tao Lin's face flushed crimson. He stood frozen, unsure how to react, his heart pounding wildly. She slapped his butt. After a long moment, he swallowed hard and continued washing. With a crash, the bowl slipped from his hand and shattered. Tao Lin covered his face in defeat, cursing himself for being so weak. What did my wife mean? A hint. No, it was clearly a direct signal. Actually, Chungwon was just teasing him. Phew, Tao Lin took a few deep breaths to steady himself. Afraid that Chungwon might be waiting too long, he washed the dishes, quickly changed clothes in his room, and then went to hers. Since he had proposed sharing a room, what happens between husband and wife would naturally follow. They embraced, kissed passionately, and sought each other. As they say, separation makes the heart grow fonder, and though their situation was different, they had been apart for so long. Both were naturally fervent, entwining again and again. That night was perfect for them, especially for Tao Lin, who was almost addicted, keeping Chungwon up all night. If Chungwon hadn't begged for mercy, he wouldn't have stopped. Near noon, Chungwon woke up feeling the warmth beside her. She looked up accusingly. Tao Lin, are you a dog? As soon as she spoke, she realized her voice had changed. Damn, her throat was hoarse from shouting. Tao Lin chuckled. And then I'm a dog. Chungwon rolled her eyes in exasperation. She hadn't expected that after losing his memory, Tao Lin would be so demanding in bed, nearly breaking her bones. Maybe you should move back to your own room. Tao Lin's laughter stopped abruptly. He tensed up. What's wrong? Didn't I perform well last night? No. Chungwon stroked his chin, speaking seriously. You performed excellently, I'm very satisfied. But you're too energetic and my body can't take it. Tao Lin finally realized Chungwon was joking. My wife, I know I was wrong. Tao Lin gently stroked Chungwon's back, coaxing. I'll be more moderate from now on. Please don't send me away, okay? Well, okay. Chungwon hugged Tao Lin's waist, laughing. Actually, I quite enjoyed it too, ha ha ha. Tao Lin smiled dotingly and pulled her closer. Neither wanted to get up, so they lay in bed chatting. But as they talked, Chungwon started to get playful, running her fingers over Tao Lin's abs. It aroused Tao Lin. My wife, he said in a husky voice, don't tease. What's wrong? You started this. Don't beg for mercy later. With that, he pulled the blanket over them and began again. How many days are you off this time? 2 days. Oh, I see. Then. I'll head back to the little planet in 2 days. Tao Lin froze a look of disappointment crossing his face. You're leaving. His mournful gaze seemed to accuse Chungwon of cruelty. Chungwon laughed. Why are you acting like I'm abandoning you? Didn't we agree before? I'll stay with you for a month, then I'll go back. The time's almost up now. But we just got a little closer. Hearing this, Chungwon almost felt like an irresponsible heartbreaker. When you're out on missions, we don't see each other either. Besides, when you're not home, I get bored and lonely staying here alone. I'd rather be back on the little planet free and easy. Tao Lin was startled, guilt washing over him. He held Chungwon close and whispered, I'm sorry. I've been neglecting you. It's fine. Chungwon smiled. I'm not blaming you. I'm just telling you how I feel. How about this? I'll take a few more days off this time, and you can stay with me a little longer. After you go back, I'll take on long-term missions and come home every now and then. Is that okay? Chungwon thought for a moment and nodded. That works. After they settled the plan, Chungwon began preparing the things she needed to bring home. Things like the strange mutated plants and the modification materials for Riel. Besides what she was taking back, Chungwon also gave Tao Lin many items. This stack is explosive talismans. If you can remember the incantation, use them normally. If not, just light a fire and throw them. Remember to stay far away, they're quite powerful. These are purification talismans I made. When you bring back meat, purify it with these before eating. Or you can gather herbs to remove the toxins yourself. Do you still remember which herbs? I remember. And, wait. Tao Lin interrupted her, helpless. You can tell me all this by message after you go back. Right now we're still together. Shouldn't we do something more interesting? Huh. Chungwon shrank back, speaking weakly. Again. No more, please. Let me rest. Tao Lin rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean, Tao Lin grasped Chungwon by the waist, lifted her, and set her astride his lap. Then he leaned down and kissed her. His lips first landed on her brow, then brushed over the bridge of her nose, and finally came to rest on her slightly parted lips. His kiss was very, very light, slow, and gentle as he suckled her lips over and over, each time filled with lingering affection. The room was quiet, leaving only the sound of their overlapping heartbeats. After what seemed like an eternity, Tao Lin murmured, Wife. Wife. Chungwon chuckled. You're so clingy. Heh. Tao Lin didn't deny it. It seemed he had contracted a disease since last night, a disease that made him want to cuddle and kiss at every opportunity. After learning that Chungwon was returning to the little planet, he wished he could keep her attached to him. He thought to himself, if only I had known my wife was so sweet and soft, I wouldn't have pretended to be aloof. What a waste of all that time together. Chungwon glanced at the time and gasped. It's already 3 in the afternoon. Let's go out now. Staying in the room all day doesn't look good. What's the harm? Tao Lin lay on the bed, refusing to get up. Cousin and the others haven't come downstairs either. Indeed, there was no sound from outside. No, Chungwon shook her head and pulled him up firmly. Come with me to the shopping center. I want to see if there's anything good to buy for home.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Afraid of seeing something inappropriate on the second floor, Tao Lin sent Su Chengyu a message. Brother Wen wants to go to the shopping center. Do you and sister-in-law want to come? 2 minutes later, Su Chengyu replied, Yes, wait for us. Wen cousin and the others are coming too. Let's wait a bit. Okay. Su Chengyu had only replied to the message, and Luo Lana had already fallen back asleep. Helpless, he gently pinched her cheek and called, Nana, didn't you just say you wanted to go out? Why are you sleeping again? His only answer was a vague murmur. He couldn't make out what she was saying. Get up, or you'll have insomnia tonight. Get up, okay. Every was full of evasion. Su Chengyu was at a loss, thinking of pinching her nose to cut off her air. But then he thought of a better idea. If you don't get up, I'll kiss you. A mischievous smile curled on Su Chengyu's lips. He lowered his head and began kissing Luo Lana, gripping the back of her neck, invading without resistance, stealing her breath. Before long, Luo Lana woke up from the lack of oxygen. She pushed Su Chengyu away, panting heavily, and said coquettishly, Are you trying to kill me? Why did you ambush me? Ha. Are you awake now? What do you think? If you're awake, get up quickly. My brother and his wife are waiting for us. Only then did Luo Lana realize. The shopping center. Yes. Su Chengyu got up and started rummaging through the wardrobe for a high-necked shirt. Here, wear this. No. Luo Lana wrinkled her nose. This one is too hot. You have to wear it unless you want to run around covered in hickeys. Fine. While waiting, Chungwon went to the freezer and took out 2 rock-hard popsicles, handing one to Tao Lin. Here, try it. What is this? A little snack I made. Tao Lin took a bite and praised, not bad. Sweet and sour. Delicious. Is it made from last night's juice? Yeah. I noticed some nutrient packs were frozen into blocks, which looked fun, so I froze some juice too. As Chungwon licked the popsicle, Tao Lin suddenly turned away, his face reddening for some reason. What's so strange about that? 20 minutes later, Su Qingyu and the others finally came down. The four of them exchanged glances, all silently noting each other's high-necked shirts. Ahem. Tao Lin broke the silence. Let's go. Okay. Sister-in-law, do you want to sit in the front or the back? Before Chungwon could answer, Luo Lana chimed in, Wenwen will sit in the back with me. We want to chat. Fine. On the way, Luo Lana leaned close to Chungwon's ear and whispered, did you too? You know. Chungwon blushed and nodded. Ooh. Congratulations. You finally got him. Same to you. Congratulations to us both. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. Ha ha. Su Qingyu turned around curious. What's so funny? Let me in on it. No. Luo Lana made a face at him. I'm not telling you. We're having girl talk, so don't interfere. Oh, alright. Meanwhile, Tao Lin, who was driving, felt his ears burning. What could he do? He had good hearing. In the shopping mall, Chungwon once again spotted Ma Gue, and beside him was Wan Tai. The two sat together chatting and laughing, appearing quite harmonious. Chungwon approached with a smile and greeted them. Uncle Gue, how have you been lately? Have you found any stones? Ma Gue quickly stood up to reply, not yet. I haven't been out recently. Oh, alright then. Chungwon then looked at Wan Tai. Why are you still following Uncle Gue? Wan Tai scratched his head, smiled sheepishly, and explained, I've taken him as my godfather. Huh. Chungwon was a bit bewildered. What kind of development was this? How had they become family? Tao Lin was equally puzzled. When I went to deliver the antidote a few days ago, why didn't you mention it? Wan Tai shrank his neck, feeling a bit guilty. You looked so fierce back then, I didn't dare to say. Ma Gue quickly pulled Wan Tai over, beaming. Xiao Tai is very sensible and takes good care of me. Since neither of us has any family, we decided to keep each other company. Oh. Chungwon nodded and smiled. Congratulations then. After all, it was their own affair. As long as they were willing, Chungwon didn't mind. Ma Gue and Wan Tai exchanged a glance and also laughed. Thank you. Tao Lin frowned, suddenly pulled Wan Tai aside and warned him sternly, since you've taken him as your godfather, take good care of him. Don't hang around with your so-called brothers from before, and don't harbor any ill intentions, understand? I know. Wan Tai hesitated, then asked tentatively, Brother Lin, can I go on missions with you in the future? No, do I know you well? If you want to go, find your own teammates. Alright. Wan Tai was a bit disappointed. He really wanted to follow Tao Lin, but it was clear the man despised him. Tao Lin took Chungwon's hand and said softly, let's go, let's continue shopping. Chungwon waved at Ma Gue, and the others then turned and left. They wandered around the mall until dark, buying a car full of things. All of these were paid for by Luo, the wealthy woman. It wasn't that they were taking advantage of her, she insisted on paying. If they didn't let her, she'd get angry, and if they bought too little, she'd also get angry. With no other choice, everyone simply indulged in buying cheap little trinkets. When they returned fully loaded, they found several cars blocking the entrance. Tao Lin was puzzled. Bro, are they looking for you? Probably not. Su Qingyu leaned out to look and shouted at the people in the cars, who are you? Move your cars. As soon as he spoke, one of the cars moved, clearing the way. After Tao Lin parked, they saw a group of people approaching. The leader looked familiar to Chungwon. After a closer look, she muttered, what's he doing here? My lord, you know him. He's the one who came before to tell us to move. Mentioning this, Chungwon frowned uneasily. They're not here to take cousin's house again, are they? How could that be? Su Qingyu was the first to dismiss the idea. He quickly got out of the car and asked loudly, who are you? What are you doing at my house? Zhang Xuelin nodded politely at him. We're here to see Mr. Tao Lin. Huh. Not me then. Su Qingyu blinked awkwardly, stepped aside, and let Tao Lin take the stage. What do you want with me? Zhang Xuelin coughed lightly and suggested, can we talk inside? Sure, but we've bought a lot of things, so you'll have to wait a bit. Alright. Yes, Tao Lin was deliberately making them wait. My lord, you and sister-in-law go back and rest first. Oh. Chungwon suppressed a smile and went back inside with Luo Lana. The two sat on the sofa watching Tao Lin and Su Qingyu move things bit by bit like ants. Zhang Xuelin couldn't stand it anymore. Let us help too, it'll be faster. No need. Tao Lin quickly stopped them. You're guests, how could we let you help? Zhang Xuelin. You know we're guests? Then why not invite us in first? The group stood there awkwardly watching them run back and forth. Alright, the last bit. Tao Lin suddenly acted as if he just realized and said with a forced smile, why aren't you going inside? Come on in and sit. Oh. Zhang Xuelin was both annoyed and helpless. At this point, he just wanted to finish the task and leave. Once seated, he got straight to the point. Mr. Tao Lin, it's like this. The military has recently been running a Caring for Comrades campaign, and you've been lucky enough to be selected. So we're here today to deliver the prize. Haha. I really am lucky being selected even after leaving the military. Ahem. Zhang Xuelin pressed on. Well, your file was accidentally left in so. Anyway, the prize is a house. You just need to sign and you can claim it. With that, he quickly laid out the documents that needed signatures in front of Tao Lin. Tao Lin looked utterly speechless, staring at them as if they were scammers. I've told you I'm no longer part of the military. Are you sure you still want to give this to me? Your file is still there anyway. Why not take this chance to come back? You'll get a house for free, it's a good deal. Now not only Tao Lin, but even Su Qingyu and the other two thought he looked like a swindler. His expression seemed to say take the bait. If Chengwen hadn't recognized him, Su Qingyu would have already thrown him out. Tao Lin pushed the documents back to Zhang Xuelin and declined his offer. I think things are fine as they are. I won't go back. Well, please reconsider. With your strength it's such a waste not to serve the military. No. Tao Lin ran his fingers through his hair lazily. I'm afraid I'll get hurt one day and be kicked out again, leaving me homeless. Zhang Xuelin was extremely embarrassed. He was the one who had come to evict them back then, and now the higher-ups had specifically assigned him to handle this. Wasn't this clearly meant to make him apologize? But the higher-ups had said the house must be given away. I'm sorry. Back then I handled it poorly. I didn't consider your situation and didn't arrange proper accommodation for you. Zhang Xuelin gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm sorry. Tao Lin accepted his apology with a clear conscience, his expression softening. All right, you can go now. Even though I'm not in the military, I'll still serve the base. Zhang Xuelin's face crumpled into a bitter gourd. Can't you reconsider? I think it's fine as it is. Su Qingyu chimed in. Exactly. In a little while I'll come out too and team up with you. All right. Zhang Xuelin felt the sky was falling. What was going on? Not only had he failed to persuade one, but another was also leaving. How could this be? Zhang Xuelin didn't know what to do, so he quickly sent a message to report to his superiors. The reply told him not to leave yet, to stall a bit longer, and that someone would come to handle it. Zhang Xuelin had no choice but to stubbornly continue persuading Tao Lin, detailing all the benefits of joining the army. But Tao Lin remained completely unmoved. He had been inside before, he knew the pros and cons well. Chengwen, feeling bored, dragged Rolana into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Half an hour later, Bufong arrived with his adjutant in haste. Zhang Xuelin was startled and quickly rose to salute. General, what brings you here? Bufong glared at him disapprovingly, took the documents from his hand and said with obvious disdain, take your people and leave. So it was this big shot applying pressure that explained everything. Zhang Xuelin, having failed to accomplish his task, dared not speak up. He nodded to everyone and left with his men. Tao Lin and Su Qingyu exchanged a glance, both filled with confusion. General, what do you mean? Bufong sat down without beating around the bush and stated directly, I want you to return to the military and work under me. I'm sorry. Tao Lin's answer remained a refusal. As I've said before, I'm in good shape now and quite satisfied. I have no desire to return. The army needs you. The army has plenty of talent. A one person like me won't make a difference. Bufong sighed helplessly. I understand, you're still holding a grudge over what happened before. But the Housing Administration Bureau was merely following regulations. They weren't targeting you specifically. I know that. I haven't said anything about it. Here, this is compensation for you. Please accept it. Bufong handed over the documents and urged him, housing resources are extremely scarce. I went to great lengths to secure this for you. It's spacious and ideally located. It would be a shame to miss out on it. I've said it, I don't want to return to the army. Tisk. Bufong ran his hand through his hair in frustration. All right. If you won't come back, then fine. Just take the house. Tao Lin raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, given how scarce resources are, and since I'm not even in the military anymore, how could I possibly accept this? That prescription alone is worth 10 houses. Hearing this, Tao Lin's smile vanished. He spoke seriously. General, what do you mean by that? Su Qingyu suddenly realized something and glanced nervously at Bufong. Had he been exposed? Sure enough, the next moment Bufong pointed at him and said, your cousin just let slip. What? Su Qingyu exclaimed loudly, I didn't say anything. Don't talk nonsense. Tao Lin was utterly speechless. Cousin, shut up. Oh. I'm sorry, General, I don't understand what you're referring to. Very well then, let me be clear about it. Bufong crossed his arms and laid out everything they had discovered. So we already know the prescription came from you. The house is compensation, and also a token of our gratitude. Su Qingyu finished listening and said blankly, then isn't a single house a bit too little? Bufong covered his face awkwardly. I told you, housing resources are scarce. One house is more than enough for you. Besides, Tao Lin refuses to return to the military, so even if I had something better, I wouldn't have a proper reason to give it to him. Oh, so what you're really saying is that you want my brother to come back? Don't tell me after he accepts the house you'll try to tempt him with something else. Bufong really wanted to slap this subordinate of his. If you know why, say it out loud. Didn't he care about his dignity? Tao Lin sighed and said, I don't need these things, but I have one small request. Go ahead. Please keep this confidential, General. I don't want this to leak out. That can be arranged. But... Bufong asked eagerly, who exactly wrote the prescription? Could you introduce us to them? No. Tao Lin refused and warned, and don't investigate any further, or she'll never appear again. Bufong had guessed that the person behind the prescription didn't want to show themselves, but this attitude was rather uncompromising. All right, I promise not to investigate further. Your information will be protected. All right, sign the papers quickly, we need to go. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, Bufong didn't want to stay any longer. While Tao Lin was certainly tempted by their insistence on giving him a house, he really didn't want to get tangled with the military again. If he did, it would never end. Fong Lishing, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. Take it. Your wife would surely appreciate it. Upon hearing this, Tao Lin no longer hesitated and swiftly signed his name. Bufong was nearly beside himself with anger. I begged you for ages, and you wouldn't listen, but the moment someone mentions your wife likes it, you immediately accept. You truly... He didn't know what to say. What's wrong with that? It works. Bufong stood up fuming. Adjutant Fong, let's go. Tao Lin and Su Qingyu quickly rose and watched them leave. Safe travels, General. Just then Changwen opened the kitchen door and called out, dinner's ready. The moment she opened the door, the fragrance rushed out and spread through the living room. Bufong and Fong Lishing stood dumbfounded, mesmerized by the irresistible aroma. Tao Lin, your wife smells so good. What? Tao Lin was exasperated and gritted his teeth. Adjutant Fong, that's the scent of food. Please stop saying things that make people want to punch you. Oh, is that so? Then your food smells wonderful. Fong Lishing's clueless expression made Tao Lin lose all desire to communicate with him. Bufong swallowed hard and smiled. Actually, I remembered there's something else I need to discuss with you. All right. Tao Lin pointed to the sofa with a forced smile. General, please sit. Let's have a chat. Oh, well, you should be eating too, how about? Bufong spoke while discreetly signaling Su Qingyu. His intention to crash the meal was completely obvious. Su Qingyu said weakly, General, if you don't mind, let's eat and talk at the same time. Yes, we don't mind. Fong Lishing also drooled and giggled. We don't mind, Tao Lin. Why did people keep coming to his home to freeload meals? Seeing 2 extra people to feed, Changwen asked, Tao Lin, is there enough? Should I make a couple more dishes? Tao Lin wrapped an arm around her and grumbled, not really enough. So cousin, why don't you stir-fry 2 more dishes? Su Qingyu was puzzled. Why me? You're the leader. Oh. Su Qingyu nodded and quickly stir-fried 2 more dishes using the ready ingredients. Bufong and Fong Lishing followed closely behind him, watching with great interest. Changwen found this amusing and tugged Tao Lin's sleeve, asking, how did they end up here? Oh, they found out about the prescription and came over insisting on giving me a house. So you took it? Yes, I did. From now on we'll have our own place. Chingwen's eyes lit up. Where is it? Seeing her so happy, Tao Lin smiled too. It's in the wealthy district. It seems quite close to your place. Really? That's wonderful. Changwen shook Tao Lin's arm happily and suggested with a bright smile, shall we go take a look tomorrow? Yes, let's do that. After Su Qingyu finished cooking, Bufong and the other person sat down and began to devour the food, completely forgetting the excuse he had used earlier to mooch a meal. As they ate, Bufong suddenly looked up at Su Qingyu and said, you should stop going on missions from now on and just be our cook. You wish. Su Qingyu protested, I'm not cooking for you. I'm a soldier, a warrior. The pay won't be short. No. You cook at home too, so why not? At home I cook for my family, for my dear wife. How can that be the same? Bufong chewed the meat while thinking. I'm your superior. Oh, right. Su Qingyu paused for 2 seconds, then smirked mischievously, still no. Fong Lishing suddenly looked up astonished. Colonel Roland. You're Su Qingyu's wife. Roland smiled sarcastically. Oh, you finally noticed me. I thought I was invisible. She was truly speechless. Just now these two hadn't even glanced at her, only focused on the food in the pot. How can it be you? How could you get married? Woo-woo. His face wore a hurt expression, then, after eating a piece of meat, he perked up, then sat again, repeating over and over like a lunatic. Hey, what do you mean by that? Su Qingyu was displeased and pressed him, what's wrong with Nana marrying me? But Fong Lishing didn't answer him at all, just kept alternating between crying and laughing. Ahem. Bufong coughed lightly, awkwardly said, just now. I didn't notice Colonel Roland was here. Congratulations to you both. Happy wedding. Thank you, General. Roland pointed at Fong Lishing, who was alternating crying and laughing, amused. It seems your adjutant is having a fit. Should we send him to the hospital? No need. Fong Lishing instantly returned to normal. I'm fine, just lost my composure a bit after a lovelorn moment. Lovelorn. Su Qingyu looked at him, then at Roland, beside him, feeling a sense of crisis. Did you two date? No. Absolutely not. Roland quickly distanced herself. He liked me and pursued me, but I rejected him. I didn't give him any chance. As soon as she finished, everyone stared at Fong Lishing. Woo-woo, Fong Lishing wailed again. Being lovelorn was already miserable, but having to face such a mortifying scene, didn't he have any dignity left? Stop crying. Su Qingyu picked up a piece of meat and shoved it into his mouth disdainfully, said, so noisy, shut up. Fong Lishing chewed a couple of times, instantly forgetting to cry, puzzled. Why is this one so much tastier? This one was stir-fried by Chung when it's a bit better. There's a difference. Bu Feng's eyes widened. He immediately stood up to grab the dish in front of Su Qingyu. Wow. This is delicious. Fong Lishing followed suit, also standing up to grab, completely forgetting what just happened. You guys are so unfair. Why did you give me and the general the two worst dishes? Su Qingyu was so angry, he nearly broke his chopsticks. You guys didn't say that just now. Besides, we never said you could only eat those two dishes, you just didn't pick the others. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Bu Feng and Fong Lishing exchanged glances and laughed awkwardly. Indeed, no one had said that, but they were used to drinking nutrient solutions, and had assumed the dish in front of them was theirs, so they didn't pick others. As for Su Qingyu and the others, they simply knew Chung Wen's cooking was better, so they didn't pick the dishes on the other side. After watching them fool around for so long, Tao Lin finally couldn't help but speak up. General, didn't you say you had something to tell us? Bu Feng was taken aback, his mind racing. What should he say? Oh right. The hospital got a new inspiration from the prescription. They plan to add a preventive medicine to the formula to make a special remedy, so in the future, we won't have to worry about mosquito bites. Cheng Wen nodded. That's a good idea. This was good news, and Tao Lin was also very satisfied. Bu Feng thought for a moment, then added, also the secret medicine that boosts combat power. The higher-ups plan to requisition it for widespread use. This was also good news. Seeing that Tao Lin's expression was fine, Bu Feng felt it was enough, and lowered his head to continue eating meat with a clear conscience. Fong Lishing was stuffed, slumping in his chair. His eyes started around, then he spoke. Colonel Roland, how about you take me in too? Roland was terrified. Su Qingyu was furious. You. Before Su Qingyu could explode, Fong Lishing quickly interjected. You're the main husband, I won't overstep you. Just give me some food, I only want to join this family. You're insane. Then let's be sworn brothers, just give me food. Don't hit my face. Or my stomach. Fong Lishing was being beaten, but still didn't stop spouting nonsense. I'm serious. Let me be your family. Ha ha. Cheng Wen laughed so hard she bent over. Ha ha. They're so funny. Tao Lin watched the chaotic scene, sighed helplessly, and quietly supported Chung Wen, reminding her, don't laugh yourself into a cramp. Roland was between laughter and tears. General, aren't you going to control them? No. Bu Feng leisurely enjoyed the food without even looking at them. Young people roughhousing is normal. Roland had no choice but to pull Su Qingyu back. Stop hitting, I don't like him, rest assured. Su Qingyu sat back fuming. She promised me I'm the only one, so give up hope. Fong Lishing thought for a moment, then had a new idea. Then how about I be your underling? Everyone was speechless. Su Qingyu finally understood his target wasn't Roland, it was the food. General, are you full? If you're full, take your adjutant to the hospital for a checkup. Alright. Bu Feng patted his belly contentedly and said to Fong Lishing, come on, I'll take you to the hospital. Oh. Only after the two left did Su Qingyu finally breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, I finally understand your feelings. What feelings? The trouble of having a wife who is too popular. Roland laughed, tugged his ear, and said, can't you tell that Adjutant Fong was just teasing you? I don't care, anyone who covets you is not allowed. Tao Lin nodded in agreement. He leaned down and whispered in Chung Wen's ear, next time someone like that appears around you, I'll beat them too. Can't be too soft. Chang Wen couldn't stop laughing. Go ahead and beat them, but don't get hurt, okay? I'll worry. Tao Lin was happy again, his whole being radiating joy. Su Qingyu was a bit jealous. Sister-in-law, could you be a little quieter when you coax people? I can hear you. Oh, you heard, and then I'll get envious. This was said to Chung Wen, but his eyes were on Roland, his intention clear. Roland laughed until she shook. She took Su Qingyu's hand, blew on it, and said, next time you hit someone, remember to use a stick. Look, your hand is red. I'm so worried. Su Qingyu was satisfied now, nodded obediently. Okay. Tao Lin, Tao Lin, Tao Lin. A series of calls forcibly woke Tao Lin from his sweet dream. Tao Lin rubbed his eyes, let out a yawn, and asked in confusion, my wife, why are you up so early? Hurry up and get up. Cheng Wen shook him excitedly. Let's go see the new house right now. Tao Lin chuckled. You like it that much? wanting to see it as early as morning. After all, it's going to be our home in the future. Let's go check it out early. Tao Lin nodded, fond of the word home. All right, I'll get up and wash up now. Wait for me. Okay. Cheng Wen planned to take advantage of Tao Lin's recent free time so they could discuss and redecorate according to their preferred style. She had already finished washing up and was lying in bed waiting for Tao Lin, sending a message to Rolana in the meantime to see if she was up and wanted to join them. 5 minutes later, Tao Lin returned with water droplets on his face and a damp patch on his pajamas. Cheng Wen urged him, hurry and change your clothes. Tao Lin responded, then slowly peeled off his pajamas at every imaginable angle, displaying his perfect figure. He posed vainly for a long time, only to discover Cheng Wen wasn't looking at him at all, but was instead focused on her light brain sending messages. His face darkened. He lunged at her and pressed kisses upon her until her lips were swollen before finally giving up. Cheng Wen tugged his ear and scolded, they're swollen. How am I supposed to face people like this? Are they? Let me see. Tao Lin cupped Cheng Wen's face, gazed at it for a while, then gently touched her lips. It's fine. We'll drive over, no one will see yours. Don't be ridiculous. Hannah and cousin are coming too. Cheng Wen pushed him away and rushed to the mirror to fix her disheveled clothes. Oh. Tao Lin thought about it and said carelessly, no problem, they'll get used to it. Cheng Wen was truly at a loss by his thick skin. Resignedly, she fetched some swelling-reducing ointment and applied it. Seeing Tao Lin, still bare-chested, showing off his figure, Cheng Wen shot him an annoyed glare and laughed. Aren't you going to get dressed yet? Oh. The peacock display over Tao Lin promptly got up to find some clothes. As they finished tidying up and stepped out, Su Qingyu and the others happened to come down from upstairs. So each of them grabbed a bag of nutrient solution and drove toward the new house. Su Qingyu, your brother's house is right next to mine. Want us to move in together? Su Qingyu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Let's talk about it later. Rolana was puzzled, but didn't press further. Upon arriving at the destination, Cheng Wen pointed at the house with the courtyard and asked excitedly, is this it? Yes, indeed. Tao Lin nodded with satisfaction. Quite spacious. Nice. Rolana's reaction was comparatively calm. It's the same specification as mine. Really? Cheng Wen asked her. Hannah, where is your house? Right there. Rolana pointed to the neighboring house and said happily, we'll be neighbors. It really is next door. Wonderful. Cheng Wen liked this house more and more as she looked. The location was excellent, the exterior attractive, and it came with a courtyard. Most importantly, her neighbor was Rolana. It was truly perfect. Let's go. Tao Lin took Cheng Wen's hand and said softly, let's go inside and take a look. The couple walked hand in hand ahead, happily touring their new home. Rolana found the quiet person beside her odd. Why are you so silent today? No, I'm not. Su Qingyu forced a smile and said, it's just that the house is so big I'm too astonished to speak. You're lying. I'm not. You hesitated and stuttered. Rolana sighed and pulled him back to her house. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just wondering when I'll be able to afford such a nice house. Rolana was puzzled. Aren't I already living in one? Why buy? But this is your house. Su Qingyu shook his head repeatedly, awkwardly saying, I'm a man. How can I conscientiously take advantage of you? It won't do. You really. Rolana burst out laughing. After all this fuss, you're upset about this. Shouldn't I be? I'm speechless. Rolana was momentarily at a loss between laughter and frustration. She hadn't expected this normally carefree man to dwell on such matters. Do you give all the money you earn from missions to me now? Yes. Then aren't we husband and wife? And we agreed there wouldn't be a third person joining our family, right? Su Qingyu nodded obediently. Rolana shrugged. Then what's there to worry about? We'll spend our lives together. Why wouldn't you live in my house? Leave it empty, gathering dust while you work yourself to death buying a new one. I'm your wife. Can't you spend my money? Why count every little thing? That's not what I meant. Stop overthinking it. No need to buy. We'll just live here. Su Qingyu was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't that what he meant? But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. If all else fails, think of it this way. Didn't you save my life? Then my life is yours. What's the problem with you staying in my house? Su Qingyu scratched his head and was convinced. You make a good point. Exactly. Rolana threw her arm around his neck, nuzzling her face against his. No need to buy. This house is plenty for us. If anything, we'll buy another one after we have children when this one becomes too small. CHCH children. Su Qingyu murmured softly, his heart brimming with sweetness. Rolana asked him, how many children do you want? Su Qingyu shook his head and replied, I won't answer that. You decide. However many you want to have, that's how many. What if? Rolana teased deliberately, what if I don't want any at all? Su Qingyu paused for a second and said, then we won't. After all, not having children doesn't mean we can't have a happy life. Ha ha. No, we have to have kids. Rolana imagined their future days ahead and felt extraordinarily blissful. She laughed and asked how many would be better. Su Chengyu couldn't answer. He said, any number is fine. However many you bear, I'll raise them. I'll keep you all fat and healthy. Rolana burst into loud laughter, then nestled into Su Chengyu's arms and seriously discussed what name would suit their first child. Until Chengwen's group came looking for them. Hannah, are you in there? Oh, we're here. Rolana kissed Su Chengyu before running over to open the door. Have you finished touring? Yes, we've seen enough. But we have something to discuss with you. What is it? Since our two houses both have courtyards and are adjacent, we were wondering if you'd like to knock down the wall between them and merge the spaces, or perhaps build a door in the middle of the wall. Absolutely. Rolana loved this proposal mainly because it would make borrowing meals easier. Tao Lin and Su Chengyu also nodded, having no objections. They circled the house a few more times, discussing happily. As it approached noon, they hurried back to prepare lunch. To their surprise, Bufong and his companion were already waiting for them at the door. Su Chengyu frowned and asked with a hint of disdain, "Boss, why are you here again?" Bufong found the title, Boss, novel, and chuckled, "We came to." Forget it. Su Chengyu interrupted him, unwilling to hear his lame excuses. "You're here to freeload, aren't you?" Fong Lishing, standing by, nodded vigorously, "Yes, yes." "Come on, pay up. 5,000 star coins per person." Su Chengyu extended his palm without any hint of joking. By rank, both of them were Su Chengyu's superiors, but since they were greedy, he collected the money without hesitation. All right. Fong Lishing immediately transferred 10,000 star coins to him. "Can I make a small request?" "What?" "Can Ms. Ching be the chef?" "No way." Su Chengyu refused immediately. "That's an extra charge." How much?" It was obvious that both of them preferred to eat dishes cooked by Chengwen. Su Chengyu thought for a moment and asked, "Sister-in-law, how much do you want?" Chengwen smiled sheepishly. 5,000 is already a lot. Do we need to add more? Add more, they're rich anyway, what's to fear? As soon as he said that, Bufong gave Su Chengyu a knock on the head. But despite the knock, he didn't argue. "Then, double it, is that okay?" Chengwen felt a bit uneasy quoting this price, as it was equivalent to the cost of repairing a weapon. Unexpectedly, Bufong didn't even blink and had Fong Lishing transfer the money. They actually paid. Chengwen thought to herself, maybe she should open a restaurant in the future. This idea only lasted a minute before she dismissed it, as she still had to return to the small planet to cultivate. With the money secured, Su Chengyu cheerfully invited them in and entertained them warmly. Seeing Chengwen go to pick ingredients, Tao Lin wanted to follow and help, but before he could take 2 steps, Bufong pulled him back. "Why do you always follow your wife around? Come chat with me." Tao Lin frowned. "You can chat with cousin, it's not appropriate to chat with me." "It's appropriate." Bufong pressed him to sit down, insisting on talking. "I'm planning to form a special team to carry out some high-difficulty missions. Would you like to join?" "I've told you I'm not returning to the military." Tao Lin was tired of saying it. "You don't have to return, you'll still be free. You just won't take external missions anymore, you'll specifically take the missions I give you. I'll also offer high compensation. How about it?" Seeing that Tao Lin was slightly tempted, Bufong continued, "You can also go on missions with your cousin." "How great is that?" Su Chengyu, upon hearing this, interjected, "I plan to leave the military in a while. We can still go on missions together." "TSK." Bufong frowned, showing displeasure. "Not approved. Don't mention this again." Su Chengyu protested, "Why not approve? I've already completed 2 years of compulsory military service." Bufong glared, "It's just not allowed." He still wanted to use Su Chengyu's relationship to recruit Tao Lin for himself, so he absolutely couldn't let him leave. Tao Lin thought it over and felt this was acceptable anyway, since he would still be doing missions, and he could earn more. Most importantly, if something happened, Bufong could help handle it. "All right, I agree, but we have to choose our own people. I don't want to be controlled by outsiders." "No problem." Bufong was a bit excited that he finally relented. "Then Su Chengyu picks 2 people, you pick 2, and we'll form a 6-person small team." "Okay." Seeing they had reached a consensus, Su Chengyu asked blankly, "So I don't have to leave the military?" Tao Lin nodded. "Maintain the status quo for now." "Oh, all right." Su Chengyu was silent for a moment, then asked, "Can I choose Nana to join?" "Well," Bufong was troubled. "She's a colonel, not under my command. I can't decide." Upon hearing it wasn't possible, Su Chengyu immediately drooped his face and stared at Bufong with grievance. Bufong felt uncomfortable under his gaze. "All right, I'll try when I get back." "Really?" Su Chengyu's eyes lit up. He grasped Bufeng's hand and said excitedly, "Thank you, General. It's not settled yet. It's fine. I believe you can definitely make it happen. This brat never listens to what others say." Bu Feng couldn't handle him, so he said sternly, "From now on when you go on missions you'll follow your brother's orders." "You're so unreliable, I'm not assured." Su Qingyu giggled, "Roger that." Bu Feng was too lazy to scold him and continued discussing the new team with Tao Lin. As they were engrossed in conversation, the doorbell rang, and Su Qingyu hurried over to open the door. "Uncle A and Uncle Lee, why are you here? Wenwen sent me a message last night asking us to come for dinner, saying she has good news to tell me." "Oh, come in then." "Okay." After Lei and the other entered, they were instantly stunned. They had never been in the military, but they recognized the uniform. Looking at the shoulder insignia, it was a general. General. The two immediately stood at attention and saluted Bu Feng. Bu Feng nodded at them and said softly, "Don't be nervous, I'm a guest too. So relax, just act naturally." Lei and really couldn't relax, he stammered, "Maybe. We should go back first." "We won't disturb you." Uncle Lei and Tao Lin quickly stepped forward and pulled him back. "Don't leave. After Wenwen messaged you last night, she had Riel send a lot of vegetables saying she wants to cook for you. So you should stay." Well, Lei and felt nervous just seeing Bu Feng, but he didn't want to waste Chengwen's kindness. Then, "Okay, come sit." "Okay." After Lei and Feng Tianli sat down, they didn't dare to move, stiff as logs. Su Qingyu laughed and said, "Don't be like that. They're just here to freeload too, so no need to be afraid." Lei and was a bit confused. Would a general come to a subordinate's home to freeload? Thinking of Chengwen's cooking skills, he suddenly found it quite reasonable. After hearing this, Lei and the other finally relaxed a bit and could occasionally chat with them a few words. Soon after, Chengwen opened the kitchen door and called out to them, "Time to eat." This call seemed like a command, and everyone eagerly hurried over. At that moment, the table was filled with tempting dishes, each exuding waves of aroma that captivated everyone, leaving them spellbound. "Wow!" Feng Lishing drooled and exclaimed, "Is this the dish worth 10,000? "No," Chengwen explained awkwardly, "because I invited Uncle Lei and the others for dinner, so I prepared a bit more today." She thought to herself, "I hope they don't ask for so many dishes every time, it would be exhausting." Feng Lishing nodded, patted Lei shoulder and laughed, "Then we're benefiting from your good fortune." Hee. Not at all. Today's dishes were all made with Chengwen's full attention, simply doubling the deliciousness. Everyone ate with relish and couldn't stop. Even after they were full, no one wanted to leave the table. They sat there chatting, occasionally taking another bite of the dishes. Suddenly Bu Feng said regretfully that secret medicine matter couldn't be negotiated. The medicine maker refused to cooperate with the military no matter what. Feng Tianli paused in his movements and looked at Bu Feng in surprise. Bu Feng continued, "I plan to meet that person and use some methods." "No." Feng Tianli was startled and quickly shouted, "If there's a problem, talk it out properly. Don't hurt him." Everyone was puzzled. Bu Feng narrowed his eyes, exuding an authoritative aura, as he said in a deep voice, "Do you know the person who made the medicine?" I. Feng Tianli trembled with fear, nearly falling to his knees, but fortunately Rainy supported him. "General, spare me." Bu Feng continued to press speak. I. Feng Tianli suddenly wore an expression of resigned determination and shouted, "The one who made the medicine is me." Nonsense. Bu Feng was no fool and would never believe that. "Who exactly is the medicine maker to you?" Feng Tianli clenched his jaw, refusing to speak another word. Bu Feng's expression grew even darker. Chengwen frowned and gently nudged Tao Lin, signaling him to intervene. Tao Lin nodded and spoke to Bu Feng, "General, Uncle Lee is our friend. Don't frighten him." Bu Feng coughed awkwardly. "Sorry, old habit. I didn't realize." He forced a smile and explained to Feng Tianli, "I only wanted to cooperate with the medicine maker. I have no intention of harming him." Feng Tianli was stunned, still skeptical. "But you just said you'd use some means." "Yes, using tempting offers is also a means. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Everyone present except Feng Lishing shot reproachful looks at Bu Feng. Bu Feng shrugged helplessly. "I can't help it. It's a professional hazard." Feng Tianli asked anxiously, "You really won't hurt him?" "Of course. I only want the secret medicine to boost the soldier's combat strength. Why would I hurt him?" "Oh." Feng Tianli hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Actually, the medicine maker is my son." Everyone showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder he had been so nervous, and even tried to take the blame. "Then why doesn't your son want to cooperate with the military?" "It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he can't." Bu Feng grew even more puzzled. "Why can't he?" Feng Tianli's face filled with guilt as he stammered, Actually, that medicine is a failed product." "What?" Su Qingyu cried out in shock. He rushed over and grabbed Feng Tianli by the collar. "What did you just say? Say it again." Feng Tianli lowered his head in shame and murmured, "The medicine is a failure." "Then why did your son still sell it?" "I'm sorry." Bu Feng hadn't expected Su Qingyu to react so strongly. "What are you doing?" "Calm down." Let's talk this through. How can I calm down? I was the first to buy the medicine for my brother. If anything goes wrong. Suddenly something occurred to him, and he roared again. Something has already gone wrong. My brother has lost his memory. Bufong opened his mouth, then decided it was better not to intervene until Su Chengyu had vented. Tao Lin sighed and rubbed his forehead. Brother, calm down. I'm fine. Really? Huh. Su Chengyu turned to look at him, stubbornly insisting, but you've lost your memory. Although Chengwen was also angry at the medicine seller's irresponsibility, she still spoke up to explain cousin his memory loss really isn't due to a failed medicine. It's because the power surge was too great. Really? Yes. Chengwen nodded, her eyes full of certainty. Trust me. Oh. Only then did Su Chengyu release Fong Tianli and return to his seat. If the medicine is fine, why did he say it's a failure? Chengwen had already guessed, but she tossed the topic back to Fong Tianli, letting him answer. Uncle Li, what do you mean by failed product? The potency is unstable. Some doses are extremely strong, causing severe harm to the body. Others are too weak to have any effect. This. Su Chengyu knew nothing about pharmacology, but he was extremely curious how the same medicine could turn out like this. Then why hasn't anyone complained while the hospital has been selling this medicine? Fong Tianli glanced at Bufong and explained quietly, because Dr. Owen tells every buyer that the effects vary from person to person, so no one ever suspected. Bufong sneered. So your son was afraid when he heard the military wanted to cooperate, afraid the truth would come out, and that's why he refused it? Yes. Sigh. Bufong sighed and turned to instruct Fong Lishing go to the hospital and have that doctor stop selling the medicine. Yes, sir. I'll send people to investigate. If anyone has been harmed by your son's medicine, he will have to pay the price. No. Fong Tianli begged desperately. He didn't mean to. He didn't know it would turn out like this at first. Later when he found out, but everyone wanted to enhance their strength, everyone wanted the secret medicine, so he kept making the same mistake. This was indeed the truth. Bufong thought for a moment, then looked up at Tao Lin. What do you think? Can this medicine still be used? Tao Lin looked bewildered. Why are you asking me? Bufong urged. I'm asking you. Tao Lin, who knew nothing about such things, secretly glanced at Chengwen. The moment he saw her nod, he answered, it can be used. Why? Chengwen spoke directly. Although this medicine has problems, it is genuinely effective. If you take it back and study it more, you might succeed. Don't waste it. Bufong thought it over and found it reasonable. Then we'll proceed as planned. Fong Tianli asked nervously, what about my son? We'll deal with your son later. Reward for merit, punish for fault. With that, Bufong stood up and said sternly, take us to your son now. Yes, sir. Fong Tianli dared not delay and quickly led Bufong and Fong Lishing out. Rainy, feeling uneasy, excused herself to Chengwen and followed them. After they left, Su Chengyu was still somewhat worried. Sister-in-law, is Ailin really okay? Yes. Didn't the doctor say he's fine? Seeing that Rowena was silent, busy fiddling with her light brain, Su Chengyu asked curiously, Nana, what are you doing? Sending a message. Rowena looked up regretful. My brother also bought the medicine yesterday. I need to ask how he is. Su Chengyu, also anxious, hurried over to look at the message. Is my brother-in-law okay? After a moment, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's fine. Bufong moved quickly. Within an afternoon, he had banned all secret medicines and brought Fong Tianli's son Fong Shihao to the military base. Out of curiosity, Tao Lin sent a message asking about the investigation results. Fortunately, no one had been harmed by the secret medicine, so the matter was considered settled. Although Fong Shihao was heavily fined, if the potency of the secret medicine could be stabilized in the future, he would still receive a reward. Before going to sleep that night, Tao Lin held Chengwen in his arms and chatted with her slowly. When will my memory come back? I don't know. If I never remember, would you feel regret? Chengwen thought for a moment and replied, no, because I still remember. So the one who should regret is you. That's true. They were silent for a while, then Chengwen suddenly said, I might have to stay a bit longer. Huh? Tao Lin asked joyfully, really? Why did you change your mind? I wanted to build a teleportation array earlier, but I kept worrying and never got around to it. Now that we have our own house, we can take care of this matter. Good. Stay a little longer and keep me company. Yes.